Several people at this table saw that Yan Bingxue was coming, and immediately stood up. The location was arranged, and the young people were all sitting at a table. So Yan Bingxue's location was originally here. Everyone is waiting for Yan Bingxue to come. Yan Bingxue greeted everyone over there and finally got out, and walked over with Su Chen and Tuanchuan Lei. Qi Yi and Yu Jinyu here saw that, besides the two little guys carved in pink and jade, there was actually a tall and handsome man next to Yan Bingxue, and their expressions changed. The faces of Cui Haoyu and Jiang Hui also changed greatly. Jiang Hui's waist was bent, and when he saw Su Chen, he couldn't help but want to bow his head. The big guys were still standing, but Yan Bingxue didn't look at everyone. Just turned to Su Chen and said, "Our seat is here, let's sit." The two sat down, Tuanchuan and Lei sat in the middle, and the family of four looked very harmonious. Yu Jinyu was shocked, because Lei and Su Chen look so much alike. Could this man be Tuanchuan and Lei's father? Then there is no hope for him and Yan Bingxue? Qi Ye's position is next to Su Chen, and since he sat down, Qi Yi has been looking at him. This man and Lei look too much like father and son. Couldn't he really be the father of the child? Qi Yi was not reconciled, so he stretched his neck and looked at Yan Bingxue over there and asked, "Miss Yan, don't you want to introduce your companions to everyone?" Yan Bingxue was bowing her head to help Tuanchuan straighten her messy hair, and did not immediately answer Qi Ye's words. Qi Yi looked at Su Chen again and asked directly, "This gentleman, I'm Qi Yi. May I ask who you are?" Su Chen nodded slightly at him and introduced himself, "I'm Tuanchuan and Lei's father, Su Chen." Qi Ye's face changed, and he almost didn't get angry on the spot. Tuanchuan and Lei's father. Is this Su Chen really Yan Bingxue's husband? Yu Jinyu sat opposite Su Chen, looked at him, put down the tablet in his hand, and clenched his fists tightly with both hands. "Mr. Su is Tuanchuan and Lei's father?" Yu Jinyu asked. Su Chen nodded. "Then where did Mr. Su get a high school a few years ago?" "It seems that I have never heard of Mr. Su's name before, and we in Zhonghai also seem to have never heard of the Su family." Yu Jinyu has a clear mind. He thinks that this Su Chen, although he looks like Lei, he is not necessarily Tuanchuan and Lei's father. After all, if they were really a family of four, now that they are together, what about the past 3 years? When Yan Bingxue was pregnant, where was Su Chen? When Tuanchuan and Lei grew up, where was he? It's really my father. How could it be possible to wait until Tuanchuan Lei was 3 years old before it suddenly appeared? Su Chen replied bluntly, "A few years ago? I was still in college a few years ago. I just graduated this year, and I haven't attended the graduation ceremony yet." Everyone present was stunned. Yan Bingxue actually found a college student? Qi Yi also reacted at this moment, and winked at Yu Jinyu, who was on the opposite side. Although they almost fought just now, but now they can form an alliance, because they have a common enemy, Su Chen. Qi Yi sat next to Su Chen, knowing that he was a fresh graduate. He was sure that Su Chen was definitely not the father of 2 children. How could Yan Bingxue give birth to a baby for a college student? Then I don't know what Mr. Su's house does? That's it, don't be abrupt, Mr. Su. We are all acquaintances here. Everyone knows what business the big guy's family does. It's the first time Mr. Su comes here, so we naturally have to ask more. In any business dealings, everyone should take care of each other, right? Qi Yi said with a smile. When Su Chen heard this, he immediately understood. I want to know about his family background. He said truthfully, my parents are both people's teachers, and now they are editing textbooks in the Education Bureau. Oh, Chi replied meaningfully, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. Of course, there is no problem with the profession of teacher, but this is not the same as them. The people here are all businessmen and their families are rich. Su Chen's parents are both small staff in the system. How much money can they have? Yu Jinyu over there laughed arrogantly, looked at Su Chen and said, Mr. Su is not used to this kind of occasion for the first time, right? No, I think it's fine. Su Chen said calmly. Yu Jinyu sneered and said provocatively, really? I thought Mr. Su would be somewhat uncomfortable. After all, Mr. Su must have never participated in such an occasion before. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yan Bingxue over there and said with a smile, Bingxue, I know you don't like the fact that your uncle wants to find you a marriage, but you don't need to drag someone to prevaricate your uncle and our big guy, right? Yan Bingxue finally straightened her hair, and when she heard this, she immediately raised her head with a cold face, and looked at it sharply. Have you asked enough? My man, it's your turn to make irresponsible remarks. Here? Yu Jinyu was confronted by her, and his face suddenly became embarrassed. Here, Qi Yi smiled and said, Miss Yan, we know that you are dissatisfied with the marriage, but you can't just fool us by dragging a brat who hasn't graduated yet. Between the words, the contempt for Su Chen is very obvious. Su Chen was about to speak, but only heard Yan Bingxue slapped on the table. Over there. The strength was not heavy, but everyone shut their mouths. Everyone looked at her. Yan Bingxue raised her head, her beautiful facial features were cold, her eyes glared at everyone, and she said coldly, to fool you? You are taking yourself too seriously, even if there is no mirror at home, there are still water glasses. Take a good look at your own face and say, my men, are you qualified? Su Chen's name is something you deserve to mention? I tell you, I asked him to accompany me today, just to let you see clearly that I, Yan Bingxue, are now the owner, and if anyone brings up the matter of marriage in front of me in the future, the lawyer team of our extraordinary group, not vegetarian. Also, if anyone dares to spread rumors about Su Chen again, I'll let you know how difficult the Yan family's son-in-law is. Seeing her defending Su Chen like this, Yu Jinyu became anxious. Bingxue, what's wrong with you? What's so good about this Su Chen? He's just a poor boy from an ordinary family. Maybe he approached you just for your money. Shut up. Yan Bingxue angrily scolded, Yu Jinyu, it seems you didn't hear what I just said, right? If you say more, just wait for the extraordinary lawyer's letter. Her words made everyone shut up. Yan Bingxue shocked everyone, and then turned to look at Su Chen. The corners of her mouth raised slowly, her eyes were filled with a gentle smile, and she was completely different from the domineering female president who just got angry. Su Chen rejoiced in his heart, and felt that his child's mother had a different flavor when she got angry. Beautiful and sassy. Yan Bingxue looked at him, her voice changed, and she said with a little gentleness, Su Chen is not an ordinary person, he saved my life. I am willing to give birth to Tuanchuan and Lele for him, she said firmly. This sentence made everyone present stunned, including Su Chen. Did he save her life? Is that what happened 4 years ago? Since you already have someone you like, Miss Yan, why haven't you married him for so many years? Qi Yi asked. Yan Bingxue glanced at him coldly and said, Su Chen was still in college when I gave birth to Tuanchuan Lele. I don't want to affect his studies, and I don't want him to miss his good college time because of his children. My child and I are his family, and we will never do anything unexpected in his life. Now that he has graduated, we are married. From now on, Suchen will be my Yan Bingshua's man and Tuanchuan Lele's father, so please show some respect in the future. Tuanchuan and Lele held hands, listening to Mama's confession to Baba. The little girl smiled with a red face. Suchen tilted his head and looked at Yan Bingshua's serious face. She is shy, although her face is not visible, but her ears are all red. And Suchen's heart was also super excited at this time. It was so. It turns out that the child's mother is just waiting for him to graduate from college. It's not that she didn't like him so she didn't go to him, but she just thought she liked him too much, so she waited for nearly 4 years. Suchen solved the doubts in his heart and was in a good mood. But Yu Zhenyu and Qi Ye's faces were ugly. Yan Bingshua said something, and they couldn't say it again. They hated Suchen deeply in their hearts. Especially Yu Zhenyu. He and Yan Bingshua can be regarded as childhood sweethearts, the goddess he has been chasing for so many years, and he actually likes a useless embroidered pillow like Suchen. Today, he must make Suchen embarrassed in public. He wants to make him a joke in the whole rich circle. A poor boy who wants to get into their circle with a little white face is too beautiful. The dinner officially started. All the men at the table except Suchen ate the same food. Today, they originally came for Yan Bingshue, but they didn't expect that they would bring their child's father as soon as they came and confessed in public. Suchen was in a good mood, the family wore parent-child clothes, and he took the initiative to serve Yan Bingshue with vegetables. Yan Bingshue looked at the crystal shrimp in the bowl, and couldn't help but stunned for a moment. She looked up at Suchen over there, and the corner of her mouth raised a slight arc that she couldn't hide. Eyes meet, the two seemed to feel the difference in each other's eyes. When some words were opened, it was like piercing the window paper between the two. Now that they are being honest with each other, the atmosphere suddenly becomes better. After dinner, the highlight of the day is gatherings in the rich circle, usually fun projects, are more attractive because there is both competition and interest. Everyone seems to be playing a game, but in fact, they are fighting for a high-low, winning or losing, a person with strong ability, enjoying the attention. Qi Yi stood up and said, "The big guy has already eaten, why don't you go outside to digest and digest? How about an exciting race?" Qi Yi is the famous second-generation ancestor of Zhonghai, and he likes to show off tricks such as racing and betting on horses on weekdays. And his conditions are also good. He was fortunate enough to enter the Formula 1 car held by Longhua and came back with a 3rd place, so every time he came to this kind of occasion, he always proposed to go to the car to find the home court. Today, he has Suchen as an opponent, and the whole person is even more excited. When he arrived at the arena, he directly named Suchen. "Mr. Su is here for the first time today, how is it? Do you want to stop playing for a while?" Before Suchen could answer, Tuan Tuan suddenly ran over with a pink cartoon helmet, took Suchen's hand and said coquettishly, "Baba, this helmet is so good, you help Tuanchuan wear it." Tuan Tuan is going to drive. The go-kart track naturally also has a children's play area, which is the group's favorite. Suchen's eyes were full of her daughter's cute little appearance. She took the helmet with both hands and carefully helped her daughter put it on. At the same time, a voice came to his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for punching in beside the cart. The host will be specially rewarded for the racing car god skills, which can be activated with one key in 5 seconds. The corners of Su Chen's mouth raised involuntarily. Tuanchuan is really a little angel, haha. What do you want? The system is also powerful. Activate skills. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen looked at the go-kart on the field again, and he already knew it in his heart. He could grasp a series of parameters of the car's structure, engine, ground, and wheels at a glance. Looking at the arena in front of him, Su Chen was already eager to try. Seeing that Su Chen didn't answer, Qi felt that he would definitely not be able to play such a high-end racing game, and his face became more and more smug. Mr. Su, why didn't you answer? Could it be you can't even drive a car, right? TSK, yep, Mr. Su hasn't graduated yet. I guess he hasn't touched a car yet? Do you have a driver's license? As soon as Qi finished speaking, the second-generation ancestors next to him burst into laughter and looked at Su Chen over there as if watching a good show. Yan Bingshua's face was stained with a bit of anger, and she was about to defend Su Chen, but Su Chen gently raised her hand to stop her movement, and bowed her head and smiled confidently at her, and said gently, "Child mother, don't be angry, give it to her. I come." After all, the moment he raised his head, his face changed. Treating the child's mother is as gentle as water, and treating Qi is a tough guy of steel. It's better than racing, right? Su Chen asked. Qi raised his head slightly, that's right. Su Chen, are you going to fight? Come on. But what? Su Chen, if you don't dare, don't fix those messes. There. Qi said. Su Chen smiled, don't worry, if you want to compare me so much, I will naturally give you a chance, but since we are in a competition, we have to make a lot of money, otherwise it will be boring to win, right? Qi looked at Su Chen suspiciously, and said, Kaitu is fine, but don't try to play tricks, there are so many eyes staring at you here. Haha, it's just a race, you still need to play tricks to win? You look too high on yourself. Su Chen looked confident, and instantly suppressed Qi's aura. Don't talk nonsense. See you on the field. Hurry up and say what you want. Simple, if I win, you will be a racing girl for my family later. Su Chen smiled. The people around let out a burst of laughter, and Qi's face was extremely ugly. There was nothing wrong with a racing girl originally, but to let a man be a racing girl for a child is typically not very harmful and extremely insulting. Qi gritted his teeth and said, no problem. But if you lose, you will go around the field 3 times for me, and yell that you are a fool. Qi, don't deceive people too much. Yan Bingxue said angrily. Su Chen turned back and patted Yan Bingshua's back as if to comfort him, Mom. Don't be angry, we don't need to be angry about this impossible thing, huh? Watch my performance later. He smiled charmingly, and then went to the back court to change his clothes and put on a helmet. This smile can be said to be fascinated by Yan Bingxue, and her always cold and arrogant face can't help but reveal a shy smile like a little daughter's. Home. Tuanchuan also clapped his hands and shouted excitedly, come on, Baba. The game has not yet started, and the surrounding boys and buddies are already full of anger. Snort. How could Su Chen be so maintained and liked by Yan Bingxue? Qi Yek must win. Don't let Su Chen steal the limelight. Come on, young Master Qi. Yu Jinyu shouted in the crowd. Over there, Su Chen and Qi Yi had already changed their clothes and put on professional helmets. Su Chen shook his head, wrists and ankles from side to side, and did a simple warm-up exercise. Not to mention, although he was wearing a helmet and a professional cart uniform, Qi Yi and Su Chen stood together. Obviously Su Chen is even more handsome and tall, eye-catching. Well, Baba is so handsome. Come on, Baba, I want to take the first place. Tuanchuan's face flushed with excitement, and he squeezed his fists with both hands to cheer Su Chen on the field. The buddies around, who were caught by Su Chen's handsomeness, did not react until they heard the voice. They looked back embarrassedly and shouted along with Yu Jinyu, come on, young Master Qi. You are professional. Take the first place. We sit back and watch the show. Tuanchuan was alone and weak. Hearing so many people cheering for Qi Yi, the little girl stomped her feet in anger, took her brother's hand and said, "Giggle. They are so bad. You help me cheer on Baba, we louder than them." Lei was originally looking at Su Chen, but when she heard this sentence, she immediately retracted her gaze in fright, and there was a hint of shyness and panic on her little face. What is there to compare to? Racing is based on their strength, not louder. Then whoever cheers. Lei said solemnly. Tuanchuan pouted, with a round smiling face, but their voices are so loud that Baba can't hear us cheering him on. Baba goes to the game, we have to cheer him on. The little girl looked serious. Lei looked at her sister, unable to refute. The people next to him were still shouting, Qi Yi, come on. Lei was also very angry. He remembered the bad uncle on the field. He raced very well. He seemed to have won an award. Will Su Chen win him? Su Chen seems to be able to do everything. He can win those weird uncles by his mother's side every time. This time, he should be able to do it, right? Lei was anxious, and Tuanchuan was chatting beside him again, so he could only shout helplessly, okay, I'll shout with you. Tuanchuan smiled happily, took his brother's hand and said, then let's cheer for Baba. I count 1, 2, 3, and then we shout Baba, come on. Oh. 1, 2, 3. Baba, come on. Baba, come on. Lei's small voice was almost drowned in her sister's voice. Tuanchuan looked back at Lei sadly, giggle, your voice is too low, Baba can't hear it. Lei blinked and pursed her lips in a guilty conscience. Is he embarrassed to shout so loudly? Su Chen will hear. Oh, giggling Baba is about to get in the car. Hurry up, Tuanchuan dragged him and said coquettishly. Once again. Lei looked at the arena over there. Su Chen had already chosen a car. Unlike Qi Yi's choice, Su Chen swept his eyes across the field and directly chose one of the best performing cars to leave past. In his eyes, these cars are like beautiful women who have taken off their clothes. They can see through them at a glance. Looking around, the two of them got into the car and parked outside the starting line. The game is about to start, and the cheering noise over there has gradually subsided. At this time, Tuanchuan's two small hands make a trumpet shape and put it on his mouth. Then shouted loudly. 1, 2, 3. Baba, come on. Come on, Baba. Lei tried her best, clenching her fists with both hands, and shouted loudly with her eyes closed. Who knew that the voice over there completely stopped at this time, so the cheering of the two children was especially obvious on the field. The little milky voice of the 3-year-old child seemed to have magical power. Su Chen looked here, raised his hand and waved at Tuanchuan Lele. All of a sudden, Lele's face instantly blushed, her body reacted faster than her brain, and she hid behind her mother, daring to look at Su Chen at all. Yan Bingxue touched her son's little head, holding her daughter in one hand, cheering Su Chen on with her eyes. Su Chen was full of confidence, and the support from his wife and children was even more effective than stimulants. Buzzing, the modified adult card engine made a roar similar to that of a racing car. The referee had already started to wave the flag, and the spectators outside the stadium were all quiet. Yu Jinyu shouted in his heart, "Su Chen, you must lose very badly today." Yan Bingxue held Tuan Tuan with one hand and Lele with the other, and there were fine beads of sweat in her palms. She believed that Su Chen would definitely win. Although Qi Yi is a professional player, Su Chen is best at creating miracles. Since the day she reunited with him, Yan Bingxue has witnessed so many incredible things from him. She knows that her man is the best. Come on. The flag fell, and the two racing cars rushed out almost at the same time, but anyone who knew it could see that Su Chen was already one step ahead when he started. Qi Ye's heart trembled slightly. What happened? Su Chen started faster than him. He is a professional level, how could Su Chen be? Could it be that Su Chen is a real professional player? But in the racing circle, I have never heard of this name. Qi didn't dare to underestimate the enemy any longer, and devoted himself to the race. The distance between the two of them is only about 10 centimeters. The average person can't see it. Drifted. Before he set off, he kept an eye on it. He was occupying the inner track, and he obviously had a greater advantage in the corners. He did not believe that Su Chen could beat him in the drifting of the corners. Su Chen has his own judgment in his heart. He is on the outer lane now, and it is not impossible to overtake the inner lane, but now is obviously not the time. Most people will think that the inner curve has more advantages, but in fact, the acceleration distance after the outer curve drifting is longer, and it is not safe to overtake in the corner drifting. In the process of accelerating out of the corner, overtake the opponent and widen the distance between the two. The first corner was just around the corner, and the eyes and hearts of the audience followed the two cars. Yan Bingxue silently shouted cheers in her heart, but in fact her fingers could not help shaking slightly. She doesn't care about winning or losing, but she needs Su Chen to be absolutely safe. The sound of two brakes suddenly sounded, and the friction caused by the drifting of the two cars on the field was heartwarming. The corner of Qi Ye's mouth slowly raised, everything was as he expected, the drift of the inner road was more direct, and he had already overtaken Su Chen's car in the corner. But in the next second, something unexpected happened. He obviously fell behind in the drifting start after the corner. Su Chen's car rushed past like an arrow from the string without slowing down at all, and instantly came to the front of his inner lane. He had to brake immediately to change lanes. Damn it! The first corner was thrown away by Su Chen. Su Chen tilted his head slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is the first step to widen the distance. In the next 3 corners, he wants to let Qi Yi know the real gap between the half-ass racers and the professional racers. Qi Yi also discovered the advantage of cornering on the outside road. He still has a lot of research on racing. Once he grasps the key points, he must not be wrong this time. So right after the second corner, he has to learn Su Chen. But Su Chen is not him, so naturally he won't give him this chance. Seeing that he was about to enter the corner, Su Chen was originally in the lane but suddenly changed lanes near the corner, and adrift through the rear of the car out. Qi Yi, who followed closely behind, instinctively stepped on the brakes, but this deceleration made him unable to even drift. Oi! Baba is so handsome. The group cheered loudly. On the field, Su Chen's car had already opened the distance from Qi Yi. Qi Yi ordered to hammer a steering wheel, but he was in a good mood, and immediately started to catch up, but the distance was already widened, and to catch up, he could only pursue the ultimate speed. Turbo is the only way now. The karts here are all modified versions that can match the racing car, which is not difficult to do, but its flaw is that each race is only 30 seconds, he has to be in 30 seconds overtake Su Chen within. And the extreme speed is definitely risky. The track here is not long enough. If he can't surpass it before the corner, then when the corner is reached, the extreme speed is likely to make him fly off the track. Although the protection around the kart was guaranteed, he was definitely not injured, but once he got off the track, the race was over. Qi didn't struggle for too long, because he ran out of time. He must win. This is a battle that blocked his dignity. Everyone outside the stadium saw that Qi Ye's speed suddenly increased. Of course, Su Chen also noticed it, and he frowned slightly. It's not that I'm nervous, I just feel that using turbo in this kind of track and karting competition, Qi Yi is really doing anything to win. That being the case, let him lose even more ugly. Su Chen raised the speed by 1 gear, but at the turbo speed, the distance between the two was getting smaller and smaller. At this speed, there are still 20 seconds left in the corner, which is enough time. There was a smile on the corner of Su Chen's mouth, like fishing. When Qi Yi was about to catch up, he speeded up, and when Qi Yi fell, he slowed down, as if waiting for the other party. Qi Yi's head was covered in sweat. Others couldn't understand Su Chen's operation, but he knew very well in his heart. The opponent wanted to force him to keep going at a high speed. Unless he gave up on his own before the corner, he would only end up flying out. Damn, this Su Chen humiliated him like this. Qi Yi raised his head, and couldn't care less about it. The big deal was that the fish died and the net was broken. Qi Yi suddenly changed lanes, the car came to the back of the inner lane, and rushed straight towards Su Chen's car in front. The referee over there urgently whistled and waved chess, but Qi Yi was indifferent. Su Chen became serious and had to give way to the inner lane. The two cars were almost in the same state. The curve was approaching. At this speed, Qi Yi would definitely rush out, but Su Chen, who followed closely behind, would definitely hit the road. His car. This Qi Yi is really a dog. If you can't win by yourself, you want to die together? Su Chen's heart moved, and he looked at the track with all his attention. Before the corner, Qi Yi rushed out with a smile. The car slammed into the tire guardrail next to him. The violent impact made him dizzy for a while, but the next collision he expected did not come. Because Su Chen drifted and stopped the car sideways. Gone. Su Chen actually stopped the car. Su Chen stopped smoothly. Then he started steadily under Qi Yi's shocked eyes and continued to drive towards the finish line. Qi Yi wanted to chase again, but not only was his reaction slow, but the situation of the car was no longer allowed. He got out of the car, stood on the field and cursed, "Su Chen, your uncle." The whistle and cheers sounded instantly, and Su Chen's car had stopped steadily at the end. Those second-generation ancestors who cheered for Qi Yi and waited to watch Su Chen's jokes, after seeing such an exciting game, they forgot their position for a while and couldn't help but cheer up for Su Chen's various performances. On the field. Palm. Amidst the applause, Tuanchuan quickly ran towards Su Chen, jumped to start. Su Chen grabbed his daughter with both hands, and instantly picked up his daughter. Tuanchuan blew a kiss on Su Chen's helmet, and his smiling almond eyes turned into crescents. Baba is great. Baba is number one. I knew Baba would win. I'm the most tired of Baba. I'm so happy. Hoo hoo hoo. Lele also looked at Su Chen excitedly, with an excited smile on his face. Yan Bingxue walked to Su Chen, holding pure water and a towel in her hands. When Su Chen took off her helmet, she immediately took it and said with admiration, "Dad, you are awesome." Su Chen's greatness is obvious to all. How can he make such a timely parking action under the opponent's obviously illegal operation just now? Such calmness and courage is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. The second-generation ancestors over there also gathered around, changed their attitude just now, and gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Mr. Su, your racing level is too high. You are a professional player. It's so handsome, I almost thought I was in a professional F1 race. Mr. Su, your performance is textbook level. Let's not talk about the emergency stop. Mr. Su's first two cornering maneuvers are also amazing. I just learned today that the drifting of the corners is so handsome, and the speed of the outsider can be increased so fast. Mr. Su, you are really awesome. It's gone. In the face of everyone's praise, Su Chen just smiled gracefully. The car god that his system seals, of course, is worthy of the name. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue, and when he saw the other party looking at him with admiration, he felt very happy. It's so cool to be seen by the child's mother like this. The big man's heart burst instantly. Qi stood in the corner with a sullen face. The stadium personnel were discussing compensation with him. He said irritably, "How much money is charged directly to my account? Can't my Qi family pay for it? Go away." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Su Chen over there, and squeezed his fist angrily, but this time he didn't rush up, but turned around and wanted to sneak away. However, this scene did not escape Su Chen's eyes. He suddenly said loudly, "Young Master Qi is in such a hurry to change clothes at the back? Does the girl's clothes fit Mr. Qi's size? Boss, why don't you help him find it?" Chant. If you lose, you want to escape. How can it be so easy? Everyone looked over, and Qi Yi, who originally wanted to run, dared to leave. Now, losing is already shameful enough, but in such a disgraceful way, if he runs away again at this time, then he will be shameless in the circle in the future. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and tug at the corners of his mouth. "Don't bother, Mr. Laosu, I'll change clothes now." Su Chen smiled and patted Tuanchuan's head, and said softly, "Then let's go too. Change clothes too, we'll be racing drivers later." Tuanchuan jumped down from Baba's arms happily, took Lele's little hand, and said, "Giggle, come with me, we will compete later, just like Baba just now." A few minutes later, Tuan and Lele changed into their racing suits. Tuan was wearing the pink helmet just now. Lele chose a red one. He thought it was cool. "Baba, is Tuanchuan good looking?" The little girl immediately came over to ask for compliments. Su Chen smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Good looking, my family is the best looking." Lele followed behind, a pair of beautiful big eyes looked at Su Chen silently. and expectantly, through the transparent baffle of the helmet. Suchin remembered that his son had just cheered for him, and couldn't help laughing even more happily, and took the initiative to say, "My family Lele is really super handsome in this outfit. I'll cheer with my sister later." Lele was instantly elated. Although she tried her best to hide her smile, she couldn't hide the brilliance of those eyes for a moment. "Baba, cheer him on." Everyone waited for another 5 minutes, and Chi Yi hadn't come out yet. Could it be that young Master Chi escaped? Someone in the crowd said. I rely on. Look at you. Wow, ha ha ha, young Master Chi, you are really. There was a burst of laughter in the crowd, and Su Chen's family also looked over. I saw Chi Yi changed into a cool little skirt the short top could not cover. The round belly with a whole piece of abs, and the skirt on the lower body was matched with the thick leg hair, which was too inconsistent. But fortunately, Chi Yi's facial features are still pretty, and he doesn't look so disgusting. Tuanchuan couldn't help snickering, and whispered, "Baba, this uncle actually wears a girl's skirt, so funny." Lele said solemnly from the side, "Tuanchuan, don't look at it. Boys wearing girls' skirts are perverted." As the so-called Tong Yen Wu Ji, the children's words will of course not be regarded as ridicule by adults, but everyone will find it funny. However, Suchin said seriously when he heard his son's words, "Lele, you can't say that, everyone has different choices, some brothers like to wear skirts, but that's their choice, it doesn't necessarily mean they're perverts." "Oh. But if it's because Shumi wears a skirt, then you must stay away, you know?" Lele nodded knowingly, and said with some doubts, "But this uncle looks like a weirdo." The little guy's naive words made everyone laugh again, and Chi Yi over there was going crazy. "But if you make a bet, you have to walk over on your knees." Tuanchuan, Lele, and a few other children drove a children's go-kart together. This was not a competition, it was purely entertainment. Because they were all children, the atmosphere on the field was harmonious, except Chi Yi, who was twisting stiffly in a skirt. Many people were taking pictures with their mobile phones. Yan Bingxue couldn't help but smile when she saw Chi Yi's deflated appearance on the field. But when she raised her head again, it suddenly became dark in front of her. Su Chen's hand was in front of her. A smiling and somewhat domineering voice sounded in my ears, "Mom, don't look at pictures that are not suitable for girls, he's wearing too revealing, let's see no evil." Yan Bingshua's heart moved, and fireworks seemed to ignite instantly in her mind. Suchin didn't let her look at Chi Yi, was she jealous? He didn't want her to see other men wearing less clothes. It must be so. So, he likes himself too, right? Yan Bingxue turned her head, her eyes were as bright as stars, she said with a slight smile, "Okay, then I only look at you. I only see you. This little girl is too sultry, right?" Su Chen's heart is very sweet. Since hearing Yan Bingshua's public confession at dinner just now, he has completely let go of his doubts. Now that the two of them already have children, and they both have a crush on each other, what else is there to grind? Go back tonight and push down the child's mother. He had some scruples a few days ago, so he endured it again and again. Thinking of the scene where he was pushed down more than 3 years ago, Su Chen felt that he was at a loss, so this time, he, the big man, must take the initiative. How did Yan Bingxue treat him back then, how can he return it now? The first step is to be a perfect and handsome Waldong, and the second step is to knock it down. Ha ha. The children drove a lap and it ended perfectly. The boss personally walked Over with the helmets selected by Tuanchuan and Lele. Sir, your game just now was really exciting. As a venue for an informal game, we have nothing to reward. I saw the 2 helmets. Your child likes them. Why? Don't you take them back as a small trophy? Bar. If so, then thank you, boss. Suchin smiled. Tuanchuan and Lele got Sunny's helmet, which was a prize won by Baba, so they danced with joy. A group of people gathered around again, wanting to ask Suchin about racing skills. Brother son, no one doesn't like handsome racing games. Yu Jinyu clenched his fists angrily in the crowd, watching Suchin being sought after. He was very unconvinced. Chi Yi is really a piece of shit. I really don't know how he got the 3rd place before. Shouldn't it be bragging? Even an amateur Suchin can't compare. It seems that to make Suchin embarrassed, he still has to come in person. He is not Chi Ye's kind of straw bag embroidered pillow. The field he is good at is a real man. A group of people walked out of the racing area talking and laughing. Yu Jinyu intentionally led the way and brought everyone to the shooting range. As soon as he entered the door, the sound of the system in Suchen's mind rang again. Ding! Congratulations to the host and his son and daughter for punching in the shooting range, rewarding the host's gun god skills, which can be activated with 1 key in 5 seconds. The system is really powerful, ha ha ha. Suchen's heart was overturned. Activate skills. God of cooking, God of car, God of guns, I really don't know what kind of surprises Xiao Tuanchuan and Xiao Lele will bring him. As soon as Yu Jinyu entered the shooting range, he immediately became arrogant as if he had come to his home court. Seeing that everyone was still discussing the racing car just now, he sneered. Young masters, racing is just a trick to be handsome and eye-catching. What's there to be proud of? Real men, that's talking with a gun. Since Mr. Su is so powerful, he must have good spear skills? Why don't we compare? Chi Yi had already changed into his clothes, and followed the crowd in dismay. The people around him kept a distance from him. All of this was because of Su Chen. He wanted to see Su Chen humiliated the most, and he wanted Su Chen to be disgraced like him. Therefore, he immediately said, Mr. Su has just defeated me, but he is really powerful, and he will definitely not dare to fight now, right? He didn't believe that Su Chen was a decathlete. Yu Jinyu's second uncle is a retired Special Forces soldier. He followed his second uncle since he was a child. If Su Chen were to compare with him, he would be humiliating himself. Yan Bingxue knew about Yu Jinyu, and suddenly said with an ugly face, Yu Jinyu, Chi Yi, have you two had enough trouble? Yu Jinyu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Bingxue, don't be angry. I don't want everyone to know more about Mr. Su. You are the goddess in our circle. If Mr. Su wants to marry you, he must first get over us. Yan Bingxue looked at him indifferently, as if looking at an annoying dog's skin. Plaster, the man I chose needs to pass you this level? Yu Jinyu was speechless when he was blocked, and simply looked at Su Chen, if you are a man, don't always hide behind women. Better than shooting, do you dare? Su Chen chuckled, staring at his cheeks with the tip of his tongue, and said, Mr. Yu, right? If you are jealous of my wife's defense of me, just say it straight. There is no need to be sour, and everyone is not stupid. Okay, you're better than shooting, then I'll still say that the game can be played, but the lottery can't be less. These people want him to make a fool of himself, then he will let them know who is the real clown. Chi Yi has already suffered his own consequences, this Yu Jinyu still dares to Come, then let him be the laughing-stock of the aristocratic circle, like Qi Yi. Yu Jingyu was a little hesitant when he thought of Qi Ye's appearance, just now. But he still didn't believe that Su Chen was really so powerful that he could beat him, an apprentice trained by a retired Special Forces soldier. Moreover, this is the only chance to pull back a game in front of Yan Bingxue. He will let Yan Bingxue know who is the real man. Who has the strength to protect her and her two children. Okay, what do you want? Su Chen looked at Yu Jingyu, but did not answer immediately. Many people in the crowd booed. Wear women's clothes. Wear women's clothes. It's boring to wear women's clothes. Whoever loses will kneel down and call Dad. More exciting, haha. I have a good idea. Those who lose will go to the venue and say they are incompetent in public. We will make a video and keep it. They were all bad moves, and it could be heard that Yu Jingyu wanted to hit someone. He glared at Su Chen over there. Say it. Su Chen, what do you want? Is it possible that you want me to wear women's clothes too? Su Chen smiled, looked up and said firmly, I'm not interested in looking at your women's clothes. You look much scarier than young Master Qi. What I want is to make a video in public if you lose. I wish my wife and I a happy wedding and 100 years of marriage. From now on, when you see my wife, you have to take a detour. Once again, my wife is yours. Goddess, think of her. You are a grandson. The sons and brothers who were still booing just now all quieted down. Someone in the crowd whispered, damn, beautiful. This trick to convince people with morality is really beautiful. Although the color head is not as exciting and interesting as before, if Yu Jingyu really loses, it will be a shame. High, it's too high. Yu Jingyu's face was very ugly. He gritted his teeth and accepted the prize. Okay, I agree, because I can't lose at all. Su Chen, what I want is for you to get away from Bingxue. I want you to divorce her and stop harassing her and her two children. Su Chen's expression changed, and his eyes swept coldly towards Yu Jingyu over there. No way. Su Chen, what do you mean? Yu Jingyu frowned. You dare not? Winning you is a 100% sure thing, but I will never take my wife and child's betting head. Su Chen said firmly. Tuanchuan and Lei were still young and didn't quite understand the affection in Su Chen's words, but Yan Bingxue did. She looked at Su Chen with moving eyes. At this moment, she felt that her man was really handsome. In the end, I still don't dare. Since you think you can win 100%, why don't you dare to gamble on this? It's nothing more than the fear of losing and having nothing. Yu Jingyu sneered. Su Chen glanced at him, his eyes full of contempt, shook his head and said, it's really difficult for a person like you to understand my words. You just want to win a game. If I lose, you can do whatever you want. It's just that you want me to use my children and my wife as the lottery. I will never agree. Yu Jingyu was very annoyed. As soon as Su Chen said these words, he instantly appeared to be taller, and when he looked at Yang Bingshua's eyes, he simply fell in love with him. Annoying. Okay, then I'll change it. You just graduated, right? Then if you lose, come to my company to clean the toilet for half a year, and you have to be full time. This wave of operations is insulting enough. Not only did Su Chen have to clean the toilet, but in his company, he was allowed to be humiliated within half a year, and no matter how firm his willpower was, he could not bear it. Yan Bingxue was not happy when she heard it. Yu Jingyu, Su Chen is now Working in Chao Fan Group and Dragon Academy of Sciences. He went to your company for a low job. Are you sure you can afford it? I'm willing to admit defeat, Bing Xue, since Suchen doesn't agree with the first item I said, then this one can't be discussed. Suchen, tell it yourself. Do you dare to gamble? Suchen gently squeezed Yan Bingshue's boneless little hand, and said softly, it's okay, let's bet with him, I won't lose. Yan Bingxue wanted to say more, but when she saw Suchen's gentle eyes, she nodded. Okay, then come on. Come on, Baba, you will definitely take the first place, Tuanchuan said while clenching his fists. This time, Lele also took the initiative to say, Dad, let him know how good you are, come on. Suchen glanced at his son in surprise. Not bad, there is progress. Yeah, with your mother-in-law's support, I wouldn't dare to step down unless I win a grand slam, Suchen said with a smile. Yu Jinyu over there sneered, grand slam, hee Suchen, the shooting range. Here's with real guns, not a game of shooting birds with a toy gun in your backyard. Suchen was too lazy to pay attention to him, so he went to change his shoes. The indoor shooting range is mainly based on pistol shooting competitions. This is convenient and fast, does not have high requirements for the venue. And there are no special requirements for clothing. You only need to put on professional shoes, which will have better grip. In addition to Su Chen and Yu Jinyu, several other young masters also participated in this project. Men love to play with guns. The first item is a 10-meter air pistol with 10 rounds of rapid fire. According to international standards, it should be 60 rounds. The increase in the number can reduce the probability of error, but for a game like theirs, the 120-minute game time is too long. The 10 rounds are short, but they require higher accuracy, and the error of one round has a great impact on the results. Suchen put on a good posture, and the field became lively in an instant. Suchen's posture doesn't look easy. It's on a par with Yu Jinyu, who is guided by the special forces next to him. Yu Jinyu tilted his head and glanced at Suchen, and said with a sneer, it's useless to pose handsomely, the focus is on the grades, Suchen, don't miss the target, it would be too embarrassing. Listen to yourself, Suchen said without looking sideways. The referee gave an order and everyone started shooting. There was silence for a while on the field, and the few people who weren't very good at playing fired 2 shots and then put it down. They couldn't stand the recoil, and the tiger's mouth was numb. The players who retired also returned to the auditorium and couldn't help sighing, damn, what kind of monsters are they too, don't your hands hurt? Suchen's speed is so fast, even faster than young Master Yu, doesn't he need to aim? Could it be that he's just playing blindly? With 10 bullets, Suchen ended the battle within 15 seconds. When he put down the gun, Yu Jinyu had 4 bullets left, so he couldn't help but feel anxious. But he didn't dare to go too fast, because the pursuit of speed would reduce the accuracy. So he could only bite the bullet and stare at the pressure and continue to aim and shoot, but Suchen's departure still gave him a lot of pressure, and the last shot was off, and I don't know if it was still within the 10th ring. But putting down the gun, Yu Jinyu still has a bottom line. Suchen ended so quickly, most of the time he was playing blindly. The players who have fired the shot have returned to the stage to see the results. Haha, young master son, you are too rude, you didn't hit the target with 2 shots. Su Shao, you are laughing at 100 steps and 50 steps. You hit the first ring with 1 shot with 3 shots. Oh, Lin Xiao's grades are good, the 3 shots actually add up to 10 rings. And there is a 5-ring result. I lost. The majors are different. Come and see the results of the young masters, 100 rings. Eugenio smiled and waved his hands, smashing his lips and saying, "Tisk, it's a pity, the last shot made a small mistake and missed a little, but it's still in the 10th ring. I can barely be satisfied with this result. Young master, your requirements for yourself are too high. It's all successful, and you're just barely satisfied. Of course, my uncle can hit the center every shot, and the deviation is less than a millimeter. Although my score is a perfect score, but compared with my uncle, there is still a lot of room for improvement." Eugenio said so, but his face was full of pride. Everyone gathered around to watch the grades, only Su Chen was not in a hurry. And Yan Bingxue and the other two children were chatting and laughing, as if they didn't care about their grades at all. Yan Bingxue couldn't help but ask, "Dad, won't you go and see the results?" Su Chen smiled mysteriously. "Don't look at it, your husband," I ejaculated very accurately. There is nothing wrong with these words in context, but Su Chen's tone was deliberately subtle when he said it, and Yan Bingxue's face suddenly turned red. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of exclamation from the crowd over there. "I'm going, what's the situation? Why is there only one bullet hole on Su Chen's target? Haha, could it be that all 9 bullets missed the target? No wonder he ended so quickly. I'll just say, Su Chen is definitely no match for our professional Yu Dashao." The young master who was at the front watching Su Chen's results said suspiciously, "No, it shouldn't be." "What?" the person who couldn't see behind asked. "Can you see it?" "You can't. Let young master you see it." "I'll see. There's only one bullet hole in the center of the 10 rings, and I can't find any other bullet holes." "Hey, the score is 100 rings? Hiss. Shouldn't it be?" The crowd seemed to be silent for a few seconds, and suddenly there was a burst of exclamations. "Damn it. This is really a gun god. 10 bullets hit a bullet hole in the center of the 10 ring. What a godlike operation. I kneel down to the great god. Mr. Su, please take my knee. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to see my grades. Su Guanshan's skills are too good." When Eugenio heard these words, his face changed greatly. He squeezed into the crowd at once, pushed the person in the front away, and went to verify in person. "But the truth is in front of us, everyone can see it." Yan Bingxue also heard it and looked at Su Chen in surprise. Su Chen smiled lightly. "Mom, why are you so surprised? Didn't I say it all? I will win." Yan Bingxue's eyes were excited and anxious. She pulled Su Chen's sleeve and said, "Dad, you are really awesome." Eugenio rushed out of the crowd, pointed at Su Chen and said, "Su Chen, you are cheating." Su Chen looked at him like a fool. "Eugenio, if you lose, say I cheated? Everything here is provided by the venue owner, how can I cheat?" "Impossible. You can't have this kind of achievement, even my second uncle can't do it," Eugenio shouted. Su Chen smiled and said, "Hee, didn't your second uncle teach you? There are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside the people." "Nonsense, Su Chen, why do you compare yourself to a professional special forces soldier?" "I'm not comparing with the special forces, I'm just comparing with you." "You? Okay, come again. Change the moving target this time," Eugenio said. Reluctantly, Su Chen walked directly to the arena. This time, the amateur players are all sitting in the audience watching the show. This time the game was still 10 quick shots of the pistol, but the distance was pulled to 25 meters, and the moving target was also changed, which instantly increased the difficulty a lot. Yao Yue Ye raised his vigilance and instantly entered a state of preparation. Su Chen still looked like a light cloud and wind, and even turned around and winked at Yan Bingxue. At the beginning of the game, Su Chen stopped joking. In addition to the accuracy, this time the game was loaded with bullets. The referee gave an order, and the two quickly moved their hands. From the speed of loading bullets, Su Chen was already a bit faster. Yao Yue Ye felt the pressure, but had to remain calm. The moving target was harder than before, and he had to go all out. The target passed in front of the two of them, with Su Chen in front and Yao Yue Ye in the back. When 10 bullets were fired, Yao Yue Ye knew he had lost as soon as he entered. He really saw it. Su Chen. Simply a pervert. Every target in front of him is in the middle of the 10 rings. When the results came out, Yao Yue Ye was no longer able to look at it. When he got off the field, he was slumped, like a defeated rooster. However, this did not affect the enthusiasm of the audience at all, and everyone rushed to see the results. Damn it! Gun God Su has 100 rings again, and they all hit the bullseye. That's awesome. The moving target can also hit 100%. This is a godlike operation. Kneel down. Kneel down to the gun god. Young master, you really lost this time, he only has 82 rings. Yao Yue Ye looked at Su Chen. Although he was not convinced, he had to say, Su Chen, I lost. Su Chen smiled, as expected. That self-confidence and indifference instantly made Yao Yue Ye's shoulders drop another degree. After hearing the results, Lei reacted faster than Tuan Tuan this time, and stood up and shouted, Baba first place, Baba is super. Tuanchuan is not sensitive to shooting competitions, but the boy Lei values it very much. Dad is now the strongest existence in his heart. I can make big mechas and have first-class racing cars. I didn't expect guns to be so powerful. It's so awesome. The group happily clapped their hands and cheered with their brother, Baba. Won again. The eyes of all the sons and buddies looking at Su Chen have completely changed, and now Su Chen is like a god in their hearts. In the crowd, Jiang Hui couldn't help but say, I said earlier, Su Chen is not an ordinary person. You don't believe it, now you can see the strength of others. These words came out of Jiang Hui's mouth. Everyone really admires Su Chen. Everyone knows that Jiang Hui is also one of Yan Bingshua's suitors. Shen Su is really a decathlete, no wonder she can win Miss Yan's favor. You two really match up, I'm convinced. I wish Su Shen and Yan Zong a good relationship for 100 years. The two of you are simply a powerful alliance, just like Zhong Hai, no, the mythical couple in the business circle of Longhua. In the sound of blessings, Su Chen took Yan Bingshua's hand, and Tuanchuan and Lei also gathered around, Tuanchuan holding his father, Lei holding his mother, a family of 4, extremely happy. Yao Yue Ye came out in a slump and fulfilled his promise, and this video was also kept forever by everyone. After that, he left the stage in dismay, because he could no longer appear on the same occasion as Yan Bingxue. Qi Yi also felt embarrassed to stay, so he sneaked away. Without them, the atmosphere in the second half was much more relaxed. Su Chen took his wife and children to play around in the villa before ending today's party. Yan family. Tang Shuyun was holding the phone and playing silly. On the mobile phone, it is the video recording in the leisure club tonight. She participated in the son-in-law's counterattack throughout the video. I have to say, her son-in-law is really a wonderful wife. This is simply a decathlon that can do everything. That car race was so handsome. She couldn't help but feel her blood boil. Come on. Come on, son-in-law. This Chi Yi is too bad, he actually wants to harm my son-in-law. Too much. No. I have to blow the pillow with Lao Yen, tidy up the house, and vent my son-in-law. Haha, the son-in-law is really awesome. Chi Yi is too funny to wear a skirt. Ha ha ha. Yan Jinwei pushed open the door and came in, and at a glance he saw his wife looking silly at the phone. What are you looking at? How can you be so happy? When Tang Shiyun heard her husband's voice, she immediately turned off her phone, but thinking of her son-in-law's performance just now, she was 120% satisfied with Su Chen's son-in-law. Anyway, the son-in-law and the daughter have already obtained the license to get married, and this son-in-law is going to be fixed. Let's find out what this old man is saying. Tang Shiyun put away the phone, walked over, and said with a smile, Old Yen. Let me ask you something. What's the matter? Looking at his wife's sly expression, Yan Jinwei always felt that something was wrong. Lao Yen, if one day, our daughter has a sweetheart, what will happen to you? Tang Shiyun didn't dare to directly talk about the marriage between her daughter and Su Chen, so she could only reveal a little bit. After all, her old man has a very weird temper, stubborn and awkward, and it would be bad if he scares his son-in-law, so she has to help her daughter and son-in-law to talk about it first. When Yan Jinwei heard this, he frowned and asked, Sweetheart? Male or female? Tang Shiyun covered her mouth and laughed. Jiao glared at him, of course it's a man. No wonder the old couple thought so much. Like Tang Shiyun, Yan Jinwei had always suspected his daughter's sexual orientation. In recent years, she has been surrounded by all women of the same color, and there is no one of the opposite sex. He arranged a blind date for her, and she ignored it, cheating on the past and leaving on the spot. It is really suspicious. So now that Tang Shiyun said it himself, Yan Jinwei still couldn't believe it, and asked, Are you sure you're a man? Not a male kitten, dog, small animal? No, you tell me directly that you are really human? What am I doing? Do you think I am a little more convincing when you say that small animals are better than people? Stinky old man, what are you talking about? It's a human, and a proper man. A tough guy. Yan Jinwei's face was full of shock, and he couldn't help but quickly walked up the room. After a while, he put his hands behind his back and looked at Tang Shiyun excitedly and said, What's going on? Tell me directly, did your daughter tell you something? When Tang Shiyun saw the reaction of the child's father, she felt confident. He is happy. In this way, I will definitely not object to the affairs of the son-in-law and daughter. So, Tang Shiyun revealed another point, my daughter didn't tell me anything. But I still know. Daughter didn't say what do you know? Guess. Yan Jinwei said. Disappointedly. He thought it was his daughter who said it herself. Unless Yan Bingxue personally admits this kind of thing, he will never believe it. After all, over the years, her daughter's attitude towards love and marriage has been too firm. As a father, he has a feeling that his daughter will be single for a lifetime and raise 2 children by herself. Of course I have my way, you don't understand, but I'm 100% sure about this. Because, I have evidence, Tang Shiyun said mysteriously. Yan Jinwei immediately came over, what evidence? Do you want to see it? Tang Shiyun asked with a smile. Yan Zhenwei retreated again, cleared his throat and said he didn't want to. But he was thinking about his daughter's lifelong event, so he rarely put down his old face and leaned over. Look at it, I want to see it, it's all right. Quickly bring it to me to see. Tang Shiyun couldn't help laughing when she saw him deflated. She took out her phone, reopened the video just now, and watched it with Yan Zhenwei. When he saw Su Chen for the first time, Yan Zhenwei was stunned. Why is this man so similar to their family Lele? Is it? No, if Tuanchuan Lele's father, he should have appeared long ago. Yan Zhenwei felt that her daughter probably liked this one, so she chose this one again. However, the appearance is really handsome, and it is also very suitable for standing with her daughter. Getting along with Tuanchuan Lele also seems to be quite harmonious. Standing together as a family, the overall feeling is very good. Seeing Qiyi provoke Su Chen, Yan Zhenwei couldn't help but darken his face. Whose family is this kid? From the Qi family. Tang Shiyun said quickly, it's too much for him to say that about our son-in-law. Yan Zhenwei snorted coldly, there is such a stupid pig-like boy from the Qi family, it seems that there is no need for cooperation in the future. Tang Shiyun bumped into him lightly, and said with a smile, hey, my old man is starting to protect his son-in-law? Yan Zhenwei glared at her and said, nonsense, I just can't stand my daughter being targeted like this outside. He is all for his daughter. Seeing that Su Chen won the game behind, Yan Zhenwei shouted, beautiful. This game is really exciting. Shuyun, what's the origin of this kid? He drives a racing car? Yan Zhenwei felt that Su Chen was so professional, he must be a racing driver. But this job is a little bit dangerous. My daughter will always worry about him in the future. Tang Shiyun smiled and said, it shouldn't be, I think he seems to be doing mecha research. She knows that Su Chen works in the mecha research department of Chaofan Group. Tang Shiyun knows her daughter, she will never arrange Su Chen to the mecha research department because of her relationship with Su Chen, it must be because Su Chen has such talents. Mecha research? This is quite suitable for our family, so why does he drive so well? I feel like he is a professional. Tang Shiyu covered her mouth with a smile and said, the children are excellent, don't interrupt, keep watching, he knows more than just racing cars. The two of them couldn't help laughing happily when they saw Tuanchuan Lele on the stage, and even more so when they saw Qi eat his own fruit. Yan Zhenwei also gave a thumbs up and said, this kid has a good luck, I really breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the Qi family's bastard being so embarrassed. I'm relieved. The two continued to look down, and seeing that they went to the shooting range again, Yan Zhenwei said in surprise, they are better than shooting? For Yan Zhenwei, racing is suitable for young people. He may have had this kind of dream before, but he has already passed that age. But shooting is different. As long as it is a man, no matter what age, he has a mysterious obsession with guns. If the son-in-law can shoot, that's a plus. Tang Shiyu laughed, I won't spoil it, you can see for yourself. The meaning of this is actually a spoiler, and the son-in-law will definitely. Yan Zhenwei looked down happily, but when he saw Yan Bingxue standing in front of Su Chen and angered Yu Zhenyu, he couldn't help but blacken his face. With his hands behind his back, the old man hummed unhappily, humph, don't watch it. What's wrong? Tang Shiyun felt inexplicable. Yan Zhenwei glanced at the phone and said with a dark face, look at what your daughter looks like. She is so protective of that kid, she has never been so kind to us. Tang Shiyun was instantly happy when she heard it. Smelly old man, why do you like to eat vinegar so much? It's fine if you say that you like to eat my vinegar, why do you even eat your son-in-law's vinegar? Daughter and son-in-law are in a good relationship, you can secretly have fun. Besides, what happened to the daughter protecting her son-in-law? I didn't know who said that the Qi family was a bastard. What? You don't care about the bastard of the Yu family? Tang Shiyun laughed. Yan Jinwei said angrily, of course I have to take care of it. I will definitely take care of the Yu family's account. But our daughter is too. What's too much? This doesn't mean that the two are in a good relationship. Do you still watch it? The latter part is wonderful. If you don't watch it, I'll watch it myself. I missed the wonderful part later. I won't let you go back. When Yan Jinwei heard this, his heart shrunk immediately. Look. He came over and continued to watch, seeing Su Chen's shooting results. Yan Jinwei smiled happily. Good boy, this shooting level is really good. I don't think the special forces are so accurate, this is simply a gun god. Yo, this is the first time I've heard such a high compliment from you. Lao Yan, it seems that you are very satisfied with our son-in-law, Tang Shuyan said happily. Yan Jinwei immediately became serious again, and snorted softly, I didn't say I was so satisfied, I just thought that as long as my daughter is willing to fall in love and get married, the other party will be fine. It's even better like this kind of overly excellent after all, my daughter is so good, it's worth everything. Shuyun, I think my daughter is very close to him. The two children are also good to him. I think they are making good progress. Should we meet each other? You pick a time, make an appointment with your daughter, and bring him home for dinner. When Yan Jinwei said this, it was equivalent to accepting Su Chen as his son-in-law. But Tang Shiyun didn't agree. Old Yan, my daughter hasn't told us about this yet. I got this video by myself. I think with our daughter's temperament, let's not make up our own minds. When Yan Jinwei thought about it, this was indeed the case. Yan Bingxue didn't take the initiative to bring people back. If they were too active, if they made their daughter unhappy, and they didn't fall in love or find a partner, it would be bad. Then what should we do? We have to wait until our daughter takes the initiative to see each other? Tang Shiyun smiled when she heard it, and said quite shyly, no need anyway. I have already met my son-in-law. Yan Jinwei frowned and said unhappily, have you seen it? When have you seen it? Have you and your daughter secretly met behind my back? Tang Shiyun twisted happily, shook her head and said, my daughter doesn't. No, I secretly went to see it myself. She told the story of going to the company that day to see Su Chen and Su Chen talking, and at the end she asked as if taking credit, how is it? Am I very smart? I didn't disturb my daughter, and I saw my son-in-law. Yan Jinwei rolled his eyes in disappointment. I've seen it too. And? Lao Yan, are you bragging? If I hadn't told you that you didn't even know about the existence of your son-in-law, how could you have seen it? Tang Shuyun didn't believe it. I just saw it. In the video just now, didn't I see it? Is this considered to be seen? Tang Shuyun shook her head helplessly. Yan Jinwei pouted and said, you've already seen it like that, so why don't you count me? After speaking, he put his hands behind his back, turned and walked out of the bedroom to the study. As soon as he entered, he closed the door immediately, and the expression on his face changed instantly. It was obvious that he was still an old and arrogant look just now, but now he is overjoyed. With his hands folded on his chest, he kept sitting and praying to the gods. And worshipping the Buddha, his face blooming with joy. Thank God, thank the gods and Buddhas in the sky, thank the ancestors of the Yen family. My daughter is finally willing to follow man. No, fell in love with a man and got married. The ancestors of the Yen family will come again. As you can see, I'm really not a sinner. My family Bingxue is finally willing to go out. I'm willing to fall in love, and it's still a man. It's not a woman, nor is it some kind of kitten, dog, or animal category. It's great, it's great. It's been 4 years since that child Bingxue came back with the pregnancy blood test form. I haven't let go of my heart. I have a good child, so many people like it. Why don't I want to get married after giving birth? Ancestors, I really thought that this child didn't like men, so he deliberately asked 2 children to come back to stop me and her mother's mouth by other scientific methods. But now everything is settled. I have a son-in-law. Ha ha ha. Ancestors, thank you for appearing. Yan Jinwei was talking to himself for a while, but he still felt ecstatic in his heart. If he didn't vent this emotion, I'm afraid he won't be able to sleep tonight. Thanks to the ancestors and the gods and Buddhas of the sky, why don't you share this good news with your old friends? The first person he thought of was Lao Gu, the Yen family, and the Gu family. They were really close friends. Yan Jinwei and Lao Gu are old friends. Tang Shuyun and Gu's mother are best friends, and Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusin are best friends. But they are all in their own way. Yan Jinwei and Lao Gu have their own little secrets, and the other 2 pairs of best friends can't share anything with their families. Yan Jinwei dialed the phone. He rubbed his hands excitedly, and the whole person trembled with excitement. Just put the phone on the table and turn it on. Lao Yan? Why did you call me so late? What's the matter with Shuyun again? Tisk, Lao Gu, why don't you expect me to order it? Yan Jinwei said. Isn't it wrong for me to watch the time? It's 9:30. You and Shuyun usually lie down at this moment. How can you pay attention to me? It's not a quarrel. What's the matter? Listen to your voice so excited. Look, it's a good thing to come. Well, a good thing, a great good thing. Yan Jinwei said cheerfully. Old Gu, I have a son-in-law. What? Your Bingxue is in love? This is really a good thing. No wonder you are so happy. Haha. Old Gu on the other end of the phone winked at his wife. In fact, he already knew about Yan Bingxue's marriage, and he told his wife that she told Tang Shuyun, but her wife told him that it should not be disclosed in advance, especially Lao Gu. She didn't take the initiative to say that Bingxue was assertive, and they didn't mention it, lest it be self-defeating. These days, Lao Gu has been choked up. I didn't expect Yan Jinwei to come to the door by himself now, haha. Yeah. Yan Jinwei didn't know anything about what was going on over there. So he said it on his own. His words were full of excitement and showing off. I just found out. My Bingxue kid is good at everything, but he is too assertive and doesn't like to talk about big things. It's very good. Although your ice and snow don't talk about it, but at least they do it. Look at my family Yusin. Don't mention Yusin, I feel uncomfortable. If she is half of your ice and snow, I will be satisfied. Lao Gu said. When Yan Jinwei heard this, he quickly said, Old Gu, don't worry about Yusin's affairs. Children and grandchildren will have their own children and grandchildren. It's useless for us to worry about children's affairs. Maybe one day, your family Yusin will also just like Bingxue. I will bring you a son-in-law directly. I hope so. It's a pity, my Yusen doesn't even have any friends of the opposite sex around, and all day long, I get together with the novels she reads. I always think that the object must be the domineering president in the novel, and I will read the rest. No. Lao Gu sighed. Yan Junwei's mouth was full of joy, but he also took care of his friend's mood, and said, "It's okay, old Gu, I will let Bingxue and Yusen stay in the future. The relationship between the two children is so good, maybe I see Bingxue and my family. The son-in-law is so loving, Yusen also wants to fall in love. If it doesn't work, let my son-in-law see if there is a suitable introduction." When Lao Gu heard this, he immediately understood. Lao Yan, listening to you, are you satisfied with your son-in-law? He knew about Yan Bingshua's certificate, but he didn't know who the other party was. But the old friend's tone was not easy to hear. Yan Junwei couldn't help laughing before he spoke, and there was a little more pride and bragging between his words. There was no way, he couldn't hide it. It's quite satisfactory, haha. You didn't go to their junior party tonight, did you? My son-in-law and daughter went with their 2 children. Oh, you don't know how noisy those young people are, watching them one by one. I'm not used to my son-in-law. It's a racing car and a shooting game. My son-in-law doesn't talk much, and he is the first in everything. Old Gu, you haven't seen it. That scene is so exciting. My son-in-law overtakes at the corner and brakes urgently. That's pretty professional. Racing drivers are at this level. There are also shooting competitions. You know that Lao Yu's family has a special forces soldier. As a result, the kid in the Yu family was speechless after being abused by my son-in-law. Ha ha ha, my son-in-law has 100 shots, and 10 bullets only have 1 bullet hole in the center of the 10 rings. Oh hey, I really don't dare to act like this on TV. Old Gu, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe that there are such outstanding juniors in this world. Ha ha ha. Yan Junwei's bragging is almost overflowing his phone. Lao Gu's mood is very complicated. He is envious and jealous, and at the same time is happy for his old friend, but what he wants most is to see this outstanding junior with his own eyes. Lao Yan, after hearing what you said, I want to meet your son-in-law. It's really rare to see such an outstanding junior. By the way, have you met your son-in-law? Yan Junwei was at a loss for words, but he quickly replied, I have seen it. Of course I have seen my son-in-law. Hee, I have seen it in the video, and I have seen it. Lao Gu was even more sour. Lao Yan, you are so lucky. Now that we have met, I see that your family's good things are coming soon. When you come back, you will be ready to drink wedding wine. Don't worry, for sure. What's the relationship between our 2 families? My Bingxue will definitely let Yusen be the bridesmaid, and you are also the guests. Hey, let your family, Bingxue, lead the bouquet to my family Yusen, and your son-in-law, please go back and tell me, and see if there is a suitable person to introduce my family Yusen, such an excellent person. The people around you must be great too. Yan Junwei was extremely satisfied, and said with a smile, okay. But, it's definitely not easy to find someone like my son-in-law, TSK, even I think he's 1 in 10,000. The 2 continued to chat. Most of the time, Yan Junwei was talking happily. When his excitement subsided, the 2 hung up the phone. Yan Junwei walked around the study with his cell phone. He felt that he had to meet his son-in-law as soon as possible. Such an excellent son-in-law, he can't let go. So be sure to see you early and hold on tight. Tomorrow. Just tomorrow. Going to see my son-in-law tomorrow. But how? I have it. Yan Zhenwei had a flash of inspiration and immediately laughed. At this time, the Suchen family was on their way home. After the party was long, Yan Bingxue asked Special Assistant Zhang to go back first. When he went home, Suchen drove the car, and Yan Bingxue sat in the co-pilot. Tuanchuan and Lei are sitting on the safety seat in the back, holding today's spoils in their hands, two beautiful and handsome helmets. The two were talking quietly. Tuanchuan looked at his helmet with great satisfaction and said, "Giggle don't. You think that Baba is super boring? He won the helmet for us and he also beat all the bad uncles away. Baba is the best." Lei looked at his helmet with joy, his face was full of smiles, he glanced at Suchen secretly, and silently agreed with his sister's words. Well, Baba is super awesome. However, he still can't completely forgive Baba. After all, Baba hasn't appeared in 3 years. Yan Bingxue and Suchen in front were also chatting. Yan Bingxue came out of the clubhouse with a worried look. She sat in the co-pilot and looked at Suchen over and over again, but hesitated several times. In the end, Suchen was helpless, turned his head and asked, "Mom, do you want to say something to me?" Yan Bingxue nodded. She has something to say. At the meeting today, they completely disclosed their relationship with each other. She also boldly expressed her intentions in public. Now the entire business circle of Zhonghai should know about her and Suchen's together, so even if my parents didn't come, they would definitely not be able to hide it. After all, there are so many people at the party, someone must have told them that there might be a live broadcast. I guess my parents already know that. Therefore, it was imminent to bring Suchen home. "Dad, when are you free? Come home with me." After Suchen heard this, without any hesitation, he said, "Okay. It's also time to meet my husband and mother-in-law. Then let's go tomorrow night, shall we?" "Okay." Suchen nodded. Seeing his simple answer, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you thinking about it?" Suchen smiled and said, "What's there to consider? We're already married, so it stands to reason that we should have seen our parents long ago." Yan Bingxue lowered her head slightly, the corners of her mouth raised slowly. Hearing Suchen said that they were married, she was really in a good mood. And this evening, after she mustered up the courage to speak her heart, she felt that Suchen's attitude towards her seemed to have changed a little, and the two became closer without realizing it. "If I knew that I could get his heart by confessing, I should have made it clear when I reunited with him on the first day. You're right, when you come home with me, let's ask the parents of the two families to come out for a meal. We got the certificate, but the wedding also has to be done. Don't worry, I'll have the proper procedure. There will be no less." When Suchen heard this, he always felt that something was not right. "Sure enough, I heard Yan Bingxue ask, we have both houses now, and my villa is in the same community. If you like the one you bought, then we will use this as a new house. If you want, if I go to the ceremony, I will redecorate my set and arrange it into a new house. We already have a car, so what else do we need for marriage? 3 golds. Right? If you like gold, I'll buy it for you. If you think gold is tacky, then let's get a new one, watches and the like. Okay, by the way, how much is the dowry gift on your side? According to the current market situation of Zhonghai, it is about 500,000 to 1 million. Can I give 2 million? Do you have any other customs over there? I don't know much about marriage. If you know, you can tell me in advance, and you can ask anything you want." Yan Bingxue said these words with sincerity. Suchin finally realized that something was wrong. Why does it sound like he is going to get married? His thoughts were pulled back many days ago, when he first saw Yan Bingxue in the Chao Fan group. She also directly said to herself, "Have you brought your ID card and household registration book? The Civil Affairs Bureau still has. We get off work in 2 hours. If we can, we will go to collect the certificate." These were the original words at the time, and Suchin still remembers it clearly. So now Yan Bingxue mentions marriage, and it looks like she wants to marry him. Suchin is not angry at all, but thinks that Yan Bingxue is real and cute. Suchin thought of these 2 times and couldn't help but laugh. Yan Bingxue was stunned for a moment, and looked at him with apricot eyes. Slightly, "What's wrong?" Suchin turned his head and said seriously, "Mom, think about it, is there something wrong with what you just said?" Yan Bingxue thought about it for a while, and felt that she should not have missed any etiquette, and shook her head with some doubts in her big eyes. "I can't imagine." Suchin said again, "Child's mother, it's me who married my wife, not me. You just said 2 million for the betrothal gift. You can also consider the other things. As you said, although we have obtained the certificate, other women should have it when we get married. Of course, you can't have less. Think about it, what else?" Suchin remembered that there should be more than 1 million in his card, and the marriage money left by his parents for him was completely enough for the dowry. "I have the house and the car, the engagement ring has been bought, and other small items are easy to prepare. The details of the wedding can be considered slowly. With the support of the system." Suchin didn't panic at all. From start to finish, he never thought about eating soft rice. Yan Bingxue seemed to react suddenly, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn red for a moment. Oh, why did she do this again? Where is Suchin, an ordinary man? He even rejected his proposal to marry him. He turned around and prepared such a surprise proposal for her. Of course, he also took the initiative to get married. "I have listened to my parents too much. Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shiyun have been looking forward to her marriage in recent years. They always say that the family has strength. As long as she likes it, she can just marry and go home. She has no requirements for the other party, and she has always resolutely thinking about doing everything by himself. That's why he made the remarks just now. However, the feeling of being married back home is much better than marrying each other." Yan Bingxue couldn't hide the joy in her heart, and she said with a bright face, "I don't have any other requirements for marriage. As long as the other party is you, everything else is fine. And the dowry, I just said it casually. It's not a requirement of 2 million. The dowry is just an attitude. Dad, your attitude is a priceless dowry to me, so I don't need 2 million. Yan Bingxue knew that Suchin had just started working. During this time, she had bought a villa and a car. She must be a little tight. The 2 million betrothal gift was based on her economic strength. If it was Suchin, she naturally didn't need it. This money. But Suchin's attitude towards this is very firm. "Yes, of course the dowry is going to be given. My child's mother is worth it. The money I earn in the future will be yours, not to mention that it's only 2 million yuan. It's really not necessary, Dad. I'm not short of money, and my family doesn't care about the dowry. Besides, you have already prepared a house and a car. And our material life after marriage is very secure. The dowry was originally just a formality, there is no need to bring it up on purpose." Su Chen was very satisfied when he heard these words. Before marriage, he always felt that it was mutual understanding. For example, the betrothal gift that everyone loves to discuss now, the betrothal gift given by the elders is to attach importance to the woman, and it is also a basic guarantee for the woman's life after marriage, and it is a symbol of their financial strength to support their family. And what the woman thinks of the betrothal gift, whether she wants it or not, and whether it will be brought back immediately after marriage, is also their own consideration. Yan Bingxue can think of him like this, and Su Chen feels very happy just because of this. However, as a big man, 2 million is within the range he can give, and this should be a courtesy. Naturally it can't be less. We don't need to discuss this matter, let's discuss other things, such as what preparations are needed before the wedding, what gifts should I bring to meet my father-in-law and mother-in-law tomorrow, to suit their wishes, and our Xiao Tuanchuan and Xiao Leilei's account. Our family can't have two account books. The last sentence Su Chen said reminded Yan Bingxue. She looked back at her son and daughter who were eavesdropping on their conversation, and said, I was negligent, Dad, since we are married now. Tuanchuan and Leilei should indeed change their surnames. Su Chen wanted to talk about the relocation of the household registration, but he didn't expect to change the surname of his son and daughter. But Tuanchuan and Leilei at the back came up and said in surprise, Mama, are we going to take the surname Baba? Yan Bingxue nodded. Well, in the future your surname is Su, do you like it? Tuanchuan nodded happily. I like it. Tuanchuan likes the surname Su. Tuanchuan wants to share the same surname as Baba Ye. Leilei said seriously, the students in the class all follow the surname Baba. So I have no opinion. Yan Bingxue looked at her son and daughter with relief, and said to Su Chen with a smile, if that's the case, then we'll take Tuanchuan and Leilei to change their name tomorrow, and we'll also handle the household registration. Dad, what do you think? Su Chen naturally hopes that Tuanchuan Leilei can follow his surname. After all, China has been this tradition for 5,000 years, and the child must follow the father's surname, and he is not with Yan Bingxue in the form of marriage. However, Su Chen felt that in this matter, he still had to respect Yan Bingxue's choice. After all, Tuanchuan and Leilei were brought to the age of 3 by Yan Bingxue alone. So Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue on the co-pilot very seriously and asked, Mom, are you really willing to change the surnames of Tuanchuan and Leilei to mine? In the past 3 years, I have not participated in their growth. If you want to maintain the status quo, I'm also for that. Yan Bingxue smiled brightly and said, Of course I do, Dad, don't worry about the past 3 years. I didn't look for you, and you didn't know the existence of Tuanchuan and Leilei, so this matter, it's not your fault. When Leilei in the back seat heard her mother's words, Xiao Zhao's heart was slightly touched. He always felt that Su Chen hadn't appeared in the past 3 years, and now that he suddenly came back, he was like Qing Yaojin, who was killed halfway, either to snatch them from Mama, or to snatch Mama from them. But Mama said that he didn't appear because he didn't know the existence of him and Tuanchuan. If that's the case, then there's nothing wrong with him, right? And during this time, he has been really good to him and Tuanchuan, and can indeed be regarded as a very good father. The little guy couldn't help but secretly looked at Su Chen, thinking that he would be called Su Leilei in the future. It's actually not bad. Su Chen heard Yan Bingxue say this, and the 2 babies also agreed, and he seemed to have a warm current in his heart. So nice. The wife is so understanding, so generous and considerate of her absence in the past. The children also like him very much. Although it is 3 years late, it is really the luckiest thing in life that the family can be so harmonious and close. Suchin nodded, okay, since you all agree, let's change the surname. Mother-child. Thank you. And our families to Anchuan and Lele, Dad will love you even more. Yan Bingxue pouted slightly. Hoof, how come you have doubled your love for Tuanchuan and Lele, and when you come to her, it becomes a thank you? Can't you love her too? What is Su Chen's attitude towards her now? Will she be able to successfully knock him down tonight? Yan Bingxue was confused. Then let's have lunch tomorrow, to do this thing, and then we'll do it, and we'll go home for dinner together at night. Su family villa. Su's father and Su's mother had already eaten dinner, and looked at the words on the wall. Su's mother looked at the door from time to time. Why haven't the children come back? Dad, Su watched TV and said, what are you in a hurry? It's only 8 o'clock. Ma. Su glared at him, you're not in a hurry, you're not in a hurry. You wait. Here to watch soap operas? You don't watch such things at all on weekdays. Dad, Su was exposed, smiled, and said, I don't want to have 2 children. Su Ma said, I don't know how the children are playing outside, but I hope that my son and daughter-in-law will often go out to play together and cultivate a good relationship. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of a car engine suddenly came from the yard, and the old couple stood up immediately. The children are back. Su's mother walked to the door excitedly, and Su's father immediately followed. Soon, the door of the entrance opened, and Tuanchuan rushed in like a small cannonball. Grandpa and Grandma were back. The little guy's sweet little milky voice is simply heart-melting. Oh, my little Tuanchuan and Xiao Lele are back? Did you have a good time tonight? Did you eat anything delicious? Mother Su asked while holding Tuanchuan. Grandma, we are super happy today. Baba even won a prize for us. The little guy pointed at the 2 helmets in Lele's hand. Look at Grandma. That's the prize I won in the Baba competition. I like it very much. Hee hee, is that right? Show it to Grandma soon. Mama Su was super cheering. Squatting down and looking at the 2 helmets and complimenting the 2 children with pride on their faces. Tuanchuan, like a small talker, pulled his grandparents and started talking about tonight's events, saying that Suchin won the competition. Tuanchuan didn't understand some things very well. She only knew that her father won the first place, but she couldn't tell how good she was. Lele was just beside her. For example, every shot of her father's shooting competition was shot at the same point. Su's father and Su's mother heard it, and both of them were very pleasantly surprised. Really? Grandma doesn't even know that your father knows so much. The old couple really don't know that Suchin has learned so many things in the 4 years of college alone, not to mention racing and shooting. Tuanchuan immediately raised his head and said with bright eyes, yes, Grandma. I'm really tired of Baba. Those uncles said that Baba is the most annoying. Lele also said proudly, Baba is a man who relies on strength to eat. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue parked the car and went home. As soon as they entered the door, they heard the 2 little guys say that. Suchin smiled suddenly, walked over and touched the little heads of Tuanchuan and Lele, with a look of relief from his old father. The taste of being praised by my son and daughter is really wonderful. Dad, Mom, we're back. Yan Bingxue said as she entered the room. She was a little thirsty. Su Chen had already gone to the kitchen to pour water, and she followed. Seeing that Mom and Dad were gone, Tuanchuan suddenly smiled slyly, leaned into Mom Sue's ear and said, "Grandma, let me tell you a secret." Sue Ma happily put her ear close. "Okay, what little secret do you want to tell?" "Grandma? When we were eating out today, Mama confessed to me Baba in front of everyone, he. The little guy lowered his voice, but the little boy didn't know how to whisper. The two people in the kitchen couldn't hear these words, but both Lele and Dad, Sue next to him, heard them. Sue's mother looked surprised, looked up and smiled at Sue's father. Both of them were very happy. No wonder the son went to the kitchen with his daughter-in-law as soon as he came back. It seems that tonight was a wonderful night. Mother Sue gently pulled La to Anchuan and Lele, put them both in her arms, and whispered, "Tuan Tuan, Lele, do you want a little sister and little brother?" Tuanchuan nodded immediately. "I want." Tuan Tuan really wants a baby. "My good friend Lily has a little sister, she said the little sister is super cute. Tuan Tuan also wants it." Lele nodded shyly. Sue's mother smiled more and more happily, and continued, "Tuan Tuan Lele, if you want a little sister, then you can go back to your room and go to sleep. Don't disturb your father and mother, so that they will bring your little brother or little sister." Although the two children didn't quite understand why they would have little brothers and little sisters when they slept obediently, they were convinced of what their grandmother said. "Okay, then I will go upstairs to take a bath and sleep in a while." "I'm going too," Lele said. The two little guys covered their mouths and snickered, discussing in a low voice while entering the room. Tuanchuan asked, "Giggle, do you like little brother or little sister?" Lele scratched his head and thought for a while, and said, "I like little brothers. If there is a little brother, you can play with me." Hearing this, Tuanchuan pursed his pink lips and said unhappily, "Giggle, Tuan. Tuan can also play with you. Don't you like playing with Tuan Tuan?" Lele quickly reassured, "No, of course I like to play with you, but my little brother is different. I can play boys' games with my little brother." After listening to it, Tuanchuan immediately understood. "Then I want a little sister." Lily said that the little sister is soft and super cute, and I can also play girl games with my little sister. When Lele heard this, she hesitated again. "If you say that, the little sister is also very good. The little sister must be as cute as Tuanchuan when she was a child, and I also like the little sister." "Then let's umaba together and ask for a little sister," said the group, with their hands together. This is what she learned from TV. Those people will kneel down and make a wish to the Buddha. Those Buddhas are called Umaba Buddha. Lele nodded and followed his sister to make a prayer to Buddha. Yan Bingshui came out after drinking the water, and saw the two little fellows clasping their hands together in prayer. She asked in confusion, "Tuanchuan, Lele, what are you doing?" Tuanchuan Lele immediately put down his hand and shook his head vigorously. "It's okay, Mama. Tuanchuan is sleepy, and Tuanchuan is going upstairs to take a shower and sleep." After the little guy finished speaking, he directly took his brother's hand. "Brother is also sleepy, let's go upstairs first." The two little ones ran away. Both Su Chen and Yan Bingshui thought it was a bit strange. Usually at this time, Xiaodian should have to play for a while, and every day when they went to bed, they had to accompany Su Chen and Yan Bingshui, and they could leave when they fell asleep. "Why are you being so good today? You went upstairs to sleep by yourself?" Mom Su quickly pushed Dad Su, then smiled at Su Chen and Yan Bingshui over there and said, Chen, Bingshui, your dad and I have eaten too much at night, and it's a bit indigestible now. Let's go out for a walk. By the way, go to the supermarket to buy food for tomorrow." "Do you still go out so late?" Mom, it's too late to buy groceries tomorrow. Morning. Suchin said. Sue's mother smiled at him, winked and said, Aya, it's okay now anyway. Your dad and I can't fall asleep so early, right, Lao Su? Dad, Sue nodded quickly, yes, I'll accompany your mother out for a walk. After speaking, the old couple also hurried out the door. In an instant, only Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were left downstairs. They looked at each other and understood what was going on in their hearts. Parents and children should leave space for them to be alone. Su Chen was sober in his heart. Today is indeed a special day. He originally planned to have a good chat with Yan Bingxue tonight. It seems that his parents saw something and deliberately gave him a chance. Suchin smiled and said, Mom, are you sleepy? Yan Bingxue shook her head, not sleepy. Then let's watch TV and drink some wine. Suchin felt that in this atmosphere, it would be more comfortable to drink some wine. Yan Bingxue's ears were slightly red, she also knew that tonight was very meaningful, she nodded shyly with her lips pressed together. Suchin went to the wine cabinet to get a bottle of red wine, then went to the kitchen to get a decanter and a goblet, and the two went to sit on the sofa in the living room. Outside the house, Suma was not happy all the way, and after walking for a long time, she pulled Papa Su with all her might and said, Old Su, that's great. I think that tonight, my son and daughter-in-law will definitely have a great breakthrough. The old couple are both people who have lived here for a few days. It is natural to see that although Su Chan and Yan Bingxue are married, they are still in a state of respect when they get along. How could a newly married couple be in this state? The only explanation is that the two received the certificate too suddenly. And emotionally, they haven't pierced the last window paper. But today Yan Bingxue confessed in public, obviously pierced the last window paper, so tonight, the atmosphere between the son and daughter-in-law will be so subtle. Lao Su, I really like our daughter-in-law more and more. You said that she is a girl, but she has the courage to confess in public. It's really good, Suma said with admiration. Dad, Su smiled and said, I think you are complimenting yourself in disguise. Right? When we were dating each other, it was also the love letter you wrote to me first. Ma, Su looked proud, what if I wrote it first? Do you dare to say that you didn't like me at that time? Dad, Su was helpless, yes, I actually like you for a long time. I'm ashamed to say, I think my son is the same as me, and I have ideas in my heart. According to my observations these days, my son and his daughter-in-law are obviously two-way love, but the two probably didn't speak, so there is still some gap. Ma Su nodded, yes, after all, they have been separated for more than 3 years. The daughter-in-law has raised 3 children by herself in the past 3 years, and only she knows the heartache, but it is good now, as long as the daughter-in-law and son can let's talk, their family will be fine. The old couple walked under the moonlight, both thinking about the situation at home at this time. Old Su, what do you think your son and daughter-in-law are doing at the moment? Are you going back to the room? Su Ma said with a mysterious smile. How could it be so fast? The 2 children haven't slept yet, and we haven't gone back yet. I think with the character of my son, I should be chatting with my daughter-in-law at the moment. Face-to-face, heart-to-heart communication. Che, you seem to know a lot about what you're talking about. Anyway, I bet they will definitely be able to. Lao Su, let's not be idle, hurry up to the supermarket to buy something good, and give it to my daughter-in-law tomorrow morning. Replenish your body. Old hens can't be missing. I see that there is a special live poultry section in the big supermarket at the door, and there are domestic chickens in it. Later, let's go buy a big one, and buy some red dates and wolfberries, etc. And give them to you tomorrow. Daughter-in-law, make soup. Dad, Sue smiled and said, how can my daughter-in-law drink chicken soup in the morning? Why can't I drink it? It takes a lot of energy for a night. Besides, I'd like to make some clear soup anyway. I want to make up for my daughter-in-law, Lao. Sue, hurry up, I have a bunch of things I want to buy. What about the stuff? Don't close the supermarket later. Sue's mother pulled Sue's father, and the pace under her feet was so fast that she was about to trot all the way. Of course, the supermarket won't close at the moment. As soon as Sue Ma entered, she pushed a big shopping cart and went to the live poultry section to buy chickens. Madam, I want a better chicken all the time, and I must have a farm-raised chicken. It doesn't matter if the price is expensive. There was no one in the supermarket at the moment, and the proprietress took the initiative to chat when she saw them coming. Okay, don't worry, the chickens on my side are all collected from the countryside. They are raised at home to ensure nutrition. You must buy chickens for the children at home, right? Sue's mother smiled happily. Yes, I bought it to nourish my daughter-in-law. The proprietress smiled knowingly. Understood, is my daughter-in-law confinement? There is still fresh fish over there, and you can also buy it for stew. Ma Sue shook her head. It's not there yet, however, if you take good care of your body, you will have a chance to confine yourself, haha. Oh, you are so kind to your daughter-in-law. Well, I'll choose a suitable size for you. Children in the city don't like to eat too fat. This one is just right. Okay, then I want this. You can get me another 20 eggs. I must eat them. I'll come back and buy them from you. Suma happily settled the bill and put the tied chicken and eggs into the shopping cart. Come on, Lao Su, let's continue shopping. Suma went to buy red dates and wolfberries, and walnuts and red beans. These are good for girls' bodies. I have to buy some snacks and delicious food for the children. Suma rushed to the snack area, taking whatever she saw along the way, with a stance that she didn't have to pay. There are still vegetables to eat tomorrow, and there are not enough fruits at home. Going to the fresh food area again, Suma picked some fresh fruits and went to buy vegetables. Old Sue, let's go back and buy some leeks. We will make scrambled eggs with leeks for our son tomorrow. Not only our daughter-in-law needs to replenish his body, but our son also needs to make up for it. Dad, Sue shook his head helplessly. He smiled and said, Mother child, our son is only in his early 20s, and it is when his blood is strong. How can we use this? Ma Su took a handful of leeks and put them in the shopping cart, raised her head and said, it doesn't hurt to eat or not. My son and daughter-in-law, Yen is newly married, and it is consumed every day, so naturally she has to make up for it. Make up. Let's go, let's buy milk, let our son, daughter-in-law and 2 children drink fresh milk every day, which is good for the body. The 2 strolled around, but the stroller couldn't fit, and the piles were so high that Sue's mother didn't stop, and she pulled Sue's father and said excitedly, Old Sue, let's go to the baby products area over there, prepare some small gifts for my son's second-born babies. Dad, Sue hurriedly pulled her, Mom, baby. Calm down. I haven't said anything yet, and my son and daughter-in-law haven't said anything about having a second child. Besides, we don't know whether the baby is a boy or a girl. You. Buy these now. What are you doing? Go back later and let your son and daughter-in-law see it. How embarrassed. Soon Ma thought for a while, nodded and said, yes, my daughter-in-law is thin-skinned. If she sees it, she must be embarrassed, so she won't buy it now, and you can buy it any time later. Well, hurry up to check out, the supermarket is going to close. After shopping for more than an hour, his hands were sore. In the villa, Suchen poured the awake red wine into the glass, and gently clinked the glasses with Yan Bingxue. Mom, cheers. Yan Bingxue often drinks red wine when she goes out, but she has never been so fond of this kind of drinking atmosphere like this evening. She smiled and responded, cheers. There is a sweet idol drama playing on TV, which is the story of the hero and heroine expressing their hearts to each other on the Ferris wheel. When Yan Bingxue heard those words like I love you, she couldn't help thinking of her public confession to Su Chen at night. Now that she thought about it, she felt a little embarrassed after realizing it. Against the background of the red wine, her cheeks became more and more moist and moving. Su Chen also thought of the scene at the dinner table tonight, and couldn't help laughing. Mom, are all the things you said in front of the big guy true today? Yan Bingxue nodded immediately. Well, of course, those are my thoughts. The corners of Su Chen's mouth were happy to the root of his ears. Really? It turns out that my child's mother likes me so much, and has fallen in love with me at first sight, 3 years ago. He said so directly. Yan Bingxue became more and more embarrassed, lowered his head and pretended to drink over it, but the red earlobes almost became transparent. She didn't deny it, so back then, did she really fall in love with him at first sight? Su Chen remembered very clearly what happened back then. He was broken-hearted and bought drunk, and Yan Bingxue held his neck down with a knife. As a result, he also helped her drive away 2 villains with big knives. Now I think about it, the first time the two met, really thrilling. He remembered that Yan Bingxue was very active at that time, and the initiative was somewhat unusual. That day, you were tricked, didn't you? Su Chen asked. Yan Bingxue glanced at him and nodded lightly. Well, I just accepted the transcendent group at that time, and I didn't have much experience. I was calculated by a business opponent. If it wasn't for you, I might have really. It's hard to get out under those 2 professional thugs. That's why I said that you are my savior. It's not an exaggeration at all. Thinking back to that time, Su Chen felt that he was really brave at that time. In the face of those 2 evil people with weapons, he actually dared to yell at them. It's really a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers. But he doesn't regret what he did at that time. If it wasn't for the sudden courage and fortune that came that day, how could he have such a deep relationship with Yan Bingxue? What if you didn't meet me back then? You fell in love at first sight, was it your savior, or was it me, Su Chen? Su Chen asked seriously. He felt that feelings and gratitude were not the same thing, especially since he and Yan Bingxue were married now, and the 2 of them wanted to get along for the rest of their lives. Chapter 84. What happened back then? I liked you. Confession to each other. Yan Bingxue was stunned for a moment, her beautiful facial features suddenly burst into anger. Xingmu looked at Su Chen with a bit of indescribable grief. Su Chen, what do you think of me? Do you think that Damie and you, just drugs? I, Yan Bingxue, have always been better than lack. I haven't had a man by my side all these years. I'm waiting for you. Just like back then, if it wasn't For you, I wouldn't give myself up at all. You said that I fell in love with you at first sight. That's right, I saw you at a glance. I followed you when I was outside, and then I followed you all the way inside before I started. These words are completely Yan Bingshua's style. She is a different girl. She is decisive in her heart, and she dares to do what she recognizes, no matter how shocking the world is. Just like proposing to him and saying that he would give him a betrothal gift and marry him back home, Yan Bingshue recognized him at a glance. Now her cheeks are slightly red, and her pink lips are slightly pursed, seeming to be a little sad. Suchin knew that he had asked the wrong question, so he sat down quickly, took her hand and said, Bingshue, I'm sorry, it's not that I don't trust you. I just want to be honest with you, we have missed 3 years. For a long time, I hope we can open our hearts to each other completely, so I want to make sure you have my heart. Yan Bingshue looked up at him, the distance between the two was almost close at hand, their eyes were facing each other, and sincerity was written in each other's eyes. Then do you understand my mind now? Suchin nodded, I totally understand. What about you? Yan Bingshue almost blurted out, she was a little shy after speaking, and her beautiful eyebrows drooped slightly. Seeing her like this, Suchin's smile deepened, I like you too. But my liking may be a few years later than yours. To be honest, at that time, I drank alcohol and was completely drunk. The lights in the small hotel were dim, and I didn't see your appearance very well. I am also at a loss about the mark you left for me afterwards, but now that I think about it, it is the abbreviation of your name. You said it would be great to leave me a contact number back then. I will definitely call you immediately when I wake up. He vowed. Yan Bingshue was amused by him, covered his mouth and said, Who wants to leave you a number? Didn't you just say that you fell in love with me at first sight? Then if you leave me a phone call, maybe we've already been in love. Yan Bingshue opened her mouth, but when the words reached her mouth, she swallowed them back. She didn't want to talk about that incident back then, she felt shameless when she thought about it. Suchin was keenly aware of her micro-expression for a moment. He put his hand on the sofa, and the whole person leaned over. He looked straight at her with handsome eyes. Mom, your expression tells me that there seems to be a little secret that I didn't know back then. What is it? Yan Bingshue shook her head and said erratically, No, I'm done. Well, since you don't want to say it, then I won't force you. Why don't we play a small game? If you lose, you can tell me. If you win, I'll let you handle it, okay? It is good. Although Yan Bingshue didn't want to talk about the incident back then, she couldn't hold back her curiosity and competitiveness. Since she was playing games, she still had a 50% win rate. But the premise is that the game needs to be fair enough. What game? Simple, rock paper scissors. It's all about luck. No one has an advantage, no one suffers. How about it? Would you like to play with me? Suchin laughed. When Yan Bingshue heard this, her competitive spirit suddenly prevailed. Okay, let's play. It is good. I am out of stone, Suchin said directly. Yan Bingshue looked at him, thinking complicatedly in her heart. Suchin said that he gave stones, and if he wanted to win, he would give cloth, but if he gave scissors at this time, he would lose. If she wants to tie the stone by herself, and Suchin also wants to tie the hand, she will also lose. If you produce scissors by yourself, in case Suchin really produces a rock. Oops, he didn't say it was okay, but when he said it, the situation became confusing. Yan Bingshue pouted, and there was a bit of usual arrogance in her eyes. 1, 2, 3, rock paper scissors. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue made moves at the same time. Yan Bingxue made a move. And Su Chen, as he said, made a stone. I won? Yan Bingxue asked in a daze, as if she didn't expect that Su Chen really didn't change. Didn't you want to know the secret to play this game with her? How come? Su Chen had a doting smile on her face, raised her hand and rubbed her confused head, and said with a smile, "Fool, how could I lie to you? Okay, you won, now you can do whatever you want with me." He opened his hands, and looked like a man for a knife and me for a fish. Yan Bingxue looked up, not knowing if it was because of drinking. Her head was a little dizzy, and now there was only one word left in her mind. Dump him. Dump him. She has been thinking about knocking down Su Chen for so many days, and now it seems that she can achieve it. It was Su Chen who said it, let her handle it. Do you want to take this opportunity to throw Su Chen down? Yan Bingxue's cheeks instantly became hot, her heartbeat was like a drum, and she stared straight at Su Chen's thin lips, which seemed to be covered with sweet honey, which kept attracting her attention. Half a minute later, Yan Bingxue said dully, "Okay, then I'll ask you a question too." Su Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a stunned smile, "Ask a question? Are you sure you want this opportunity to ask me a question instead of doing something else?" He remembered that this little girl tried every means to push him down a few days ago. Now that he had given him a chance, why did she go back instead? So a few days ago, was Xiaonizi just bluffing? Yan Bingxue withdrew her gaze and nodded firmly, "Well, just ask a question." "Okay, then you ask." Su Chen sat up straight and put away the lazy look just now. "What did you think of me when you proposed to me and got the certificate? Did you marry me because I was Tuanchuan Leilei's mother, or was it because I was Yan Bingxue?" This question is similar to Su Chen's question just now. Su Chen didn't even think about it and replied directly, "Both, because you are Tuanchuan and Leilei's mother, I have to take responsibility, but if you weren't Yan Bingxue, I probably wouldn't have proposed marriage in such a hurry. Getting married, maybe, I will think of other ways to be responsible." Yan Bingxue's eyes lit up instantly. The change in this moment was like the sudden bloom of thousands of fireworks in the night sky. "So, you, also because you like me?" Su Chen nodded without hesitation, "Of course. Why would I marry you if I don't like you? It's right for us to have children, but if we don't love each other, the baby will not be as good as a single parent growing up in this environment." Chapter 85. Yan Bingxue was extremely happy, even happier than her bid of hundreds of millions. In the past, only earning money could make her happy, but now, she found that the happiness Su Chen brought her was incomparable to anything. She endured it for a while, but still couldn't help laughing, her brows and eyes curved into small crescents in the sky, smart and bright. "Well, for the sake of your excellent answer to this question, I decided to tell you the secret I didn't tell you just now." "Oh? And this kind of surprise?" Su Chen asked with a smile. On the TV, the male and female protagonists expressed their feelings to each other. The scenery and atmosphere on the Ferris wheel were just right, and it was a suitable time for kissing. In the living room, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at each other, and the emotions in their eyes were completely different from before. That's the beauty of opening up. Actually, I didn't mean to be separated from you for so long back then, but I woke up early that day and accidentally saw the documents you put on the bedside table. You don't even know how crazy I was when I knew you were still a college Student. I'm 3 years older than you, and I'm already working, but you're still a student, which is 2. In short, I didn't dare to think about falling in love with you at that time, so I just stole it away. Suchin didn't expect that the student ID was the fault. At that time, the student card could be discounted when going to the hotel to open a room, so he always carried it with him. But he was already 20 years old at that time. If I remember correctly, I was 21 years old at the time, right? Mom, I'm an adult. What happened to school? What if you're 3 years older than me? Why? Can't you fall in love? Haven't you heard of it? Suchin smiled helplessly. Yan Bingxue tilted her head. You're not a girl, you don't understand, brother and sister are in love, and you're still a student. If this kind of thing spreads out, it won't affect you well in school. Suchin shook his head. Silly girl, you're thinking too much. I don't care about those things, but these are all things in the past, there's no need to tangle. Anyway, we're together now. Yan Bingxue nodded vigorously, and the two looked at each other, with you and me in their eyes. It was 10:30 when Sue's father and Sue's mother came back. Both of their hands were full. When they walked into the yard, Sue's mother deliberately relaxed her movements and tiptoed to the door. Dad Sue followed behind. Originally, he was going to take it out to open the door, but Mom Sue immediately patted the back of his hand and said, "Wait a minute." After she finished speaking, she lay on the door and pressed her ear against the security door, the voice in the hall. There was still a small light on in the living room, and the light in the master bedroom upstairs was also on. She was not sure if her son and daughter-in-law had already gone upstairs. In case they were still in the living room, they would go in like this and disturb them. Oh no. After listening for a long time, Mom Sue didn't hear anything, and then she motioned Dad Sue to open the door, and opened the door and told him, "You move gently." Dad Sue nodded, inserted the key in slowly, and turned it slowly, trying not to make any noise. The two entered the house lightly, and went back to their son's house as if they were thieves. Ma Sue stood at the entrance and looked inside carefully, and found that the TV in the living room was turned off, leaving only a small light, and did not see her son. With her daughter-in-law, she patted her chest lightly and breathed a sigh of relief. They've gone upstairs, let's put things away and go back to the room. We must move lightly. Mother Sue continued to speak in a low voice. Dad Sue was a little helpless, but thinking that his son and daughter-in-law might be sweet now, he followed Mom Sue in a low voice. The two put the snacks on the table, put the tied chicken in the bathroom, closed the door, then took the dishes to the kitchen and put them in the refrigerator one by one. Dad Sue, a big man, is unavoidable at this time. When he put the tofu box in, he accidentally bumped the grid next to the egg, and made a crisp sound. Both of them were startled, and they didn't dare to move for half a minute. They carefully listened to the movement upstairs, and made sure that there was no response from above, and Suma glared at Sue's father and said with a mouth shape, "Be careful." Dad Sue nodded, raised his hand, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After everything was done, the two continued to tiptoe into the bedroom. Downstairs. Only after she entered the door, did Suma dare to speak out. She sat on the bed happily, pulled Dad Sue and said, "Old Sue, I just saw that the bottle opener was taken out. My son and daughter-in-law should be drinking at home. Hey, we too, it is estimated that we will be able to do it again soon. Holding a grandson or a granddaughter, I'm happy just thinking about It. Haha, Dad. Su didn't say anything, thinking about holding his grandchildren. In his heart, he couldn't help but laugh a few times. When Tuanchu and Lele grew up, they were not around. This time, if the son and daughter-in-law have a second child, they will take good care of them. It's really been a long time since there was a child at home. This time I came to my son's place to see Tuanchuan and Lele, not to mention how happy Su's father and Su's mother were. Ma Su lay on the bed, looked at the ceiling and said, "Old Su, I think everything that has happened these days is as beautiful as a dream our son is. So promising, he not only has a good job, but also established himself. My little family, ha ha ha, the dreams I've had these days are all beautiful. Who isn't? I feel more and more that I'm getting old. I used to think that my son is only in his 20s now, and the matter of starting a family is not that urgent. I hear those people in the work unit saying they are worried and want to hold a grandson all day long. But now that I have a grandson of my own, I know how happy this life is. We take more pictures of the children these days, so that after we go back, we can also post our grandchildren in the circle of friends, and when we are at home, we can take the pictures to see if we think of 2 children. Dad, Su thought it was a good proposal, and nodded, okay, then I'll start shooting tomorrow, and I'll shoot more for the children. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went upstairs, with red wine, put away the things first, and then went to see their daughter and son. They usually go to sleep with them, but today, they obediently went back to their rooms after taking a shower, and they didn't come out to make a fuss. But as parents, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were still a little worried. They looked at the 2 little guys lightly, and found that they were both already asleep. The lights were turned off in the room, and a bedside lamp was turned on in the room. The tender little face looked very endearing. Lele's room was dark, and the little guy's even breathing sounded from the darkness, and he was sure that he had fallen asleep. After helping the 2 children tidy up the quilts, Su Chen took Yan Bingxue back to the master bedroom. Chapter 86. I've been thinking about this night for 4 years. After returning to the bedroom, the 2 took a shower and put on clean and comfortable pajamas, before continuing to sit on the small balcony and drink. At this time, it is June, and the summer night in Zhonghai has faded from the heat of the day, and the evening breeze has brought a touch of coolness. Yan Bingxue sat barefoot on the stall, leaning on the hanging chair next to her. Her slender and fair feet were exposed outside, like fine suet jade. Su Chen sat on the small futon next to him, and the 2 looked up at the stars in the night sky together. The stars are really bright today. Tomorrow will be a good weather, Yan Bingxue said, with a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. I don't know if it's the weather that's good, or her mood at this moment. Don't worry, tomorrow will definitely be a good day, because tomorrow will be an important day for our family. Yan Bingxue was slightly drunk, and there were 2 red glows floating on her cheeks, spreading from the cheekbones to the bridge of the nose, forming a small piece, which made her beautiful facial features a little more charming and beautiful. What's the big day? Of course it's a big day when our family is going to move to a household registration book, and tomorrow night, I'm going to see my husband and mother-in-law, and try to win them. Haha. Yan Bingxue laughed, her teeth bright and bright. You said, what are the names of Tuanchuan and Lele? I gave them nicknames at the time, Tuanchuan he Lele, and I used Su Tuanchuan and Su Lele directly when I registered for the household registration, but this was actually just me giving them nicknames, the children's big names. You, the father, come and get it. I think Tuanchuan and Lele are pretty good, Su Chen said. Yan Bingxue pouted and shook her head. It's not good a nickname is a nickname, you still need a big name. Dad gave them a big name, and they have to be nice when they go to school in the future. Suchen had never thought about what name he would be called when he had a child, but now that Yan Bingxue mentioned it, he could only think about it. Now, it's a big deal to name a child, or I'll go to that dictionary and check it out, Suchen said. It's so troublesome, the babies don't want such good names, but Dad gets them names. Tuanchuan and Lei are their two common babies. Yan Bingxue is responsible for naming the babies, and Suchen is responsible for naming the babies, so that the babies will feel happy when they hear their names in the future, because the big names and the little ones in the name are the love of their parents. For them. Suchen lowered her head and thought seriously, her daughter's name must be nice. Their family is cute, lively, and kind, just like a little angel. Although Lei is only 3 years old, he looks like a little adult. As an elder brother, he often takes care of his younger sister, and his personality is a bit awkward for children. He often speaks ironically in a serious manner. So what is the best name for the two children? I thought of it, Suchen said suddenly excitedly. Yan Bingxue looked at him expectantly. Huh? I'm thinking of Tuanchuan's name. Suchen smiled and looked at him with a gentle smile in his eyes. Tuanchuan's name is Su Muxue. Suchen loves Yan Bingxue, so every time Tuanchuan hears her name, she will think that her father likes her mother. She is the crystallization of our love. Su Muxue, Muxue. What a good name. Not only does it sound good, but it also has a good meaning. Yan Bingxue blushed and nodded. Okay, then it's Su Muxue. I believe Tuanchuan will like this name too. When she wakes up tomorrow, I'll tell her that her name will be Su Muxue from now on. What about Lei? Lei is a boy. I can't name it like Tuanchuan. I think the word Lu is very good. Why don't you just keep each one and call it Su Jiala, courageous, safe and happy. In addition, the meaning of family happiness is also good. Bingxue, what do you think this name is? Okay? Yan Bingxue nodded. Nice. Okay, let's decide on these two. When Tuanchuan Lei wakes up tomorrow, let's discuss it with them. After all, the two little guys are now 3 years old. If you have any ideas about their names, we, as parents, will also listen to your child's opinion. Yan Bingxue put her chin on her hands and listened to Suchen's words very seriously. She looked much cuter than usual when she was slightly drunk, and she looked like a little fangirl. Suchen was looking at her like this, and his heart gradually became agitated. Originally said to watch the stars and the moon, but now he feels that the scenery around him is much better than the scenery in the sky. The beautiful scenery of the good day, the moment of spring night, this can not be let down. Suchen leaned against the lazy sofa and asked, Bingxue, are you drunk? Yan Bingxue shook her head. No, how can you get drunk with such a little red wine? It's just a little dizzy, a little drunk, it's great. Suchen looked at the red wine bottle. The red wine that had just been opened has now bottomed out. Is this still a little red wine? It seems that the child's mother's alcohol intake is not bad. Then should we go back to the house to rest? Tomorrow is a working day, we have to get up early to go to work, Suchen reminded. Why should he be reminded of this kind of thing? Yan Bingxue is a workaholic. But now she feels more comfortable at home than in the company, especially when she is with Suchen, it makes her happier than at work. I don't want, she shook her head coquettishly, I want to continue to look at the stars. Look, over there is the Altair, over there is the Vega, they are so pitiful. There is a Milky Way in the middle, they can't be like us same. Sit together like this. However, the Chinese Valentine's Day is coming soon, and they will be able to meet at that time. Suchin looked at her foolishly, and guessed that she drank a little too much. So she simply stood up and reached out to hold her hand. Yan Bingxue refused to move, and lay on the ground coquettishly. I don't want to sleep yet. Good, it's time to sleep, Suchin coaxed her. With such a gentle tone, Yan Bingxue raised her head happily and smiled at him. The next second, she suddenly opened her hands and said, then take me back, my legs are weak and I can't walk. Who would have thought that when President Yan was acting like a spoiled child, he would look like such a cute kitten? Suchin smiled helplessly, squatted down, and a princess hugged her easily. Yan Bingshue's body suddenly vacated, and she was so frightened that she immediately hugged his neck. Suchin carried her back to the bedroom, and the two walked towards the big round bed together. In the summer night, the room is full of ripples. Yan Bingxue has been thinking about this night for 4 years. It's finally coming. The next morning, both Yan Bingxue and Suchin got up late and went downstairs for breakfast at 8 o'clock. Yan Bingshue's face was ruddy, she slept well last night, and Suchin was also full of energy. In the dining room, Tuanchuan and Mom and Dad Su were already sitting at the table, and there was a tantalizing aroma from the kitchen. Suchin took a breath and said, Mom, have you made soup? It's delicious. Chapter 87. Lele is not feeling well. Su's mother just brought a bowl of chicken soup drained from the kitchen, and when she heard her son's words, she couldn't help laughing. You have such a brilliant nose. Suchin leaned over and saw a bowl of chicken soup that had been simmered for a long time. Skim off the upper layer of grease, a bowl of clear soup with a strong aroma, and a large peeled chicken thigh with 5 red dates in the bowl. There are also a dozen or so lycium berries floating around. Suchin frowned slightly and said with a smile, Mom, why did you stew chicken soup in the morning? But this soup looks really good. I haven't had my mother's stewed chicken soup for a long time. When I saw this soup, it's been stewed for a few hours. It's very fragrant. I'm having a good time today. He said that he was about to sit down and serve the soup, but Ma Su came over and slapped him lightly on the back of his hand. Stinky boy, this bowl is not for you. This is for ice and snow. Get out of the way, this is the location of ice and snow. Suchin was stunned and stood up helplessly. Pulling Yan Bingxue over and sitting down, he said with a smile, Hey, it seems that I'm completely out of favor in this family. The first chicken leg must have been mine before, but now I don't have it. TSK, tisk, TSK, I didn't know and thought you were not my mother, but my mother-in-law. Suchin said so, but his eyes were full of happy smiles. Everyone says that they are afraid that their mother and wife will not get along well, and the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is also an ancient problem, but his family does not seem to have this problem. And his mother is very good to Yan Bingxue. Thank you, Mom. Yan Bingxue pursed her lips and smiled. Suma looked at her daughter-in-law very happily. Thank you for what? Silly child, the soup is a little hot just now, drink it slowly. Suchin pouted and asked, Mom, what about mine? Mother Su glanced at her son, ignored him, and went into the kitchen with a smile. Seeing this, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but lower her head and laugh. Seeing his wife sitting there snickering, Suchin felt happier in his heart. This family atmosphere is so harmonious. Suma went to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of chicken soup. She also drained the oil on the surface, and there was a chicken front leg inside. The second night of chicken soup, Suma put it in front of Tuanchuan. The little guy raised his head and smiled sweetly. Thank you, Grandma. It's so fragrant. Big chicken legs. Tuanchuan likes chicken legs the most. Grandma, I love you. The little girl boldly shouted this sentence. Her cute little face was full of innocence. She could see that Suma was very happy. She woke up in the morning and simmered chicken soup for more than 4 hours. Now she thinks it's all worth it. Well, the second bowl of chicken soup at home can't be his turn. Don't sit there. Suma shouted softly when she saw Suchin sitting down. Suchin pointed to himself, then looked at the empty dining table in front of him. Mom, it's okay if I don't get the first few bowls of chicken soup. Shouldn't I even have my share of breakfast today? Yes, without you, Suma said with a smile. When Yan Bingxue heard this, she immediately raised her head, and when Suma entered the kitchen, she gently touched Su Chen's feet under the table, and said in a low voice, I can't drink such a big bowl, you go get a small bowl. Come on, I'll give you some to share. Su Chen couldn't help laughing, took his wife's hand and squeezed it gently. Fool, my mother is joking, how could I not have my share? It looks like Mom made this chicken soup specially for you, and it's red dates and wolfberries. It's obviously to nourish your body. Yan Bingxue looked at the chicken soup in front of her, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Every time she was shy, her ears were the first to turn red. Looking very cute, with that somewhat cold face, the contrast is cute and spontaneous. Suchin stared at it for a moment. If it wasn't for the fact that there was his daughter on the opposite side and his parents in the kitchen, he really wanted to come over and kiss Fengze. Suma came out of the kitchen, brought a casserole of porridge and side dishes, looked at Su Chen and said, Why are you still sitting? Go and get Lele up, the chicken soup is there, you can serve it again after 2, don't wait for a while. It's cold. Suchin got up and asked, Lele hasn't gotten up yet? He thought that his son got up early in the morning and had breakfast and went to play. Tuanchuan likes to sleep late, and Lele gets up very early every day. Why did you turn around today? Yan Bingxue also realized this, looked up and said suspiciously, Strange, why hasn't Lele got up today? It is estimated that her thoughts just now are similar to Su Chen. Su Chen patted her shoulder lightly and said, It's okay, I'll go up and have a look. I guess the little guy was tired yesterday and slept for a long time. Today I'll wake him up, you drink soup first. After speaking, he lowered his head and leaned into her ear again and said, Drink more chicken soup to replenish your body, I was too tired last night. Su's father and Su's mother were all on the table. Yan Bingxue didn't dare to say anything, just stared at him with a blushing face and beautiful eyes. Suchin went upstairs in a good mood. Dong dong dong. He knocked on the door, and when no one responded, he opened the door himself and went in. The cot was empty, the quilt was partially lifted, and it was spread wrinkled on the bed. The little guy seems to be up, but why didn't he go downstairs to eat? Lele? Suchin shouted, but there was no response from the room. He couldn't help frowning. Where did this little guy go in the morning? Mom got up so early to make soup. She should have been downstairs, she said. That Lele was still sleeping, so the child should not have come downstairs. Lele? Lele, are you there? Suchin continued to shout, looking around the room. He didn't see the child in the bedroom, so he went to the cloakroom, and there was no one in it. The school uniform the little guy was going to wear today was on the shelf over there. He hasn't changed it yet, and he should be wearing pajamas. Then he must still be in the room. Is it the bathroom? Suchin walked to the door of the bathroom. The small door inside the bathroom separated from wet and dry, was closed. Dong dong dong. Suchin knocked on the door and asked, Lele, are you inside? There was no sound inside. Suchin couldn't help but get nervous, and his voice became a little anxious. Lele? Lele? I'll open the door and come in. He reached for the doorknob and found that the bathroom door was locked. Suchin was even more anxious. Lele? Lele? Are you all right? There was still no response from inside. Suchin couldn't care less, and was about to hit the door on the spot, but just as he was about to rush over, a small voice suddenly came from the frosted glass door. I'm here, don't hit. Hearing the child's voice, Suchin suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't realize how ugly his face was in the mirror. Before he knew it, his son and daughter had become an important part of his life. Just thinking that his son might have an accident, he couldn't help shaking slightly. Hearing Lele's voice at this time, his heart slowly fell back to its original place. He stood outside the door and asked gently, Lele, are you all right? Chapter 88 The Little Secret Between Suchin and Lele. N. The little guy responded. His voice sounded fine, but he didn't seem to be in high interest. Are you going to the toilet? Suchin continued to ask. Kindness. When did you get up? Grandma downstairs has already cooked. Oh. The Lele inside is rambling word by word. Although he doesn't usually like to talk to Suchin, it's definitely not like today. Suchin couldn't help frowning and asked, Lele, are you not feeling well? The little guy was silent. He has echoed what he said just now, but he didn't answer this sentence. Suchin basically acquiesced in his heart. Lele, what's the matter? What's wrong? Can you talk to Dad? I'm fine. The little guy said in a muffled voice. Suchin thought about it and said, Lele, have you had diarrhea? The child does not usually spend so long in the toilet in the morning. No. It's not diarrhea. What could it be? Suchin was a little anxious, thinking about the problems that children might have. Lele, do you have a cold? Did you stay very close to Mama yesterday? The night before yesterday, Yan Bingxue had a high fever with a cold, and Suchin was wondering if the little guy was infected and caught a cold. No colds. When Suchin asked a question, he answered, but he didn't say what happened to him. Lele, what's wrong with you? If you say it, Dad will do it. If the baby can't do anything, the adults will do it. I'm not a baby, I'm a man, said Lele inside. Suchin smiled and said softly, but men can also get sick. Men need to go to the doctor to get better when they are sick. If you are not feeling well, you should also go to the doctor. If you don't say it yourself, you can't get better. Grandpa, Grandma, Mother, and Sister are waiting for us downstairs. Are you going to come out for a long time? We will send you to kindergarten later. Suchin emphasized that time was tight, and Lele inside suddenly went silent. After a while, Suchin heard the sound of flushing from the inside. The little guy opened the door and came out. He was wearing loose pajamas, showing his left shoulder, and a small face like a bitter gourd. It was obvious that something had happened, but the child was reluctant to say it. What is it that makes it difficult for children to speak? It's not diarrhea. Could it be constipation? Suchin felt that this possibility was very high. Lele came out of the bathroom and walked to the cloakroom by himself, ready to change into the school uniform and go downstairs. When he took off his clothes, Suchin noticed that the little guy's belly was bulging, and it was obvious that he had accumulated food. It seems he guessed right. When he got dressed and came out, Suchin suddenly walked over to stop him. Squatted down, and looked at the little guy. Lele was a little embarrassed by him, turned his head and said, "Go downstairs. For dinner." Suchin didn't ask immediately, but said, "Grandma made chicken soup this morning. You and your sister have chicken legs to eat, Lele, do you want to eat it? Chicken soup is very fragrant. There are also fragrant meat buns and fried dough sticks. Doesn't Lele like meat buns the most? The meat buns made by Grandma have thin skin and large fillings, and they are full of meat. Take a bite, the mouth is full of oil, do you want to eat, Lele?" All Suchin said was greasy breakfast, and when Lele heard it, her little face suddenly twisted. Little kids eat. The obvious manifestation is loss of appetite, diarrhea, or constipation, and it is even less interesting for this greasy and indigestible protein meat. As soon as Lele heard it, he didn't want to eat any more. His stomach was swollen, and he couldn't get in for the past 2 days, so he didn't want to eat anything now. "I don't want to eat breakfast, I'm not hungry," said the little guy. Suchin gently touched his round belly and asked gently, "Lele, are you bloated?" Lele still answered truthfully, "Yes. I feel full and don't want to eat, right? Kindness. How many days have you been? Are you unable to eat for the past 2 days? Well, my stomach is full and I can't eat it." The little guy pouted, and he probably felt very worried, and his small brows were slightly frowned. Suchin smiled lightly, "Lele, you are accumulating food. It's normal for children to accumulate food. I also know that Lele must have been stinky for several days, right?" Speaking of this, the little guy immediately blushed, shook his head vigorously and said, "No, Lele just pulled smelly." Suchin looked at him with a smile, raised his brows and said, "Lele, if you lie, your nose will grow longer." The little guy immediately raised his hand and touched his nose, and found that there was no problem. Seeing the unstoppable smile on Suchin's face, he immediately reacted and said angrily, "I didn't lie. I don't like you anymore. I'm going downstairs to find Mama." The little guy was in a hurry to leave, and Suchin grabbed his son with a long arm and wrapped his son in his arms. Lele has never been so close to Suchin. These days, Suchin often hugs his sister, but he is a boy, and he has not taken the initiative to let Suchin hug him. Right now, it is just the two of them, and Suchin suddenly hugs him. He was obviously a little panicked. The little guy's body is straight, and his eyes are a little excited and a little overwhelmed. He stopped moving. Suchin looked at him and said with a smile, "Lele, Dad knows what's wrong with you. Dad tells you how to solve your stink and bloated stomach. You promise Dad to tell Dad the truth. This is the two of us. A little secret between individuals, okay?" Lele was a little moved, but let him say that he couldn't pull out the stinky. The little guy still felt unable to speak. 3-year-old children actually already have the concept of shame, and it is impossible to talk about such things as stinky, not to mention that they cannot pull stinky. Seeing that his son's expression was a little loose, Suchin took the initiative to stretch out a hand and made a pull hook action. "Dad, pull the hook with you, okay?" Lele thought for a while and nodded lightly. "Okay, let's pull the hook." Lele stretched out his little hand, his hand and Suchin's hand were put together. It looked so small and so small, like a big, steamed bun and a small dumpling, but at this moment they were so wonderfully combined. The father and son maintained the action of pulling the hook, and Suchin was also very touched. The first time I pulled the hook with my son, I didn't expect it to feel so good. When the little fingers hooked together, Suchin felt that their hearts were also connected. Okay Lele, now that we have pulled the hook, Lele can tell Dad, have you been feeling unwell for a few days? Chapter 9 Lele, Dad is so kind to me. Lele nodded lightly and said in a low voice, it's been several days, I don't want to eat, my stomach is full, I haven't had a stink in 3 days, I can't pull it out, I can't pull it out after sitting on the toilet for a long time. My stomach is full. Pain. The little guy felt aggrieved as he talked. Although he didn't shed any tears, his little crying face was really lovable. Suchin couldn't help but gently hugged his son and patted his back to comfort him. It's okay Lele, Dad already knows what the problem is. Lele has accumulated food. Babies are easy to accumulate food, just take a little stomach and digestion tablet. Gee sure? But Lele didn't eat a lot of food, I ate a lot of Tuan, and Tuan didn't get sick. Lele tilted his head in confusion. Dad watched you eat with Tuan these days. Although Tuan loves meat, she also eats a lot of vegetables. Lele doesn't eat much meat, but she is a bit picky eater. Green vegetables only like to eat cauliflower. And I don't like to eat carrots and green vegetables, but I eat a lot of rice, but these are not easy to digest, so I have accumulated food. There is absolutely no problem with what Suchin said. Lele knows that his problem is caused by his picky eater. His mother always says that he can't be picky eater. Seeing that he didn't speak, Suchin said indulgently, it's okay Lele, go back to Dad to study, and make vegetables more delicious. There will definitely be something you like. Let's solve the problem of accumulated food today, Lou. Grandma made porridge. If you don't want to drink chicken soup, go have some porridge, and Dad will go out and buy you a stomach and digestion tablet. You will feel more comfortable after eating it. Lele nodded, pursed her mouth, and seemed to want to say something, but she still didn't say it in the end. Suchan and Lele went downstairs together, and Suma asked them suspiciously, why did you go for so long? My little Lele didn't rest well last night, and she stayed in bed for a long time today. Grandma cooked chicken soup for you, and left you with chicken thighs. My sister is almost finished. Baby, come and eat. Lele glanced at Suchin, her face full of resistance. Suchin hurriedly said, Mom, don't give your child the whole chicken soup and drumsticks in the morning. Lele doesn't like to eat meat as much as Tuanchuan. And he definitely won't be able to eat it in the morning. You leave Lele, he will eat it when he comes back in the evening, and he will be fine with some porridge in the morning. Masu looked at the chicken soup left in the bowl and said, I deliberately left out the oil. It shouldn't be greasy. Let's eat some, Lele? Lele shook his head and said, Grandma, I want to eat. Suchin winked at his mother, who was a little confused. Yan Bingxue saw everything in her eyes, got up and said, Lele, eat porridge. Mommy will get you a bowl. When Lele sat down to eat porridge, Suma said to Suchin again, then I will bring you chicken soup. Don't be too busy Mom, I won't eat for now, I'm going to go out and eat later. Suchin said with his coat. Ah? What are you doing when you're having breakfast? Suma asked suspiciously. Suchin smiled mysteriously and said, secret. Hearing this, Lele couldn't help but lift his mouth slightly, the little secret between him and his father. It's something that Mama and his sister and grandparents don't know, only him and Baba. Yan Bingxue looked at her son's expression and felt a little relieved. Although I don't know what happened when I was upstairs just now, the atmosphere between my son and Su Chen was obviously different. This is a good thing. After they reunited with Su Chen, Tuanchuan liked Su Chen very much. Lively and active, but because Lei is a boy, and he is more sensible than his sister, he is a little estranged from Su Chen, but after last night, Lei is finally willing to call Su Chen's father. Looking at the current state of the two of them, Lei should have completely accepted Su Chen. Just thinking of this, Yan Bingxue felt happy, and naturally she didn't care that Su Chen kept a little secret from them and her son. When Su Chen came back from buying the medicine, Lei had already drank a small bowl of porridge, and he couldn't eat it, just in time to see Su Chen coming back. Baba, let's go back to the room, you promised to show me yesterday's homework. Tuan, who was still eating breakfast, looked back suspiciously at the giggle, who ran towards Baba. He always felt that this scene was a little familiar. Isn't this action that he often does to Baba? Why is this happening all of a sudden? This sentence was actually negotiated by Su Chen and Lei upstairs. It is definitely impossible to hide from adults, but it is absolutely fine to hide from Xiao Lei. Okay, then Dad will accompany you to go to your homework first, and then come down to eat later. Su Chen took his son's hand upstairs, and as soon as Lei entered the room, he locked the door. Su Chen took out the children's stomach and digestion tablets and gave him 2. Lei touched her belly and asked, Dad, if I eat this, I can pull out the stink, and my stomach will not hurt? Su Chen shook his head, eating this can help digestion, but it won't get better right away, Lei. That's still useless. The little guy slumped his shoulders and pouted his mouth. Su Chen laughed and said, Lei, although eating this won't help immediately, but Dad has a way to help it right away. What way? Lei looked at him in surprise. You go to bed and lie down, and Dad will make magic for you. You can quickly pull a stinky magic. Children like to watch magic, and this magic can make him stink quickly. Of course Lei is happy. After eating the Xiaoshi tablet, he ran to the bed and lay down, and looked at Su Chen over there obediently. Su Chen walked to the side of the bed and rubbed his palms together. When the whole palm became warm, he pulled Lei's shirt up and put his warm palms on his belly, rubbing them regularly. Lei looked at him curiously. Dad, what are you doing? This is the magic that Dad just learned from the doctor. After using this magic, Lei's stomach will feel comfortable. Although Lei is only 3 years old, he knows that this is definitely not magic. Dad is massaging his belly. Mama took them there, and it was the same when I went to the beauty salon for a massage, but it was a back massage, which was very comfortable. But Mama said that it should not be too long each time, because the hands of the people who massage you will be very sore. Lei watched Su Chen's hands keep moving on his belly. When his hands were cold, he put them back and rubbed them before putting them on. His heart was very touched. Dad was really nice to him. Although the father seems to be closer to his sister on the surface, but in his heart, he is also his baby. Thinking of her previous attitude towards Su Chen, Lei couldn't help but regret a little. Chapter 90, The two babies change their names. Su Chen kneaded for about half an hour, and Lei suddenly shouted, Baba, I want to pull the stinky. As soon as Su Chen put his hand away, the little guy immediately got up and ran into the toilet quickly. Looking at his back, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, shook his sore wrist. walked outside the bathroom, leaned against the sink and waited. Baba. Lele sat on the small toilet and shouted when she heard footsteps. Outside. Well, I'm here, Dad is with you. Hearing Su Chen's voice, Lele felt very relieved. This time, he pulled the stink smoothly and looked down at his belly, which was slowly shrinking. He gathered up his courage and said to the outside. Thank you. Thank you, Baba. The first time the voice was low, he was afraid that Su Chen would not hear it, so he raised his voice and said it again. When Su Chen outside the door heard these words, he laughed instantly, and an old father's sense of relief rose spontaneously. Dad would also like to thank Lele for sharing this little secret with Dad. Lele in the bathroom smiled happily. When Su Chen went downstairs, it was already 9:30, everyone had finished breakfast and Yan Bingxue did not leave. Yan Bingxue saw Lele happily going to her sister to play with, so she walked to Su Chen's side. Mom left you the chicken soup in the pot, it's still hot. Go drink it, and there's a big chicken leg. Well, let's go now, why haven't you set off yet? I'll have a drink later. Let's go to the company and let parents take the babies to kindergarten. Su Chen said as he walked into the kitchen. It's okay, I've asked for a leave from the company, and I've asked both of us for a morning's leave. Su Chen served the soup, turned back in doubt, and asked, it's okay to be late for a while, why do you ask for leave? Isn't Lele uncomfortable? Yan Bingxue asked. Did you see it? The chicken soup had cooled down, Su Chen simply drank it in the kitchen with a bowl in hand. The children were playing in the living room, and Lele couldn't hear them talking here. I'm Lele's mother, of course I can tell, but I'm quite surprised that he would tell you about this alone. Is Lele all right? What's going on? It's okay, the child has accumulated food and is constipated. When I went up, he didn't know how long he stayed in the bathroom. When I called out, his feet were probably numb and he walked with a limp. It took a long time to coax him out. Don't ask him, I've agreed that this is a little secret between father and son. It turned out to be Jisher, no wonder you didn't let him in chicken soup, so he now? It's all good. I went out and bought a stomach-strengthening tablet and rubbed his stomach for a while. I just went to the bathroom and it's fine. Yan Bingxue tilted her head slightly, watching Su Chen leaning there to drink the soup, her eyes still on Tuanchuan and Lele outside. Her heart was slightly warm. Su Chen is very good to the two children, although they have not seen each other for 3 years. Su Chen is still a half-year-old young man, but he really quickly entered the role of a father. Now she and Su Chen have also. They will become a happy family in the future. Because of the leave in the morning, after Su Chen finished breakfast, the family simply went to change the name and change the household registration. Su's mother heard that the children were going to change their surnames and names, and that their family was going to enter a household registration book. She was very happy. He immediately took out the account book and asked Su Chen to do it quickly. On the way, Tuanchuan and Lele sat in the child's seat in the back seat, and Yan Bingxue and Su Chen told them about changing their names. Tuanchuan Lele, my father and mother discussed it last night and wanted to give you a name. I'll change it together this time, what do you think? The two little guys didn't quite understand, so Tuanchuan asked, Mama, I'm not Tuan Tuan? If I want to change it to Baba's name, I'll call it Su Tuanchuan. Yan Bingxue explained, Tuan Tuan is your nickname. If you use Tuanchuan as your name, it's a little bit random. Think about it, do your classmates have 2 names? Today's children basically have a first name and a nickname. When they go to school, the teacher is called the first name. Parents are used to calling themselves nicknames. Children often call themselves by nicknames. Therefore, many children in kindergarten remember the opponent's nickname. Lele said aside, "It seems that, to Antoine, the big tiger in our class, his name is actually Sun Yuhu, and the big tiger is just his nickname. And Lily, her name is Lu Sinyu, and Lily is not her real name." Hearing her mother's brother's explanation, Tuanchuan seemed to understand. She nodded happily, and said excitedly, that Tuan Tuan also has a big name. Tuan wants to have two names just like her friends. Lele knows a little more than her sister and is already asking her name. "Mom, did you and Dad come up with a name for us? Am I not Lele?" Suchin said, "We still call you Lele, but the name you write in the workbook will not be Lele anymore. The name my mother and I gave you is Su Jiala. Jia is the Jia of the carnival, and Lu is still you now. Do you like this music?" Su Jiala, Lele repeated, and suddenly laughed. "I like it, it sounds good." "What about me? What's that Tuan Tuan's name?" Tuanchuan asked excitedly, bringing his little head together. "Tuan Tuan's name, Dad is thinking of Su Mushue. Does Tuan Tuan like it?" Tuanchuan touched his little head and said while thinking, "Su Mushue, my mother's name is Bingshue, and Tuanchuan's name is Mushue. Oh yeah, Tuanchuan likes this name." The little guy doesn't know that this name is actually his father's confession to his mother. She just thinks that her name also has her mother's name in it, which is great. "Dad, let's change the name quickly. I go to the kindergarten in the afternoon, and I can tell the teacher and all the children that I have a new name. Hee hee." The two little babies were super happy, dancing in the back seat. After Lele and Suchin completely opened their hearts, the whole person looked a lot more lively. In fact, he was not as lively as he is now. It was he who found that his father seemed to like Tuanchuan, so he studied hard with his sister and wanted to become a little more cute, so that Dad will like him more. Tuanchuan quickly found out that something was wrong with her brother. She stopped laughing with her brother and looked at her suspiciously. "Giggle, you have a problem?" Lele was stunned for a moment, and quickly retracted his gaze that was peeking at Suchin. "What's wrong with me? Why do you keep peeking at Baba?" Tuanchuan asked, and the two in front heard it. Lele blushed, and opened his mouth to refute, but when he turned his head, he saw Suchin turning back and smiling at him, and he swallowed the awkwardness at his mouth. At this moment, Tuanchuan couldn't see his brother's shyness and embarrassment at all, and said happily, "Oh, I see. To be honest, when I secretly see others, I just like him, and I like Baba, hee hee." Chapter 9. Follow President Yan, have the privilege. You need to go to the Public Security Bureau to change your name, and you need to wait until the name change is completed before you go, because the names on the household registration book will be directly used by the two children's names, otherwise you will need to change it again later. When he arrived at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau, Suchin suddenly remembered something. "By the way, does it take many days to pass the name change? In this case, we should only think about changing the child's name today. After the name change is confirmed, we will go to get the household registration, otherwise the name on the household registration book maybe it's the baby's current name." Yan Bingxue smiled, shook her head and said, "Don't worry, I can finish it today." As she said that, she took Suchin's arm and walked in. Suchin thought of the last time he was at the Civil Affairs Bureau. He had already gotten off work, and Yan Bingxue was able to get a marriage Certificate with ease. Come to think of it, this is the taste of capital. Privilege. To be honest, it's pretty good, ha ha ha. Follow your wife, there are all good days. As soon as they entered, the police came to ask, is there anything I can help you with? We are here to change the child's name. Su Chen said. Yan Bingxue added, I made an appointment by phone. My surname is Yan. The other party's eyes lit up instantly. Ms. Yan, hello, the director has already called and explained that he is out of town on business. Let us help you deal with the problem of changing your name, but I didn't expect you to come this morning. Yan Bingxue said, well, I will come over in the morning when I have time. Originally, what they said yesterday was the afternoon, but Yan Bingxue called the director and said it was also the afternoon. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue had already prepared the documents that were supposed to be prepared in advance, and after handing them over to the police, the other party immediately took them to work. Su Chen asked, hello, I would like to ask, is this process complicated? How long does it take? Soon, Mr. Su, you and Miss Yan have a marriage certificate, and you also have a blood relationship certificate between you and the babies, so there is no problem in changing the surname. The baby's name is changed from a baby name to a scientific name. The process is also very fast. Little the child does not have many social names, so there are very few things that need to be changed. Just go through the process to get the seal, but Miss Yan and the director have already agreed, all the seals are ready, about 20 minutes or so. It can be done. 20 minutes? How did he remember that it was said on the internet that it would take 20 working days to change his name? It is good to have a wife, and it really saves efficiency. The family sat on the sofa over there and waited for a while. The little policeman who was in charge of the handling ran in and out, took something to copy the documents, went to the office upstairs to get a seal, and drove out. After a while, it took more than a few minutes to come back. At this time, it was just 20 minutes before Su Chen and the others came. The little policeman ran in, with sweat on his forehead, holding a document in his hand, and said happily, Miss Yan, Mr. Su, the children's names have been changed. So fast? It was the first time that Su Chen had seen such high efficiency. Even the blood test in the hospital takes several hours or a day or two. I didn't expect to change the names of the children, and it was done in 20 minutes. Yan Bingxue seemed to be accustomed to this, just nodded lightly, thank you. The other party asked, Miss Yan, do you still need to transfer and merge the household registration, right? We can do this here too, and you don't need to go to the government service hall. I will let my colleagues do it for you now. Please wait a little longer. Su Chen didn't expect that he didn't even have to go to the service hall. Then I'll go to the car and get the real estate certificate, and then the household registration will be on my side. Okay. Su Chen brought the rest of the materials, and the other party started to work. Again. They continued to sit here and wait. Someone brought them hot water and thoughtfully prepared fruit tea for the two babies. Su Chen took Yan Bingxue's hand and said, Wife, I found out that it's great to follow you. Such a complicated thing can be finished so easily. Why is my wife so good? Yan Bingxue originally thought that this was nothing. The Yan family had a very stable foundation and had connections from all walks of life, so she could save a lot of trouble by making a phone call in advance when going out. On weekdays. She has been here since she was a child. I don't think it's anything special. But being praised by Su Chen at this time, she suddenly felt happy in her heart, and she felt a little pride because of this. After so many years of hard work, the effect is really remarkable. Smooth tongue, I'm outside, don't say that. Yan Bingxue said embarrassedly. Su Chen smiled, shrugged his shoulders and said, what's wrong? You are my wife. We are a serious husband and wife relationship, what can't you say? I can't say that, let's go home. Wife, are you shy? Su Chen laughed, why are you so shy so easily? Do you know that you're really cute when you're shy? You can't help it, cough. Su Chen deliberately didn't finish speaking, and used two ambiguous coughs. Instead, leaving her a lot of room for imagination. Yan Bingxue became more and more embarrassed, got up shyly and said, I'll go to the bathroom. Haha, she hides. Yan Bingxue went to the bathroom, to spread her face, looking at herself in the mirror like a peach blossom, she couldn't help but smile. Yan Bingxue, why are you so useless when you meet Su Chen? You blush at every turn, and everyone sees that you are shy, shy, shy. Obviously she is a cold-faced beauty in the business field, why can't she control herself when she meets Su Chen? Could it be that one thing falls into one thing? She lowered her head and smiled and was about to go out when her phone suddenly rang. It was Gu Yusen's call. Hey, Cher, what are you doing? At the police station. Public Security Bureau? What's the situation, how did you get there? What happened? Gu Yusen suddenly bounced off the sofa. It's okay, Su Chen and I brought the two children to change their names and merge their accounts. Yan Bingxue said more and more sweetly, and the happiness in her voice almost overflowed the screen. Gu Yusen suddenly screamed on the other end of the phone. Ouch! Shui Er, when did you and Mr. Su progress so fast? Have you already? Have you successfully defeated your Mr. Su? No, didn't you tell me you failed again 2 days ago? I'm still checking various information for you these 2 days. I'm asking experienced netizens on the internet, and I want to help you with advice. Why haven't I messaged you for a day or two? You and your Mr. Su are going to change the names of the children to get their accounts? What did I miss? Yan Bingxue smiled happily and said sweetly, Ms. Gu, you don't need to help me anymore, and I don't need to think of a way to knock Su Chen down. We already, and he took the initiative last night. Chapter 92 Colleagues are shocked, Su Chen and Yan are always lovers? It's so powerful, baby. Gu Yusen shouted happily on the other end of the phone. Tell me now, what's going on? Didn't your Mr. Su always act like a Lu Xiaohui who was sitting still? Why did you suddenly take the initiative? Baby, are you learning something behind my back? The move? I don't have it, I said, let you read less romance novels, how can there be such a complicated love in reality? I didn't do anything, I just confessed to him in public and showed myself. It's just my heart. Confession in public. My God, Schwer, you are too good. Cow. Even if I want to do this, I can't do it. Gu Yusen couldn't admire it, she had to have half the courage of Yan Bingxue, and neither will not even dare to go up to ask for the autographed photo of her idol. Obviously, when the two of them are together on weekdays, she is the most fierce in her mouth. She has no boyfriend. When it comes to love history, she is right. In fact, she is a dreamer who talks about military affairs on paper. It seems that she still has to learn from Yan Bingxue when it comes to chasing male gods and falling in love. She asked in detail what was going on, and Yan Bingxue told everything that happened at the banquet last night. After listening to Gu Yusin, she said with a shocked expression, Bingxue, are you sure that your Mr. Su is an ordinary college graduate born in an ordinary family? Why do I feel that something is wrong the more I listen to it? Think about it, your Mr. Su can actually make mechas. With such a high-tech thing, the concept in my mind is still about Ultraman fighting little monsters. And last night, your husband's racing skills were top-notch. The shooting level is also so high. Is this still an ordinary person? I almost doubt the definition of ordinary. Yan Bingxue thought about it. Su Chen seems to have many outstanding advantages, which is not the same as the information she has seen before, but it doesn't matter, this is a good thing. He is indeed very different from what I thought, but these are all bonus points. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Last night, I was also super surprised when Yan Bingxue said these words. Her tone was difficult. Hide happiness and pride. Gu Yusin on the other end of the phone was also sincerely happy for her friend. Exactly, Shui. I think Su Chen and you are a match made in heaven. The two of you are a powerful combination. I want to meet your husband quickly. Then come back soon. You are over there alone, don't you want to go home? Forget it, when I think I'm going to be forced to get married when I go back. My head is big, but don't worry, I'll definitely go to your wedding, Gu Yusin said with a smile. Yan Bingxue said, then it should be soon. I have met Su Chen's parents, and tonight, I plan to take him home for dinner. When the two parents meet again, almost the wedding can be settled. So fast? Swear, the progress of you and Su Chen is really beyond my expectations, but yes, you are all going to become a person on the household registration book now, and the two children have also changed their names. You are the real one. Family. Swear, I'm really happy for you. You and Su Chen can have lovers and get married. I wish you both. When you set a wedding date, I'll go back and be your bridesmaid. Well, of course I'm back. My bridesmaid is none other than you. Well, let's not tell you, Su Chen is still waiting for me outside. If I don't go out for a long time, he will be worried. TSK baby, can you estimate how I feel as a single dog? I called you to talk about lovesickness, but I ended up eating a whole belly of dog food. Gu Yusin hummed dissatisfiedly over their stand-up. Yan Bingxue couldn't stop smiling and said, I can't control it either. After all, my heart is really sweet right now, haha. Enough, Shui. You really learned badly. Slightly. We should be able to meet soon, bye. Yan Bingxue hung up the phone, and when she returned to the hall, she saw Su Chen playing a game of two little bees with the two children over there. In the morning, they finished all the formalities and got two brand new household registration books. Su Chen couldn't help but flip through the contents. The first page is my own, and the next night is Yan Bingxue. Feel full of happiness. It was almost noon. The family went home for dinner. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue sent their two children to kindergarten, and they also returned to work in Chaofan Group. Today was the car driven by Su Chen, and the two came together because they were newly married Yan Er's young couple. They didn't think about avoiding suspicion, so the two went to the elevator for the president together. Several employees downstairs who had just finished their lunch break saw this scene and could not help but discuss in a low voice. What's the situation? Isn't that Su Chen who was transferred just now? Why Did he and Mr. Yen ride in the elevator for the president? In the elevator for the president, only Yan Bingxue is usually alone, and even the secretary's office and special assistant Zhang use ordinary elevators. But now, Su Chen actually took that elevator. It seems that the relationship between Su Chen and Mr. Yen is not ordinary. Have you forgotten? The supervisor was transferred because of the embarrassment of Su Chen. That day, Special Assistant Zhang came to pick up Su Chen in person. Now it seems that behind Su Chen's back, the backer seems to be our President Yen. You said, what is their relationship? A female employee asked, ambiguous. Don't you think that Su Chen and Mr. Yen stand together? It's like a natural match for a talented man and a woman? This appearance is simply against the sky. The big guy looked at the two people over there curiously and cautiously, and a male employee said, not necessarily. You see that although they are standing together, they are not holding hands, and it's not like we never do anything. Is it about these things? Who doesn't know that Mr. Yen is devoted to his career? This male colleague likes Yan Bingxue very much in private, everyone knows this, but he is definitely not in the game, so everyone makes fun of this thing on weekdays. Now when he talks about it, it's a little bit sour. The female colleague just now smiled and said, Xiaozheng, don't be sour, it is precisely because Mr. Yen is always focused on work and has never had any non-work involvement with the opposite sex, so it's strange now, you see. Looking at the two of them, standing so close, I think Su Chen must be our boss Yan's boyfriend. I agree. Let's bet, I bet 100 yuan, there must be something wrong with President Yen and Su Chen. Cut, you girls are superficial, and we, Mr. Yen, are not just looking at. Look, Xiaojing said unhappily. The female colleague smiled and said, who said that Su Chen lives by his face? He has entered the mecha research department, and his strength is naturally excellent. Are you gambling or not? Xiaojing. Betting, I bet 500, it's definitely okay to bet on them. Okay, then let's bet. Chapter 93 President Yen is different to Su Chen. The two entered the elevator. After going upstairs, Su Chen was going to the mecha research department, and he was not in the same building by then. Yan Bingxue looked at him, and suddenly felt a bit of reluctance in her heart. Although it was only a few hours, I felt a little uncomfortable when I couldn't see Su Chen. She really doesn't want to be separated from Su Chen for a moment now. So when they got upstairs, Yan Bingxue said actively, I'll take you there. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled, it's just one corridor, with such a short walk, would I still get lost? Yan Bingxue's apricot eyes turned slightly and said, no, I just happen to be going to your office to have a look. It's a new one, and Assistant Zhang is responsible for it. I don't know what's going on in it, so go take a look. Su Chen looked at her, as if to see through her excuse. Is this little girl reluctant to be separated from herself? What's so good about the office? Besides, the layout was very good, and Yan Bingxue clearly glanced at it that day. And the place to work is not at home, as long as you have basic office things. But she is so sticky to herself, Su Chen is quite happy. Okay, let's go together then. The two went to the mecha research department together. It was not the first time that the colleagues here saw that President Yen personally sent Su Chen over, but they were still quite surprised. It goes without saying that Su Chen's strength is strong, but even if he is a strong employee, he won't let the president come to send it every day. Shouldn't it be? The employees seem to be working hard, but in fact they are looking at them from the corner of their eyes, but when they enter the office and the door is closed, they can't see what's going on inside. The more this happened, the more curious I became, and I felt like a kitten. Scratched my heart. As soon as Yan Bingxue entered Su Chen's office, she began to look around. Zhang Te assistant is still very reliable. Su Chen's office is very large, and there is a separate restroom and bathroom, but Yan Bingxue still feels that it is not enough. She always felt that these things were not very satisfactory. She wrote them down one by one, and planned to let Special Assistant Zhang change them when she went back. Seeing that she was really here to visit, Su Chen poured a glass of water over. My wife, are you optimistic? Drink some water to quench your thirst. Yan Bingxue nodded, took a sip from the water glass, and asked, do you think it's all right here? Is there anything I'm missing? I'll ask Special Assistant Zhang to buy it. There's nothing missing, it's pretty good here, everything for work is complete, and there is a place to rest. It's great to have this kind of environment at work. Okay, I see. Yan Bingxue drank half a glass of water, and said that she was going back first, knowing that Su Chen was busy with work, and she had things to do herself, even if she was reluctant to leave. Seeing her go out, Su Chen suddenly walked over and gently hugged her from behind. Wife, work hard in the afternoon, see you in the evening. Yan Bingxue nodded lightly, the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be hidden. When he went out, the employees could see that Mr. Yan was in a good mood. Yan Bingxue returned to her office and immediately called Zhang to suck in. Assistant Zhang, I need you to do something now. The CEO asked for leave in the morning, which was unprecedented. As soon as Assistant Zhang heard that she had something to do, the instinctive one was a major event at work, and he had already taken out his tablet and prepared to record it. But in the next second, I suddenly heard Yan Bingxue say seriously, I just went to see Su Chen's office, and I think there are some things in it that need to be changed. Well, Mr. Yan, those things are all newly purchased. Mr. Su has a special status, so I didn't take anything from our warehouse. They were all newly bought office furniture and materials. There is a lot of inventory in the company's warehouse. The desks and computers left by the old or retired employees are the company's inventory and can be used when new employees come in. But because of Su Chen's different identities, Assistant Zhang deliberately bought new ones. It's only been used for a few days, why should it be replaced? I know it's new, but I took a look at it, and his chair doesn't look very comfortable at first glance. You can change it and find a more expensive one. It needs a leather seat, and of course it needs to be comfortable when you sit for so long every day. That chair is already over 3,000. In the office of an ordinary employee or a researcher of the same level, it is only a few hundred or thousands. But the president said to change, then change. Assistant Zhang recorded this on the tablet. And that desk, the marble top is too hard, so it's better to replace it with mahogany. It's better to add a bit of hard leather to the middle one, so that you can put your arms more comfortably when you use the mouse and keyboard. I took a look. There is no air conditioner in his office, right? Mr. Yan, there is generally no separate air conditioner in our company's office, because the power of the central air conditioner is basically sufficient. Only your office has a separate cabinet air conditioner in the entire group. Then give it to Su Chen, and one in the lounge, and buy 2 more humidifiers to send over. Yan Bingxue said. Zhang Tezu wrote down these contents one by one. I didn't see the water dispenser, where is it? The faucet in the lounge is equipped with a filter, and the water inside is straight drinking water, which can also be heated. Zhang Tasuk replied. Then equip the office with a separate water dispenser and coffee machine. Otherwise you have to go to the pantry every day to drink coffee, which is too troublesome. And the bed in the lounge, which needs to be changed. Mr. Yan, that bed is from a big brand, and I bought it for more than 10,000 yuan. Special Assistant Zhang reminded. I know, but it's a single bed. I think the lounge space is quite large. You can change to a double bed. The current brand is fine. There is no separate wardrobe in it, only a hanger. You can go and see. Wardrobe. By the way, pay attention to these things when you buy them, and use environmentally friendly materials, because they will be put in immediately. Assistant Zhang memorized a whole page of memorandum, and couldn't help slandering in his heart, Mr. Yan is too good to Mr. Su. The Chaofan Group is very rich, and Mr. Yan is also a super rich man, but he is not extravagant about this kind of spending on weekdays. Yan is always a rich lady, but she never pursues luxury, and everything in her office is based on comfort. Host. Whether it is the company or herself, every penny must be spent on the concept of spending money. As a result, when she met Mr. Su this time, she actually made an exception. But think about it, Mr. Yan has changed a lot since Mr. Su was recruited into the company. Mr. Su may be the exception in Mr. Yan's life. Zhang Tasuk raised his head and glanced at Yan Bingxue, who was instructing earnestly, and a smile appeared on his face. Mr. Yan is so kind to Mr. Su, and Mr. Su is also very good himself. I thought that Mr. Su would come to the company to learn slowly, but I didn't expect that he has such a high talent in mecha, and he suddenly became the core staff of the company. Mr. Su is so good, he is a perfect match for the president. Okay, President, I've written it down, I'll do it now. Chapter 94 Father-in-law is here. Su Chen immediately went to work after Yan Bingxue left. With the support of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, Su Chen's design draft has been completed quickly. He believes that the powerful combination of the Dragon Academy of Sciences and the Chaofan Group will definitely speed up the process of making mecha. He went to the lounge and changed into pure white work clothes, and then went to the work cabin with the blueprint. The internal system can also continue to be done at home, but the outside of the mech can only be done in the work cabin. The titanium alloy has been prepared in sufficient quantity, and the extraordinary group can fully support the powerful mecha research economically. Just when Su Chen entered the working cabin, in the monitoring room, Yan Xinwei suddenly became happy. Coming. He can finally meet his son-in-law. He thought about it for a long time last night, but he didn't think of any special and good way. He felt that it was his wife's way to contact his son-in-law as a staff member. As the two of them, it is very easy to join the extraordinary group, and as long as you say hello, you are not afraid of being exposed on the spot. This will not disturb the daughter. The son-in-law does not know his identity. He can just see what the son-in-law looks like. I have to say, my wife is still very smart, this method is great. After seeing Su Chen go in, Yan Xinwei immediately put on his work clothes, followed him into the working cabin, and told the others not to come to the working cabin this afternoon. Su Chen looked at the material seriously, thinking about how to cut and distribute it. Suddenly someone came in behind him, and he didn't distract him. The working cabin here is not his personal exclusive, other colleagues will also use it. As soon as Yan Zhenwei put on this dress and saw the room full of things, his heart couldn't help but boil with enthusiasm. Speaking of which, he came up with the prototype of the mecha design department. Men have scientific dreams in their hearts. When he was still in power, the concept of mechas was not as popular as it is today. At that time, everyone just loved watching Ultraman. Later, anime and movies about mechas came out, one after another. He can be said to be the first wave of people who came into contact with mechas in the Dragon Kingdom. Because of his wealth, he can often hear some inside information. When he heard the concept of mechas, he couldn't help but go crazy. If one-day combat armor can really come out, it must be an existence that changes the pattern of the world. Therefore, at that time, he had the idea to set up a mecha research branch, but at that time, there were only a handful of people in Longwa who knew about mechas. It was impossible to realize this idea. In addition, my health has not been very good in recent years, and I have high blood lipids and high blood pressure, so I slowly retreated into the background. As for this mecha research department, he mentioned it to Yan Bingxue, and his daughter did not live up to his expectations. In just half a year, the building was built. What she did not do at the beginning, her daughter did. So seeing this now, Yan Zhenwei is actually very excited. He is also a man with a mecha dream. After a tour inside, Yan Zhenwei slowly walked to Su Chen's side and stood behind him watching his work. Su Chen originally thought it was a colleague who had something to do, but it turned out that the other party didn't do anything. He turned his head to look, and saw an old man in work clothes standing there, staring at his hands. He searched in his mind, and he didn't seem to have any impression of this face, but he vaguely felt that it was a little familiar. When I came that day, I said hello to my colleagues here, but there were more people at that time. Su Chen didn't even remember whether this person was in the crowd that day. Hello. Because the other party was obviously an elderly person, Su Chen took the initiative to say hello. Yan Zhenwei was so excited that his son-in-law took the initiative to greet him. But on the surface, he still remained calm, even with the arrogance of an elder. Are you new here? I haven't seen you before. Su Chen nodded. Well, I just came. You don't seem to be very old? When Yan Zhenwei saw Su Chen in reality, he realized that this young man was really young. I just graduated. Just graduated, she should be a little younger than her daughter, but smaller is fine, it will hurt people. You can enter the mecha research department just after graduation, so you must have a lot of research on mechas? Yan Zhenwei asked. It's okay. Because he didn't know who the other party was, Su Chen's answer was still very modest. This is your work? Yan Zhenwei wanted to take a look at the design draft in Su Chen's hand when he saw it, but just as he stretched out his hand, Su Chen took the design draft back. He looked at Yan Zhenwei in front of him with a prying look in his eyes. I take the liberty to ask, who are you? Seeing him being so defensive, Yan Zhenwei immediately said unhappily, what are you doing? Do you think I'm here to steal your knowledge? Old man, it's essential to be defensive. After all, this is related to the company's research secrets. Su Chen said with a polite smile. Yan Zhenwei stared at him for a while, and the anger in his heart slowly dissipated. I thought that it was right for the boy to be vigilant, and it was also for the sake of the company. Of course I'm a researcher here. Do you think anyone can enter the mecha Research Department of Chaofan Group? Since I can come in, I must be someone. Inside the company. Suchin lowered his head and smiled. The moment he raised his head, his eyes became sharper. Since you are a company employee, don't you know that all my research results are not open to the public? Suchin holds two positions, one in the Mecha Research Department of the Chaofan Group, and the other in the Dragon Academy. His mecha research on both sides is shared, but for the company and the rest of the Dragon Academy, these are all it is a secret, and this is to protect the common interests of both sides. Yan Bingxue said hello at the beginning. So what the old man in front of him said obviously had a big problem. Yan Jinwei hadn't come to the company for a long time, so naturally he didn't know these things. Now that Suchin was so vigilant, he could only say, "Oh, I'm an employee of the company, but I'm already retired. You know my age, right? I came back to see. Since this is the case, then I can't provide the current design drawings. Sir, please forgive me. Why are you so stubborn? Go, don't watch if you don't see it." Humph, if he wants to see it, as the chairman of the company, doesn't he even have this right? Is he trying to hide his identity? Let's talk about something else, lad. I think you're so young, shouldn't you be married yet? Do you have a girlfriend? I have a daughter at home who is about your age, but she's very good. Do you want to keep in touch? When will you young people chat? Yan Jinwei took out his mobile phone and found a photo and put it in front of Suchin. As a result, Suchin didn't even look at it, turned around and continued to work. Sir, I appreciate your kindness. I'm already married. What? You got married right after graduation? Yan Jinwei pretended to be surprised. I think that my son-in-law is really good. Even if my daughter is not around. I know how to refuse, and I don't even look at the photos. I also say that I am a married person. If he has a girlfriend, he may break up, and the other party will feel that there is a chance. It's great to say that you are married directly. Chapter 95 Father-in-law shocked. Suchin, amazing. Well, I already have 2 children. Suchin said. Yan Jinwei couldn't help laughing. Suchin could see Tuanchuan and Lele as his own children, and said the same in front of outsiders. He was really a good boy. Tisk, that's a pity, but it doesn't matter. Do you still have suitable siblings in your family? Sir, I am the only child. Only son, what do your parents do? Suchin thought it was a little strange. Why are so many uncles and aunts looking for him to check his account recently? I remember the last time I met an employee aunt in the cafeteria, and it was the same. I came up and asked a bunch of people whether they are married, have a girlfriend, how many people in the family, what are they doing? Does he look like a hot date now? Seeing that Suchin didn't answer, Yan Jinwei hurriedly said, I just asked. Casually, Zhonghai is developing so well now. Young people like you who have just graduated must be under a lot of pressure, and you are still married. 2. Raise 2 children, the family must help, otherwise buying a house will kill people. Although the Yan family doesn't need to think about this kind of pressure. Neither does the Yan family's son-in-law, but if you know the situation of your in-laws, you can chat when you meet. Yan Jinwei is very complacent about his ability to talk like this. He thinks he is much better than what his wife asked that day. It's okay, I made some money in college, I have already bought the house and car, and raising 2 children is not too stressful. Did you earn money to buy a house and a car in college? Yan Zhenwei was shocked. Although he is the chairman of Chaofan Group, there is no doubt about his ability, but all this is based on the Yan family. Today's young people want to use their ability to save enough money to buy a car and buy a house during college. That's really capable. Thinking about Su Chen's performance at the party, Yan Zhenwei felt more that the young man in front of him was excellent. The son-in-law is not only capable, but also knows how to refuse. His strength and character are excellent. It is good for his daughter to be with him. Su Chen chatted with the old man, but he didn't put down his work. He had already entered the data on the computer, and the huge machine was cutting. Yan Zhenwei didn't continue to inquire about anything, his eyes fell on the machine started over there with Su Chen, and there was a basic prototype of Su Chen's needs on the electronic screen. Yan Zhenwei glanced at it and frowned slightly. What are you doing? Is this size a little too small? You must know that mechas are not models, they are meant to be used on the battlefield. The reason why mechas can become the biggest weapon of contemporary hope is that because of its large size, sturdy appearance, and the use of high technology, a small mecha, no matter how finely it is made, will eventually lose its advantage on the real battlefield. Su Chen heard these words and determined that this old man is indeed a man who understands mechas, and he is probably retired. He has not heard his previous theories, so his understanding of mechas is still at the moment everyone considered stage. Knowing that the other party is indeed a retired staff member of the company, Su Chen did not continue to hide it, and it would not hurt to repeat the theory that he shared. Sir, the mecha I want to do is not small, I just make the division of the mecha more perfect. What do you mean? Yan Zhenwei had forgotten what he was here for, and his curiosity was completely attracted by the mecha. For example, look at these two pieces. The upper and lower arms of the mecha are separated from the upper and lower arms, and the middle is equipped with a connecting device, which allows the arm of the mecha to move more flexibly. Having said that, adding joints and connections, the exposed parts of the mecha will increase, and these connections will become the opponent's attack points. Too many weaknesses are very disadvantageous. Yan Zhenwei said. No. Su Chen shook his head confidently. Look carefully at the plates of the big arm and the forearm. The two joints have been processed, and there will be some protruding parts, which perfectly hides the connection position at the same time, while remaining flexible. Yan Zhenwei couldn't help but took a few steps forward and looked at the two templates on the screen seriously. After half a minute, he couldn't help but applaud excitedly. Wonderful. This connection is too finely done. Boy, what did you think of that? Yan Zhenwei's eyes are shining. Su Chen's innovation is a huge breakthrough for the mecha world. No wonder he was placed in the mecha department. He originally thought it was his daughter's relationship, but now it seems that Su Chen really has this strength. Because I want to make a flexible mecha, on this basis, I can only think of various ways to make up for the defects of exposed joints. I thought of the toy blocks of my son and daughter, and then I came up with the principle of gear engagement. Amazing. Boy, your brain is really awesome. So, other than your arms, do you also do the same thing? The joint division of the legs and steps uses the same principle. The waist and hip joints are relatively simple. It only needs to extend a part of the crotch to block the crotch. Waist and hip joints? I know the waist joints of mechas, but what about this hip joint? Why does the same class A need two identical functional divisions? Isn't this superfluous? Yan Jinwei laughed. Su Chen shook his head. No, in traditional mecha cognition, the waist joint is understood by everyone as a maneuvering steering, lacking flexibility. If the waist and hip joints are separated, you can face the attack direction faster. Just like in the steering of the car, the waist joint is the tire, and the hip joint is the steering wheel, and the steering wheel needs to be controlled so that the tire can achieve a faster steering action. Yan Jinwei was shocked to hear these words. He felt as if a brand new area had opened up in his mind, and his understanding of mecha came alive in an instant. Young man, where did you learn these theories? He asked in astonishment. God, Su Chen just graduated from college this year, and he knows so much more than he knows. Not only knows more than him, but also profound, and it is no worse than those old scholars who specialize in mecha in the Dragon Academy. He even felt that Su Chen had a deeper understanding of mecha research than those old academicians. This is simply too shocking. As expected of the man chosen by his daughter, he is exceptionally powerful. I don't know if my daughter liked Su Chen's appearance. Or did you like Su Chen's research ability on mecha? Or fancy something else? He is very curious about Su Chen's whole person now. Su Chen slandered in his heart. Of course the system taught him. Of course, he definitely won't say anything about the system. So he found a reason that he had thought of for a long time, and said, I like to study these things when I was in college. I haven't put them into action before, but the theoretical knowledge is all in my mind. Chapter 96. Shocked classmates. Su Chen, is this your wife? Where are we going now? First to the kindergarten or to the mall? Su Chen asked as he drove his car into the basement. Yan Bingxue immediately came back to her senses. Let's go directly to the shopping mall. I have asked Zhang's special assistant to pick up the two children. Time is tight. Let's go first and meet at the mall later. Okay, then let's go buy something for my father-in-law and mother-in-law. First. Su Chen drove the car to a nearby shopping mall. As soon as the two parked the car and got on the elevator, two people had already entered the elevator, and it was a familiar face. It was Su Chen's high school classmate, Qian Qing. Today, he is not with you, Lily, and next to him is another pretty girl who looks good. She looks young, with silver eyes, and looks like a student. When Qian Qing saw Su Chen, he suddenly remembered what happened to him that day, and his face darkened immediately. Originally, he was thinking of fawning on Su Chen that day. After all, Su Chen also worked at the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and the dean invited him to go there. Dad didn't handle his errands in the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Maybe Su Chen could help. Busy. In the end, I didn't expect that when my father came back that night, he beat him hard, and said that the dean had spoken, and he would not be allowed to enter or leave the Dragon Academy casually in the future, and the work was completely dirty. Qian Qing felt that there must be something Su Chen said in front of the dean behind this, otherwise how could the dean do this? So now he hates Su Chen to death. Because of Su Chen, he not only lost his job, but now he doesn't want to see him in the Yu family. Dad is also a snobby. Seeing that Su Chen can enter the Dragon Academy of Sciences, his mind is immediately shaken. So these days, his work and love are not going well, and he is very annoyed. Today, he specially brought his cousin to the mall to buy gifts for Yu Lily, trying to restore Yu Lily's heart, but he didn't expect to meet Su Chen again. Anyway, his job is gone now. He is barefoot and is not afraid of wearing shoes. Naturally, he doesn't need to be polite to Su Chen. So what if he can enter the Dragon Academy? Anyway, he can't get in, and the two will not meet at the Dragon Academy in the future. There is no need for him to humiliate Su Chen. So as soon as Su Chen came in, Qianqing began to say hello. Oh, isn't this our school grass, Su Chen? We are really close friends, I didn't expect to meet you here. Yan Bingxue looked up at Su Chen, her eyes seemed to be asking. Su Chen tilted his head and said softly, a high school classmate, it's a long story, in short, it's not someone who will meet, don't care. His voice was not loud, but the elevator was so loud that Qianqing could hear it clearly. I took the initiative to say hello, but the other party actually said that he was a person who didn't care. Depend on Su Chen, it's too ruthless to say that about your old classmate? What's the matter, when you take a beautiful girl out, you feel arrogant? Su Chen, do you know why I came to the mall today? With a ding, the elevator reached the second floor, and Su Chen walked out, leaving only one sentence, I care what you do. Qianqing stepped up quickly, walking behind Su Chen and Yan Bingxue like a dogskin plaster, and said triumphantly, I'm here to buy a ring today, and I'm going to propose to Lily. Su Chen was still too lazy to pay attention to him, and Qianqing simply walked up to him and stopped him. Su Chen, I warn you, stay away from Lily in the future, she is my fiancé, do you understand? Seeing his vicious appearance, Su Chen felt amused. He sneered, Qianqing. Are you blind? Can't see me taking my wife? Who are you buying the ring for is none of my business. Old wife. Qianqing almost bit his tongue. He was standing in the elevator before, behind Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, so he only saw Yan Bingxue's back. Now he walked to the front and finally saw Yan Bingxue's face. It's so pretty. Yu Lily is their high school flower, she is already considered a very beautiful woman, and the lady beside Su Chen is much more beautiful than you. Lily not only looks good, but also has a super temperament. There is a bit of coldness in her beauty, and she is simply a superb nobody. But Su Chen said that this superb beauty was his wife. This is too absurd. Ha ha ha. Su Chen, are you too bragging? You said this beauty is your wife, can you prove it? How could you, a poor boy who just graduated, marry such a beautiful wife? When Yan Bingxue heard this, her face suddenly turned cold, and she was about to have a seizure, but Su Chen gently pulled her hand to soothe her emotions. When he turned to look at Qianqing, Su Chen had a sneer on his face. Qianqing, why don't you have any self-knowledge? Haven't learned enough lessons from that day? My wife, need to prove it to you? Do you think you are who? Being so humiliated in front of the beauty, Qianqing's face became more and more hideous. Su Chen, stop bluffing there. This lady is really your wife. Why can't you prove it? Get out of the way, good dogs don't stand in the way. Su Chen drank. Qianqing just didn't drive much, and his short and chubby figure was like a hill. Baba, a clear child's voice sounded. Su Chen turned around, Tuanchuan and Lei trotted all the way over, and Zhang Tezu quickly followed behind them. Mr. Yan, Mr. Su, Tuanchuan and Lei are coming to find you, so I will bring them up. Well, it's okay, you go back first. Yan Bingxue ordered. Zhang Tesuk nodded and left, and Tuanchuan threw himself into Su Chen's arms and was picked up by him. Seeing Qianqing in front of him, Tuanchuan asked suspiciously, Baba, who is this fat uncle? Being called Uncle Fat, Qian Cheng was about to have a seizure when he suddenly heard Lei shouting, "Baba, Mama, aren't we going to buy gifts for Grandpa and Grandma? Why are you standing here still? Mom and Dad. This is this. Su Chen is actually married, and his wife is such a beautiful woman, and also has such a lovely pair of children." Qian Cheng's pupils were about to tremble. Although he tried his best not to admit it, Tuanchuan and Lei's little faces couldn't deceive anyone at all. This was clearly a miniature version of Yan Bingxue and Su Chen. Depend on. I'll say it again, get out of the way. Su Chen glanced at Qianqing coldly. Still in a daze, Qianqing couldn't help but be startled by this look, and his body involuntarily hid aside, completely shocked by Su Chen's aura. Without him, Su Chen's family continued to move forward. Chapter 97 Reward 100 million. Ding, it was detected that the host and the babies checked into the mall for the first time, and the host was rewarded with 100 million cash. The funds have been credited to the host's account. The source is legitimate, please. Check the host. As the voice in his mind rang, Su Chen's cell phone also rang, which was an account receipt reminder from the bank. 1 billion. Perfect. Su Chen now has a house, a car, and talent. The only thing he lacks is some working capital. He is going to get married soon, and it will definitely cost a lot of money. This timely rain. Excellent. Su Chen said cheerfully, let's go buy gifts for Grandpa and Grandma, and to Anchu and Lei, what you want today, Dad will pay for you. 100 million, it is no problem to visit the mall. Qianqing, who was hit hard behind him, finally came to his senses. Seeing Su Chen's complacent look on his face, he gritted his teeth with anger. The cousin behind him came over and said, "Cousin, who is that handsome little brother just now? He looks so good." Qianqing glared at her, "What does it look good on? The wife and children are by your side, don't think about it." My cousin didn't expect that she came to help and was reprimanded, she stamped her feet angrily, turned around and ran away. Originally, I wanted my cousin to come over to help me as a staff officer too. Buy a ring, but now that everyone has left, Qianqing stood there alone, looking at Su Chen more and more resentfully. No, you can't just forget about it. Su Chen can't always be so good at everything. With a good job, a beautiful wife, and 2 such lovely children, he doesn't believe that he can still be rich. Follow along and see. Didn't Su Chen say that he wanted to buy something for his father-in-law and mother-in-law? This is the best shopping mall in the center of Shanghai. The things sold in it are super expensive. He also promised his mother that he could win you Lily, and it took a long time to get the funds. He didn't believe that Su Chen could afford the things here. Later, he must see how Su Chen can't afford to make a fool of himself. Qianqing angrily followed. Of course Su Chen knew that there was a tail behind him. Yan Bingxue glanced back and said domineeringly, "Husband, do you want me to call the person in charge of the mall, to drive him out?" Su Chen shook his head, "No need, my wife is just a mad dog, we don't need to pay attention to him, let alone because he is in a bad mood. Let's go pick gifts." Seeing that he didn't care, Yan Bingxue nodded. "Wife, let's buy something for our father-in-law and mother-in-law? Do they have any preferences? I don't have any special hobbies. My mother likes to dress up, my dad. He has been a little high in recent years, and he pays more attention to health care. If he wants to say what he likes, I really can't say for a while." Suchin thought for a while and said, "That's okay, then let's go to solve the mother-in-law's gift first, and then think about what to buy for my father-in-law as we buy." N. Yan Bingxue nodded. Passing by the jewelry store, Suchin stopped and said, "Wife, since my mother-in-law likes to dress up, let's buy her jewelry. It's not too much." Okay. Yan Bingxue feels that it doesn't matter what she buys. She can afford everything in this mall anyway. Their family entered, and Qiancheng followed closely. Seeing him, Tuanchuan couldn't help but ask Suchen, "Baba, why is that fat uncle following us?" Before Suchen could answer, Qiancheng shouted in a guilty conscience, "Who is following you?" "I'm here to buy a diamond ring." He said at the beginning that he was going to buy a ring to propose. Suchen touched her daughter's little head. Gently said, "Tuanchuan, let's ignore him, think about what gift to buy for Grandma." Suchen looked in the showcase, pointed to the gemstone necklace over there, and said, "Wife, how about we buy gemstone necklaces? Necklaces are more suitable for daily travel with clothes. Son-in-law is also suitable for mother-in-law, or jade bracelets are also fine. Do you want to buy them all?" Yan Bingxue saw that he had chosen so carefully, and kept asking her own opinions. Her heart was as sweet as honey. "It's all right, husband, you have the final say." "Okay, then buy them all, and look at the necklace first." Suchen walked to the showcase and sat down, hugged his son and daughter, and browsed the necklaces one by one. When he saw an emerald gemstone necklace, Suchen's eyes suddenly stopped. Although he had never seen his mother-in-law, he knew by looking at Bingxue that her mother-in-law must be an elegant and beautiful lady, and emeralds at this age were very suitable. She looked noble and generous. "Hello, please help me take out this necklace and take a look." "Okay, sir." The shopping guide put on gloves respectfully and took out the gift box inside. The necklace was placed in the middle. The chain was made of platinum and made a downward shape. The engraving on the platinum was very detailed, embellished with an emerald the size of a pigeon's egg. "Sir, you have a good eye. This necklace is one of the works of our town store, and it is the work of the well-known designer K. The gemstone in the middle is 6 carats, which is already a treasure among emeralds." Suchen nodded. "Well, it's not bad, but the design of this necklace looks a bit cumbersome. Are there other styles and gems of similar quality to this one?" As soon as Suchen finished speaking, Qianqing sneered behind him. "If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. You have to come to other stores to install X. You don't like such a good design. I think it's fake if the design is not good enough, and it's true if you can't pay. Sir, can you shop by yourself and not disturb other guests?" the shopping guide said politely. Qianqing snorted coldly. "Little girl, I'm not bothering you to make money. I'm just reminding you, I know this person, he is a poor boy, he can't afford these things at all, don't put it on him, waste of time." The shopping guide frowned slightly, looked at Suchen's family, and then turned to Qianqing and said, "Sir, what do you need to buy? I'll ask my colleague to help you. If you're not here to buy something, please, are you going to leave now?" "Hey! You little girl, why are you biting Lu Dongbin and don't know good people? I'm helping you." Suchen doesn't want to waste too much time, he has to hurry to buy a gift and go to dinner. So he turned his head and said, "Don't worry about him, just answer my question." The shopping guide immediately returned to her place, resumed her smile, and said, "Yes, sir, we also have an emerald necklace, which is the treasure of the town store, but the price is a little expensive, because it is a well-known display model, so the price is in the 8 figures. Do you need to take a look? A necklace of 10 million level should be really good, Suchen said, bring it here. Chapter 9 Yan Bingxue is shocked. Suchen, why are you so rich? Qianqing rolled his eyes. You dare to see thousands of things, Suchen. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to come off the stage later? Seeing that the shopping guide went in to get something, Suchen took the time to turn his head and said, Qianqing, let me remind you, if you don't leave, you will be the one who won't come down to the stage later. Haha, I won't leave. I have to stay and watch your jokes. If you don't buy it today, you are my grandson. If you can afford it, I will kneel down and call you grandpa. I don't need my grandson, but I'm more than happy to get out of your way and not be annoying under my nose. Suchen waved his hand. Qianqing blushed and had a thick neck. Okay, Suchen. I'll just sit here and watch today. He pulled a stool and simply sat there staring at Suchen. The shopping guide took out a blue velvet gift box, and as soon as the lid was opened, the scene instantly lit up. Suchen's eyes fell on the necklace, and he couldn't help but sigh. This expensive thing is beautiful. This one is even more dazzling than the previous one, both in terms of design and quality of gemstone. Sir, this emerald is 7 carats. There are only a handful of them in the world. The price is 1 million. Whether it is workmanship or design, it is top notch. Suchen asked Yan Bingxue, wife, I think this is not bad. Do you think this is suitable for mother-in-law? Yan Bingxue actually felt that the price was a bit high. She originally wanted to bring some ordinary things as gifts for her parents, such as tobacco and alcohol supplements for her father, and cosmetics and skincare products for her mother. Gift will do. If my mother's gift is a necklace worth more than 10 million yuan, given my father's jealous temper, it must be of the same grade, which means a lot of money. Suchen definitely didn't have that much money. But thinking about it, since her husband has this heart, she must support her. So wait for her to swipe the card. Anyway, her money belongs to Suchen, and Suchen's money is still Suchen's. She paid the same money as Suchen paid. I think it's pretty good. My mother will definitely like it, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay, since my wife said so, then we need this. Please wrap it up for me, put it away first, and then I will look at the bracelet. The shopping guide's eyes lit up. This is the treasure of the store, and I have been able to eat it for several years just by selling it. This guest is too proud. Seeing that Suchen didn't pay immediately, Qianqing became more and more determined in his mind. Seeing Suchen and the others passing in front of him, he said triumphantly, Hey, some people are really pretending. Be careful if they want to run away later, and they will be pulled back and beaten by the store. Suchen completely ignored his existence, walked to the jade showcase over there, and together with Yan Bingxue, picked a pair of royal concubine bracelets of more than 10,000 yuan. But Suchen's hand was one step faster than hers. Pay with your mobile phone. He has shown his payment code. The shopping guide lady couldn't help but be stunned. Such a large sum of money can be paid directly by mobile phone? It's too much money in my phone. She couldn't help but beat the drums in her heart. Thinking of what the fat man said just now, she was a little worried, but looking at Suchen's family, she didn't feel like that kind of joke. She quickly swiped on Suchen's mobile phone, and a voice came from the computer's audio immediately. The scan is successful, and Alipay has received 2.6 million yuan. Qianqing fell off the stool with one butt. There was a thud. Fortunately, the decoration quality of the shopping mall passed the standard, but the stool under him was not so lucky. He was smashed by his body and fell to the ground, and fell to pieces. The shopping guide immediately motioned to the bodyguard over there, and 2 men in black came over and stopped Qianqing at once. "Sir, this stool is a designer style in the store. The price is 2,200. Please pay before leaving." Qianqing couldn't hear this at all. He looked at Su Chen in shock, shook his head and said, "Impossible, Su Chen, how could you have so much money? It must be fake." The shopping guide said, "Are you a lunatic? We have already made an order." Backstage. "You, Su Chen, who are you?" Su Chen carried his things and led his wife out. When he passed by Qianqing, he sneered, "I am the grandfather you can't afford to offend, remember, don't appear in front of me again." The grandson. Qianqing's face was pale and he wanted to rush out, but the 2 bodyguards around him were holding him tightly. The attitude of the shopping guide just now was compared to Su Chen's just now. She came over with the receipt code, "Sir, 2,200, please compensate according to the price, otherwise, we will call the police." Without the annoying tale, Su Chen's mood instantly relaxed a lot. Yan Bingxue on the side was a little stunned. After walking away, she raised her head and asked, "Husband, how can you have so much money?" "Well, how? Are you surprised by her husband's wealth?" Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue was amused by him and lowered her head. "I'm a little surprised. You just graduated and you bought such an expensive house and car, and also bought expensive gifts for my family. I'm a little embarrassed. She has always been the one who pays money outside, even going out with Gu Yusin. Ms. Gu spends a lot of money and likes to travel everywhere. When she was in school, the tuition was not enough, and now the manuscript fee is not enough for her, so every time when they went out together, Ms. Gu was always coquettish and begging for mercy." In fact, Yan Bingxue first thought that she was with Su Chen, and she had no requirements for Su Chen in terms of material life. Su Chen had just graduated, her career had just started, and she must have no money in her hands, but she had everything and nothing. There is no shortage of them. As long as Su Chen is good to her and the children, she can totally support him. But I didn't expect things to be completely different from what I thought. Su Chen is not a man who eats soft rice at all. He is super powerful. Although he is just graduated, he seems to have no money at all. With his talent and ability, he will definitely earn a lot of money in the future. If a mecha is created, his worth might surpass himself. For the first time, Yan Bingxue felt that she was relying on a man, which made her feel very novel and wonderful. Su Chen patted her head gently and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? Are there any embarrassment between the 2 of us? This is my first time visiting my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Of course, I have to buy a suitable gift. Now, your father-in-law and mother-in-law have raised you so well. What kind of gift is this? I will buy them more and better ones in the future, as well as you and the children. Just follow me and enjoy the happiness." Chapter 99, Going to see my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Su Chen and the others continued shopping and bought some skincare products and cosmetics that Tang Shuyun usually uses, as well as nutritional supplements such as Cordyceps sinensis. Now there are only gifts left for the old man. Wife, what do the old man like? You can think about it. Suchin felt that he still had to do what he wanted to get the old man. However, giving a man a gift is really not as good as giving a woman, and there are not so many choices. My dad should have everything, and he doesn't pursue clothes and shoes. He usually drinks some tea, but he is not the kind of person who likes to drink tea every day. He holds a tea set every day to make people. He likes playing chess, but the chess at home is already it is a customized masterwork. It is estimated that it is a ceiling work, which is difficult to surpass. Yan Bingxue said. Suchen has a headache. It seems that it is not easy to win the favor of the rich old man. Because men pursue quality, and what the old man likes must be the best. Then let's buy some good tea first, and then buy a good set of tea sets. I'll think about the other things. Suchen looked at the time. It was already 5 o'clock, and 6 or 7 o'clock was not enough for dinner, so they couldn't waste it. Too much time. When picking tea leaves, Suchen suddenly thought of something. Dad Yan was the last president of Chaofan Group, so he should also care about the projects of Chaofan Group. Wife, does father-in-law like mechas? Suchen asked. Yan Bingxue nodded without hesitation. Of course, the mecha research department of Chaofan Group was originally proposed by my father, but when he was in office, there were no conditions for its establishment. Later, after I accepted the group company, he also told me to put this on the agenda. Then I know what gift to give my father-in-law. I promise my father-in-law will like it. And? What? Yan Bingxue hadn't thought of it yet. Suchen lowered his voice and whispered in her ear. After Yan Bingxue heard this, her eyes widened. Really? Suchen nodded. Well, I didn't say it before, because I didn't expect my father-in-law to like mechas. Now I know, then I think my father-in-law will definitely like this gift. It's very meaningful. Yan Bingxue said excitedly. Okay, husband, if it is this gift, my father will definitely like it very much. The gift is done, let's go to see the parents. Suchen called old Yuan while walking out. Arriving in the car, Suchen first called his parents and said that he was going to his father-in-law's house for dinner tonight. The call was waiting for Su's father, because Su's mother was cooking. Hearing that her son was going to visit his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Su Ma quickly wiped her hands and walked out. After Suchen hung up the phone, Yan Bingxue also sent a message to her mother, saying that she was going home for dinner. In the Su family villa, Su Ma walked around the house excitedly. Dad, Su couldn't help but said, Wife, don't leave, I'm dizzy. Mother Su stopped and walked over excitedly. Old Su, my son is going to see his in-laws. Why am I so nervous? You also said that it was your son who went there, and it wasn't you who went. Why are you nervous? Dad, Su said with a smile. I'm nervous for my son. This is the first time my son has gone to see his in-laws. I don't know if they will like our son, said Ma Su. Dad, Su stopped talking, and was also a little nervous in his heart. But in order to comfort his wife, he still opened his mouth and said, It's okay, our son has a good job now, he has also bought a house and a car, and the preparatory work can be done. I think there should be no problem. Although it is said that. But after all, the son and daughter-in-law have missed 3 years. Tuanchuan and Lele are both 3 years old. In the past 3 years, the daughter-in-law has taken the child by herself. I'm afraid her parents will have an opinion on this matter. Su Ma said with a frown. When Dad Su saw that she was going back and forth nervously again, he quickly grabbed her and said, "Don't be nervous, it's useless to be nervous, we have to believe in our son's ability. Look at the son, daughter-in-law and 2 children. Do you all get along well? The in-laws definitely want the children to live happily. We are all parents, and the original intention is only this. I believe that the in-laws will accept the son." Suma nodded, let out a long breath and said, "I hope so. Old Su, let's not be idle either. You take a good look at the days. Let's sum up the wedding. We have seen our daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Our sons' family is so good now, we must not treat our in-laws badly. That's necessary. When my son comes back, I will discuss this matter with him." Dad Su said. On the road, Suchin drove the car and sat up straight. Yan Bingxue lowered her head and sent a message to her mother. She didn't know what to say. She couldn't help laughing. Suchin immediately asked, "Wife, have you spoken to your mother-in-law?" "Well," I said, "my mother is very happy. She said that dinner will be prepared immediately, so let's not worry," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Suchin nodded, and Yan Bingxue next to him raised his mobile phone and said, "Husband, let's take a photo of our family. I think today is quite memorable." "Okay." Suchin smiled at the phone. Tuanchuan and Lele at the back also brought their little heads together. Taking a family photo, Yan Bingxue lowered her head and carefully zoomed in on every detail. When she saw Suchin smile, she couldn't help but smile. "Husband, why is your smile so stiff? Are you nervous?" Suchin glanced at her and smiled helplessly. "You must be nervous, wife, this is the first time to see your parents." Yan Bingxue pursed her lips and said, "Actually, I'm also a little nervous. But it's okay, no matter what the situation is, we will face it together, and my mother's reaction just now was quite good. I think she seems very happy." "Look. Really? Then I can be more at ease. I will perform well later, and try to make my father-in-law and mother-in-law feel at ease to hand you over to me," Suchin said firmly. Yan Bingxue nodded, "Husband, you can definitely do it." Tuanchuan and Lele also cheered on Dad behind. "Baba, you are so boring, Grandpa and Grandma will definitely like you. Tuanchuan likes you too." Lele also said encouragingly, "Dad, you are super kind to us. When you arrive at your grandparents' house, we will tell them that if you like us, they will definitely like you too." Giggle is right, Baba, we are all standing with you. If Grandpa and Grandma don't like you, we will keep telling them, Baba is super good. With the support of his wife and 2 children, Suchin finally laughed. With them, what is there to fear? Chapter 00 Shocked Neighbors. Bingxue, you are married. Suchin drove according to Yan Bingxue's actual street address. Although he thought before he came here that he would live in the best place with the financial resources of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he was still in shock when the car arrived at Tangong Villa. Shock. This is a famous mansion in Zhonghai. It covers an area of more than 40,000 square meters. There are only 18 buildings in total. The whole is based on European classic buildings. Built. Each building in it is taken out separately, and it is a top-level mansion. The people who can live here are basically Long Kingdom. When it was built, the price was more than 100 million yuan. Its market value is about 400 million to 500 million, and it has no market value. When the car drove to the gate of the community, Suchin began to get nervous. Again. Yan Bingxue was also nervous, so she said, "Husband, let's park the car at the Shijiao Hotel, and then let's walk there, 10 minutes away, and take a look at the scenery of the community. This is the time to ease the tension." Suchen nodded and drove the car to the parking lot. Then the family came down with gifts. Tuanchuan and Lele are familiar with the road here, and they play while walking. The children have no idea what their parents are feeling at the moment. Suchen carried all the gifts. Yan Bingxue walked by her side empty-handed. Looking at the familiar environment, she pursed her lips slightly. A car passed slowly, slowing down because of a small child ahead. When the car drove to Suchen and the others, the window suddenly rolled down. "Bingxue? It's really you. I just saw Tuanchuan and Lele, and I thought you must be the one who brought the children back. Aunt Sue, have you just returned?" Yan Bingxue greeted the other party. "Well, I just went to pick up my grandson, Bingxue. Who is this?" Aunt Sue's eyes fell on Suchen's body, with a bit of an astonishing light in her eyes. And she asked Yan Bingxue with a smile. Yan Bingxue was slightly shy and introduced, "Aunt Sue, this is my husband, Su Chen. Husband, this is my parents' neighbor, Aunt Sue next door." "Hello Aunt Sue." Suchen greeted politely. Aunt Sue had an aunt smile on her face, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She immediately smiled and nodded, "Hee, hello Mr. Sue is really a talent, standing with us in ice and snow, like a golden boy and a girl. Are you going to your parents' side?" Aunt Sue felt that it was inconvenient to talk like this, so she simply asked the driver to go home first, and led her grandson out of the car with Suchen, Yan Bingxue and the others. The little grandson of the Su family ran over to find Tuanchuan Lele, and the 3 children ran in front. Aunt Sue glanced at her grandson, and when she saw the 3 of them playing together, she felt relieved and turned to look at Yan Bingxue and Suchen. Again. Yan Bingxue nodded, "Well, let's go home for dinner." Aunt Sue saw the gifts in Suchen's hand with sharp eyes, and asked, with a smile, "Bingxue, is this the first time for your little Su to come here?" The Su family lived next door to the Yan family for many years, and they all said that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, so the relationship between the 2 families is very close. When the Yan family added a son-in-law, it is impossible for them to be ignorant of the neighbors, so this should be their first time back. "Yes, this is the first time my husband has come to visit," Yan Bingxue said. Aunt Sue took her arm, lowered her voice, and said, "Good boy, don't be nervous. Your husband is so handsome. I think your parents will be very happy when they see it, haha." Hearing what Auntie said, Yan Bingxue couldn't help laughing. Looking at Su Chen's handsome profile, she felt extremely sweet in her heart. "Bingxue, you already call Xiao Su Mister, have you received the certificate?" Aunt Sue asked gossip. Yan Bingxue nodded. Aunt Sue slapped her thigh happily, "Bingxue, you really have courage since you were a child. Auntie likes you very much, haha. Then when are you going to hold a banquet? Our community has not been lively for a long time, waiting for your family to hold a banquet. We can finally have a drink. You haven't come back for half a year, and your Uncle Su is still talking about you. He often talks about you when you chat with your father. Now that you are getting married, it is estimated that when I go home, your uncle will be happy too. It's time. Remember to send us a wedding invitation, your uncle. And I will give you a big red envelope." "Definitely, Aunt Sue, but about the wedding, Yan Bingxue looked shyly at Suchen. Suchen smiled and continued, Aunt Sue, this is the first time I have come to see my father-in-law and mother-in-law. The date of the wedding has not yet been set. I want to wait for my father-in-law and mother-in-law to discuss it before setting it. When the date is fixed, we will send a wedding invitation to your home. Hey, okay, look at how much this child can talk. Bingxue, your eyesight is really good. Your parents know that you are coming over today, right? Well, I just messaged them. Then I guess your parents are going to be busy right now. By the way, what does your husband do? He's doing mecha research. He helps me at the Transcendent Research Department, and he also works at the Dragon Academy. Yan Bingxue didn't want people to misunderstand that Su Chen was a soft eater, so he took Su Chen's 2 copies. Work says it all. When Aunt Sue heard this, her pupils instantly widened a bit, and she said with a shocked expression, "Your husband looks so young, but he is actually engaged in mecha research? He is still working in the Dragon Academy, which is incredible. Wow, Bingxue, your vision is too good. You're picking this one. I don't understand mecha, but your Uncle Sue and my son often talk about it, saying that this thing can change the world. I didn't expect it. Mr. Sue is actually a talent in this field. Bingxue, your parents know Mr. Sue's work, and they will probably give you to him with great confidence." "Thank you, Aunt Sue," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. While walking, she said that Aunt Sue's house arrived first, so she called her grandson back. "Bingxue, I'm home. Today is the first time for you and your husband to come here, so I won't bother you. I will definitely come next time. You have to tell Auntie in advance. Auntie will cook something delicious for you." "Okay, Aunt Sue, come in." Watching Aunt Sue enter the house, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue continued to walk forward. After chatting with Aunt Sue like this, Yan Bingxue felt a lot more relieved. Holding Su Chen's arm and said, "Husband, let's not be nervous. Aunt Sue is right. Husband, you are so good and capable. Your parents will definitely like you." Su Chen nodded, his palms tightened, and said, "Don't worry, my wife, I will work hard." "Well, my parents' house is here. This is the building." Yan Bingxue pointed to the luxurious Tuscan villa in front of him. Chapter 101, Son-in-law is coming. Lovely father-in-law. The Yan family, 40 minutes ago. As soon as Tang Shuyun saw her daughter's text message, she immediately gave instructions at home. Let the chef prepare today's dinner, what dishes are needed, and let the nannies quickly clean up the house and put everything in order. Yan Zhenwei still didn't know what was going on, so he frowned and asked, "Wife, what's wrong with you?" Tang Shuyun glared at him, not angry, and said with a smile, "Smelly old man. I don't care about you because I'm in a good mood today. I'll tell you the good news, my daughter is going to bring her son-in-law home for dinner." "What?" Yan Zhenwei immediately laughed excitedly, his mouth almost grinning to the back of his ears. "Are you serious? What did your daughter tell you?" He couldn't believe such a good thing really happened. "I couldn't finish talking with my son-in-law in the afternoon, and I hoped that my daughter would bring her son-in-law back soon. In the end, my daughter really wanted to bring her son-in-law back in the evening. This is too beautiful." "Of course it's true. I'll show you the message my daughter personally sent me." Tang Shuyun handed him the phone. Yan Zhenwei read word by word several times before he dared to be sure that it was all true. He put down his phone and raised his head. "Mother Lu, clean up the house. There are important guests coming to the house tonight." After he finished speaking, he went back to the room alone, went to the cloakroom to choose from various options, found a decent clothes to change into, and stood in front of the mirror for a long time. This should be decent enough, right? Although I only met Suchin in the afternoon, I met him in the evening as my old husband. I just need to get dressed up. The beard seems to be a little long. He rushed into the bathroom, pulled out a razor and shaved. Then he came out again, walked back and forth in the house, and every time he passed the full-length mirror, he glanced at him to make sure that he was fine. When the phone rang, Yan Zhenwei was taken aback and almost didn't hold it. When he took out the phone, he thought it would be a call from his daughter, and was extremely nervous. But after looking at it, he found that it was an old friend calling. Yan Zhenwei breathed a sigh of relief and happily answered the phone. "Old Gu, what are you doing?" "It's okay, let's talk to you, Lao Yan. Have you had dinner?" "We're going to go to the Bund at night, will you go?" Lao Gu asked over there. "We can't go, there's a big event at home today, haha." Yan Zhenwei couldn't help laughing as he spoke. "What's the matter? Why are you so happy?" "My daughter took my son-in-law home for dinner tonight, they haven't arrived yet," Yan Zhenwei said happily. Lao Gu was stunned on the other end of the phone, then raised his voice, and said, "Bing Shue is going to take her husband back? This is a good thing." "No wonder your voice is so excited." "Yeah, this child is unreliable. She only said in the evening that she wants to come over for dinner, and her mother and I were caught off guard." "Come on, Lao Yan, you're pretending to be Versailles in front of me. Just have fun in your heart." "Hey, my daughter is still abroad and refuses to come back. When will I be able to eat with my son-in-law like you?" Lao Gu said sourly. Yan Zhenwei comforted his friend, "Don't worry, Bing Shue has brought my son in law back, good things must be near, then Yusin will naturally come back for the wedding, you will see your daughter soon." "That's right, haha, Lao Yan, how are you feeling when you see your son-in-law for the first time? Are you so excited?" Yan Zhenwei cleared his throat, cough cough, "Why am I so excited? Those two children are also excited if they want to be excited. Today, I am my old husband. Whether this can be done or not, I still need to speak." The two are old friends, and Lao Gu naturally knows that Yan Zhenwei is just a man who refuses to be soft-spoken. He sounds very excited, but he refuses to admit it, and he has the final say in what he says, and he doesn't know. "Because I know who the son-in-law," called him excitedly. Yes, your old man has great power, but haven't you met before? Last time you called and said that you met your son-in-law, and today we are going to have dinner together, and it should be a matter of walking. Right? I heard my wife say that Shuyun is very satisfied with your son-in-law, and I think you are also very satisfied. Yan Zhenwei remembered the bragging with his old friend that day, and now he can only round it up. "Yes, I saw him this afternoon. But it must be different. Tonight is the official meeting. Meaning is different." "That's true. It's the first time your son-in-law comes to visit, so you and your wife have to prepare well. What are you wearing? Would you like to make a video for me to help you?" the old Gu on the other end of the phone said jokingly. But Yan Zhenwei took it seriously and said solemnly, "All right, then I'll hang up and start a video with you. I chose this dress myself, I think it's pretty." "Good, you can help me see it." After speaking, he hung up the phone. Lao Gu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. "This old man said that he is not nervous, I think he is nervous at home." The video was sent the next second, and Lao Gu quickly picked it up. As soon as he connected, he saw an enlarged face, washed cleanly, and even the beard was freshly shaved, leaving a cyan mark. How is it? Lao Gu, is it okay for me to look at it like this? Yan Zhenwei asked anxiously. Lao Gu said with a smile, okay, this face is quite handsome, even I can't see your clothes. Only then did Yan Zhenwei realize that he forgot to switch the rear camera, so he quickly changed it and said to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in front of him, look at the clothes, okay? Lao Gu couldn't help but want to laugh. Are you still wearing a shirt at home? It's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Yan Zhenwei shook his head. It's not an exaggeration, the shirt is a bit more formal, and the casual trousers I wear look both formal and not too rigid. I think it's okay, don't you feel bad? Seeing his serious question, Lao Gu also became serious, looked at it carefully and said, it's good, that is, your watch looks too expensive. Otherwise you should pick it up, your watch is worth more than 200 million yuan. Are you not afraid of putting pressure on your son-in-law for custom handmade models? Yan Zhenwei thought for a while, then nodded and said, you're right, then take it off, and I'll replace it with an ordinary one. Su Chen's strength Yan Zhenwei has seen before, but after all, he is a young man who has just graduated. It is the first time he comes to his father-in-law's house. The house alone is probably quite shocking. Yan Zhenwei changed his watch for 2 million yuan, stood in front of the mirror again, looked at it again, and smiled with satisfaction. Lao Yan, your son-in-law. Old Gu was about to ask, when the doorbell rang suddenly from downstairs. Yan Zhenwei said immediately, I won't tell you, my daughter and son-in-law are back, hang up. After he finished speaking, he directly pinched the phone and ran downstairs quickly. Chapter 102 Meeting my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Tang Shiyun also changed into a set of clothes. It was a Cheongsam custom-made by an old tailor who had spent a lot of money before. She looked very elegant and generous, and she even put on light makeup to look very appropriate. They both went downstairs when they heard the doorbell. As soon as she stood at the entrance of the stairs, she saw that Lu Ma was about to open the door. Yan Zhenwei hurriedly shouted, don't open the door. Tang Shiyun glanced at him suspiciously. Lao Yan, what's wrong? It must be her daughter and son-in-law. The two walked down quickly, and Yan Zhenwei said as he walked, of course I know. Then why are you shutting them out? Lao Yan, on such an important day, please. Don't give me any trouble, Tang Shiyun said solemnly. Yan Zhenwei glared at her, what do you think? This is the first time my daughter has brought him here. What does the nanny look like when she opens the door? Let's open it together. Tang Shiyun was immediately amused, bumped the old man's elbow, and said, okay, old Yan, you still understand. Outside the door, Su Chen had been practicing smiling for a long time, so as soon as the door opened, he immediately smiled and saluted, hello, uncle and aunt. Just after he finished speaking, he raised his head to see Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shiyun inside, and Su Chen couldn't help being stunned. Isn't this the aunt from the cafeteria and the retired researcher we met this afternoon? How is the mother-in-law and the old husband? Tang Shiyun saw her son-in-law's surprise, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. Yan Zhenwei, who was on the side, wanted to greet him with a smile, but when she was nervous, she couldn't make an expression. It looks like it has a black face. Yan Bingxue was keenly aware that something was wrong, but she didn't know what was going on. Why is my husband suddenly stunned? I want the expression of my parents, I really can't figure out their attitude. Toward Su Chen. Grandpa and Grandma were back to Anchuan and Lei Lei rushed over immediately. One hugged Grandma and the other hugged Grandpa. Yan Zhenwei felt relieved when he saw the small radish on his leg, and immediately changed his face, and hugged Lei Lei with a smile. Tang Shiyun led the group and said, "Don't stand at the door, come in and sit." The family walked in, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue sat on the sofa in the living room, a little cautious. Yan Bingxue lowered her voice and asked, "Husband, what's going on?" Su Chen also whispered, "I've seen my father-in-law and mother-in-law before." Yan Bingxue widened her apricot eyes in surprise, looked at Su Chen, and then at the parents over there. Yan Zhenwei cleared his throat uncomfortably, didn't dare to meet his daughter's eyes, and stared at random. Tang Shiyun was very calm, and said with a smile, "I have seen son-in-law." "You didn't expect it?" Su Chen smiled and nodded, "I really didn't expect it to be aunt and uncle. They didn't behave well. I hope you two don't mind." "No, your performance is very good, my uncle and I are satisfied, haha." Listening to your husband and mother, Yan Bingxue seemed to be listening to a book from heaven. She didn't know what was going on, so she asked, "Mom, what the hell is going on? When did you meet Su Chen?" Su Chen took her hand and said softly, "Uncle is what I told you today, the old man I met in the work cabin, and my aunt. I met you in the company cafeteria that day when you went on a business trip." Yan Bingxue looked at him in surprise, then turned to look at his parents again. "Mom and Dad, did you already know about me and Su Chen?" Tang Shiyu smiled and nodded, "Of course, silly girl. Zhonghai is so big, how could your father and I not know about such a big thing about my daughter's marriage? It's not enough, you didn't tell us, your dad and I didn't dare to ask around. I was curious, so I pretended to be an employee of the company and went to the cafeteria to meet my son-in-law, haha." The son-in-law didn't know who I was that day, and probably regarded me as one auntie with a bad mind. Thinking of what happened that day, Su Chen said a little embarrassedly, "Auntie, I don't have that kind of idea, I just feel that auntie is a little familiar with me and is very enthusiastic about me." "My son-in-law, of course I am enthusiastic," Tang Shiyun laughed. After Yan Bingxue was surprised, she couldn't help but laugh softly. She was originally worried that her parents would be unhappy when they knew that she and Su Chen got married, and they might not be able to accept Su Chen immediately, but now it seems that these are completely overthinking her. Not only did my parents accept this, but they also secretly ran over to meet my husband because of their own interests. Thinking about what her husband said to her today, she couldn't believe that her father would get along with her husband so harmoniously all afternoon. So, my father should also like my husband a lot, right? Then tonight's dinner, there should be no problem. "Mom, what did you say when you went to see Su Chen?" Later, Su Chen didn't mention it, and I didn't even know about it. Yan Bingxue asked. Tang Shiyun told her daughter what happened that day, and Yan Bingxue couldn't help laughing. "Mom, if you go to chat with people like this, people must think it's very strange, and it's like you check your household registration, for fear that people won't know that you want to see his marriage." Tang Shiyun pulled her daughter and said, "I was very curious, I was nervous and excited, and I didn't organize the language well, but fortunately my son-in-law was very polite, and we had a good chat." "Old Yan, have you seen your son-in-law too? When did it happen? Why don't I know?" Tang Shiyun still didn't know that Yan Zhenwei had secretly went to see her son-in-law this afternoon. Yan Zhenwei's face froze, and he said quickly, "I just went to the company too." See, just happened to meet and chatted a few words. Suchin didn't speak, thinking that his father-in-law was so active. It was obvious that he didn't happen to meet. Tang Shiyun didn't believe it either. She stared suspiciously at the old man. And suddenly smiled. Old Yan, shouldn't you learn from me and secretly hide your identity to peek at your son-in-law? Who said that my method was too low-end that day? In the end, some people didn't follow suit, haha. Who is imitating you? I can chat more than you. I had a good chat with Xiao Su in the afternoon. I didn't startle people like you did, Yan Jinwei said, embarrassedly when he saw his neck. After speaking, he also realized that his wife was deliberately teasing him, and couldn't help laughing. Yan Bingxue and Suchin over there also looked at each other and smiled. Suchin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the attitude of his father-in-law and his mother-in-law did not seem to be against him and Yan Bingxue. The first time I came to visit, the atmosphere seemed to be much more harmonious than I imagined. Father-in-law and mother-in-law are very good people. Grandpa and grandmother, Baba Mama, what are you talking about? I can't understand Goku and I. Let's unpack the gifts. Grandpa and Grandma, Baba, bought you a lot of gifts. Tuan Tuan, who was sitting beside him, felt that he had no sense of participation, and could not help but interrupted the adult's conversation by twisting his little butt and pouting his mouth. Chapter 103 Tuanchuan, not $100, but 11 million. The words of the little guy amused all the adults, Tang Shiyun said dotingly. Okay, let's listen to the group, let's unpack the gifts first. Mother Loon next to her immediately brought in all the gifts at the door. Seeing a bunch of things in big boxes and small boxes, Tang Shiyun couldn't help but say, Xiao Su, Bingxue, what are you two doing? Come home for dinner. And bring so many things here. Suchin smiled and said, Auntie, this is my first official visit. This is the proper etiquette, but we feel that we are in a hurry, and the preparation may be a little insufficient. I hope you and Uncle don't mind. Oh, they're all a family. You and Bingxue bring your children back. It's the best gift for me and your uncle. Yan Bingxue said, Mom, this is Su Chen's intention, you and Dad can take it. Tang Shiyun looked at the young couple, nodded and said, okay, then we'll accept it, but when you come next time, come back empty-handed to eat. You don't need to spend money to buy any gifts, there's nothing missing at home. Just come back to be lively and lively. Yeah, Grandpa and Grandma are receiving gifts, open the gifts now. Tuanchuan likes opening gifts the most, and she is also happy to see others unwrap them. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue put the supplements aside first. Mom and Dad, these are some nutritional supplements. Now the weather is hot, you can pick up some to eat. It's easy to get angry. Dad has 3 highs. Su Chen deliberately chose the right one, you can eat it with confidence. Then Su Chen also picked out 2 special gifts for you. Mom, this is for you. Yan Bingxue handed a shopping bag to Tang Shiyun. Tuanchuan and Lele both knew that there were necklaces and bracelets there, and they shook their shoulders excitedly and gathered around their grandmother. Grandma, we picked this one with my dad, open it up. Everyone's attention was on the gift bag in Tang Shiyun's hand, and Yan Jinwei couldn't help but look over curiously. I don't know what gifts my son-in-law will buy. Tang Shiyun actually thought that she had everything she needed. The Yan family's purchases were naturally good. Her son-in-law had just graduated from college before joining the Chaofan Group and the Dragon Academy of Sciences. The child's career was just starting, so he was definitely not rich. So she thought about it, no matter what gift her son-in-law bought, she would be happy and like it. With such a mentality, she opened the gift in front of everyone's eyes. When Tang Shiyun saw the emerald gemstone necklace, she couldn't help being stunned. It's so pretty. Even if Tang Shiyun, who has seen a lot of jewelry and owns a lot of jewelry, saw this work, she felt that her eyes were bright. Not to mention Yan Jinwei, he immediately said, such a big emerald, this is a treasure among treasures. Tang Shiyun also reacted, based on her years of shopping experience, this necklace is definitely not cheap. Tuanchuan asked expectantly, Grandma, do you like the gift that Baba gave you? This was specially chosen by Baba. Auntie, I think this necklace should be very suitable for you, and it is very suitable with your cheongsam today, why don't you try it? Suchen said. No matter what age a woman sees a beautiful favorite, of course she wants to try it right away. Tang Shiyun just wanted to try it on, but after all, it was a gift from her son-in-law, so she was a little embarrassed. Now that the son-in-law said, she nodded immediately and said, okay, Lao Yan. Help me put it on. Yan Jinwei reached out to help her put it on. Tang Shiyu put her hand under her neck and asked everyone in a pose, how is it? Does it look good? Suchen nodded, Yan Bingshui gave a thumbs up, super pretty, Mom. Tang Shiyun looked at Yan Jinwei again. Old Yan, what do you think? Yan Jinwei glanced at it and nodded with satisfaction, very good, it matches your cheongsam very well. Tang Shiyu asked Lu's mother to bring her a mirror, took a picture of it herself, and said with great satisfaction, it's so beautiful. Xiao Su, your eyes are really good, I like it very much. Thank you, Xiao Su. Next time you come over, don't bring anything, just come over for dinner in the future, this will also be your home. But I think the design of this chain is very delicate, and the gems on it are also treasures. Isn't this necklace very expensive? Tang Shiyun asked. Tuanchuan said immediately, I know, Grandma, this necklace costs 100 yuan. $100? This? Lei pulled her sister next to her and corrected her, Tuanchuan, it's not 100 yuan, it's 1,100 yuan. 1,100 yuan can buy this kind of necklace? Both Tang Shiyun and Yan Jinwei have seen it, the emerald in the middle is definitely not a fake. Yan Bingshui smiled, touched the heads of the two children and said, Tuanchuan. Lei, that's 11 million, not 1,100 yuan. 11 million. The price is reasonable, but it is too expensive. Tang Shiyun immediately wanted to take off the necklace, looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingshui and said, Xiao Su, Bingshui, why did you two children buy such an expensive gift? Mom, don't pick it up. Su Chen specially chose it for you. The money he paid. He said it was a gift for you, and it was worth it. Tang Shiyun is very happy, her daughter's life events have been settled, her son-in-law is so good, and this child is still very caring, so she can be dissatisfied by buying such a satisfying gift for herself as a mother-in-law. Xiao Su, you are too expensive. You young people spend a lot of money now. Bring us gifts, these supplements are enough. Su Chen smiled and said, Auntie, these are homemade gifts, but when you meet your uncle for the first time, you must bring a gift, you don't have to worry about money, I'm already working, and my income is not low. Tang Shiyun's cola was broken, and the more she looked at Su Chen, the better she felt. Son-in-law, you are so powerful at such a young age. In the future, my family, Bingshui and Tuanchuan Lei, will follow you. Her father and I are not worried at all. But Auntie still said that. I'll just go home when I come here. You don't need to buy anything, just keep your money and spend it yourself. Your uncle. And I don't need anything. I've accepted this gift. Auntie will give you a big red envelope later. You have to accept it when the time comes. It's also a greeting gift from Auntie. Suchin was a little helpless, so he could only nod his head and said, okay. Auntie, I'll accept it. The red envelope given by my mother-in-law, this is only given because I like it, of course I have to accept it. Yan Jinwei looked at the gifts expectantly. The gift that the son-in-law bought for his wife is so in line with her heart. And the price is not cheap. It looks like a carefully selected gift. Not knowing what kind of gift he and his daughter prepared for him, Yan Jinwei couldn't help but start to look forward to it. He lacks everything now, but this surprise gift from his son-in-law is still very attractive to him. Chapter 104, The father-in-law eats and is sulking. Seeing that they were chatting endlessly, Yan Jinwei couldn't help but coughed twice. Cough cough. Okay, just accept the gift that the child gave you. Do you want to thank you for so many things? He repeatedly emphasized so many things, and kept his eyes on the bags that Su Chan and Yan Bingxue didn't bring up. Su Chen saw through the mind of the old man at a glance, and immediately picked up the gift and put it in front of Yan Jinwei. Uncle, I don't know what you like, so I just watched myself and picked some. Yan Jinwei pretended to be calm and nodded, and his hands couldn't wait to open his present. Tang Shiyun also returned to her position, looking curiously at Yan Jinwei's gift. Yan Jinwei had 2 gifts, and the packaging was very large. He was very happy when he saw it, thinking that his 2 gifts were bigger than his wife's 2 gifts. His wife's gift necklace was the highlight, and there were a bunch of jade bracelets. All of them are so big, there must be surprises inside. He opened the largest box first, and before he opened it, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. When I opened it, I saw that it was Dahongpo, the mother tree of Wui Mountain. This is the top tea in tea, and it is not bad in terms of fineness. It is this year's new tea. When Tang Shiyun saw it, she was immediately pleasantly surprised. It's tea leaves. Lao Yan, don't you usually like to drink tea? Xiaosu seems to understand your heart very well. Yan Jinwei twitched the corners of his mouth, feeling a little depressed in his heart. This tea is really good, but compared to the gift from my wife, isn't it a bit too simple? Tang Shiyun knew her husband best, knowing that he was a little unhappy, and said quickly, Old Yan, there is still a gift, open it and see. Yan Jinwei regained his energy and pinned all his hopes on this second gift. Because the same is true for the 2 gifts that my wife received, one is a slightly ordinary bracelet, and the other is a collectible. So my other gift must be very unusual. He is Su Chen's father-in-law, his own gift is definitely better than his wife's. Not to mention how high the price is, but it's definitely worth the effort. The old man excitedly began to open the second gift. After opening it, Yan Jinwei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It's a tea set. Xiaosu, you're thinking too much, right? Buy a tea set and then buy a set of tea sets. Just when your uncle is free, you can invite friends home to taste tea. Xiaosu, isn't this set of purple clay pots and teacups cheap? Although I don't understand it, I know it must be a fine product at a glance. Su Chen said with a smile, Auntie, Uncle, because I came in a bit hastily, so I picked it at the mall at the time, and I chose the best one in the store. But this kind of tea set, Uncle should have better than this. Okay. Yan Bingxue said from the side, Dad, this tea set is the best in the entire shopping mall. It is the work of a master. It costs more than 2 million yuan for a set. Yan Jinwei twitched the corners of his mouth stiffly. Of course, he knew that. The price of this tea set was not low. The difference between 2 million sets should be considered as a work that is close to the ceiling. In addition to the tea just now, it is estimated that it cost almost 3 million. However, this gift is a bit perfunctory, right? The gifts for my wife are carefully selected. I know that she likes to dress up, and I bought the best designed necklace, but how did I get to him, just tea and tea sets? He is not very fond of tea. Did no one notice his preferences? Yan Jinwei felt sullen in his heart, but after thinking about it carefully, he doesn't seem to have any special hobbies. He has seen everything, drinking tea, fishing, and collecting antiques, but he doesn't particularly like it. But even so, you can't buy a tea and a tea set as a gift, right? Of course he didn't want Su Chen to spend a lot of money, but as a son-in-law, he wanted a bowl of water for his father-in-law and mother-in-law. If I bought this set for him, can't I buy an ordinary one for my wife? Or spend a little more thought on his gifts? Snort. Yan Jinwei put the gift in the box, didn't try it out as if it was too precious, and said with the corners of his mouth, "Thank you, Xiao Su, for your kindness." What's the matter? Isn't dinner ready yet? The guests have been here for a long time. Yan Jinwei didn't want to get angry with his son-in-law and daughter, so he simply got angry with him behind him. Mother Lu said, "Master, the kitchen said it will take about half an hour." Yan Bingxue and Su Chen suddenly said they wanted to come over. Tang Shuyun ordered a richer dinner to be prepared, and said that the time was not in a hurry, so they would definitely sit down and chat for a while. Originally everything went according to plan. Who knew that Yan Jinwei would suddenly be depressed because of the gift? It's going to take that long, then I'll go upstairs first and call me at dinner later. He got up and went upstairs, his back looked cold, obviously unhappy. Yan Bingxue pursed her lips and held Su Chen's hand involuntarily. She didn't know if she was really comforting Su Chen, or she was seeking Su Chen's comfort. Su Chen was fine, his face was as usual. He in turn held Yan Bingxue's hand and scratched her palm to soothe her mood. Yan Bingxue asked Tang Shuyun, "Mom, what happened to Dad? Why is it so good? Doesn't he like drinking tea? Don't he like the gift we chose?" Tang Shuyun immediately shook her head and said with a smile, "No, the gifts you bought are pretty good, your dad must like it." Xiao Su, don't mind, your uncle's personality is like this. He likes to make trouble with himself. It'll be fine in a while, and wait for him to digest it by himself. Auntie, I'm fine, I'm just afraid that I'll do something wrong and my uncle will be unhappy. Su Chen said with a smile. No. You're doing pretty well. Auntie likes it, your uncle likes it too, but he doesn't like to talk about that gourd. You sit here for a while, I'll take a look at the kitchen, and I'll be there in a while. After Tang Shuyun also left, Yan Bingxue glanced at Su Chen and said softly, "Husband, are you all right? What's wrong with me?" Su Chen asked. "My dad just now." Yan Bingxue was a little hard to say. As a daughter, she couldn't say that her father was wrong, but she knew that her husband should feel aggrieved when her father was like that just now. Su Chen squeezed her hand and smiled gently. "Wife, I'm fine, didn't I tell you? I'll definitely get my father-in-law and mother-in-law. You forget, I still have a gift that hasn't arrived." Thinking of the gift, Yan Bingxue's expression finally softened. Husband, that gift will definitely make Dad super happy. But he should be making trouble for a while now. Yan Bingxue pouted. Su Chen glanced at the study room upstairs, got up and said, "Wife, let me talk to my father-in-law." Chapter 105 Father-in-law Surprises. Yan Zhenwei entered the study depressingly, with his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth unhappily. Snort. What is this? My father-in-law is actually being neglected like this? Buy gifts for your mother-in-law so carefully, and just buy some for your father-in-law? Mother-in-law spends more than 10 million yuan, while my father-in-law has 2 or 3 million talents? I don't take my old husband seriously. It's my fault for praising that kid this afternoon. Take it all back. Not sensible and ignorant. The old man was sulking alone, and there was a knock on the door of the study. He shouted loudly, "Who is it?" "Uncle, it's me, Su Chen." Su Chen? Does he dare to follow? Okay, then he'll see what he has to explain. He can't be coaxed so easily. Yan Zhenwei walked over and opened the door, then walked in with a cold face, looking unwilling to pay attention to Su Chen. Su Chen held 2 cups of tea in his hand, which he brewed with the Wui Mountain de Hongpo just now, and the aroma was fragrant. "Uncle, I made some tea for you, you can taste it." He has a good attitude and respects his words. As the saying goes, if you don't reach out and hit someone with a smiling face, Yan Zhenwei, is not easy to attack. Looking at the tea in Su Chen's hand, he still took it with a cold face, and took a sip. Well, this tastes really good, but still cannot compare with the gift of the wife. The old man and Su Chen were sitting on the edge of the sofa. Seeing him drinking tea, Su Chen felt slightly relieved and said, "Uncle, when I was in the company this afternoon, I really didn't know you were Bingshua's father, so there may have been some things that were not very good at that time. I hope you don't mind." Yan Zhenwei snorted and murmured inwardly, "You performed well in the afternoon, but you performed too badly in the evening." Seeing him like this, Su Chen took the initiative to bring up the last question Yan Zhenwei asked in the afternoon. At that time, he received a text message from Yan Bingshua to leave, and he didn't have time to answer. "Uncle, I remember that when I left in the afternoon, you asked me a question about the mobility of the mecha joints. You wanted to ask how to achieve the neuron control I mentioned, right?" When Su Chen talked about the mecha, Yan Zhenwei immediately sat up straight. The anger just now dissipated slowly, and he returned to the state of the afternoon in a serious manner. "Yes, the neuron control you mentioned is indeed very powerful. If the human brain can perfectly control the actions of the mecha, it will be countless times more dexterous than the machine, but the mecha itself is very heavy. Even if you add more fine joint division, but it is impossible to make every part move freely like a human body, right?" Su Chen smiled. Speaking of these things, the confidence on his face was almost burning. "Uncle is right, it is definitely impossible for a machine to be exactly like a human being, but neuron control can achieve the most sensitive response, coupled with the precise division of the joint system and the skeleton system. This is not difficult to achieve. An example." The two continued to chat about the topic of the afternoon, and after a while, Yan Zhenwei completely forgot that Su Chen had just bought a gift to make him angry. Looking at the son-in-law in front of him, Yan Zhenwei's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he had found a rare treasure, and he couldn't wait to hold Su Chen in his hand. The knowledge about mecha in Su Chen's head is really beyond this era. Every theory he said, Yan Zhenwei thought it was unbelievable when he heard it, but after he explained it, he found it all true. Can be achieved. This is simply too much. Downstairs, When Tang Shuyun came back from the kitchen, she only saw Yan Bingxue sitting on the sofa alone, and she looked a little anxious and worried, her eyes kept looking at the study upstairs. Bingxue, where's Xiaosu? Are you still worried about your dad? It's okay, it's not that you don't know your dad's temper. He'll be fine later, he's just stubborn, so he can digest it himself for a while, and it'll be fine to eat later. Mom, I'm not worried about my father, I'm worried. Suchen went up to find his father. Yan Bingxue frowned slightly. My son-in-law went up. Tang Shuyun was a little surprised. Although they all know Yan Jinwei quite well, but this is the first time the son-in-law sees Lao Yan. Others should feel a little scared when they see Lao Yan's cold face. After all, he has been in the market for many years. I didn't expect my son-in-law to follow him upstairs at this time. Tang Shuyun smiled and said, Bingxue, the husband you are looking for is really courageous. Mom, I'm a little worried. Yan Bingxue said. It's okay, you have to trust your son-in-law and my mother will tell you the truth. After your father and I knew about the son-in-law, we also learned a little bit. We are very satisfied with the son-in-law, and you see, Xiaosu went up for a long time. No, didn't they get kicked out? Maybe they're having a good time chatting inside. You know your father. If he doesn't like that person, he would be too lazy to talk to him, but he stayed with his son-in-law for so long this afternoon. Which means he likes his son-in-law. Besides, our son-in-law is so smart and powerful, he will definitely be able to handle your dad, don't worry. Tang Shuyun is very confident in Suchen. I liked this young man when I was in the company. Later, I saw the video at the party, and I was even more satisfied. As a result, when I saw it today, it was a quick son-in-law. After Yan Bingxue heard her mother's words, she felt a little more relaxed. That's right, my mother is right, with such a powerful husband, he will definitely be able to take care of his father. She has to believe in his ability. Besides, my husband also prepared a surprise gift for my father. If my father sees that gift, he will definitely be happy. In the study, Suchen and Yan Jinwei had a good chat, until Suchen's cell phone rang and he looked down at the text message to interrupt the atmosphere. And Yan Jinwei remembered that he was still angry. But just chatting so happily, it is impossible to do it with a straight face. And the face twitched a few times, and finally it turned into a silly expression. Suchen glanced at the text message, looked up and said to Yan Jinwei, Uncle, in fact, I was downstairs just now. The TNT sets I bought for you were just a little bit of my heart. I also prepared a more thoughtful gift for you. It will be there soon. And gifts? Yan Jinwei was very happy. But he still said, why do you buy so many things? I don't lack anything. I'm not your aunt. She loves beauty, and she doesn't have too much of anything. I don't like anything. As soon as the voice fell, the doorbell rang suddenly from downstairs. Suchen said, Uncle, it should be a gift. When Yan Jinwei heard this, he immediately stood up and walked out. Seeing that Suchen was still sitting there, he turned his head and said, Come on. Go downstairs. After he finished speaking, he quickly walked away. Suchen smiled and followed helplessly. I thought to myself, in fact, my father-in-law is very easy to handle. Chapter 06, The Gift from the Father-in-Law's Special Baby, Suchen. When Tang Shuyun heard someone knocking on the door again, she couldn't help but wonder, strange, is there anyone else coming? She was about to get up to open the door when a figure suddenly rushed towards The entrance. Looking closely, it was Yan Jinwei. Tang Shiyu looked behind her in surprise, and found that Su Chen also came. Downstairs, with a faint smile on her face, saw her look over, and nodded hello to her. It seems that the son-in-law and the old man had a good chat. But why is the old man in such a hurry to open the door? When Yan Jinwei came back, he was holding a small box in his hand with an unstoppable smile on his face. What is this? Did you buy something? Tang Shiyun asked. Yan Jinwei glanced at her and said proudly, this is a gift from Xiao Su. Ah? What about gifts? Tang Shiyun was surprised. Yan Jinwei ignored her and opened the box impatiently. This time, as soon as he saw what was inside, his eyes instantly lit up, his mouth opened for a long time, but he didn't say a complete sentence. This is. Su Chen has come over now, standing beside Yan Bingxue and said, Uncle, I really don't know what gift I should give you to express my heart. I heard Bingxue say that you also like mecha, so I will take what I made recently. A small model of that mech is here for you. This thing is not precious, it is a small work of myself, and it is also made according to the design drawing of the mecha that I will do next, but because it is in the trial stage, I made a 20 cm model without adding any interior system. Tang Shiyun and Tuanchuan Lele both came over curiously. When the two little radishes heard that they were mechas, they both pulled their grandpa's pants and shouted excitedly, Grandpa, show us. Yan Jinwei immediately raised his hand, held the gift box high, and said with a smile, this is not possible. Tuanchuan, Lele, this is not a toy, it's a real mecha made by your father. You can't touch it casually. If it breaks, it will be a big problem. As he said that, he took down the box to look at it again, holding it in both hands, but didn't dare to let go of it. Tang Shiyun said from the side, how can it be so exaggerated, the model made by my son-in-law is not made of clay, how can it be damaged so easily? You can show it to the children. Yan Jinwei shook his head solemnly, this is really not good. This is not a children's toy, this is a model that can really be turned into a combat armor. Looking at his appearance, Tang Shiyun knew that this gift was sent to his heart. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at each other and smiled, and their hearts were completely relaxed. Uncle, you can take a look. The joint part of this model is completely scaled down according to the mecha I want to make. Although there is no internal system, there is no difference between the outside and the real mecha. It doesn't matter if you fiddle with it. When Yan Jinwei heard this, he swallowed excitedly and carefully took out the mecha model. The mecha, of more than 20 centimeters, looks about the size of a children's toy, but just by looking at it, you can tell that this thing is not a toy, but a very precise model of the mecha. Tuanchuan and Lele finally saw the gift, and they were very surprised and said, wow, it's a transformer, did Baba send Grandpa a transformer? Lele understood more, and said with bright eyes, Baba, is this a miniature version of the mecha? It looks so cool. Su Chen touched his son's head and said, well, this is what the big mecha that Dad is making now, but it's a miniature version and cannot be controlled by a real person. Yan Jinwei has already started all kinds of careful observations. He also used his hands to move the arms and legs of the mecha. The joints that Su Chen told him in the afternoon were reflected in this mecha. He had a feeling that all the theories were turned into reality and displayed in front of him, and he was extremely excited. Seeing this, Tang Shiyun couldn't help but deliberately said, Old Yan, what Kind of gift did your son-in-law give you? Why does it look like a small toy? Yan Jinwei immediately retorted, what do you know? This is a model of a mecha. This thing is not a toy. This thing is much more precious than your necklace. It is a priceless treasure. Tang Shiyun was not angry at all, but instead said deliberately sourly, what? This is a priceless treasure. So am I at a loss? My son-in-law gave me a necklace of more than 10 million yuan, and in the end, he gave you a priceless treasure. It's too bad for me as a mother-in-law. She couldn't help laughing when she said it herself, and Yan Bingxue also lowered her head and snickered. Yan Jinwei knew that his wife was connoting that he was just jealous and sulking. He was about to become angry, but when he saw the mecha in his hand, he smiled again. He doesn't care. The son-in-law gave him such a great gift, it's better than anything. Xiao Su, this is really a baby, I like your gift so much, haha. Come here and tell me, I still don't understand a lot of things. I heard what you said in the afternoon, I think I understand it, but now I see this, and I find that many of the things you do are very good. The precision is much better than I thought. Yan Jinwei came directly and pulled Su Chen's arm to bring him to sit on the sofa. The mecha model was placed on the coffee table, and was carefully protected by his two arms like a baby. Tuanchuan and Lei also came over and wanted to touch the mecha, but Yan Jinwei persuaded them to stop them. Tuanchuan, Lei, you guys can play this in a while. Grandpa and your father will talk for a while. Tang Shiyun smiled helplessly, and pulled her daughter to sit over. Yan Jinwei took the mecha and asked Su Chen questions, and Su Chen answered him patiently. Yan Bingxue listened with relish. Since she founded the mecha research department, she has been paying attention to this aspect. She was surprised by the mere words of the theory. Now that she saw this model, she became more and more convinced that Su Chen could really make a combat armor. Tang Shiyun didn't know much about mechas, but after looking at the physical objects and listening to Su Chen's explanation, he could understand a little bit. Many things are proper nouns that I don't understand, but it's like watching a sci-fi blockbuster, and it's also very interesting. Tuanchuan and Lei sat on the stall with their little heads propped on the coffee table, and listened carefully to the chat between father and grandfather, especially Lei. The more he listened, the more he looked at his father with admiration. The atmosphere in the living room was so good that everyone seemed to have forgotten that today was the first time they met. Lu Ma received the news from the kitchen, looked at the people in the living room again, hesitated for a long time before stepping forward and said, Master, Madam, Miss, Mr. Su, dinner is ready. What's the hurry? Yan Jinwei said unhappily when the conversation was interrupted. Tang Shiyun glared at him, I didn't know who was in a hurry to eat just now. Don't embarrass Mama Lu, this is the first time Xiao Su has come here. Do you want someone to sit and chat with you on an hungry stomach? Eat first. After his wife said something, Yan Jinwei pouted, and reluctantly put the mecha in his hand back into the box, with that cautious look, as if he was dealing with rare treasures. He put the treasures on the shelf over there, and then smiled and said to Su Chen, Xiao Su, let's go to dinner first, and we'll talk after dinner. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Although Yan Bingxue only sent a message on the way home that he wanted to bring Su Chen back, the Yan family prepared this meal tonight without any sloppiness. Herring chin water, songjiang calcium fish, chicken bone sauce, Sweet-scented osmanthus meat, babao chicken, fongjing trotters, sautéed grass. Head, 5 flavored chicken legs, double-packed duck slices, 4 fresh. Cabbage dumplings, candied dates braised yam, mushroom soup, fried hairy crab. Pickled fresh. Too many to count. Hashtag send 888 cash hongbeo. Hashtag pay attention to the VX public account, book friends base. Camp, watch popular masterpieces, and draw 888 cash red envelopes. Tuanchuan was super happy, and as soon as he got to the table and put on his little belly band, he slapped his hands and said, "Wow, today, Grandma's house has a lot of delicious food." "Grandma, is it because Tuanchuan is here, that's why Grandma prepared so much delicious food?" "Thank you, Grandma, Tuanchuan will eat well." Tang Shiyun was amused by her, and said with a smile, "Yes, these are for our little darlings and your parents, so you have to eat more today otherwise Grandma will be sad." "Hee Grandma, I'm actually teasing you, I know that today is the first time for Baba to come to my grandparents' house for dinner. All the delicious food was prepared by my grandparents for Baba. Tuanchuan is simply a villain and a pistachio in the family. He can always speak amazingly, making everyone laugh out loud. Xiao Su, you can eat whatever you want, this is home, don't be cautious, do you like this dish? Today is your first time here, and we don't know what you like to eat, so let the chef at home make this dish. If you don't like it, change it next time." Tang Shiyun looked at Su Chen and said, "Auntie, I love to eat. You and your uncle prepared so much that I don't even know which one to eat." Su Chen looked at the large table of dishes and was very happy. The importance that his father-in-law and mother-in-law attached to him can be seen from this dinner. There are 2 adults and 2 children in their family. The Yen family prepared such a large table of dishes. These authentic local dishes are no exaggeration to say that it is no problem to bring them to dinner that night. Tang Shiyun had male chopsticks in her hand, she took a piece of pig's trotter and put it in Su Chen's bowl. "Eat some pig's trotters and replenish collagen." Yan Bingxue knew that her husband was here for the first time. She was afraid that he would be embarrassed, so she also added vegetables to him. "Husband, try this braised yam with candied dates. This is Uncle Chen's specialty." When he went to participate in the Dragon Country food competition, this one was included in the final champion work. "It tastes super good." Well, Su Chen took a sip. The fried yam was crisp and refreshing, with a hint of sweet and glutinous candied dates. The taste was really good. He nodded and said, "It tastes good." Tang Shiyun saw that he was satisfied, her smiling eyes narrowed, and said, "Xiao Su, you can eat it as you like, the old Chen at home cooks very well. Not only local cuisine, Shandong cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Fujian cuisine, he can do it all at his fingertips, as well as some local snacks and foreign food. If you want to eat anything, just say it and let him do it." The chef of the Yen family is the champion of the Dragon Country food competition. He has been in their family for 12 years, and Tang Shiyun is very trustworthy in terms of craftsmanship. Tuanchuan nibbled on the big chicken thigh, with oil all over his mouth, raised his head and opened his eyes and said, "Grandma, my Baba's cooking is also super delicious, even better than Grandpa Chen." "Haha, is that right? Xiaosu can still cook?" "There are not many young people who can cook. My family, Bingxue, can't cook. It would be difficult for her to cook tomatoes and scrambled eggs, haha." Knowing daughter Imoruomu, Tang Shiyun knew Yan Bingxue very well. Thinking about the whole tomato scrambled eggs she made last time, Su Chen couldn't help but lower his head and smile. Yan Bingxue also thought about what happened last time. She blushed and looked at her mother, and said with some annoyance, "Mom, how can you be like this? You always tear down the daughter's platform." Tang Shiyan smiled and said, "Am I telling the truth? Besides, you and Xiao Su are already together, you think you can hide this?" Su Chen said, "Auntie, I already know, but it doesn't matter, there is only one person at home who can cook. I am busy with ice and snow work, and I can't bear to let her come back every day to cook, so I will leave this to me. Your own woman, of course, is to be spoiled. The oil in the kitchen is not good for the skin, and the detergent hurts the hands. He naturally hopes that his wife is beautiful. It is better not to touch these things." Tang Shuyun and Yan Jinwei listened to Su Chen's words, and their eyes were filled with satisfaction. Lei saw that his father had been chatting and didn't pick dishes very much. So he took the chopsticks and put a piece of fish into his bowl. Su Chen grabbed the bag on the spot, and the little guy bowed his head to pick up the rice embarrassedly. Seeing that his brother was so active, Tuanchuan didn't want to be outdone, and immediately took a big chicken leg and put it in Su Chen's bowl. "Baba, eat more." When Yan Jinwei saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel depressed. "What's the matter? One or two are served for Su Chen, and have you put him in the eyes of the head of the family?" He was jealous, but he couldn't tell whether it was Su Chen's jealousy, or his wife's daughter's grandson's and no granddaughter's jealousy. No, everyone treats Su Chen so well, he can't sit still. Otherwise, the son-in-law thinks that his old husband is not as good as his mother-in-law. So, Yan Jinwei picked up a small clean bowl, filled a bowl of soup and put it beside Su Chen's bowl full of vegetables. "Xiao Su, drink some soup." Su Chen was slightly taken aback, looked down at his full rice bowl and the soup beside him, raised his head and smiled, "Thank you, uncle." Satisfied, Yan Jinwei happily continued the conversation on the topic just now. He said, "You have to go to work too. How tired is it to cook when you go home? Old Chen has been in my house for many years, and his craftsmanship and character are good. If you like it, just do it. Take him there." Tang Shuyun glanced at the old man in surprise, and said in surprise, "Xiao Su, Bingxue, did you hear? Your father seems happy today." He even reluctantly parted his love, and even Lao Chen was willing to let it go. "Haha, you too." Nodded quickly, "If this opportunity is missed, it will be hard to come by." Mold. Yan Bingxue doesn't really want his subordinates. She knows that Uncle Chen is good at craftsmanship, but she hadn't thought about it yet, but Su Chen had already refused. "Uncle, Auntie, thank you for your kindness. Bingxue and I are really happy. But we won't take Uncle Chen away. Uncle Chen has been at home for so many years. Uncle and Auntie must have become accustomed to his taste, so I'm afraid to replace him temporarily. It's hard to find the right taste for a while. I'm here with Bingxue, don't worry about your second elders. I usually go to work on time and I'm not tired for a meal at night, and even if there is something, Bingxue's family has a chef who is used to it, and it's okay to have a temporary meal." When Su Chen said this, Yan Bingxue immediately looked over with emotion. Su Chan and her looked at each other, their hands clasped under the table. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shuyun saw everything in their eyes, and bowed their heads secretly in joy. How nice is this son-in-law? After a lively dinner, Yan Jinwei said, "Xiao Su, let's sit in the living room and continue talking." Tang Shuyun glared at him. What are we talking about? Don't we have to go out for a walk every day after dinner? Yan Zhenwei said, Xiaosu is here today, what are you going to do, Sai? Before he could finish speaking, he gave him a solid slap on the arm. Tang. Shuyun smiled and retracted the hand she just pinched, and smiled and said to Su Chen, Xiaosu, your uncle and I go out for a walk every day. Yes, to Anchuan. Lele is here today, let's take the children out to play for a while, can you? And Bingxue be at home? No problem, Auntie, why don't I and Bingxue accompany you for a walk? Su Chen said. Tang Shuyun immediately shook her head and said with a smile, no need, we old people like to take a walk. You young people have a lot of entertainment. It's boring to walk with us two old people, you can stay at home. Su Chen knew what his mother-in-law was thinking, so he didn't say much. Nodded and said, okay. After leaving the villa, Tang Shuyun bumped into Yan Zhenwei's elbow, and said angrily, Old Yan, are you stupid? You can't tell, I'm giving the two children a chance to be alone? Yan Zhenwei scratched his head, how could I know? You didn't make it clear. Tang Shuyun glared at him, I don't think you don't know, you've gotten carried away talking about mechas. You don't understand, my son-in-law is really a genius in this area. When he mentioned this, Yan Zhenwei couldn't help but be amused. He sighed, wife, I think our son-in-law will definitely be a person who will shock the Dragon Kingdom, no, shock the whole world in the future. Tang Shuyun really didn't understand this aspect very well, she was surprised when she heard the words, is it really that powerful? Yan Zhenwei nodded affirmatively. Tang Shuyun was excited. That's great. Then our daughter will follow her son-in-law in the future. Won't she also be the woman behind a successful man? Yan Zhenwei snorted softly and said proudly, our family's Bingxue is not weak, she will become the woman who stands side by side with her son-in-law at the top. Tang Shuyun smiled more and more happily, looked at her grandson and granddaughter and asked, to Anchuan Lele, do you like your mother, Su Chen, as a father? Tu Anchuan nodded immediately, like Baba is super good, it's very good for me. Goku and Mama, and Baba, is super greasy. The little guy is simply Su Chen's #1 fan. When he mentions his father, his eyes are very excited. Tang Shuyun was very happy when she saw it, she turned her eyes to Lele. Lele, what about you? Tu Anchuan likes Su Chen, everyone can see that Lele's attitude towards Su Chen is also very good, but after all, he is a boy, and Lele is also very sensible. More mature than his sister, a 3-year-old child may already understand a lot of things. Tang Shuyun was a little worried whether Lele could accept the fact that Yan Bingxue and Su Chen were together. Lele raised her little face with a shy smile on her face, but her eyes were firm and she said, Grandpa and Grandma, Baba, is very good. It's super nice too. Me and my sister. He takes good care of us. He will tell us stories with Mama at night, and he will also send us to kindergarten, pick us up from school, and take us out to play on weekends. Baba knows a lot of things. My sister and I also taught Baba's handwork. We even won awards. Lele is more mature than Tuan Tuan. On the way to Grandpa and Grandma's house today, Baba seems to be a little worried that Grandpa and Grandma don't like him, so Lele said a lot of good things to Baba at this time, hoping that Grandpa and Grandma will like him more. When Tang Shuyun and Yan Zhenwei heard Lele's words, they looked at each other and smiled. Su Chen is so good to the two children? Then they are relieved. Tang Shiyun continued to inquire, Lei, how are your fathers treating mothers? What are they like when they are together? When Lei heard this question, she couldn't help turning her head slightly and said with a blushing face, Baba and Mama are just in love. Children can't talk about adults' matters. Tuanchuan was very generous, and volunteered to say, I know Grandpa and Grandma, it's okay, they always hold hands secretly, I see them all. Haha, Tang Shiyun was amused and touched Tuanchuan's head and said, Really? My family has seen Tuanchuan? Then they were too careless. The four of them walked to the children's playground in the community together. As soon as they saw the slides and seesaws, Tuanchuan and Lei forgot about themselves, plunged into the children's playground and played with the children. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun sat on the stools, following their grandson and granddaughter inside. Lao Yan, my heart is really put back in my stomach. Our son-in-law is not only excellent, but also so good to our daughter and two children. Yan Jinwei didn't speak, but with a smile on his face, he was very satisfied. With Su Chen, Tang Shiyun added, it's just a pity, it would be nice if he was the biological father of Tuanchuan and Lei. After all, they are both still young. And they will definitely want their own children after they get married, and then they will have a second child. I don't know about Tuanchuan and Lei. Don't worry about the world, I think Xiaosu is not that kind of person. He is sincere to the two children, and his eyes can't deceive people. Yan Shenwei said. Tang Shiyun nodded, yes, old Yan, don't you think that Lei and Xiaosu were carved out of the same mold? You said it was possible, but Xiaosu is actually Tuanchuan and Lei's father? Yan Jinwei is still brooding about what happened back then, thinking that his daughter gave birth to a baby by herself with a big belly. The strongest daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. So he didn't want to mention it. If it's true, Xiaosu's character will not do such irresponsible things. Okay, don't think about these things. Your daughter is in a good relationship with Xiaosu now. Don't bring up Tuanchuan Lei's biological father again in front of them. Of course I know that, and I'm not stupid. Tang Shiyun said angrily. Looking at the happy Tuanchuan and Lei in the children's paradise, she sighed slightly and said, don't I hope that the two children are the son-in-laws. Oh, it's so good for their family to be reunited. Home. The nanny was cleaning up the dining room and kitchen, and Yan Bingxue and Su Chen had nothing to do. Yan Bingxue said, husband, let me show you my room. Su Chen nodded, okay, I also want to see what my wife's boudoir looks like. The name boudoir made Yan Bingxue a little embarrassed, and her ears were a little hot, she said, actually, I have moved out for 3 or 4 years. I have been busy with work in the past few years and rarely go home. Go back, I don't know what the room looks like now. When they went upstairs together and pushed open the door, Yan Bingxue suddenly froze. Su Chen was keenly aware of this, and gently grabbed her shoulders and asked, what's wrong? Yan Bingxue felt a little sour in her heart. She quickly shook her head and said, it's okay. She took the lead in entering the house, and clearly said that she brought Su Chen over to visit, but after entering, she didn't seem to pay attention to Su Chen behind her at all, but watched it by herself in the house. His fingers touched the furniture in the room, and his eyes were slightly red. She picked up a small object on the dresser and put it in her palm to look carefully. Su Chen walked over and saw that it was a palm-sized embroidery with a cute little chick embroidered on it, but only half of it was embroidered, and the marked handwriting could be vaguely seen beside it. Not embroidered. Yan Bingshua's slender and tender fingers stroked the small embroidery, her eyes turning red. Husband, my room doesn't seem to have changed at all. When I just opened the door, it was like returning to the day I moved from home more than 3 years ago. The more she spoke, the more she choked up. Suchen felt very distressed, and gently stretched out his arms to embrace her, stroking her back with one hand. Yan Bingxue is very excited now, lying in Suchen's arms, and continued, I thought my parents didn't think about me that much. When I moved out, I actually had a big fight with them. At that time I was pregnant with Tuanchuan and Lei. It was 4 or 5 months ago, and my belly was already showing. They were afraid that I would have a hard life in the future, and every day, secretly sighed. I thought at the time. Feeling extremely aggrieved, I bought a house and moved out, but now that I think about it, in fact, they even sighed secretly at that time, and they didn't dare to face me. Receive red envelopes. The cash or coin red envelopes have been distributed to your account. Follow the official account on WeChat, Book Friends Base Camp, to receive it. Yan Bingshua's tears poured out and wet the clothes on Suchen's chest. He said softly, I know, I understand, wife, it's not your fault. In fact, you and your father-in-law and mother-in-law love each other. Yan Bingxue raised her head and said with tears in her eyes, husband, after I had Tuanchuan and Lei, my parents only asked me once at the beginning if I wanted to remove the child. I said no, and they never mentioned it again. Now, I wanted to embroider this little chick safety charm for the children at the time. My mother saw it and told me not to do this when I was pregnant. It's not good for the eyes, and holding a needle is not good for the child. Actually, they care about me and Tuanchuan Lei very much. Well, of course, your father-in-law and mother-in-law love you, and naturally, they will also love your children. But I moved out. Yan Bingxue thinks back now, she really doesn't know where her great grievances come from. She regrets that she hasn't been with her parents in the past few years. Suchen can understand this kind of mood. People are like this. They always leave their most irritable emotions to those closest to them, because they know that only they will never leave him, but they always regret it afterwards. He didn't want his wife to feel uncomfortable, so he said positively, wife, it's okay, these are all over, my father-in-law and mother-in-law won't care. They love you so much, and you love them too, don't always regret the past. The important thing is in the future. What are we going to do, now that our family has reunited and lived happily ever after? This is what my father-in-law and mother-in-law want to see most, right? Now that Suchen has a wife and children, he is more and more like a good father and a good husband. When he talks, he is extremely gentle. When he coaxes Yan Bingxue, he completely regards her as a little girl. Yan Bingxue was very moved and nodded vigorously. Seeing her smile, Suchen also smiled and said, wife, we will often come back to see our father-in-law and mother-in-law. When we get married, we will come back for dinner every weekend, and spend more time with them. They will definitely be happy. Okay, Yan Bingxue nodded excitedly, thank you, husband, you are really kind to me. My feelings towards my parents are because they are a family, but my husband does this entirely because he loves her, so he loves Wu Jiwu. Husband is willing to accompany her home for dinner every week, which is really great. Yan Bingxue wiped away her tears and said happily, husband, I love you. Suchen laughed and kissed her cheek, silly, I love you too. Husband, I'll take you to see something good. Yan Bingxue smiled mysteriously, and took Su Chen's hand into the cloakroom inside. The clothes here are neatly arranged, but it can be seen that there are still some differences in the current style of Yan Bingxue. Su Chen saw those little pink skirts, and said with some surprise, "Wife, you actually liked wearing skirts so much before?" Yan Bingxue's cheeks blushed, and she quickly blocked Su Chen's sight, and said shyly, "When you were young? Back then, when you were in school, of course you liked to dress up beautifully, but now that I go to work, most of the time I wear it suitable for the workplace." Su Chen walked over, took her little hand and said, "Actually, it's not big now. My wife is so pretty, so I need to wear more bright little skirts." Yan Bingxue was moved by his unintentional words, and she lowered her head and said shyly, "Oh, I didn't bring you to see this, don't be blind, come quickly." After she finished speaking, she embarrassedly blocked Su Chen's eyes, and held him with one hand to continue walking in. There is also a small room in the cloakroom. After pushing it open, the light suddenly dimmed. When Yan Bingxue turned on the light, Su Chen could see clearly that this was a darkroom dedicated to photographing. "This is?" Su Chen asked in surprise. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, "I used to like photography very much, and I often took pictures by myself, so I set up a darkroom. Here are all the pictures of me growing up." She was actually a little shy about sharing photos, but she hoped that Su Chen could know more about herself. "The first time I brought my husband home, of course, I wanted to show him everything from childhood to adulthood. Photos are the best presentation." Su Chen was very pleasantly surprised. The whole room was red. There were photos hanging on a rope in the middle. There were also many large photo frames on the wall, all of which were photos. There were also several photo albums over there. It seems that Yan Bingxue really likes photography, and actually kept so many photos. Thinking about the albums at home, a booklet can hold the photos of the family. The photos in Yan Bingxue's room are estimated to be dozens, or hundreds of times as many as his. Su Chen didn't speak, and turned around in the room. Yan Bingxue watched it for a while, recalled it by herself, and then followed Su Chen's pace and introduced him behind him. "This photo was taken when I first entered the university. The background is my alma mater. My dad took this photo for me," Yan Bingxue said, blushing. Looking at the green photo on the wall, Su Chen also looked at the photo. In the photo, Yan Bingxue was wearing a white dress, standing under the gate of the university, with a generous and green smile. Su Chen could feel it just by looking at the photo. The anticipation and excitement when she just entered college. But looking at it, Su Chen suddenly pouted and tooted, "Tsk, what a pity." "Well, what a pity?" Yan Bingxue looked at him curiously. Su Chen looked at the photo and said, "My wife was so pretty when she was in college, she looked like a schoolgirl, but unfortunately I didn't know my wife at that time, otherwise I guess I would have chased you long ago." Yan Bingxue burst out laughing and said, "Nonsense, you should have just entered high school at that time, not yet an adult. I went to university at the age of 18, Su Chen should have been 15 years old at that time. What's wrong with not being an adult? Men have always liked beautiful girls since they were young. The younger they are, the more they like beautiful sisters like a wife. I can." Su Chen's words stopped abruptly, with an ambiguous smile on his face. Yan Bingxue seemed to know what he was going to say, but she was embarrassed And annoyed for a while, she gently raised her xiaofan fist and hit him, and quickly walked to the next photo. Suchen followed with a smile. Why did he see his wife shy so rarely? It's so funny to tease my wife, haha. Huh? Suchen suddenly exclaimed. Yan Bingxue, who was walking in front, turned back immediately. When she saw the photo, she was obviously startled, and hurried over to block it with her body, but Suchen had already seen it and was looking at her with a smile. Yan Bingshua's face was almost as red as the lights in the room. She looked shyly around. Why, how are you blindly looking? Wife, didn't you bring me to visit? Can't I just watch it casually? Oops. Yan Bingxue had never been so shy in her life, and she was speechless for a while. Suchen gently put his arm on her shoulder and said with a smile, okay wife. I've seen it all, it's useless for you to block. Tell me, when did you take this photo? Why am I not impressed at all? Yan Bingxue slowly turned around, stood beside Suchen, blushing, and looked at the super large photo with him. In the photo, Suchen is sleeping on the desk, revealing most of his face. He is sitting on the edge of the bed. The sun shines in from the window and falls on his face. The high-definition camera brings out a halo, which seems to make Zhang's handsome face was covered with a soft light. This kind of photographic work is completely suitable for international exhibitions. Suchen himself did not realize that he was so handsome. Looking at the desk, it should be when I was in college, but why can't I remember it at all? Wife, how did you secretly capture it? Yan Bingshua's cheeks were blushing, her eyes were full of love looking at the photo. She pursed her lips and said, it was more than half a month after we first met. I experienced a long inner struggle at that time. Although you are a college student, but I really can't forget our relationship. Later, I gathered up the courage to go to your school, originally wanting to find you, but when I took this photo outside the classroom, I suddenly woke up. Again, you are still a college student dozing off in class, at such a green and beautiful moment. These things should be done, so I took this photo and left. Hearing this, Suchen felt as uncomfortable as a kitten scratched in his heart, and said incredulously, wife, what kind of brain circuit are you doing? You made me so handsome, shouldn't your thinking at the time be, such a handsome man? Of course I have to do it first, and quickly turn him into my boyfriend. If Yan Bingxue found him at that time, he would definitely like Yan Bingxue. Maybe they were already married. But Yan Bingxue didn't regret it. She shook her head and said, no, I think it's better now. I didn't disturb your college life, so you have a precious college experience in your life that is no different from others, and after you graduate, we are still together. This is the best result. Suchen looked at the photo, then turned to look at Yan Bingxue. He was moved. Although according to his ideas, he fell in love with Yan Bingxue in college. And it was perfect to raise Tuanchu and Lele together, but his wife's selfless dedication made him even more emotional. Tisk, why is he so lucky to meet such a considerate and good wife? The two continued to look at the photos. When Suchen went through the album, he found a bunch of photos of Yan Bingxue when he was a child, from infancy to about 10 years old. He really loved those photos. Especially when my wife was 1 or 2 years old, and Tuanchuan was carved out of the same mold. So cute. Wife, I really thank my father-in-law and mother-in-law, Suchen said sincerely. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, thank you parents for what? Did you make me look so good? After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but feel shy. She has always been confident in her appearance, and she never hides it in front of others, but she always feels a little embarrassed to tell Su Chen that. Su Chen laughed, haha wife, I just want to thank my father-in-law and mother-in-law for protecting you well, not letting you fall in love early. Otherwise it would be my turn. I didn't expect my wife to be so narcissistic. Yan Bingxue realized that she was wrong. She glanced at him shyly, and said angrily, Su Chen. In the children's paradise, Tuanchuan and Lei had a great time playing Tang. Shuyun was afraid that they would go crazy and catch a cold later, so she called them over to drink water and wipe their sweat. The two little ones were reluctant to think about Shu, took a sip of water and ran away. Tang Shuyun smiled and shook her head, while Yan Jinwei took a picture with her mobile phone. At this moment, Tang Shuyun's cell phone rang. Hey, old man's phone. Yan Jinwei glanced at it and said, I guess I want to ask my son-in-law about the first time he came to our house, so he called to gossip. Tang Shuyun looked at him suspiciously, do they know? Well, in the evening before my daughter and the others came, Lao Gu called me and told me. When Tang Shuyun heard this, she couldn't help laughing. She bumped into him and said, okay Lao Yan, are you secretly showing off behind my back? Humph, I haven't told Lao Man yet. With that, she picked up the phone. As soon as the phone was connected, the excited voice of Lao Man immediately came from the other end. Shuyun. We're not old besties anymore. Why didn't you tell me about your daughter bringing her son-in-law home? It's my old Gu who knew about it first. Old man, don't be angry, I didn't have time. Bingxue suddenly said that she wanted to bring her son-in-law back for dinner. I was busy getting ready, and I haven't had time to share it with you yet. Tang Shuyun smiled. The old man on the other end of the phone wasn't really angry, he was just joking. Yo, I'm very happy to hear your tone. It seems that the first official meeting with your son-in-law is not bad. Tell me, how is your son-in-law? Lao Man asked excitedly. When Tang Shuyun thought of Su Chen, she was very satisfied, and immediately smiled and said, okay. It's very good, haha, Lao Yan and I both like it very much. I didn't expect that my family Bingxue would suddenly get married this time, and it really wasn't for the sake of it. To fool our old couple, we really found the right person. Really? With such a high evaluation, it seems that your son-in-law is really good, so I want to go and see it immediately. Forget it today. The children came back for the first time and there were a lot of people at home. I was afraid to scare the children. Tang Shuyun didn't want her son-in-law to be watched the first time she came. Lao Man snorted twice. This is where my son-in-law begins to feel distressed. Okay, we old guys have to make way for our precious son-in-law now, but, can we go tomorrow? The children are here for the first time today. Should we be staying at home for the night? Lao Gu and I will take a leave tomorrow morning and go to your house. We are listening to your son-in-law on the phone, and we really want to see it. Tang Shuyun thought for a while and said, okay, then come over tomorrow morning and promise to let you see my son-in-law. Okay. Let's go after breakfast. The two came for a while. Tang Shuyun's 3 words cannot be separated from Su Chen, and what he said was so elated that the old man on the other end of the phone couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. After hanging up the phone, Tang Shuyun lowered her voice to discuss with Yan Jinwei, Lao Yan, did you hear what I just said to Lao Man? They will come over tomorrow morning to see my son-in-law. Yan Zhenwei has shared Su Chen's affairs with Lao Gu for a long time, and he is also satisfied with his son-in-law 1,000 times. Of course, he hopes that old friends can also see it. And Lao Gu has heard a lot of things about mechas from him, and he is also interested in this aspect. If Lao Gu can see the mecha that Su Chen gave him, plus the theory of his son-in-law, it is guaranteed to make Lao Gu's eyes open. Okay, let them come over for lunch, let's prepare well tomorrow. Tang Shiyun nodded and said, then let's keep the two children at home tonight. Bing Shui hasn't stayed at home for several years. Is there any way you can make them stay tonight? Yan Zhenwei thought for a while, his eyes fell on the two children inside. Simple, wrap it on me. Tuanchu and Lele, come over here, Grandpa has something important to tell you. He stood up and shouted, waving at the two crazy little guys. Tang Shiyun's eyes lit up with joy, and she immediately said, do you want the children to help? Yan Zhenwei turned around and said proudly, how is it, am I smart? That's a good idea. If the babies want to stay, the daughter and son-in-law will definitely not leave, haha. The old couple called the children back. Tang Shiyun pulled the children and said, Tuanchuan, Lele, do you like Grandpa and Grandma? Zaya Beauty nodded immediately, and the sweet little baby hugged her grandmother directly, I like it. Lele also said, Grandpa and Grandma are super nice, we like Grandpa and Grandma. Then why don't you sleep at your grandparents' house tonight, okay? Tang Shiyun asked in a persuasive manner. Tuanchuan nodded, okay. Lele hesitated a bit, raised his head and asked, Grandma, what about Baba? Mama? Are they going to sleep at Grandpa and Grandma's house too? The little cutie doesn't seem to want to be separated from her parents. Tang Shiyun said quickly, if you have to stay, then your parents will definitely stay too when you get home later, you can tell your parents that you will sleep at your grandparents' house tonight, okay? Seeing that the two little guys were still a little confused, Yan Zhenwei immediately said, Lele, Tuanchuan, it's actually Grandpa and Grandma who want to stay with you for a while, so I want your parents and you to stay together. But Grandpa and Grandma are afraid Mom and Dad don't agree, so I need your help. In his opinion, Tuanchuan Lele is already 3 years old, and he is a reasonable child, so he doesn't need to be persuasive like his wife. Lele suddenly understood, nodded, and said, I see Grandma, my sister, and I will definitely keep Baba and Mama. Yes, my great-grandson Lele is awesome. Yan Zhenwei praised with a smile. Tuanchuan pouted, Grandpa, and Tuanchuan will also help. Haha, our Tuanchuan is also great. Tuanchuan and Lele are the smartest and cutest babies in the world. Hee, the complimented Tuanchuan laughed happily. The four of them went home hand in hand. On the way, Tang Shiyun and Yan Zhenwei discussed with the two children how to go home later. When they arrived at the door of the house, Tang Shiyun squatted down and asked, Tuanchuan Lele, remember your grandfather? Did your grandma teach you anything? The two little ones nodded vigorously. Remember, don't worry, Grandma, my sister, and I promise to complete the task. Grandma, Tuanchuan will also cheer. Tonight, Goku and I won't go back anyway. I must keep Baba and Mama for shame. Yan Zhenwei touched the heads of the two little guys and gave a thumbs up. Happily, our little grandsons are awesome, let's work together. When the old couple came back with the babies, Su Chen and Yan Bingshui had already gone downstairs and were sitting on the sofa watching TV. By the way, they waited for Tuanchuan Lele to come back and then go home together. In fact, Su Chen just asked whether he wanted to go back tonight, but he felt That it was okay to stay here, especially when he just saw that his wife regretted moving out. He hoped that his wife would be happy, so he was willing to live here. But Yan Bingxue was probably used to it. She said she should go back. She hadn't lived at home for several years. So the two waited downstairs for the children to come home. Seeing them come back, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue stood up immediately. Seeing this posture, Tang Shiyun knew that her daughter was about to say goodbye again, so she quickly gave Tuanchuan Lele a wink. The two little babies understood immediately and hurriedly started their own performances. Tuanchuan dragged her grandmother, and Lele dragged her grandfather, all with a pitiful look of reluctance. Grandpa and grandmother, we don't want to go home today. Now that you are sleeping at home, we won't leave, okay? Yan Zhenwei coughed twice, Tuanchuan Lele, of course you can sleep here, but it depends on your parents, they don't know how they live. Tang Shiyun hugged Tuanchuan and said, oh, why are we Tuanchuan Lele so well behaved? Grandpa and Grandma can't bear you, otherwise, you will stay at Grandpa and Grandma's house to sleep tonight, and Grandpa and Grandma will send you to kindergarten tomorrow, okay? Hearing this, Tuan Tuan burst into tears. Grandma, Tuan Tuan wants to be with Grandma, but Tuanchuan also wants to be with Baba Mama. After the little guy finished speaking, he held his mouth and looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue behind him. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue wouldn't really be able to see this sincere performance if it wasn't too hard. Su Chen glanced at Yan Bingxue and whispered, wife, it seems that we can't leave tonight. Tuanchuan Yao Yue Ye had already run over crying, holding Yan Bingxue's thigh and raising his little head. Mama, you and Baba also stay with us, okay? I don't want to be separated from you. Lele really couldn't make her sister's natural movements, so she originally agreed to rush over together. Her sister hugged Mama, he hugged Baba, but when the time came, the little guy couldn't do it, so he had to come over in a twiddle. Sozwa blinked his eyes twice in grievance, and said, Baba Mama, you I'll stay here too. There are many rooms in Grandpa and Grandma's house, we can live in it. Yan Zhenwei over there looked at the two children distressedly, as did Tang Shiyun, looking at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue with an embarrassed expression, and asked, Xiao Su, Bingxue, look, Tuanchuan and Lele want to stay for one night. Otherwise, don't you all go back today? There are so many rooms in the house. I have people clean them up. The ice and snow room is cleaned every day. Her father and I have never messed up. You live here, you should also. You won't get used to it. Yan Bingxue always wanted to laugh when she saw the exaggerated acting of parents and babies. But at this time, when she heard her mother's careful retention, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. Seeing the change in his wife's mood, Su Chen quickly said, okay, uncle and aunt, then we'll disturb you tonight. Tang Shiyun looked overjoyed, shook her head with a smile, and said, don't disturb, you child, didn't we say everything? This is your home, sleep in your own home, why bother? By the way, Yusun's parents said that they will come over tomorrow morning. And they will eat here at noon. Xiaosu, Yusun is a good friend of Bingxue. Her parents are old friends with me and your uncle, so you will stay tomorrow. Have lunch, I will invite you for the morning leave, and then it will be lively at home, okay? Su Chen smiled and nodded, no problem, auntie. My mother-in-law was probably so happy that she forgot that she was still acting, and she just said to help them take their leave. Yan Bingxue calmed down a little at this time, walked over to her parents, and said, Dad, Mom, let's stay here. I just went upstairs to see my room, but it didn't change at all. The closest person can know what the other person is going to say in a few words. Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shiyun looked at their daughter and were very moved for a while. But today is a happy day. Tang Shiyun didn't want the family to cry, so she took her daughter's hand and said with a smile, "It's good to stay, in fact. Your dad and I just hope you can stay. You finally came back, we two old guys also want you to stay with us more." Yan Bingxue nodded, "Well, parents, don't worry, we will come back often in the future. My husband just said that we don't live far away anyway. We will come back after the holidays. I will accompany you more." She didn't say that she would come back every week, because she was afraid that if something happened in the future, her parents would wait for them, and she felt lost. Hearing this, Tang Shiyun couldn't hold back her emotions. She quickly lowered her head, hid her red eyes, and said, Okay, you come back anytime. We are all happy. You and Xiao Su must be together. Come back, parents have reserved a room for you at home." Yan Zhenwei looked at Su Chen over there with satisfaction, and nodded lightly at him. This is communication between men. The old man understands Su Chen's mediation, and he is grateful. And Su Chen also felt this emotion, and looked at the old man with a smile. Because they wanted to stay, Tang Shiyun hurriedly made the servants busy at home. Although Yan Bingshua's room was left unstained, she still instructed Lu's mother to clean it up carefully. Big Red. The children's rooms were also cleaned up. In fact, 2 children's rooms have been installed at home. They are fully furnished, and there are many toys and dolls. But after they were finished, Tuanchuan and Lei never stayed overnight with Yan Bingxue. The 2 babies have already gone to take a bath. Yan Bingxue and Tang Shiyun are sitting together, and the mother and daughter are a little excited. Seeing this, Yan Zhenwei patted Su Chen lightly. "Xiao Su, let's go to the study, I have something to tell you." Su Chen nodded immediately. He knew that his wife must also want to chat with his mother-in-law alone, but he didn't know how to find an excuse to avoid it. And his father-in-law was looking for him. The 2 walked to the study room upstairs, one after the other. On the road, Yan Zhenwei had his hands behind his back, and his mind was full of thoughts. He didn't know if it was right for him to talk to Su Chen about this, but as a father, he only wanted his daughter to be happy. He was very satisfied with Su Chen and hoped that their family could live happily together. Therefore, some issues must be made clear in advance, and he doesn't mind being this wicked person by himself. Father of the twins. The 2 entered the study, and Su Chen found that the old man was actually making tea. And it was the tea set and Dahongpo tea that I bought myself. Su Chen was happy. "Father, this means to recognize yourself. I was still angry when I received the gift, but now I have used it." Yan Zhenwei boiled water to make tea, and when he made the first cup, he was going to put it in front of him, but after thinking about it, he still put it in front of Su Chen, and only took the second cup in his hand. His attitude, the son-in-law should understand, right? Yan Zhenwei raised his head and glanced at Su Chen, and when he saw him drinking tea with his head down, with a smile on his mouth, he felt relieved. "Xiao Su, I called you in alone because I want to have a good talk with you." Yan Zhenwei drank the tea ceremony. Su Chen quickly put down the teacup and sat upright. "Uncle, say it. I know you are young, 3 years younger than my Bingxue. In fact, I always hope that Bingxue can find a man who is older than her and will take care of people when he is mature, but when I saw you today, I gave up this idea. You should see that, Bingxue and I are very satisfied with you." Su Chen nodded and said with a smile on his face, "Thank you uncle, and are very good to me today. I know that at the beginning, uncle and aunt must have accepted me because of Bingxue, but I will treat Bingxue and Tuanchuan well. Happy, uncle, I'm not just talking about these words, you and auntie can watch it every day." Su Chen felt that his father-in-law asked him to talk to him because he wanted him to make a promise. After all, he could see the situation today. Father-in-law and mother-in-law really love Bingxue and children. Yan Jinwei nodded with satisfaction. "I don't worry about you, Xiaosu, your attitude towards Bingxue and your auntie are both in the eyes of me. We have nothing to worry about, it's just Tuanchuan and Lei. What he wanted to talk to Su Chen today was actually about the child. When his wife was outside, Yan Jinwei didn't say much, not because he was very at ease with Su Chen, but because the matter between his daughter and Su Chen had been settled, and all they could do was to let Su Chen accept the child. But it is up to Su Chen to decide whether he can always accept it or not. Therefore, Yan Jinwei wanted to talk to Su Chen at the very beginning. Su Chen didn't quite understand what his father-in-law meant. He was good to Yan Bingxue, and of course he was also good to Tuanchuan and Lei. How could it be just? "Uncle, Tuanchuan and Lei are my children, of course I will be nice to them," Su Chen said. Yan Jinwei looked at Su Chen before saying, "Xiaosu, I'm happy that you can say that, but I know that blood is hard to say. You like Tuanchuan and Lei very much now, but you and Bingxue are both very young. I will definitely have children in the future, and when there are other children, Tuanchuan and Lei will." Su Chen was slightly puzzled and asked, "Uncle, what are you going to say? Even if Bingxue and I plan to have children, it will not affect Tuanchuan and Lei. Are you afraid that we can't have a bowl of water?" I don't think it's a problem. After all, Tuanchuan and Lei are twins from the beginning, and Bingxue and I have experience in dealing with two children. Even if we want a second child later, this is not a problem." Yan Jinwei looked at Su Chen and felt a little uncertain. He said it was so clear. Doesn't Su Chen understand what it means? Or, did he really regard Tuanchuan and Lei as his own from the bottom of his heart? Su Chen's attitude made him not know how to speak. No one regards the two children as outsiders. If his grandfather of the children is too concerned about this matter, will Su Chen feel that they do not regard him as their own? Yan Jinwei was entangled in his heart. After thinking for a long time, he didn't know what to say, so he poured another cup of tea for Su Chen. "Drink tea first." Su Chen couldn't understand the meaning of his father-in-law more and more. He raised the teacup in doubt and drank the cup of tea as if watching Yan Jinwei drinking from the opposite side. Downstairs, Tang Shiyun took her daughter's hand, wiped her tears, and said, "Bingxue, my mother is really happy to see you as happy as you are now. Your father and I have been worried that you are not willing to find a partner for all these years. You are lonely and old, and now we two old guys still have a breath. Everything can take care of it, but when we are gone, Tuanchuan Lei has grown up, we are really afraid that you are too lonely. But it's fine now. With Xiaosu by your side, we can rest assured." Yan Bingshua's eyes were red, and she tilted her head to secretly shed a tear. When she turned her head, there was already a smile on her face. "Mom, when did I say that I would die alone? I was just waiting for Su Chen." Tang Shiyun didn't change what her daughter meant by waiting, she just thought she was waiting for the sweetheart in her life. "Yes, our family Schwer has high vision, so she has never been married. Now I Finally let you wait for Su Chen's appearance, Shuer, your father and I are very satisfied with our son-in-law. You must be good with Su Chen in the future. You can't play the eldest lady's temper like you did with your father. Do you hear me? Tang Shuyun instructed the daughter. Yan Bingxue nodded lightly. Mom, don't worry, Su Chen and I have a good relationship. Besides, how can I have any temper tantrums? You others don't know, and I, a mother, don't know? You are a cold-faced President Yan in front of outsiders, but with your dad and I, you are not a squeamish little girl. Or 3 years ago, your dad and I just said something to you, and you moved away in anger. Talking about this, Yan Bingxue felt a little guilty, looked down at her mother and said, Mom, I'm sorry. Silly girl, how could your dad and I blame you? In recent years, we have just missed you and Tuanchuan Lele. In fact, now that you have a son-in-law by your side, your dad and I are relieved. It's just Tuanchuan and Lele. What happened to Tuanchuan and Lele? Su Chen also likes them very much, and treats them well. Sometimes, I am jealous as a mother. Yan Bingxue couldn't help but lower her head and smiled when she thought about the family affairs. Tang Shuyun also smiled when she saw this, but there was a hint of sadness in her smile. Of course I know Xiao Su is a good boy, and I can see his sincerity towards Tuanchuan Lele, but, hey, Bingxue, mother is worried. When you and Xiao Su have children of their own, the situation will be different. Yan Bingxue finally found a strange piece of information. What did her mother say? When she and Su Chen have children of their own? They have it now. She looked at her mother, blinked her apricot eyes and said, Mom, did you misunderstand something? Su Chen is Tuanchuan and Lele's biological father. At the same time, Yan Jinwei upstairs also stood up, looking at Su Chen in surprise and said, You. What did you just say? Su Chen looked at his father-in-law suspiciously, and repeated his words. Uncle, I said that Tuanchuan Lele is my biological child. Is there any problem with this? Bingxue, you said that Tuanchuan and Lele are Xiao Su's children? Tang Shuyun swallowed excitedly. Yan Bingxue nodded. Yeah, didn't I just say, I didn't get married, I was just waiting for my child's father to graduate. I can't bring my child to marry Su Chen, who is still in college. Mom, I can't do such a thing. Tang Shuyun was so excited that she couldn't speak. She stood up and walked quickly. She walked around the sofa, still chanting words in her mouth. Tuanchuan and Lele are actually Xiao Su's children. It's great, it's great. So this is a family reunion. This is really great. The only problem that Lao Yan and I are worried about is not a problem now. Mom, what's the matter with you? Yan Bingxue asked suspiciously, looking at her mother's dazed expression. Tang Shuyun looked at her daughter and cried with joy, It's okay. Mommy is okay. Mommy is happy. Bingxue, do you know? I saw Xiao Su today, and I really like it from the bottom of my heart. Seeing that the two of you are in a good relationship, my dad and I are very happy. You are a young couple, and your future life will definitely be sweet. Oil transfer, but we are worried about Tuanchuan and Lele. But now, we don't need to worry about this issue at all. Tuanchuan and Lele are Xiao Su's biological children, then you are a family reunion. But, why haven't you said this before? Tang Shuyun asked. Yan Bingxue looked at her mother and said a little embarrassedly, Mom, I'm a little nervous, and I didn't think about it. I was worried today that you and Dad would not accept my marriage with Su Chen. You kid, you almost missed a major event. Tell me now, what's going on? Since Xiaosu is Tuanchuan Leilei's biological father, why are you two getting together? Now? Mom, this is a long story. Then talk slowly. Mom has time to listen to you. Tang Shuyun returned to the sofa and sat down. Yan Bingxue explained what happened back then. In the study, Yan Jinwei, who knew the truth, walked around the room irritably. His reaction was completely different from Tang Shuyun downstairs. Knowing that Su Chen was the father of 2 children, he didn't feel happy, but almost overturned the tea set in front of him. Su Chen, you. Yan Jinwei was about to curse, but when he saw Su Chen, those words got stuck again. He became more and more angry, and he didn't know whether it was Su Chen or his own behavior towards Su Chen today. If he had known that Su Chen was Tuanchuan Leilei's biological father, he would not have accepted him so easily. But unfortunately, it was he who accepted Su Chen first before he figured out the truth. Now the situation is really making him very irritable. He endured for a long time, then returned to his seat and sat down, and said, with a cold face, I won't agree to your marriage to Bingxue. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, Uncle. Shut up. Yan Jinwei closed his eyes in anger, his chest heaving violently. No matter what you say, I don't agree with Bingxue being with you. Su Chen lowered his head and thought for a while, Uncle. Bingxue and I have already obtained the certificate. What? You guys? Yan Jinwei clutched his chest, picked up the cup with the other hand, and immediately smashed Su Chen. Su Chen was ready to respond, and he sat there motionless. However, the cup in Yan Jinwei's hand was not recognized, but was put back on the table heavily. He took a few breaths and said, It doesn't matter if you get the certificate. As long as I don't let go, don't even think about the wedding. Su Chen, do you know how hard it is for a woman to have a child out of wedlock and raise 2 children alone? Since you are Tuanchuan Leilei's father, where have you been in the past 3 years? You are running out now to be a good husband and a good father, it's too late. Do you know how much Bingxue has suffered in the past 3 years? If it wasn't for the old face of the Yan family and me, you know what she would have done. Day. Why do you think I stepped down so early and handed the Transcendent Group into the hands of such a young daughter? I want her to stand on the top, so that even if she has 2 children, she will not be judged by 1,000 people. But do you know how much my daughter has suffered in this? She accepted the group company with a big belly and changed from an unrecognized young lady to the current President Yan. Her every step is on the edge of the knife. In the past 3 years, she has to take care of the company and support Tuanchuan and Leilei. Do you understand the sadness? It's good for you. After more than 3 years, you came back and got a pair of lovely twins for no reason, and you can have a wife like Bingxue. Yan Jinwei said all these words in one breath, and the whole talent slowly calmed down. Su Chen listened silently. In fact, he had thought of this incident before he came. After all, it is a fact that he did not participate in the growth of Tuanchuan Leilei. He and his wife had a misunderstanding, which can be solved. That's it. Su Chen didn't defend himself, but silently endured the anger of his father-in-law. When Yan Jinwei's mood calmed down a little, he said, Uncle, I understand that Bingxue has suffered a lot, and I also know that during the more than 3 years of my absence, she was the only one who supported everything. Uncle, I can't undo what happened in the past, but I think I still have a chance to make it up. After I met Bing Xue again, I got a marriage certificate. Soon. I'm sincere and want to be good to her and the child. I will do my best to love them for the rest of my life. Yan Jinwei turned his head. You said these words, do you think you can impress me? Su Chen shook his head. No, uncle, I'm not trying to impress you, I'm just speaking from my heart. I can't change what happened in the past 3 years. The only thing I can do now is to double my love for Bing Xue and child. This is my promise to you, Bing Xue and the children, and it is also my request to myself. Yan Jinwei slowly opened his eyes, turned to look at Su Chen, and seeing the firmness on his face, the anger in his heart slowly dissipated. I scolded you, you're not angry? He knew that he was angry just now, and his words were heavy. I thought Su Chen would refute a few words, but he didn't. Su Chen's attitude made Yan Jinwei slowly calm down. Su Chen shook his head firmly. Uncle is unhappy, scolding it. Why should I be angry? Because you really love Bing Xue, you scold me, and I feel happy for Bing Xue. Actually, my uncle and aunt were so kind to me at night. I also know that my uncle and aunt love me, So, taking good care of Bing Xue and Tuanchuan Lele is not only my responsibility, but also something I will do for the rest of my life. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version update fastest. URL. Son-in-law, I was wrong. Downstairs, Tang Shiyun had heard everything. She sighed in relief and said, so it is. Bing Xue, you also said that you don't have the temperament of a young lady. Look at this, it's not because you acted willfully at the beginning. If you tell your parents everything, you and Xiao Suha have been separated for more than 3 years. Now to come together? Yan Bingxue pouted and said coquettishly to her mother, Mom, it's not too late now. That's true. It's good for your family to be reunited. In the future, you should live well together. Don't make up your own mind, do you hear? Yan Bingxue nodded obediently. Tang Shiyun regained her good mood again, but the next second, she suddenly slapped her thigh and said, Hey, I'm sorry. What's wrong? Mom? Yan Bingxue asked suspiciously. Tang Shiyun glanced at the study room upstairs and said anxiously, Oh, my daughter, your dad called Su Chen upstairs alone. It's probably about the children. Yan Bingxue immediately became nervous. Mom, what the hell is going on? Have you discussed with your father that you want to chat with us alone? No. I just mentioned it outside. I'm not afraid that Tuanchuan and Lele will not like Xiao Su in the future. Your dad persuaded me to say that Xiao Su is not that kind of person, but I know that he actually cares about this the most. He just didn't want me to talk to my son-in-law for fear that I would offend my son-in-law, so he did this wicked man himself. He and his son-in-law must be talking about this now. Tang Shiyun said with a frown. Yan Bingxue clenched her fists nervously, frowned, and said, Then what should I do? Mom, Dad has always been brooding about that incident. Knowing that her husband is Tuanchuan and Lele's biological father, he won't know Sudest? Tang Shiyun didn't speak, her face turned pale. With Yan Jinwei's stubborn temperament, it's hard to say what he will do. No, let's go upstairs and have a look. Tang Shiyun took her daughter's hand and was about to rush upstairs, but just 2 steps away, the door of the study suddenly opened. Yan Jinwei walked out of the room with a bad face. Su Chen followed, but neither of them saw any injuries. Shouldn't there be a fight? As soon as they came, Yan Bingxue immediately walked to Su Chen's side and carefully pulled his arm around to look around. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he lowered his voice and asked, "Husband, are you all right?" Suchin smiled and shook his head, looked at the nervous mother-in-law and wife and said, "I'm fine, I chatted with my uncle for a while, what can I do?" Tang Shiyun glanced at Yan Jinwei suspiciously after hearing the words, Yan. Jinwei turned her head but did not say anything to refute. So this means that the old man already knew the truth, but he forgave Suchin? Isn't that so? What are you doing standing here? What time is it? Why don't you go back to sleep? Yan Jinwei said with a stern face. Yan Bingshui immediately pulled Suchin and said, "Mom and Dad, let's go to rest first." After she finished speaking, she dragged Suchin upstairs, quickly. Yan Jinwei didn't say anything to stop it, which made Tang Shiyun even more puzzled. The old man actually let them sleep in a room? It seems that he is really satisfied with his son-in-law. But that incident was really a daughter's problem. The son-in-law was completely unaware. Tang Shiyun glanced at the old man, smiled and touched his shoulder. "The children are gone, you are still awkward. No money to read novels? Send you cash or coin for a limited time of 1 day to receive. Pay attention to the public account, book friends base camp, get it for free. You are a knife-mouthed, tofu-hearted person, you have already said it. Why do you still have a cold face? You think everyone is me, understand your stinky temper? You quickly put away this expression, don't scare our son-in law. Scared him? He is bold. Yan Jinwei shouted softly. Tang Shiyun shook her head helplessly. Oh, don't you know everything? This is a good thing. What we are most worried about now is the matter of Tuanchuan and Lei. Since the son-in-law is Tuan Lei's father, then their family is harmonious and beautiful, we should be happy. Happy for what? You think I want to accept him? That's the end of the matter. He and the ice and snow certificate have both been received. I don't want to make my daughter sad. Yan Jinwei said arrogantly. Tang Shiyun directly dismantled his excuse, stop using your daughter as an excuse, if you really like your son-in-law and forgive him, even if they get the certificate, you would dare to let your daughter divorce, right? It's obvious that all good things have been done, but you want to offend people with your mouth, you old man. Yan Jinwei glanced at her irritably, sullen his head, and said nothing. Tang Shiyun laughed and said, okay, don't be mad, the children are fine now. In the future, when they are together as a family, we can finally rest assured. By the way, didn't you and your son-in-law have a bad fight just now? Tang Shiyun asked. Yan Jinwei said directly, what's the matter? I scolded him from the side. What dare he say? If he did something wrong, he can't let others say it. If it wasn't for his good attitude in admitting his mistake, do you think I would agree? Tang Shiyun raised her head suspiciously, looked at him and said, you said that your son-in-law confessed to you? And you unilaterally scolded him? Yes, he made our family Bingshua suffer for 3 years, and let the 2 children grow up to 3 years old in a single-parent family. Shouldn't he be scolded? Yan Jinwei said consciously and rationally. He thought that in this matter, his wife must share the same hatred with him. But he didn't expect that in exchange, it was indeed a beating from his wife. You stinky old man. I'm really going to be mad at you. Tang Shiyun kept knocking on the old man's arm. Yan Jinwei hurriedly ducked aside, wanting to get angry, but when he saw his wife's face, he held back. Some grievances said, I'm not wrong. Tang Shuyun glared at him, you said it. Did your son-in-law not tell you why? He hasn't shown up for 3 or 4 years? Yan Zhenwei shook his head. Did you not give him a chance to say it, or did he not say it himself? He didn't say it himself. What is the justification for abandoning his wife and children for 3 years? As long as he is still alive, he shouldn't do such a thing. Yan Zhenwei said angrily. Tang Shuyun was so mad at him that she held her forehead and said, you stinky old man, didn't you think about it? The reason for this has nothing to do with Xiao Su, it's your daughter's problem. Yan Zhenwei was stunned and asked blankly, wife, what does this mean? Why is it still a matter of ice and snow? Tang Shuyun explained what her daughter said just now. After Yan Zhenwei heard everything, he fell down on the sofa. He glanced at his wife regretfully, and said with tiger eyes, so you mean, it was my daughter who forced her to be with her, and then left without saying goodbye? Suchin didn't even know who she was in the past few years? Tang Shuyun closed her eyes and nodded heavily. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version update fastest. URL. Hello everyone, our official account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day. Just pay attention to receive the last benefit at the end of the year. Please seize the opportunity. Yan Zhenwei slapped his forehead heavily with a slap, and his forehead instantly turned red. It took him a long time to speak, and his voice was much lower than just now. Wife, you said that, since this is the case, why didn't the son-in-law explain it to me just now? Let me scold him? I also said that I don't agree with him and his daughter, and let them divorce. Tang Shuyun gave him a fierce look, and said angrily, my son-in-law is a good boy. You ask him to explain something to you, listen to your scolding, and then tell you, you stinky old man, don't falsely accuse others, it's all you daughter's fault? The son-in-law doesn't explain, it's a responsibility, and he is willing to bear all this for his daughter. It's good for you, scolding people and saying that you want to divorce your daughter and son-in-law, how are you so powerful? Yan Zhenwei grimaced in distress and looked at his wife, cautiously, wife, I'm just saying that out of anger, I don't know the truth. You say, will my son-in-law be angry with me? Hey. He behaved so well at night and had such a good chat with his son-in-law. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in the end, screwing up everything before. Shouldn't the son-in-law think that his old husband is unreasonable and doesn't know what to do? Next time I go to him to talk about Mecca, will he still take care of him? Seeing that he regretted this, Tang Shuyun didn't want to scold him again, and said, I don't think my son-in-law is someone who cares about you. What did he tell you later? He didn't explain, he just waited for me to finish scolding, and told me that the past was irreversible. He will redouble his love for his daughter and to Anchuan Lele in the future. I know that he is a good person, and he is also really good to his daughter and children. Married, I didn't embarrass him too much. When Yan Zhenwei said it himself, he was a little lacking in confidence. Now that he thinks about what he was like at the time, he really regrets it. Unable to sit still, he stood up and said, no, you can't just forget it. What do you want to do? Tang Shuyun looked at him. Yan Zhenwei paused, in a dilemma for a while. Tang Shuyun smiled, pulled him back, and said with a smile, okay, I don't know you yet? If you ask your son-in-law to bow your head and apologize or something, it will cost you your life. I'm afraid you won't say no. Say sorry. Furthermore, the son-in-law doesn't need it either. Since he didn't explain it at the time, he certainly won't blame you for what you just did now. Lao Yan, our son-in-law, is a good man who is rare in the sky and the earth. In the future, you can't wrong him for being so indiscriminate. You must know that he bears the consequences for his daughters. Misunderstanding because he and her daughter truly love each other, and he is willing to bear your anger without refuting it, and it is also because he understands our love for our daughter, and our starting point is the same. He will understand. When Yan Jinwei heard his wife's words, his impetuous heart finally settled down. He nodded and said, "Wife, you are right, the son-in-law is indeed a real man. A verbal apology is meaningless. Just like what the son-in-law said. Everything is in action. This time, we must have a glorious wedding for our daughter and son-in-law. By the way, are you ready for the meeting red envelope for your son-in-law? When they leave tomorrow, it will be given to the son-in-law." Yan Jinwei reminded. Tang Shiyun smiled and said, "It's been prepared a long time ago, Lao Yan. We originally prepared a check for 1 million, but this time my son-in-law came to buy us such an expensive gift. I think 1 million is too little to take. We don't lack money, so naturally we can't lose the children, so I want to change a 50 million bank card. What do you think?" Yan Jinwei shook his head. "Not good." Tang Shiyun said angrily, "What? You still feel bad? Can't our son-in-law afford this mere 50 million? No. Listen to me." Yan Jinwei said helplessly, "I'm not saying 50 million is too much, I just want to say that giving money directly is too vulgar. How can our son-in-law be such a vulgar? Can't you see the gift you gave? He's not short of money at all." Tang Shiyun understood, nodded, and said, "You are right, but the custom is to give red envelopes to meet people. There is no money in the red envelopes, so what are you going to pack? You let me think about it." Yan Jinwei stroked his beard and thought about it carefully. "Don't be idle either, think about it. What gift can you give the children that will not only make the children suffer, but also be worthy of the status of our son-in-law?" Tang Shiyun also began to think. The old couple lay in bed at night, still thinking about this problem. After thinking about it for several hours, in the early morning, Tang Shiyun couldn't stand it anymore, and asked in a daze, "Old Yan, haven't you thought about it yet? I can't stand it anymore. Otherwise, think about it yourself. I've thought about it so much, and you don't like any of it. I really can't think of it. I'm going to bed first." Yan Jinwei thought in a hurry, and when he heard his wife's words, he said casually, "Okay, go to sleep, I must think about it tonight, and I will give it to my son-in-law tomorrow. If I can't think of it, I won't sleep." Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went upstairs, and first went to the two little guys' rooms to see them, and when they all got on the bed and covered the quilt, they returned to their bedroom. The 4-piece suit in the bedroom was changed to bright red, and Su Chen's eyes lit up when he saw it. "Wife, father-in-law, mother-in-law, are we going to arrange this place after we get married?" Yan Bingshua's face was covered with peach blossoms, and she said shyly, "We haven't had the wedding yet, why are you going back?" Su Chen leaned over and said with a smile, "My wife is in a hurry to hold a wedding with me?" Su Chen. Yan Bingxue stomped her feet, "I won't tell you, I'll take a shower." The two lay on the bed after taking a bath, and Yan Bingxue asked about what happened just now. "Husband, what did you just say to Dad upstairs? Did Dad know that you are to Anchuan Lele's father?" Well, my father-in-law probably wanted to tell me to treat Tuanchuan and Lele. Well, so I just said that they are my children, and of course I will take good care of them. What about later? Dad, is he very angry? Yan Bingxue asked nervously. Suchen nodded, I'm angry, you even scolded me. Yan Bingxue became more and more anxious, and looked at Suchen with worried eyes. It was already past, but she seemed to be there, looking at Suchen with distress. Then, how did you talk to Dad? She asked softly. Suchen couldn't bear to see his wife like this, so he hurriedly smiled and said, of course I used my unparalleled charm to conquer my old husband-wife. Didn't I say, I can definitely get my father-in-law, don't worry, now. Everything is alright, just wait until you put on your wedding dress and marry me. Yan Bingxue knew that Suchen was such an understatement, and there must be a lot of things he didn't say, but since Suchen didn't say it, she didn't ask. She just needs to remember in her heart that her husband is good to her. The next morning, just after the Yan family had breakfast, the old couple of the Gu family came. He also brought a bunch of gifts, fruits and flowers, plus children's toys, and supplements for the second elder of the Yan family, a bunch of big bags and small bags. When the two came in, they looked into the house at first sight. Su Chen and Yan Zhenwei were sitting in the living room, playing chess, while Yan Bingxue and Tang Shiyun were playing with their two children. When the family saw them coming, they all stood up. Lao Gu, Lao Man, come when you come, what are you doing with so many things? Tang Shiyun asked with a smile. Lao Man glared at her with a smile, and said, Shiyun, we're not just here to see you today, shouldn't we bring gifts to the children? Bingxue, Auntie hasn't seen you for a long time, our ice and snow are really getting longer and more beautiful. Come on, this is a little snack for you. And, your husband and Tuanchuan Lele. Auntie Man, you are too kind, Tuanchuan Lele, come and thank you Grandma Yan. Bingxue took the things from the couple and put them in the living room, and Tuanchuan and Lele were already calling out sweetly. Grandpa Gu Grandma Man. Hey Xiao Tuanchuan and Xiao Lele are growing up really fast, they are much taller than last time. The old couple looked at the child and said happily. Grandpa and Grandma bought you toys, it's over there, go see if you like it. As soon as the two little boys heard that there were toys, they ran over. Immediately. Both Lao Gu and Lao Man's eyes were on Su Chen, and Yan Bingxue quickly introduced, Uncle Gu, Aunt Man, this is my husband, Su Chen. Su Chen, this is my parents' old friend, Uncle Gu and Aunt Man. Hello Uncle Gu, hello Aunt Man. Su Chen said hello politely. Lao Gu and Lao Man nodded smilingly, hello. Oh, Bingxue, your husband is really a talent. Lao Man couldn't help but praised, and after speaking, he couldn't help but wink at Tang Shiyun over there. Tang Shiyun raised her head slightly, her face full of pride. Uncle Gu, Aunt Man, stop standing, come in and sit. A group of people went to the living room, and the children took their toys and went to play on the blanket over there. As soon as Lao Gu sat down, he saw the chessboard on the table, stared at it for a while and said, Hey, Lao Yan, you are. This is what Xiao Su and I have just played. This game is not over yet. Aren't you here? Are you Heizi or Hongzi? The old consultant asked. Yan Zhenwei knew what he wanted to do, so he smacked his mouth twice and said, Black. Old Gu laughed and said, then Xiao Su's chess skills are good. Although this game is not over yet, it is obviously a game for Hongzi. Yan Zhenwei was not happy, so he spoke first to refute, but he couldn't find a reason. I thought that before it was over, Su Chen was already a general. Suchin smiled and said, Uncle Gu, it's my uncle who is teaching me to play chess. Lao Gu nodded knowingly, and said with kindness, that's right, Lao Yan, your craftsmanship is pretty good. The teaching son-in-law is also good. Yan Jinwei became more beautiful in his heart, and his smile returned to his face, and said, it's Xiao Su who has a lot of talent. 5 people sat together, and after a while, they couldn't sit still. Yan Bingxue was busy with work, and the phone was constantly being answered. Tang Shiyun simply drove her to the study upstairs, and she also took Lao Man to the sunroom, saying that she wanted to play with flowers and plants. Suchin didn't leave, watching Yan Jinwei and Lao Gu play chess. He sat quietly beside Yan Jinwei, watching the chess without saying a word. Sometimes Yan Jinwei lost the advantage, and when he didn't know how to move, he would take the initiative to talk to him in a negotiating tone, and he would say it silently. 2 sentences, give an opinion. Lao Gu glanced at him from time to time with approval in his eyes. Uncle Gu, I'm going to make a pot of tea for you. You can play chess while drinking tea. Yan Jinwei nodded and said, okay, you can make the dehongpo you bought last night. That tea is delicious. And the tea set you bought, just use that to make it. Okay. Suchin got up and left. As soon as he left, Lao Gu immediately said, Old Yan, okay. Your son-in-law is really good, no wonder Shuyun and my wife are full of praise. Yan Jinwei's mouth was about to go to the sky, but his words were still a bit arrogant. It's okay, anyway, it's not bad for us 2 old guys, it's even better for Bingxue and the child. Yo, I'm proud of you. I just didn't know who asked my son-in-law to brew the tea he bought last night, and he also used the tea set that he bought. We are not the people who taste the tea. What kind of tea set do you use? Don't you just want to make your son-in-law happy? I don't know you yet. Yan Jinwei smiled without saying a word, which was the default. Lao Gu said with an envious look, hey, I really envy you, Lao Yan, your son-in-law. I like it all. If my family Yusin can bring back one like this, then I'm really dreaming. Wake up laughing. Yan Jinwei was delighted to hear this, and said, don't worry, there will be. Suchin made tea and came over. As soon as he put the things down, the phone rang. He looked at it, hesitated for a while, and cut off the phone first. Yan Jinwei glanced at him and said, Xiao Su, go upstairs, to do your work first, and I will play chess with your Uncle Gu for a while. Suchin nodded and said, okay, uncle, just call me if you have anything. Lao Gu took a sip of tea, his eyes suddenly lit up. Lao Yan, don't say this. Tea is really good, your son-in-law is attentive. That's right, but this gift isn't so deep in my heart. He gave me a special gift last night. It's a good one. It's a priceless treasure. Friends shared the gift, but because Suchin was there, and Lao Gu didn't mention the gift, he couldn't speak it himself. Now that the old consultant is up, isn't that an opportunity? As expected, Lao Gu asked, curiously, oh? What kind of gift? How can you get your knowledgeable eyes? I would like to know what kind of treasure it is, and it can be regarded as a priceless treasure for you. You wait, I'll get it. Lao Yan quickly returned to the bedroom. When he came down, he held a box in his hand like a treasure. He was very careful when going down the stairs, for fear of falling. Seeing this scene, Lao Gu couldn't help shaking his head and snickering. But when he saw Yan Jinwei opening the box, he was completely dumbfounded. And he was ecstatic. This is, couldn't it be the one I thought? Lao Gu wanted to reach for it, but he didn't dare to touch it. Yan Zhenwei was very happy when he saw him like this. Look at it, he really exaggerated after doing it himself. Isn't it the same expression when Lao Gu saw this? It's the one you think. This is the mecha model made by my son-in-law. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version update fastest. URL. Don't think it's just a model, it's a scaled-down version of the combat armor that my son-in-law is going to do next. Except for the lack of a system. Everything else is done perfectly. Look at this material, it's a titanium alloy of. And the details of this joint, this is a real mecha. Lao Gu was so excited that he was almost speechless, watching Yan Zhenwei pick up the things. His eyes closely followed his hand. Old Yan, I think this mecha is completely different from the mecha models on the market. Okay, old Gu, your eyes are sharp enough. Yan Zhenwei was extremely happy. Every question the old consultant asked was what he was about to say next. Hee. I tell you this mecha, it's incredible, and when it's actually made, it will shock the whole world. It stands to reason that my son-in-law trusted me for me, so I can't share this unpublished thing. I went out, but I definitely can't hide the relationship between the two of us, but you have to promise me that what I told you today, you must not tell anyone. Yan Zhenwei said. Seriously? Lao Gu nodded, don't worry, I will never tell anyone, just show me and tell me its peculiarities. Yan Zhenwei happily handed over the mecha, and then began to explain to his old friend, using what Suchen said yesterday. After talking a lot, Lao Gu became more and more excited as he listened, and finally he couldn't sit still. My God! Lao Yan, your son-in-law is a genius. It's incredible, your family is going to make a real combat armor in the future, wouldn't it be famous all over the world? Oh, the knowledge points you just mentioned are hard for me to digest. I didn't expect these to come from the mouth of a young man. It's really terrifying. When Yan Zhenwei heard his praise of Su Chen, he was very happy, with a proud look on his face. Old Gu, you know now, I didn't show you off, I'm telling the truth. Reading to receive red envelopes, follow the public account, book friends. Base camp, read books to draw up to 888 cash red envelopes. Lao Gu nodded in agreement and said enviously, yes, Lao Yan, you are not showing off, your son-in-law is a real bull. Hey, I envy you more and more, your ice and snow are really lucky, the child has waited for all these years, and finally waited for a big man. Lao Yan, in the future, your family will definitely take it to the next level. If only I had your luck. In the sunroom, Tang Shuyun was in a good mood and watered the flowers with a water bottle. She was wearing a new cheongsam, and her well-kept figure looked graceful and graceful. She also raised her hand to touch her neck from time to time, and the emerald necklace hanging outside was very eye-catching. There is also a pair of jade bracelets on his hands, which Lao Man has never seen before. Lao Man looked at it and said, Yo, Shuyun, seeing my son-in-law, I went to buy a new outfit? Are this chain and bracelet a new one? I've never seen it before. This chain is so beautiful, where did you buy it? Ah? The two old girlfriends exchanged shopping experience on weekdays when they had nothing to do, and shared the new things they bought with each other as soon as possible, so what was on Tang Shuyun's body, Lao Man could see at a glance. Tang Shuyun turned around. He walked over with his waist twisted, touched the necklace, and said happily, I didn't buy this, this is a gift from my son-in-law. Ah? Your son-in-law gave it? Such a good meeting gift? Lao Man asked in surprise. She leaned closer and tapped the necklace carefully, and was even more surprised. This emerald is real, such a big treasure, and this necklace with a strong sense of design. Your son-in-law has a good eye, right? Tang Shiyun smiled and said, that's right, of course my son-in-law has a good eye, otherwise why would he be with my Bingxue? Lao Man laughed and said angrily, well, Yu Shiyun, you can be angry with me. Seeing that I don't have a son-in-law, you can show off to me with all your might, No, Lao Man, how can I be that kind of person? I'm not happy. Tang Shiyun quickly coaxed. Lao Man twitched and said with a smile, I'm joking with you, but to be honest, your son-in-law's greeting doesn't look cheap. Tang Shiyun nodded, 11 million. What? Lao Man was shocked. More than 10 million necklaces. Your son-in-law is the son-in-law's family the same family as yours? Lao Man asked in shock with wide eyes. Tang Shiyun said, no, the son-in-law said that his parents are from the Education Bureau, and the estimated income in the establishment does not have much income. His family is an ordinary well-off family. The money seems to be earned by the son-in-law himself after he went to college. Lao Man covered his mouth and said in shock, your son-in-law is too good. You can earn so much money in college, and he will buy you a necklace of 10 million yuan as soon as you come up, so what will he buy you, Lao Yan? No? Will it be more expensive? Tang Shiyun said, I spent 3 million to buy tea sets for Lao Yan. But the most expensive gift didn't cost anything, but my Lao Yan said it was a priceless treasure. I don't really understand it, it seems like a mecha. I heard that it's a real mecha, just a model of a mecha that my son-in-law is making now. Mecha? It's so powerful. My God, Shiyun, your Bingxue has met a baby. Tang Shiyun was praised for being very useful, and said with a smile, it's okay, Xiaosu is quite good. Anyway, Lao Yan and I are satisfied, and these are actually secondary. The most important thing is that Xiaosu is good too. Bingxue is the father of the 2 children, they are together as a family. And Lao Yan and I are relieved. Xiaosu is Tuanchuan Leilei's father? Lao Man felt that he had received a lot of surprises today, and he couldn't come up with a joke. Yeah. So they didn't get married suddenly, they had a plan for a long time. But my son-in-law was still in college before, and he is graduating soon, so I just went to get the certificate and announced it. Tang Shiyun didn't say so much, just mentioned it lightly. About this, with envy written all over his face, he looked at Tang Shiyun and said, Shiyun, why do you think you have such a good fortune? Not only did my daughter add a grandson and granddaughter to you early on, but now even the marriage has been resolved. Or reunite with the children's father's family. The most important thing is that your son-in-law is still so good. Woohoo, I really want to envy the dead. When will I be able to enjoy happiness like you? I don't want a good son-in-law like you. I just hope my family Yusin can bring me a man back quickly. I can accept anything, as long as I'm good to my family Yusin, it's alright. Shiyun, quickly take my hand and lend me your luck. Tang Shiyun was amused by her, walked over and held her hand tightly and said, don't shout, it's about the children, we can't be in a hurry, I understand. This now, the children have their own opinions, okay, the marriage is there. And it will come when it should come. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version update fastest. URL. Lao Man was envious for a while, and then talked to Tang Shiyun about business. Shiyun, your son-in-law gave such an expensive gift, and you are so satisfied. With him, how many red envelopes do you plan to return? It's not easy to grasp the amount. Tang Shuyun nodded. Yes, as parents, how can we make our children suffer? I said to the bank card, but my old man said that giving money was too vulgar and wanted to give it to something else. I discussed it with him last night. Until midnight. I didn't discuss it, I forgot to ask him this morning, and I don't know if he has made up his mind. Lao Man glanced at her in surprise and said with a smile, your old man actually pays so much attention to it? It seems that you really like this son-in-law. I'm just waiting to drink your family's Bingxue wedding wine. In the study, Yan Bingxue saw Suchin coming up, looked up slightly, pointed to the laptop and continued to work. Suchin pointed to the balcony, the two of them tacitly understood and were busy. Suchin walked to the balcony to call her mother back. The call just downstairs was from her parents, and she probably wanted to ask herself about seeing her parents. Last night, he sent a message saying that he was staying here, and he didn't tell his parents in detail. It is estimated that the old couple didn't know the situation at the moment and were in a hurry. As soon as the phone was connected, Sue's mother's voice came from the other end. Son, did you go to the company? Were you busy just now? Sue's father and Sue's mother have been discussing since last night. I don't know how his son went to see his father-in-law and mother-in-law. As a result, he received a text message from his son. Sue's father said that if he could stay there, it means that the situation is not bad. Sue's mother also agreed. But I still want to know the group situation. I didn't call until this morning, and was hung up by my son just now. I was afraid that it would disturb my son's work. Suchin hurriedly said, Mom, it's okay, I didn't go to the company. My father-in-law and mother-in-law came to friends this morning, and I asked Bingxue and I to ask for leave. We are still at Yan's house. When Suma heard this, her face suddenly showed joy. Su Dad didn't know what was going on beside him, so he quickly said, Wife, turn on the amplifier, and I will listen too. Mother Su hurriedly turned on the amplifier and said with a smile, Son, you are still at Bingshua's house now, they have guests from their house and let you stay there. Do Bingshua's parents think you are not bad? You got along last night well enough? Well, Mom, it was late last night when we decided not to go back, and we were still talking to our father-in-law and mother-in-law. It was very late when we got back to the house, so I didn't call you to tell you. Are you in a hurry at home? Hee, son, you and I are not in a hurry. We know that you live there, and we have a bottom line in our hearts. Tell us quickly, are Mom and Dad Bingxue satisfied with you? Listening to her mother's happy and eager tone, Suchin laughed, leaned on the railing and said, Dad, Mom, my father-in-law and mother-in-law are very satisfied with me. We had a good chat last night, about me and Bingxue, don't worry. That's great. Suma said excitedly. Dad, Su was also happy beside him, thought for a while and said, Son, since Bingshua's parents are also satisfied with you, then you should consider the wedding between the two of you. Look, we and Bingshua's parents are also satisfied. Should we meet again? Mom, Su listened to Dad, Su's reminder. He also said, Yeah, son, to talk about the wedding, we have to meet the in-laws on both sides. In fact, your father and I came here this time to solve all these matters and then go back. After the annual leave, there is still a lot of time now. Suchin thought for a while and said, well, it's time to meet, but Bingxue. And I haven't mentioned the meeting between the parents on both sides. Otherwise, I'll discuss with Bingxue, and then tell my father-in-law and mother-in-law to be sure. We'll have dinner together as a family at one time. Dad, Su nodded, okay, son, you are very thoughtful, we are men after all, it is better for us to take the initiative to bring this matter up, but the specific decision is left to Bingshua's parents, and let them decide the time and place. Our family has the right to cooperate. Okay, then I'll go talk to Bingxue now. Don't worry, son, we still have something to discuss with you first. Suma quickly stopped her son. Suchin stopped and asked, Mom, what's the matter? It's about the preparations for the wedding, son, as the man in our family. We don't know much about the situation of Bingxue. You ask Bingxue, what are the requirements of their family, such as dowry gifts, 3 golds, and change fees? And about the details of the wedding, your dad and I have a bottom line. And when we go back to meet in-laws, we won't be too hasty, making the other party feel that we are neglecting them. After Suchin heard her mother's words, she immediately understood what they meant. He put away his mobile phone and opened the mobile bank to make some money for Dad. Su. Dad, look at your phone. Suchin said after finishing reading. To receive cash, follow the VX public account, book friends base camp. You can also receive cash for reading. Dad, Su took out his mobile phone and looked at it, and he was shocked. He opened his eyes and said, Son, did you call me this money? Well, Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry about the details of the wedding. Just take the money and prepare it. If it's not enough, tell me. Suma still didn't know what was going on. She leaned over and glanced at Su's father's mobile phone, and when she saw the numbers on it, she couldn't help being stunned. 10 million, 10 million, 10 million. 10 million. Son, you gave your father 10 million? Suma shouted in surprise. Dad, Su quickly took the phone and asked very seriously, Son, where did you get so much money? Suchin smiled and said helplessly to his parents, Mom and Dad, why do you always underestimate your son? Since I can afford such a big house and such a good car, I can't help but have a little bit in my hand. Don't have any money? Su's father and Su's mother glanced at each other, and Su's father, slowly calmed down and said, Son, your mother and I really didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Hey, your mother and I have been saving money for you all these years. The money was originally intended for you to marry a daughter-in-law, but I didn't expect it to be of no use in the end, whether it's buying a house, a car, or marrying a daughter-in-law. Our money is just a drop in the bucket for you. Papa Su's voice was a little ashamed. When he saw his son, he casually called 10 million. Then, thinking about how he and his wife had saved for so many years, it was only a few 100,000. They even swore that night that they would take the money. Helping my son, I didn't expect that my son is much better than them. Suchin noticed his father's emotions and couldn't help but smile and said, Dad, Mom, you raised me, didn't you want your son to become a dragon? Now that your son is so good, you should be happy. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version update fastest. URL. Mom Su hurriedly called Dad, Su. Dad, Su woke up instantly, and said to the phone, Happy. My son is so good now, and your mom and I are very happy, Dad. Didn't think we were parents and didn't give it to you. What can I do for you? Suchin immediately said, Nonsense, why can't you help You have been busy. For so many days, aren't you taking care of us? Besides, parents, my son is grown up now and doesn't need your support financially, but we still need it. Both mentally and physically, my parents will take care of us more in the future. Dad, Mom, don't think so much. The reason why my son is today is inseparable from the cultivation of his parents since he was a child. I have only full love in my heart for you. It was the first time that Suchin said these nasty things to his parents. It was probably his emotions when he saw his wife when he came home yesterday. But after saying it, he and his parents will be happy. Sue's father and Sue's mother over there were already moved to tears, and Sue's mother said in a choked voice, "You stupid boy, how old are you, and you are still so sticky. Okay, go and tell Bingxue about our meeting." Well, it's better for you to book the hotel first. My son is promising now, we can't neglect our in-laws, we have to book the best hotel. Are you coming back for dinner at night? I'll go out with your dad to buy food later, and I'll cook you a table of delicious food in the evening. Mother Sue hung up the phone while crying. As soon as she put down the phone, she threw herself into Papa Sue's arms and cried, "Old Sue, I'm so happy, our son is not only promising now, but also really happy. He has grown up and is sensible," and he said these words, I was really moved to death. Dad, Sue's eyes were also red, he raised his hand to wipe away tears, and said, with a smile, "Yes, I feel that this month, I was so shocked by my son that I used up all the shocks of the past few decades. My son married first. I have a wife and twin daughters. I know how to make mechas. I also joined the Dragon Academy. I bought a super luxurious mansion and a super luxurious car, and now I am giving us so much money. It's a pile of piles, smashed directly. I was a little bit smashed." Mother Sue said with a smile, "Haha, I feel that my son has more things to shock us in the future. We will set up a big rear for our son and let him rush forward without any scruples." "Yeah. Dad," Sue nodded solemnly. Suchin hung up the phone and went back to the study. Yan Bingshua's video conference had just ended, and he could finally talk to him. "Husband, why are you here too? Who were you talking to just now?" Suchin said fondly. "Auntie and Auntie Man went to chat. Uncle and Uncle Gu are playing chess downstairs. I'm fine. Just when my parents called, I came up and called them back. Hello everyone, our official account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day. Just pay attention to receive the last benefit at the end of the year. Please seize the opportunity." Is it a call from my parents? I guess I'm worried about our situation here. Have you told my parents? Yan Bingxue asked. Well, it's over, Dad said, since we've all seen each other's parents now. The situation is also good, then we should arrange for the parents on both sides to meet, then sit down and have a good chat about our wedding, Suchin said, standing in front of Yan Bingxue. When it came to the wedding, Yan Bingxue was a little shy, lowered her head, and said, Husband, you can decide this matter. When you decide, I will go and tell my parents. Suchin put his arms around her waist, looked down at her, and said softly, How can we do it? Wife, as a man in our family, we can't do it alone. My parents and I have just discussed, we will decide the location, and then the time will come. Parents and we will go first, but the time depends on father-in-law and father-in-law. Find a time that is convenient for them. Yan Bingxue raised her head and said with a smile, My parents will definitely be happy when my parents think about my family so much. Then I'll discuss it with my parents and then tell you the time? N. Suchen nodded but didn't let go immediately. Yan Bingxue tried to leave but was trapped and couldn't move. Husband, what are you doing? Don't you want to go downstairs to discuss a meeting time with your parents? Don't worry, wife. Suchen said in a low voice. Yan Bingxue lowered her head, and her exposed ears were red. Seeing this, Suchen couldn't help but laugh. Wife, what are you thinking? Why are your ears red again? I found that your thoughts are really dangerous. Yan Bingxue raised her head in embarrassment and glared at Suchen. Coquettishly, husband, you are simply the wicked person to complain first. Obviously, it's you, hold me and won't let me go. I won't let you go. Naturally, there is still something to say I am serious. But you are obviously thinking wrong. Yan Bingxue was annoyed and reached out to push him. Suchen quickly coaxed. Okay, wrong, I won't tease you anymore, be serious, wife. When you talk to your father-in-law and mother-in-law, try to express to them the urgency of me and my parents. The time is best to last a few days. Originally, the father-in-law and mother-in-law decided the time to facilitate them, but I am afraid that there is no time limit. They feel that our side is deliberately delaying and neglecting. Seeing that Suchen thought so carefully, Yan Bingxue felt a little warmth in her heart. She nodded lightly, okay, I see. Yan Bingxue went downstairs and saw Yan Jinwei, who was holding a mecha and talking to Lao Gu, at a glance. She shook her head helplessly. It seemed that it was inappropriate to disturb Dad and Uncle Gu at this time. So I went to the sunroom to find my mother and Aunt Man. Mom and Aunt Man seemed to be talking about something strange. The two of them put their heads together and lowered their voices to discuss in a low voice. When Yan Bingxue went in, he vaguely heard a second child, strong ability, and so on. She quickly cleared her throat, reminding the two women over there. Mom, Auntie Man. Oh, here comes the ice and snow? Auntie Man immediately distanced herself from her old friend. Tang Shiyun also looked at her daughter a little embarrassedly. Bingxue, why did you come down? Aren't you working upstairs? The video conference is over. There is something I want to discuss with you. Dad seems to be busy, so I came over to tell you. What's the matter? Tang Shiyun and Lao Man both came over. Yan Bingxue knew that Auntie Man was not an outsider, so she said directly. Mom, that's right, Suchen's parents came to Zhonghai a few days ago when they found out about our marriage, and now they live at home. We didn't go home yesterday. Well, they asked about the situation today, and they knew that Suchen was quite satisfied with our family, so they said, I want to have a meal with the family. Tang Shiyun was overjoyed when she heard this, and Aunt Man next to her covered her mouth and smiled. Shiyun, congratulations, it seems that the process of your family's wedding will be much faster. Tang Shiyun took her daughter and said, okay, we definitely want to meet our in-laws for a meal. Have we set the time and place? Yan Bingxue said, the location is set by my husband, it's close to our house. It's in the Hongqiao Shijiao Hotel in the community, the time is uncertain. Su Chen's parents said to see a convenient time for you and Dad, and let you make an appointment. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version update fastest. URL. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. When Lao Man heard this, he immediately said excitedly, Shiyun, your in-laws really take this meeting seriously enough. The Hongqiao Hotel in Shijiao, this is a place to receive foreign guests. The timing also depends on your Arrangement, it seems to be a good one. The relatives who get along with you. Tang Shuyun is very happy. She has been to every good place, and even the most expensive restaurant. The Shijiao Hongqiao Hotel is of such a specification. She is in the community on weekdays and has invited important guests many times, but her son-in-law's family can have this heart. She is happy from the bottom of her heart. It's said that the in-laws value them, but it's not that the son-in-law values his daughter. Since my in-laws have said so, then we will decide tomorrow night, and we can't let Xiao Su's parents wait forever, right? You slept here yesterday, and Xiao Su will definitely talk to her parents when she goes back today, so tomorrow night appropriate. I'll talk to your dad later. Yan Bingxue nodded happily. Okay, then I'll go up and talk to Su Chen and let him tell his parents. Okay, let's go. Wait a minute. Lao Man grabbed Yan Bingxue, hesitated for a moment, and said, Bingxue, your progress here is not bad. The wedding date should be fixed soon. Have you contacted our family Yusin recently? Yan Bingxue knew what Auntie Man wanted to say. As parents, they are most concerned about their children. She nodded and said, Auntie, Yusin and I have been in constant contact with each other. She knows that I am going to get married. She has already told me that she will come back at that time, and she will serve me for half a year. Auntie Man nodded excitedly. Okay, that's great. This stinky girl from my family has been gone for more than a year, and I don't know how to come back to see me and her dad. Bingxue, if you are free, help Auntie to persuade her. She is not too young. Now you are married, the child is 3 years old, and she is still floating outside like this. Her dad and I are anxious. Even if she doesn't want to get married, her dad and I didn't say we would force her. We just didn't want her to stay abroad alone, and we couldn't even see her face to face. Yan Bingxue gently patted Aunt Manman's arm and comforted, Auntie, don't be sad. This time Yusin is back. I will help you to tell her well. In fact, Yusin misses you too, just some decisions may be different from your and uncle's thoughts, so I'm afraid of living together and there will be conflicts. Lao Man sighed heavily and said, I know, if my family Yusin can be half obedient to you, her father and I will not control her so much. We are afraid that she will be indomitable when she is young, and she will grow old in the future. Have a bad day. Yan Bingxue smiled. He patted his chest and said, Auntie, just relax. Yusin and I have grown up together since childhood, and we are still good friends even at the age of 80. In fact, she is able to move forward like this because you and your uncle are the ones who do it. Backing, many times, is mutual understanding. After listening to Yan Bingxue's words, Lao Man's expression changed slightly. And he nodded lightly. Okay, Auntie, listen to you. When I come back this time, I will definitely have a good talk with Yusin. Well, then I'll go up first, and we'll talk later after dinner. The two mothers watched Yan Bingxue leave, and Lao Man said, Shuyun, I found that your Bingxue has really grown up. This child is mature since he was a child, but he was always a little reticent to talk before, but this time, she seems to have changed a lot, and this is the first time I hear her say so much. Tang Shuyun looked at her daughter's back, and said with a faint smile on her lips, yes, I also found that my daughter's return this time is very different. Yesterday, she actually told me a lot of things from her heart. This may be the power of love. The son-in-law's contribution is not small. Haha. I'll go to my old man first, and tell him the good news of meeting my in-laws. Do you stay here to enjoy the flowers or go to your old man's place? Tang Shiyun doesn't treat Lao Man as an outsider at all, because of their relationship. Even if Lao Man and Lao Gu are guests today, they are not afraid of the guests being angry when they go alone as hosts. Lao Man followed Tang Shiyun's pace. I went to our Lao Gu, and after hearing so many things about your son-in-law, my heart is sore. I can't let me be alone. I have to talk to Lao Gu. The two of them went out together. Yan Jinwei and Lao Gu, in the living room, had already sat on the sofa, from the two sofas to the other, shoulder to shoulder, head to head, and a baby like Mecca in their hands. Model, we had a great time chatting. Tang Shiyun knew at a glance that the old man was showing off the gift that his son-in-law gave him. Lao Yan, talk to Lao Gu later, I have something to tell you, come with me. Yan Jinwei was talking vigorously, and turned his head in dissatisfaction. Is there anything I can't say later? I'm talking to Lao Gu about business. Tang Shiyun shook her head, and Lao Man smiled beside him. Old Yan, I think you should go with Shiyun. After all, this is a big happy event. When he heard the great news, Yan Jinwei turned his head to look at his wife. Seeing her face was like a peach blossom. At first glance, it was a good thing. Thinking of the events of the past 2 days, Yan Jinwei immediately understood that this happy event must have something to do with his daughter and son-in-law, because he just saw his daughter go downstairs to find his wife. He got up quickly, and before leaving, took back the mecha in Lao Gu's hand and put it back into the box carefully. Old Gu, sit down for a while, and we'll talk later. Lao Gu raised his head. Hey, Lao Yan, you can leave as soon as you go. Leave your things for me, and I'll take a good look. Yan Jinwei smiled and took the box into his arms. I'm sorry, Lao Gu, this is a baby. I'm not here. Don't worry about putting it here. You should wait for me for a while. After finishing speaking, he carried his baby and went back to the room with Tang Shiyun. After entering the room, Tang Shiyun saw that he was going to put the treasure box first, and couldn't help laughing. Lao Yan, you are not afraid that Lao Gu will laugh at you, so you like the gift your son-in-law gave you? Yan Jinwei said arrogantly. He doesn't know how to laugh. He is too late to be envious. Tell me, what's the big happy event? Tang Shiyun became happier, came over and said, Lao Yan, my daughter just came over and said that my in-laws want to meet us and have a meal together. Yan Jinwei's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, okay. Both children's marriage licenses have been received, so we should have the wedding sooner rather than later. We have to meet our in-laws sooner rather than later. Well, my in-laws probably think so too. They set the location, and it's right next to the Hongqiao Hotel in the western suburbs. The Times said, let's set a location that we find convenient. I'll set it for tomorrow night, at 6 o'clock. Is there any problem? Tang Shiyun said. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. The problem is that there is nothing wrong, but why is it tomorrow? Is it bad today? Strike while the iron is hot. Yan Jinwei said excitedly. Tang Shiyun rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, what are you anxious about? This matter is settled anyway. Let's go to talk about the wedding of the two children, but I think it's a bit rushed tonight. My son-in-law slept at our house last night. We have to give them some time tonight, and also give us some time. Should we have a good chat with the children on both sides? We have to know our daughter's intentions, and then we will know how to tell our in-laws when we go there. Yan Jinwei felt very reasonable, nodded and said, it's still your head clear. Then tomorrow, let Bing Shiwei come home tonight, let's have a good chat. With her. Well, it's settled like this, and there's one more thing, what did you think? About giving your son-in-law last night? After dinner, the son-in-law will be leaving. If you don't think about it, then just as I said, prepare a bank card. I thought about adding a little shop title deed or something, so it should be about the same, right? Speaking of this, Yan Zhenwei immediately smiled mysteriously, and said quite proudly, I thought about it all night last night, and finally at dawn, I had an idea and thought of a gift that is especially suitable for our son-in-law. What? It's so mysterious, I'd like to know. You say that giving money is too vulgar. What kind of gifts can you give? Tell me quickly, Tang Shiyun said. Curiously. Yan Zhenwei hooked his fingers at her. Tang Shiyun laughed and scolded him, what? It's so mysterious. She walked over while talking, and Yan Zhenwei said something in her ear. Tang Shiyun's eyes widened in surprise, and it took a long time before she said, Lao Yan, have you thought about it? Yan Zhenwei nodded, of course, I think this gift is worthy of our son-in-law's talent. Tang Shiyun can't tell how she feels now, whether it's suitable or not, but this gift is. Since you want to send it, then I have no opinion, it's just the daughter's side. Yan Zhenwei waved his hand, daughter, you don't have to think about it, my daughter and son-in-law are now in one mind, can't you see it? I'm giving this gift to my son-in-law, and it's too late for my daughter to be happy. Tang Shiyun thought about it, it is indeed such a truth. So she smiled and said, okay, let's use this, just, how do you want to send it? Yan Zhenwei thought about it and said, let's do this, the two children will go to work after having dinner. You can go to the company with you. After the daughter and son-in-law are separated, you will give the gift to the son-in-law, don't take it in front of you. The daughter's face is given away, and the son-in-law will share the surprise with his daughter. Okay Lao Yan, I found out that you really like our son-in-law. I didn't expect this gift to be given out. I think my daughter will be surprised too. Tang Shiyun said with a smile. Yan Zhenwei smiled and said, that's because our son-in-law is excellent. Let's put it away. At noon, Lao Gu and Lao Man also stayed for lunch, and the atmosphere at the table was happy. Today's key character is Su Chen. Lao Gu and Lao Man have just heard a lot about Su Chen from Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shiyun. After asking a lot about Su Chen's current job, Lao Man kicked Lao Gu's leg under the table. Lao Gu immediately understood, looked at Su Chen and asked a little embarrassedly, Xiao Su, you are really an excellent and good boy, let alone your uncle and aunt, my aunt and I also like what you like, actually, your aunt and I also have a daughter, who is good friends with Bing Xue and grew up together, called Yusin. Su Chen listened to Uncle Gu's words seriously, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. That's right, my family Yusin is about the same age as Bing Xue, but I haven't solved my life's major issues yet. Aunt Man and I came over today to see your family happy and envious, so your aunt and I said, Xiao Su, you are so good. There must be many excellent boys around you, if there is anything suitable. Remember to introduce to our family Yusin, you can see. Su Chen understood, and immediately smiled, Uncle Gu, you are serious, I have heard Bing Xue say something about Miss Yusin, they are good friends, Miss Yusin should return to China soon, Uncle don't worry, Auntie, I will definitely keep an eye on it here, there are suitable friends, and when the time comes, everyone will go out for a meal and get to know each other. When Lao Gu and Lao Man heard this, they immediately looked at each other and smiled. Lao Gu took the initiative to raise the cup and said, Xiao Su, you are such a considerate child. Uncle will give you a toast first. You can help. And think about this matter, it doesn't matter whether it's successful or not, we both have the same affection. Uncle, you are too polite. I am a junior, and I should respect you. I have to go to work in the afternoon, so I will give my uncle a cup of tea instead of wine. Suchen took the initiative to stand up, and he also stood up drinking with Yan Jinwei, which made Yan Jinwei and his wife very happy. Lao Gu is happy today, seeing Suchen so good, he is sincerely happy for his old friend, so even at noon, he and Yan Jinwei both drank a lot, and they had a little more when they left. Suchen and Yan Bingxue came out with their parents to see off the two guests. Lao Gu took Yan Jinwei's hand and gave a thumbs up and said, "Old Yan, I really envy you. Your son-in-law, he is one in a million people. Chinese Dragon and Phoenix. Although it's a little early to say this, but I'm happy today, I'll say it, I wish you Bingxue and Xiaosu a happy wedding, and the love is white. That's all, I'll talk about the rest when I have wedding wine, haha." Yan Jinwei was also too happy. He supported him and said, "Okay, when the time comes, have a wedding wine. You can say as much as you want. I will ask the MC to give you a chance to come on stage." Lao Gu smiled, "Nonsense, Lao Yan, you are making fun of me, what is my identity, how can I say it on stage?" The old man on the side shook his head helplessly, pointed at his husband and said, "I drank too much, I'm sorry, I made Bingxue and Xiaosu laugh, I'll take him back first. Bingxue, Xiaosu, come to my house for dinner when you have time, I and your Uncle Gu will make you delicious food. Well, Aunt Man, when Yusin comes back, let's go to dinner, slow down on the road with your uncle, and send a message when you get home." After sending them away, Suchen and Yan Bingxue should also go to work, and the two little ones are going to kindergarten. Yan Jinwei hurriedly gave Tang Shuyun a wink, and asked him to send his two little grandsons. Tang Shuyun said, "Bingxue, Xiaosu, let me go to the company with you. I just want to go over there to do some errands, you can take me along for a while." Tang Shuyun said this, but Yan Bingxue didn't doubt anything, and the three of them got into the car and went to the company together. In the end, when they got downstairs, Tang Shuyun not only didn't leave, but also got on the elevator with them. Yan Bingxue felt strange. "Mom, are you coming to the company to do business? What are you going to do?" "I'll ask Zhang Te to help you." Tang Shuyun gave her daughter a wink. "No need, I can handle it myself, you go and do your job first." Both Yan Bingxue and Suchen understood in an instant. Mother-in-law is looking for herself alone. Yan Bingxue seemed a little worried and looked up at Suchen. Suchen gave her a calm smile and said, "Bingxue, I'll go directly to the Mecha Research Department later." Yan Bingxue nodded, and when they got upstairs, the three of them left. Tang Shuyun followed Suchen and said with a smile, "Xiaosu, Auntie, go and see your office." "Okay, Auntie, my office is arranged by Bingxue, and it's pretty good inside. You can go and have a seat." After entering the office, Tang Shuyun first glanced around and nodded with satisfaction. "Well, it's not bad here, but why is there not even a TV? You have to combine work and rest at work. I'll ask Special Assistant Zhang to buy more." Point. Suchen's hand trembled slightly when he poured the water, and quickly said, "Auntie, no need, isn't there a computer over there? You can use the computer if you want to watch TV." The thoughts of the mother-in-law and the wife are really the same. The office is really just a place to work. They want to arrange it like a home. It's already exaggerated enough now, and if you get a TV and a TV cabinet, why not? When other colleagues came in, they probably couldn't tell whether they had joined the company or returned to Su Chen's house. Tang Shiyun nodded. That's right, you young people can use a computer for everything now, so what else is needed? Just tell Xiao Zhang that she is someone close to Shui Er and knows your identity. Auntie, I'm pretty good here. It's much more comfortable than other people's offices. It's fine now. After all, it's a company, and the place to work can't be made too special. Su Chen is really afraid that she will move in a while. A bunch of things came over, so I said quickly. Then the mother-in-law gave up the idea and sat on the sofa over there. Su Chen brought a cup of hot tea over. Auntie, drink tea. Xiao Su, I didn't disturb your work, did I? Tang Shiyun asked, while drinking tea. Su Chen shook his head. It's okay, Auntie, my work progress is okay, don't be in a hurry. That's good, in fact, I have nothing to do, I came to you on purpose. Tang Shiyun smiled and took out an oversized red envelope from her bag and placed it on the table. Xiao Su, when you came to the door for the first time, your uncle and I also prepared a welcome gift for you, which should have been given to you at home. But this gift was specially prepared by your uncle and me, so I took it out and gave it to you. Is you? Su Chen was a little flattered when he saw the big red envelope. Uncle and aunt, Xiao Su, take it, this is a little thought from your uncle and I, and this is also a custom, you have to accept it, after all, it means that we are satisfied with each other. Don't you open it up and see if you like it from your uncle and auntie? Your present. The mother-in-law said so, and Su Chen couldn't shirk any longer, so he nodded and said, okay, then thank you uncle and aunt. He picked up the big red envelope on the table, opened it and took out the contents. There was a document in it, and there were also land deeds and the like. There was a lot of text on it. Su Chen looked at it quickly and couldn't help but be shocked. Auntie, this is… Tang Shiyun said with a smile, this is a science and technology exhibition hall that Chaofan Group has been building for more than 3 years. It is also a coincidence that the day this exhibition hall started, it happened to be the day that Tuanchuan and Lele were born. Now the exhibition hall has been completed, but only it has not been announced or open to the public yet. This gift is just right for you now. What I discussed with your uncle is that since this exhibition hall is a gift for you, so I just changed the naming right. Your uncle planned to name it Su Chen Science and Technology Exhibition Hall. You can see if this is suitable. If you want to modify it, there is no problem. That column is still empty. Fill in it yourself, just do it. The Science and Technology Exhibition Hall covers an area of more than 20,000 square meters. This is a key project that the Chaofan Group has been carrying out for a long time. The old man and his mother-in-law actually gave them such a precious gift? Su Chen was a little surprised, but also very happy. Of course, what he valued was not the exhibition hall, but the attitude of his father-in-law and mother-in-law towards him. Auntie, I'm really touched by this gift from you and my uncle, but it's a little too expensive, I think. Xiao Su, don't be too busy to refuse. In fact, your uncle and I have been thinking about this gift for a long time. Originally, we prepared bank cards and stores, but after your uncle saw you yesterday, he felt that these gifts were not suitable. He wants to choose someone worthy of your abilities. This science and technology exhibition hall was actually established for the Mecha Research Department of Chaofan Group. Although I don't understand your talent in this area, your uncle recognizes it very much. He feels that this exhibition hall is in your hands, is more appropriate. Also, Tang Shiyun smiled and said, "You want to say that this gift is valuable, but it's not entirely true. What can be more valuable than my ice and snow? Even my uncle and I are assured to give you these things. It's not worth taking out the things outside of you, so you just keep it." When Su Chen heard the words of his mother-in-law, it was not easy to refuse. "Okay, then I'll accept it, Auntie. You and Uncle can rest assured, whether it's the Science and Technology Exhibition Hall, or the expectations of my uncle and auntie, I will never let it down. And Bing Xue, I don't think I need to do this. Any promises I make to Bing Xue and the children, auntie, you and uncle can see every day in the future." Tang Shiyun nodded with satisfaction. "Xiao Su, your uncle and I are very at ease with you. At first, we were most worried about Tuanchuan and Lei, but since you are their biological father, then we have no doubts, and this the matter, your uncle and I just found out about it, so what happened last night?" "Auntie, it's okay, Bing Xue and I have already made it clear," Su Chen said. Tang Shiyun looked at him more and more satisfied. "Well, Xiao Su, your uncle and I are just one child, Bing Xue, maybe we were coddled since we were young. She has a little temper, you still have to take more care of you in the future. When you live together, what's the matter? Tell Auntie, Auntie can help you. Tell her." Su Chen smiled and said, "Auntie, the ice and snow are very good, we get along very happily." Hearing what he said, Tang Shiyun finally felt relieved, and got up and said, "Okay, then Auntie won't disturb your work, see you tomorrow night." All afternoon, Su Chen devoted himself to the work cabin. When he was about to get off work, Yan Bingxue sent a message. "Husband, I'm going to Lincher. I might be back later. My parents asked me to go home tonight. I shouldn't go home and sleep. You guys should go to bed earlier." Su Chen replied, "Okay, take care of your own safety. I'm going to pick up Tuanchuan and Lei now. No matter how late you come back in the evening, send me a message to report safety." Yan Bingxue, who was already on the way to the high-speed rail station, saw the news. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Assistant Zhang next to him couldn't help but glanced more, and said softly, "Mr. Yan, you have really changed a lot recently." Yan Bingxue turned her head and looked at her suspiciously. "What?" Zhang Tasuk was also touched for a while, suddenly thought of each other's identities, and quickly said seriously, "Mr. Yan, it's not about work, I just think after you and Mr. Su are together, you become more laughable, too. More gentle." Yan Bingxue raised the corner of Yang's mouth, looked at Zhang Te, and said, "Xiao Zhang, have you been with me for more than 5 years?" Zhang Tezu nodded. 5 years and 3 months, Mr. Yan, I met you as soon as I graduated. You had just graduated at that time. When you came to the company, you started from the marketing department. I have been you since then. I became your personal butler, and later you became an extraordinary president, and I became your special assistant Zhang. Assistant Zhang remembers these things very clearly. For her, Yan Bingxue is not only her immediate boss, but also her bull. She has a kindness to her, and in the past 5 years, the time she spent with Yan Bingxue longer than anyone Else, she sometimes even thinks that she can dare to feel that they are like close friends. Then do you really think that I am different now than before? The difference is very big? Yan Bingxue asked seriously. Zhang Tasuk nodded lightly. It's not a big difference, the people around you should be able to feel it. Yan Bingshua's eyes softened a bit, and she asked, then do you think this change is good? Will Suchen like her like this? Zhang Tezu didn't quite understand what Mr. Yan was thinking, but said, instinctively, I think Mr. Yan has always been very good. Although Mr. Yan looked a little cold and arrogant in the past, his attitude towards work is understandable. Mr. Yan is young. Being in a high position lightly and being gentle makes people feel deceitful, and now President Yan. Zhang Tezu smiled lightly and said, now that Mr. Yan and Mr. Su's family are reunited, it is a happy moment, and Mr. Su is also very good. With him by Mr. Yan's side, Mr. Yan can relax and be himself. Already. Yan Bingxue leaned on the seat, thinking about Su Chen's appearance. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise. Being yourself by Su Chen's side sounds good. Su Chen went to the kindergarten to receive Tuanchuan and Lei. The two little guys seemed to be used to Su Chen coming to pick them up from school. After getting in the car, they kept sharing interesting stories in the class with Su Chen, and the little guys didn't ask about Yan until they were about to get home. Snow Thing. Tuanchuan asked, Baba, why didn't Mama come with you to pick us up? Su Chen parked the car, got out of the car to carry the two children, and said, with a smile, Mama is on a business trip tonight. Mama should be sleeping at Grandma's house. So tonight Dad and grandparents are at home with Tuanchuan and Lei, okay? When Su Chen asked this, he was actually a little nervous. Because Tuanchuan and Lei have grown up with Yan Bingxue in the past 3 years, Yan Bingxue is not at home, only he and his parents are there. I wonder if the two little guys will not get used to it. Looking at Dad, Tuanchuan thought about it and said, okay, Mom is going to work and earn money for us, we will be with Dad obediently. Lei also nodded and said, don't worry, Dad, my sister, and I will be obedient. Mom will be back tomorrow, right? Looking at the sensible son and daughter, Su Chen felt a sense of relief from the old father, holding the two children's hands and saying, yes, Tuanchuan and Lei are right, Mother will be back tomorrow. Let's go home. Grandparents must have prepared a delicious dinner for you. When I got home, Su's father and Su's mother had already prepared dinner. The fragrant food and the lights all over the house made the restaurant very warm. The family had dinner because they knew that Yan Bingxue was not going home today. Su's father and Su's mother take the initiative to take Tuanchuan and Lei to take a bath and rest. They didn't come downstairs until the two children were settled. Su Chen sat in the living room looking at his laptop, knowing that his parents must have something to say to him today, so he didn't go to the study. Son, tell your parents about what happened yesterday when you went to Bingshue's house. Suma asked excitedly. Su Chen calmly talked about what happened yesterday, and said that his mother-in-law and his father-in-law treated him well, and prepared a sumptuous dinner for him, and they had actually met before. Hearing that his son said that he had not encountered any problems, Su's father and Su's mother were completely relieved. Su Ma patted her chest and said, it's okay, son, I didn't have a good rest at home with your dad last night, and I was worried about your situation over there. Now that I hear you say that, my mother is finally relieved. As long as my daughter-in-law, as long as your parents like you, then there will be nothing hindering your marriage with your daughter-in-law. Suchin looked at his mother and smiled softly. Mom, you still don't believe in the charm of your son? I said it all. I can definitely handle my father-in-law and mother-in-law. They like what I like very much. When I left today, my mother-in-law also went to the company with me on purpose and gave me a gift for her and my father-in-law. Ah? And a meeting gift? It seems that I really liked my son. What gift did Bingshua's parents give you? Did you get a red envelope? Speaking of which, we haven't given Bingshua a formal red envelope for meeting. What? Suma thought of things on her side. They met Yan Bingshua too suddenly, and they were at their son's house at the time, and it wasn't the son who came back with his daughter-in-law. They neglected this matter for a while. Now that I think about it, it's really rude. Suchin took out the contents of the document bag and showed it to his parents. Mom and Dad, this is the greeting gift from my father-in-law and mother-in-law. They said that they had prepared a red envelope before meeting me, but after seeing me, they were very satisfied, so I changed a more suitable gift. It is the Technology Exhibition Hall, built by Chaofan Group for 3 years. This value cannot be estimated by red envelopes. Sue's father and Sue's mother picked up the pile of things on the table and looked at it. For a while, they didn't know how valuable this thing was. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version update fastest. URL. President of Chaofan Group. Dad. Sue is more knowledgeable. After looking at it, he asked in shock, Son, this is a gift from Mom and Dad Bingshue? This is an entire science and technology exhibition hall. It's not worth hundreds of millions. Amount of money? Suchin nodded, almost. I don't know much about the specifics. I only got it this afternoon, and the exhibition hall doesn't seem to be open yet. Sue's father and Sue's mother glanced at each other with a slightly heavy expression. Dad. Sue thought for a while and said, Son, tell the truth to your parents. Is Bingshue rich? Why is she making such a large exhibition hall as a gift as soon as she made a move? To be honest, Dad was a little scared. Suchin suddenly remembered that his parents didn't seem to know Bingshue's true identity. Originally, the two of them discussed what to do after their own mecha was successfully launched, but the plan could not keep up with the changes at the moment. It's time to talk about marriage. The two parents will meet tomorrow, so there is no need to continue to hide this matter. So Suchin said, Dad, Mom, I'll tell you the truth, but you have to be mentally prepared. When Sue's father and Sue's mother heard this, they became even more nervous. The two of them looked at Suchin with all 4 eyes. Suchin said, Mom and Dad, do you know Chaofan Group? It's where I work now. Sue-ma nodded, I know, son, you said you joined the Chaofan Group. Your dad. And I checked it out at night. It's a big company with a market value of trillions. But what are you talking about? Could it be? Dad. Sue vaguely guessed something. Suchin told the truth directly. Bingshue is the current president of Chaofan Group, and Bingshue's father is the former president and the current chairman behind the scenes of Chaofan Group. Sue's father and Sue's mother opened their mouths in shock. After a long while, Suma regained her voice, Son, so you mean that Chaofan Group is run by his daughter-in-law? Suchin nodded. Suma raised her hand and bit her index finger knuckles heavily. God, my daughter-in-law's family is too powerful. It's no wonder that when we went out with our daughter-in-law before, we didn't have to line up for anything, and we were the only family to eat it. Turns out that my daughter-in-law is the president of Phantom Group. Old Sue, am I not dreaming? Sue-ma asked in disbelief. Dad Sue was also in complete shock at the moment. He took Mom Sue's hand, and the two of them clasped their hands tightly. After a while, Suchin didn't say anything. When his parents digested the news and their expressions calmed down a little, Suchin continued to speak. Dad, Mom, Bingxue and I didn't hide it from you, but at first Bingxue was afraid to scare you, and it was also for me, because I was afraid that you would think that my son was a soft eater, so what we originally discussed was to wait for my son. After the advent of the mecha, I made it clear, but now the parents on both sides are going to meet. I think if you don't know the identities of your father-in-law and mother-in-law, it may be inconvenient. Tomorrow. Mother Sue nodded, of course it's inconvenient. How can you, child, say such a big thing until now? Sue's mother frowned slightly and glanced at her son. Carefully asked, son, then what do you think about this matter in your heart? My daughter-in-law's family is really superior. Our family conditions are probably incomparable to theirs. She was worried that her son would be uncomfortable as a man. Suchin smiled indifferently and said, Mom, what can I see? I don't think it's anything. When I met Bingxue, when I gave birth to Tuanchuan and Lele, I didn't know she was a member of the extraordinary group. President, we are together because of love, not her family background. And your sons are very competent, so I won't belittle myself and think that our family is not worthy of my father-in-law and mother-in-law's house, Dad. Mom, some things are born, but acquired efforts may not be able to achieve. I and Bingxue are in terms of workability, I think it is a close match. Suchen is not bragging. He has a system and has mastered the terminal technology of mecha. In this era, it is easy to create a legend. It is only a matter of time, and this time is probably coming soon. So even if he is only a staff member of Phantom Group now, and Yan Bingxue is the president of Phantom Group, he doesn't think there will be any problems with his life in the future. After listening to her son's words, Suma gradually felt relieved. Dad, Sue said from the side, son, my parents believe in your ability. Now you are the pride of my parents, and we can see that Bingxue also believes in your strength. The problem of this gap is not difficult to solve. Only collect free good books, follow VX, Book Friends Base Camp, recommend your favorite novels, and receive cash red envelopes. Just what? Suchen asked his father. Dad Su organized the language and said, it's just that the economic gap between our two families is really big, son, look, the greeting gift from Bingxue's parents is so precious, and your mother and I, of course, are willing to give everything, but I'm still worried that I won't be able to hit the Bingxue family standard. When Suchen heard his father's concerns, he immediately smiled and said, Dad, you don't have to worry about this issue. There are also various customs issues regarding the wedding gifts. Bingxue and I have discussed it before. Don't worry, Bingxue is not that kind of girl, and I don't think my father-in-law and mother-in-law are unreasonable. Yesterday I went to their house, and the gift I brought was only more than 10 million yuan, but my father-in-law and mother-in-law liked it very much. Bingxue and I really love each other. I believe that as long as our family has an attitude, this wealth will be worth it. The gap won't be an issue. Dad Su and Mom Su were a little surprised that their son bought more than 10 million gifts yesterday to visit, but when they thought about it, their son also called 10 million at random today. Dad Su looked at his son and said sincerely, Chen Chen, you are so good now. That Dad doesn't even dare to think about it. Dad never thought that one day. The funds Dad will come into contact with will come in the tens of millions of dollars. Calculated. Since you said that, then parents can rest assured. When we meet tomorrow, let's talk about it. No matter what the Bingxue family has requirements, we will try our best to meet them. Son, if you give me the 10 million, then I'll give you the funds for your marriage. If the dowry is not enough, your mother and I can do it too, so you don't have to worry about it. Suchen smiled and said, Dad, it should be that you and your mother don't have to worry. The 10 million is what I spent for you and Zhang Luo's wedding money. As for the dowry, I will prepare it myself, you can rest assured. Let's. Chapter 126. Whole shock. Is the president laughing? Su's father and Su's mother looked at his son in surprise. Su's mother asked in a low voice, Son, how much did you earn when you were in college? Why do your parents feel like you can't spend all the money in your hand? Suchen was amused, pretended to be mysterious and lowered his voice, leaned over and whispered, Mom and Dad, in fact, my son is not able to make money. But his son has found a treasure. What baby? Suma asked, curiously. Suchen said, it's a cornucopia. If you throw $1 in it, you can get $100 for a big pot. Mother Su realized that her son was talking nonsense, and couldn't help but patted him and smiled, Stinky boy, how old are you, and you are still making a fool of yourself, making fun of Mom and Dad. Haha, my son, this is not a joke. You don't have to worry about money. My son has money, and I promise tomorrow that Bingshua's parents won't ask any difficult questions about the wedding. However, they don't mention it. I also thought about it. I want to give Bingxue the best wedding. I will arrange everything at that time. Some things need to be handled by my parents, and I have to help my parents. Su Ma said immediately, of course there is no problem, son. Mother thinks about the wedding, you are right. Although our family is not as rich as the daughter-in-law's family, but the daughter-in-law bears children for you and eats 3 after 4 years of suffering. We must not treat others badly, and we must give the best to our daughter-in-law within our ability. Dad, Su also nodded, your mother is right, Chen Chen, let's be men, it doesn't matter if you are young without too much money, the most important thing is to have a sense of responsibility and responsibility. Suchen looked at his parents and was very moved, and said seriously, Parents, if you meet your father-in-law and mother-in-law with this attitude, I think they will definitely marry Bingxue to me. So, we have nothing to worry about. Tomorrow everything will be smooth. Tonight, the 2 of you will go to bed early. I will take a leave tomorrow morning and accompany you to go shopping and buy clothes. When the time comes, get dressed up and go to meet your in-laws and in-laws. How about you? When Suchen went to buy gifts for her mother-in-law and her father-in-law yesterday, she was thinking, my parents have been here for so many days, and I haven't taken them out to go shopping. Now that I have the funds given by the system, it is time to take my parents out and have a good time. Happy for a while. Tomorrow night happens to be the meeting of the parents. Of course, the parents should also dress well. When the time comes, they will sit at a table to eat, but they must not be left behind. Ma Su smiled and said, it's fine for me and your dad to buy clothes by ourselves. Why do you still ask for leave to accompany us? You have just worked a short time ago, so don't always ask for leave, even if the Chow fan Group belongs to the daughter-in-law's family, we can't be there. The company is always doing something special. It's alright, the nature of my work is not the same. My job at the Dragon Academy and the Transcendent Group is mainly to help them make real combat armor. I know the process myself, although I'm always busy with other things. These days matter. But there is no delay in the work at all, you can rest assured, my son knows it. But don't be so, Mom, my son hasn't been shopping with you for a long time to buy clothes. Tomorrow morning, I must accompany you and Dad to go shopping. If you don't agree, then I won't go to work and watch you at home. Suchin cheated. Road. Mother Su knew he was joking, but she couldn't help but laugh. Son, why are you still the same as when you were young, always acting like a spoiled child? Because I know my parents love me, I will definitely take the bait. This trick is easy to use. When my parents are 80 years old, maybe I will still be using it. After reassuring his parents, Suchin watched them go back to the room to rest. Before going upstairs, to the bedroom. Turning on the light, he glanced at the empty bed, feeling a sense of loss. TSK, how long has I lived with my wife? I seem to have gotten used to the state of having two people in the house. If my wife won't come back today, I'm going to be alone in the empty room. Suchin went to take a shower. When he came out, he picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was already 9:30. Yan Bingxue didn't know if he was done. Just thinking about it, WeChat rang. Suchin immediately picked it up and looked at it. Yan Bingxue, husband, what are you doing? I just came out of the branch and I'm going back. Suchin, just after taking a shower, wife, have you eaten so late? Yan Bingxue, have eaten, husband, in the conference room at night, the person in charge of the branch ordered dinner, are you going to rest? Suchin, not yet, how did you come back? Yan Bingxue, the high-speed train will arrive in half an hour, but I want to go back to my parents. Seeing the ellipsis in her sentence, Suchin knew that his wife also missed her. Sure enough, love that goes both ways makes sense. Suchin, well, I know to go. After all, you won't have much chance to go back to your father-in-law's house alone in the future. When we get married, even if we go back, I will go back with you, so tonight, wife, you cherish it well. If you have any whispers, tell your father-in-law and mother-in-law quickly. Suchin said this on purpose, neither of them were used to living apart like this, but his wife had been busy all day, and he didn't want her to sleep well at night, so he said this deliberately to ease her mood. Seeing this sentence, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but laugh, and even laughed out loud. Several project leaders who were traveling with her were sitting in the back. And when they heard the voice, they were all stunned. At this point, everyone was a little tired. When they were really drowsy, I didn't expect to hear them. Suddenly, President Ling Marin laughed, which shocked those in charge. Someone couldn't help but lower their voices and asked their companions, did you hear anything just now? The companion nodded, his eyes were as surprised as his. Damn it. You heard it too. I thought I was hallucinating? Is the president laughing? God. Didn't this meeting go smoothly today? Why did the president suddenly laugh? I'm so scared. I don't know, but I feel that the president is in a good condition today, and she has made arrangements later. This matter is perfectly resolved, but things at work shouldn't be so happy, right? This is the first time I've heard of our president of laughter. Yeah, it's my first time too. However, the president's voice is very good. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Tasuk turned his head and glared at them from the gap in the seats, and the two women shut up immediately. Zhang Tezu turned his head and looked at Yan Bingxue, who was holding a mobile phone, and smiled softly. End of this chapter. Chapter 127, Don't Meet, I Miss More. Su Chen, wife, I'm already lying down. Hey, without your bed, it seems a little too big, and it's hard to sleep alone. Seeing this, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but think of the two sleeping in each other's arms, and her cheeks couldn't help turning red. Yan Bingxue, I'll go back tomorrow morning, and I'll buy everyone breakfast. Su Chen, that's fine, I can't bear to let you go back to rest so late, and get up early in the morning. Let's meet after dinner. By the way, I'm going to take leave from the company tomorrow morning, and my parents don't want to. After dinner with my uncle and aunt, I want to go shopping with my parents and buy some clothes or something. Yan Bingxue, okay, I happen to be busy with everything here today. I'll go with you in the morning. I haven't bought any gifts for my parents yet. Thinking of the gifts that her husband bought for her parents last night, Yan Bingxue felt that she should also behave well in front of her parents-in-law. Su Chen, will my wife come too? That's fine. Anyway, I have already explained your identity to my parents today. If I go out tomorrow, I will follow my wife to eat soft food. He knew that Yan Bingxue would definitely rush to pay tomorrow, so he said this first. Yan Bingxue, no problem, not only for parents, but also for you. Su Chen, my wife thanked my wife for her gift in advance, haha. The two chatted all the way. Time passed quickly. The car quickly arrived at Zhonghai. Yan Bingxue kept chatting with Su Chen, and only reluctantly said goodbye when they got back to the door. Yan Bingxue, husband, I'm here with my parents. I'm going to chat with my parents later. I probably won't have time to look at my phone. You should rest early. Good night. Su Chen, okay, wife, you should rest early too. Good night, love you. Yan Bingxue entered the room with a smile, still holding the phone. Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shuyun were waiting for her on purpose, so they sat in the living room and waited without resting. Seeing their daughter walk in so happily, the old couple knew what was going on. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Yan Bingxue changed her shoes and sat on the sofa. Tang Shuyun got up and brought a bowl of bird's nest to her daughter. Bingxue, this is what I asked Lu's mother to stew for you. It's still warm. You can drink it. You are a girl, you are so busy with work every day, and you don't come back from overtime until this point, but you have to take good care of it. After all, you are 3 years older than our son-in-law, and you can't tell it now. But women are getting old fast, so we need to pay more attention to maintenance. Yan Zhenwei glared at his wife and said, what are you talking about? Our daughter is only in her 20s, and she is in her prime. Tang Shuyun looked at him and said, you old man, what do you know? Girls should take care of themselves as early as possible. Look at our ice and snow. If I hadn't let her take good care of her since she was a teenager, she can be so moisturizing now. Look at my daughter's skin, which is as smooth and tender as a freshly peeled egg. She instilled good ideas. Seeing her parents bickering, Yan Bingxue said quickly, yes, my mother is right, girls need to take good care of them to look like their mothers. They have always been young, and I will follow my mother as an example in the future. Yan Zhenwei looked as if he didn't understand their mother and daughter, shook his head and said, let's do it with you, anyway, the family has this condition: I will ask someone to renew your beauty card for several million in the past 2 days. Your mother is fine. Just make an appointment. Thank you, Dad. After staying at home for the night last night, Yan Bingxue felt that the estrangement between herself and her father in the past few years seemed to disappear all at once. Perhaps there has never been any estrangement between her and her father. It's just that the grown daughter and father always don't know how to get along. Speaking of business, Bingxue, we are going to meet my son-in-law's parents tomorrow. Today, your mother and I specially called you back, just to discuss something about tomorrow night, Yan Zhenwei said sternly. Yan Bingxue knew that she was going to get to the point. She quickly finished drinking the bird's nest and sat there in her leisure time. Mom and Dad, if you have any ideas, you can say it directly. Yan Zhenwei glanced at Tang Shuyun and said, tell your daughter. Okay, I'll tell you what I said, you old man, you can't speak when you get to your daughter. Daughter, your dad and I just wanted to ask, what are your thoughts on the wedding? Have you talked about these things with your son-in-law? Yan Bingxue nodded, we talked. Tang Shuyun asked again, have you understood the customs of the son-in-law? We will meet with the father-in-law and the mother-in-law tomorrow night. I'm afraid that your father and I will not know the situation by then and will not do what they want. Dad, Mom, don't be nervous. My husband and I have already talked about the wedding. Both of us are quite casual. The wedding is well organized. As for other customs and gifts, we just think about the meaning. Yan Ice Snow blushed. Yan Zhenwei shook his head, how can we do it? Our son-in-law is not an ordinary person. And this must have been said by the son-in-law. Even if he said that he doesn't value the bride price, we can't treat others badly. I think the bride price should be given more. Come on, the son-in-law is young. Now, although he has the ability, he definitely needs the starting capital, so we will give more dowry, and then you will give the money to the son-in-law for him to control. Yan Bingxue realized that things were a little different from what she thought. Her parents seemed to be thinking about the process of marrying Su Chen, thinking that the same thing happened when she and her husband talked about the wedding that day. She couldn't help laughing. You kid, your mother and I are discussing business affairs with you, why are you laughing all of a sudden? Yan Zhenwei asked suspiciously. Yan Bingxue stopped her laughter, but she still had a smile on her face, and said, Dad, I found that we really have a father and a daughter. What do you mean? Tang Shuyun didn't understand. The other day I discussed marriage with Su Chen, and I also asked him how much dowry he wanted, and what other customs he had, but Su Chen said, he married me, not me. Dad, Mom, our position, there is a problem with the station, and the dowry is also given to us by their family. Su's father and Su's mother looked astonished. Su Ma patted her thigh and said, TSK. I forgot about this, Lao Yan. All we've been thinking about for so many years is to find a son-in-law to come over. But thinking about our little Su son-in-law, he's not the kind of child-in-law. Child. Yan Zhenwei frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing her father's expression, Yan Bingxue became a little worried for a while. Could it be that Dad is really determined to find a son-in-law who comes to his house? End of this chapter. She considered it for a while and said, Dad, Su Chen is a very capable man. In fact, at the beginning, I also proposed to him, but he felt that the process was not right, so he gave me a grand farewell that day. the proposal of marriage, and the purchase of a house and a car later, are all prepared by himself. Dad, we really wanted to find a son-in-law who came to our house because of our family situation at first, but Su-chin. What are you doing in such a hurry? I haven't spoken yet. Yan Jinwei glanced at his daughter, and really couldn't see her being so unsatisfactory. But think about it, it's a good thing for a daughter to have a good relationship with her son-in-law. Neither your mother nor I ever thought of marrying you off. You are the only daughter in our family. But Su-chen's family is also his only child, and, Dad, getting married is not that complicated now, and I won't go home until I get married. We all live in Zhonghai, and Su-chen also said that we will come back often. Yes, so getting married and getting married is just a matter of form. I know. I was thinking, if we marry you, how should we behave when we meet? Tomorrow. Yan Jinwei said angrily. Yan Bingxue and Tang Shiyun were instantly overjoyed. It turns out that my father agreed. It's easy to handle, Dad, our family is not short of money, the dowry can be done as it is, and you can give as much as you want. Our family can also help with the wedding, Yan Bingxue said happily. Yan Jinwei looked at his daughter and said with a headache, you stinky girl. How can you marry yourself in such a hurry? However, I don't object to what you said. It's just that we all know the conditions of the son-in-law's family. I guess the father-in-law and the mother-in-law also know about the situation on our side. I'm afraid that the two families will be somewhat embarrassed when we meet tomorrow. Tang Shiyun understood what her husband meant, and said, Lao Yen, are you afraid that your son-in-law's parents will worry about the bride price? Yan Jinwei nodded, yes, although our family doesn't care about this, you have seen the performance of the son-in-law in the past 2 days. The gifts for you are all tens of millions. It is estimated that the issue of the bride price will not be ambiguous. It's good for my daughter, but we can't let the in-laws spend too much money on the wedding. Tang Shiyun snickered, I didn't expect you, Lao Yen, to put yourself in the shoes of your in-laws. I didn't consider the problem of 2 children. Now many families are in trouble over the dowry and wedding. If there is any conflict, I'm afraid that there will be a gap between Bingxue and Xiaosu in the future. When he said this, Tang Shiyun also became nervous. Yan Bingxue looked at their words and said quickly, Dad, Mom, it's okay, my husband and I have discussed it, and the dowry should be worth 2 million yuan. The wedding thing will be discussed at that time, so you too don't worry. 2 million? That's okay. With the economic strength of the son-in-law, it won't be difficult. But tomorrow we are going to have dinner at the Hongqiao Hotel in the western suburbs. It is estimated that a meal there will cost around 100,000 yuan, and it will be more expensive to drink. Xiaosu's parents should only be ordinary employees and the editor, right? Tang Shiyun was a little worried when she thought of where to eat tomorrow. Yan Bingxue also seemed to understand what her mother was worried about. When she thought of taking her parents-in-law out to play, her parents-in-law seemed to have no concept of capitalism. What should we do? The time and place have already been set, so you can't go back on it temporarily, right? She thought for a while and said, Dad, Mom, this location is set by Su-chen. I think he should have his reasons. We can just go there as usual tomorrow. Don't think too much about it. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun glanced at each other and could only nod their heads. That's it, they can't change it. By the way, Bingxue, you just said that Xiao Su bought a house and a car by himself. I heard him talk about it before, and I heard that he bought it with full money? Where did you buy the house? You should also have a lot of real estate. Have you decided which one to use for the wedding room? If not, then go back and find a suitable time, we will accompany you to see it. All these must be prepared before marriage. Dad, you don't have to worry about the house. Suchen bought Ming Yuan's villa, which is right behind mine. Now we live there, and we're used to it, so let's put the new house there. Tang Shiyun was quite surprised and said, Xiao Su bought a villa in Mingyuan himself? This child is really good. He is just graduated, so he has so much money to buy a house? But his family shouldn't be able to support so much. The money is? It seems that he earned it by making some mecha model toys when he was in college. Yan Bingxue remembered what Suchen said. Yan Jinwei nodded and said, with Xiao Su's ability, this is not a difficult task. Now that Xiao Su has secured the house, what about the car? What kind of car does Xiao Su drive now? If not, I will give him a good one in the dowry. No need for a car, Suchen's car is better than mine now. It's a limited edition Rolls-Royce Global Custom model. The most expensive one was also bought by him. Yan Jinwei was shocked. Hey, it seems that our son-in-law has already saved a lot of money since he went to college. No wonder he came here yesterday and made such a generous move. I can be sure about tomorrow's affairs. When Yan Bingxue heard what her father said, she was also relieved. Dad, Su Chen and I don't really have much requirements for wedding customs. Just hold a good wedding, and it's good to be lively. Tang Shiyun took her daughter's hand and turned her head to let Yan Jinwei go to rest first. She and her daughter planned to talk again. Say something like what a mother said to her daughter. By the time they finished chatting, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Tang Shiyun hadn't slept well yesterday and stayed up late again today. Well, okay, Yan Bingxue nodded. Watching her mother go upstairs, she put on her coat and walked to the door. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, Tang Shiyun came out again. The mother and daughter looked at each other. Tang Shiyun wondered, it's so late. Where are you going? Shui air. When Yan Bingxue was caught, she felt a little embarrassed, but after thinking about it, she said, Mom, I'm not worried about Tuanchuan and Lele, I plan to go back to sleep. Tang Shiyun smiled, not saying anything. This little girl, when she is on a business trip on weekdays, has nights that she won't come, and she has never seen her so reluctant to part with Tuanchuan and Lele, which is clearly reluctant to her son-in-law, and use the child as an excuse. Okay, then slow down on your way back, Tang Shiyun said helplessly. Yan Bingxue nodded, okay, good night, Mom. After speaking, she opened the door and stepped into the night. When Assistant Zhang received the news and told her to wait for a while, she knew that the president would not be staying here tonight. It's so late, I have to go home to sleep. The president was not so active before. The newly married couple, it really is the honey in the oil. On the way back, Yan Bingxue took the mobile phone and sent Su Chen a message. Yan Bingxue, did you sleep? Su Chen replied in seconds, not yet. Have you finished chatting with your father-in-law and mother-in-law? Yan Bingxue, well, my parents have gone to bed, and the chat is not bad. The meeting tomorrow night should be very smooth. Su Chen, that's good, it's getting late. Did you go back to your room and lie down? When Yan Bingxue, who was driving home in the car, saw this sentence, a hint of slyness suddenly flashed in her eyes. Yan Bingxue, well, I have already taken a bath and lay down. I slept with my parents tonight. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw this sentence. It seems that he can only stay in the empty room tonight. Su Chen, okay, then when are you going to rest? I've been tired all afternoon, or go to bed earlier. I'm going to bed too, good night wife. That's it? He said he was going to sleep at his parents' house. Did Su Chen actually react like this? Wouldn't he keep it, even if he didn't let her go back? He would say a few nice words, or start a video or something. The two of them have never slept apart these days. Even if Su Chen slept in the study, they were in the same home. This was the first time they separated after they got married, and Su Chen said goodnight to her in such a simple way. Could it be that he didn't miss her at all? Yan Bingxue angrily threw the phone aside. Her beautiful facial features were a little angry, and her eyes were full of grievances. Assistant Zhang, who was driving in front, heard the movement, raised his head cautiously, and looked in the rearview mirror. Seeing his CEO throwing his phone aside, he was obviously angry. She was a little puzzled. It was obvious that the president was very happy just now. As soon as he got in the car, he sent a message with his mobile phone, and his face was full of smiles. Why did he suddenly lose his temper? After a short while? Did you quarrel with Mr. Su? Yan Bingxue was angry for a while, then silently picked up the phone. He replied silently, good night. Humph, she won't let her husband think she's angry. Anyway, she will go home later. When she sees her husband, she will settle accounts with him. She wants her husband to know she misses him more. At that time, let your husband feel guilty. With this thought in mind, Yan Bingxue laughed silently, and she kept fantasizing about Su Chen's surprise and guilt when she saw her expression. Later, Zhang Tasuk secretly glanced at the president from the rearview mirror, his little heart pounding in shock. What? Weren't you still angry just now? Why are you laughing all of a sudden? A woman in love is really scary, and her emotions are as changeable as the weather in June. The storm will come as soon as you say it, and leave as soon as you say it. The car was parked at the door of the villa. Assistant Zhang got out of the car and helped Yan Bingxue open the door, but when Yan Bingxue stood at the door, she suddenly froze, her hands still in her pockets, her eyebrows frowned slightly. Mr. Yan, what's the matter? Assistant Zhang, who was about to leave, turned back and asked. The key was lost in the company today, Yan Bingxue said. But the company is closed now. It's a bit troublesome to go back and get it. President Yan, why don't I still take you back to the chairman's house? Yan Bingxue shook her head, looking at the house that was close at hand. She raised her head and could see the master bedroom on the second floor lit up. The husband should not have slept yet. She has already arrived here. How could she give up because she didn't bring the key? Parents should have slept. The lights on the first floor were not turned on. Yan Bingxue didn't knock on the door, and she didn't call Su Chen. She wanted to surprise Su Chen. Zhang Tasuk looked at the president suspiciously, saw her looking around, and then walked somewhere. She also followed, and saw Yan Bingxue parked on the edge of the fence, raised her head and looked up, clasped her hands together, and moved her wrists. Mr. Yan, are you going to climb over the wall? Zhang Teza looked at her in shock and asked in a low voice. Yan Bingxue nodded, moved her ankles and neck, took off her suit jacket very handsomely, and threw it to Assistant Zhang beside her. Assistant Zhang nervously took the clothes and said in a low voice, "Mr. Yan. This is not good, it's too unsafe, otherwise, you can call Mr. Su and ask him to come downstairs to pick you up." Yan Bingxue raised the corner of her mouth and smiled slightly, looking up at the lights on the second floor with a bit of slyness in her eyes. "No, I'm going to surprise him." "But, President Yan, this is too dangerous." "It's okay, I'm very good," Yan Bingxue said confidently. Zhang Te helped anxiously look around like an ant on a hot pan. "Mr. Yan, this really can't be done. The security of your community is very good. When we came here just now, there were 2 patrols of security guards. If you climbed the wall and entered, what would you do if you were treated as a thief?" Yan Bingxue glanced at her and said with a smile, "You put away your guilty expression of a thief and stand here quietly, and we won't be caught by the security guards." Zhang Tesuk was reminded by her that he carefully managed his expressions and manners. "Don't worry, this is my own home. What can I do if I turn over the wall? You help me get my clothes. After I go in later, you can throw the clothes in, and then you can go home after get off work." After Yan Bingxue finished speaking, she made a sprinting motion. Seeing this scene, Special Assistant Zhang slandered in his heart, "It's really terrible. Women in love are really crazy. How could the president do such a bold thing for Mr. Su?" Countless headlines have flashed through her mind. Why did the cold-faced beauty president of Chaofan Group jump over the wall? Late at night, Yan Bingxue's design collapsed. In the past, Bai Fumei was a thief who overcame the wall today. Zhang Teze shook his head and quickly threw the mess out. Watching the CEO jump with all his might, he was almost able to grab the top of the 2-meter high wall. Yan Bingxue looked down at her hands and rubbed her palms to try again. Zhang Tezu quickly pulled her. "President, stop jumping, I'll help you. She's probably crazy too." Zhang Tesuk put his legs up, his hands crossed, palms facing up, on his knees. Yan Bingxue understood, patted the special assistant Zhang on the shoulder, and said, "Xiao Zhang, I will give you an excess bonus this month." After speaking, she stepped on special assistant Zhang's palm, jumped vigorously, and quickly sat on the wall. "I succeeded," Yan Bingxue shouted softly. This is the first time she has done such a bold act. But it feels good. In the bedroom, after Suchin said good night to his wife, he never fell asleep. It was empty around me, and I felt as if something was missing in my heart. It's so deadly. Unable to fall asleep, Suchin simply took out his phone and opened the album. The entire page was filled with photos of their family of 4. Recently, he seems to like taking pictures. Going out to play with Tuan Tuan. Lele is a memorable day. Take pictures, go to get a certificate with his wife and children, and also leave pictures. He also goes to his parents-in-law's house, sends the children to school, and spends his time with his wife. Picking up the children from school together, every moment is a precious memory for Suchin. It's just that Suchin didn't realize that he had left so many good memories. Unknowingly, Suchin looked at the photos one by one, remembering what happened at that time, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious. This is good. I originally wanted to see my wife's photos, to comfort my lovesickness. Suchin simply got up and planned to smoke a cigarette on the balcony. He walked to the window with a lighter. Before the gauze curtain was opened, Suchin suddenly and keenly noticed something was wrong. What's the situation? Why is someone sitting on the wall of their house? Suchin quickly hid behind the curtain, rubbed his eyes, tilted his head slightly, and looked carefully. The next second, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the other party took off his coat and his hair was a little messy, Su Chen still recognized it at a glance. It was Yan Bingxue. Didn't the wife say that she was sleeping with her father-in-law and mother-in-law? How can it appear on the wall at home? Outside the dream, I heard a car that belonged to my wife. Su Chen took a closer look. It turned out that Assistant Zhang was still standing outside the wall. It seemed that he was handing something to his wife. Looking at the height, I can see her face occasionally. My wife doesn't seem to be used to sleeping separately from her, so she came home in the middle of the night, right? This little girl, it seems that she can't leave herself for a moment now. Haha. You deliberately lied to him just now. Did you want to surprise him? This surprise is really big enough. Su Chen thought of this, and his heart suddenly became sweet and proud. He originally wanted to see what this little fool was trying to climb up the wall, but in the blink of an eye, he saw Yan Bingxue waving with Assistant Zhang. Depend on. Wife is not going to jump off. Su Chen was startled and hurried downstairs. At the same time, Yan Bingxue just stood up at the top of the wall. She looked down. The garden was empty along the wall, so she was standing now, looking at the height of more than 3 meters, thinking of jumping off. She felt a little bit in her heart faded. The movement hesitated for 2 seconds. Special Assistant Zhang below shouted worriedly, "Mr. Yan, be careful." "Hey! What are you doing?" angrily shouted, followed by the light of 2 flashlights. A patrol car stopped by the wall, and the light was facing Yan Bingxue on the wall. After 2 minutes, Yan Bingxue and Zhang's special assistant stood in one place, and in front of them stood 2 security guards with electric batons. "You said you are the owner here? What is the owner doing to turn over the wall of his house in the middle of the night?" The security guard looked at Yan Bingxue. The electric baton in his hand was about to go forward, but he was still full of momentum when he saw that, although it was stained with ashes, his beautiful facial features were immediately taken back. Yan Bingxue glanced at him, her expression slightly embarrassed. "I forgot my keys. Can't you call your family if you don't have the key? I think the lights on the second floor of this house are still on." "2 ladies, I don't think you dress like a thief. Our community management is so strict. How did you get in?" Yan Bingxue emphasized again, "I am the owner here." The companion next to the security guard glanced at Yan Bingxue and asked hesitantly, "This lady, you said that you are the owner of the house. Do you have any evidence?" "I remember that the owner of this house is a gentleman. He's my husband, his surname is Su," Yan Bingxue said coldly. The security checked on the walkie-talkie, then came back and said to his companion, "The owner here is indeed Su. Ma'am, since you said that you are the hostess of this house, please call Mr. Su and let's confirm. You can go in if there is no problem, okay? This is our job, I hope you can understand." The other party is not sure of Yan Bingxue's identity, so the words are still polite. But when Yan Bingxue heard this, she immediately said, "No way. How can I call Su Chen at this time?" She sneaked over the wall to go in, just to surprise her husband. If she called her husband to prove her identity at this time, it would be too embarrassing to be in front of 2 security guards. Seeing Yan Bingxue's attitude, the security guard suddenly didn't believe what she just said. "This lady, you said that you are the owner, but you can't provide any evidence. If you say you can't make a phone call, you can't Then you can't blame us, even though you don't look like you are dressed like you. It's a thief, but running over the wall in the middle of the night is very suspicious. If you can't explain clearly, then we should call the police and let the police deal with it. When Zhang Tasuk heard that he was going to call the police, he was in a hurry. Yan Bingxue has a special status. If she enters the police station in the middle of the night, even if she arrives at the media tomorrow, she will not know what various stories will be made up. So, she quickly persuaded, Mr. Yan, just give Mr. Su a call. No. You can't fight. Yan Bingxue said firmly. The security guards over there looked at their words, and they felt more and more suspicious. Ma'am, since you don't want to call, let's call and confirm with the owner. When the security guard said he was going to use the walkie-talkie, Yan Bingxue immediately said, you are not allowed to contact him either. The security guard was stunned for a moment, then stopped subconsciously. Yan Bingxue has been in a high position for a long time, and she is full of momentum. When she opened her mouth just now, the two security guards did it instinctively, but now that she reacted, she suddenly felt very ashamed. One of them was grumpy and couldn't help but said, Ma'am, stop acting, you said that the two of you look so good-looking and have a good temperament, what's wrong with doing a serious job? You have to come to the rich area to steal things. Now the security of the community is very strict. The richer the place, the tighter it is, aren't you stupid? Okay, since you are unwilling to communicate amicably, let's let the police come over to solve the problem. Su Chen had been listening inside the wall for a long time. Seeing that the two security guards were about to call the police over, he immediately opened the door and walked out. Hold on. Suddenly a fifth person appeared, and everyone looked over. When Yan Bingxue saw Su Chen, the momentum just now was like a cloud formed by water mist, and when the wind blew, it all dissipated. She really wanted to find a scene to get in. Su Chen walked out of the door with a smile, stood directly in front of Yan Bingxue, glanced at her face that looked like a cat, because of climbing the wall. Su Chen smiled gently. He took off his jacket and put it on Yan Bingxue's shoulder. Su Chen's clothes were big and covered Yan Bingxue, instantly turning her into a petite and lovely little cutie. The two security guards were stunned and looked at Su Chen at the same time. I'm sorry, there was a misunderstanding, this is my wife. The two security guards looked at each other, and immediately said with a smile, Mr. Su, this lady is your wife. I'll just say, the lady's temperament really looks unusual. Haha, that seems to be a misunderstanding? Just, Mr. Su, what game are you playing at home? Why doesn't the madam go through the main entrance in the middle of the night, and wants to climb over the wall? We patrol, and we usually manage the community, the public security, so when I saw this scene, I made a little misunderstanding. Su Chen took Yan Bingxue's cold little hand and explained to the security guard with a smile, that's right, my wife and I had a little conflict at night. She went out in a hurry and didn't bring her keys. It's not too late to come back, just, the two are buddies, you should understand. The two male security guards nodded immediately and said with empathy, it turns out that the two of you are bickering, no wonder we asked the lady to call you just now, but the lady doesn't want to call, we want to call you to verify, lady don't let us fight. When Su Chen heard this, he looked back at Yan Bingxue, and said with a deep meaning in his eyes, wife, look at you, what time is it, you are still angry with me, and the two security brothers have misunderstood our own affairs. Shut the door by yourself, and go back later, I'll let you play. Yan Bingxue was almost embarrassed to death, listening to Su Chen's nonsense. Coupled with his meaningful expression, she really wanted to rush home. Immediately, shameless. Woohoo. I wanted to create a surprise, but it turned into a fright in the end, and it was an embarrassing fright. Too bad. My husband must have already figured out what was going on by now, and he must be having fun. Zhang Tasuk was an insider by the side, and she knew the current state of mind of her own president when she saw this posture, so she saw that the misunderstanding had been resolved, so she immediately said, Mr. Su. President, since the matter has been resolved, then I just get off work. Su Chen's eyes had been on Yan Bingshua's face, and when he heard this, he briefly glanced at Zhang Tasuk. Well, it's getting late, go back to rest early, Assistant Zhang, tonight is really hard work, come to my office tomorrow. There are rewards. Zhang Tasuk hurriedly slipped away, she didn't dare to ask for any reward. She witnessed such an embarrassing scene of the president with her own eyes. She only hoped that she could continue to work in the extraordinary group. Seeing her leaving, the two security guards scratched their heads and said embarrassedly, Mr. Su, I'm so sorry, there was such a big oolong, our captain just heard it on the walkie-talkie, he asked me to follow you. Make up for it with Madam. Mr. Su, our captain said that it's too late today. He will bring us over tomorrow to compensate you and your wife in person. Those who live in this community are either rich or expensive, and the security guards can't afford to offend them. Knowing that Yan Bingxue is really the hostess, the captain immediately asked them to apologize. But tonight, they are really wronged. Who would have thought that rich people would like to play like this? Go back to your home without going through the door, and go back over the wall. In the middle of the night. With a smile on Su Chen's face, he turned to look at Yan Bingxue, wife, you don't blame the two security brothers for this trouble, right? Why don't we just forget about it? Yan Bingxue cleared her throat and said embarrassedly, it's okay, you are also doing work, it's just a misunderstanding, you don't need to come to the door in person. She just wants to go home quickly and find a quilt to cover herself up. Please stop chatting. This is simply the scene of a large-scale social death. Su Chen didn't seem to understand Yan Bingshua's mood at all. Not only did he not leave immediately, but instead continued, the two little brothers are so conscientious and responsible, we, the owners, feel very safe. Today's matter is a misunderstanding. Forget it. When the security guard heard it, he immediately said, Mr. Su and Madam are really a lot of adults, and we are indeed reckless, but Madam and Mr. quarreled, this couple quarreled at the head of the bed and quarreled at the end of the bed, so don't go over the wall next time. We can't see clearly in this big night, and it was fortunate that we didn't do anything just now. If you hurt the lady, it would be a big sin. Su Chen nodded again and again, obviously talking to the security guard, but his eyes kept smiling at Yan Bingxue. The two little brothers are right, I really blame me for this tonight, it's all my fault, and my wife is unhappy. Yan Bingxue closed her eyes and refused to meet Su Chen's eyes. Smelly husband. Why is he saying that he is not? He is clearly laughing at her. When the two little security guards heard what the owner said, they nodded and said, Mr. Su is serious, we still haven't figured out the situation tonight. Disturbing the interest of the two owners, and it's getting late, so we won't. Excuse me, please come back. Su Chen nodded, holding Yan Bingxue, and said, okay, then we'll go back first. You guys keep busy. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Bingxue rushed into the room quickly. When the two little security guards saw that Su Chen was left outside, they said with a smile, Mr. Su, It seems that you still have to coax Mrs. Suchin smiled and looked at Yan Bingshua's back, and said meaningfully, yeah. I must have a good coax tonight, haha. Go on, you too, I'm going back. After Suchin finished speaking, he also entered the house. 2 shoes were missing from the entrance, probably because the owner moved too fast and didn't notice it. Suchin sorted out Yan Bingshua's shoes, put on his slippers and looked around in the living room but couldn't find anyone, so he went straight to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered the door, he was caught. Yan Bingshua hid behind the door, and when Suchin came in unprepared, he locked his neck all of a sudden, locked him with one hand, and pressed the other hand on his head, preventing Suchin from looking back. There was no one else in the room at this moment, and Suchin could finally laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Don't laugh. Yan Bingshua shouted angrily. After examining Yan Bingshua, she found that she was not injured, but had some mud on her face. He took Yan Bingshua back to the master bedroom, and then wiped her face carefully. Yan Bingshua also gradually showed a smile on her face from such doting warmth. I no longer feel ashamed of what happened just now. On the contrary, I feel very happy. It is an interesting thing for myself and my husband. Let her know that she likes Suchin, and Suchin also cares about her. So nice. So sweet. This little oolong made her relationship with Suchin better. The next morning, Suchin and Yan Bingshua sent Tuanchuan and Lele to the kindergarten early in the morning, and then came back to pick up Mom and Dad Su to go to the mall together. Su's father and Su's mother didn't want to go, but the son and daughter-in-law had already asked for leave, and the couple did not refuse. Sitting in their son's new car, Su's father and Su's mother were very excited. This is their first time in the car bought by their son. So nice, comfortable and stylish. Yan Bingshua is navigating the best shopping mall in Zhonghai, surrounded by CBD and high-rise buildings. When Dad Su got out of the car, he glanced at it, and there were vaguely different emotions in his eyes, which were fleeting. Suma was quite surprised. Looking at the 6-story shopping mall, she couldn't help but sigh. Old Su, this Shanghai shopping mall is really big. Our shopping mall there is only 3 floors, and the area is only the one here. 1/5, just like that. Some shops are still empty. How many stores must there be in such a big mall? Are there so many stores? Dad Su said with a smile, wife, this is Zhonghai. You think it's like our small county town. There are many people here, and there are many rich people. Even if you open a big shopping mall, you don't have to worry about the lack of traffic. Question. Then the shopping malls here are more expensive than ours? Su Ma is still worried about money. She has been used to saving all her life. Continue to save your life. Suchin smiled and said, Mom, it's fine today, you can just watch, as long as you like it, you don't have to think about the rest. Suma rolled his eyes at him and said with a smile, stinky boy, you think your money is from the wind, how can your hard-earned money be squandered by your parents, and now that you have a family, you have to be right in the future. Daughter-in-law and Tuanchuan are having a good time, and then there will be more places to spend money. Parents are always for their children. Even now that the children have grown up and can earn a lot of money, in their eyes, they are the only ones who support the children and do not ask the children to do anything for them. Suchin knew this, so he didn't argue with his mother, he just said, yes. Yes, my mother is right, but today is a special day. Today we are going to buy close to where to meet my father-in-law and mother-in-law at night, Dad. Mom. You have to let go of buying today, after all, this represents Bingshue's parents' impression of me. If you don't dress up a little better, won't my father-in-law and mother-in-law think that I am a son without filial piety, buy a big villa and drive a good car, and let my parents live an ordinary life? In that case, how can they trust me to hand over the ice and snow to me? When Suma heard this, she immediately became serious, and immediately said, Son, I will buy it. Your dad and I will definitely buy a good dress later. And dress it up properly. I will go to see my in-laws tonight, and I will give them to you. My son keeps his face. Old Sue, why didn't you shave today? It's not good to go to see your in-laws like this. Dad, Sue watched her change her attitude quickly, and said with a smile, Didn't I come out to buy something in a hurry? I forgot, I have to go home later. Don't worry, I will definitely clean up before going to see my in-laws at night. It's all right. Well, you have to clean up better. I'll go get a haircut and make a hairstyle later. Bingshue's parents are like that. They must look very elegant. We can't let our relatives think that we are too rustic, yeah. Mother Sue looked a little nervous, rubbing her hands and thinking about what else she could do to prepare today. Yan Bingshue, who was next to him, came over and took Suma's arm and said, Mom, don't worry, my parents are very easygoing people, and I went home last night and talked to them. Today, dinner tonight will go well. When Suma heard this, she looked at her daughter-in-law very moved. She knows that the daughter-in-law's family can accept everything so easily and happily, and the daughter-in-law must have contributed to it. Reading to receive red envelopes, follow the public account, book friends. Base camp, read books to draw up to 888 cash red envelopes. The family entered the mall, and Suma was once again shocked by the decoration of this big mall. The large chandelier above her head was so extravagant that there were lights everywhere in the mall, which were even more dazzling than the outside. With so many lights, the electricity bill in the shopping mall is estimated to be a lot of money for a day. Zhonghai is really different. Sue's mother sighed all the way, but Sue's father didn't say anything, just looked here and there seemed to be some nostalgia in his eyes. Suchin felt that his father's behavior was a bit strange. Mom and Dad have been staying in the small county all these years. When he came to Zhongyang University, Mom and Dad Sue asked him about it. Suchin said that he didn't need to send it. Mom and Dad didn't come. Logically speaking, Dad, Sue didn't come. I should have never been to such a big mall before. But I feel that Dad Sue is not surprised at such a place at all, and I don't know if it is Su Chen's illusion. I always feel that Dad's gestures are very cool. Could it be that their old Su family originally had this kind of temperament? Yan Bingshue accompanied Sue's mother to the women's clothing store first. Su Chen and Sue's father walked side by side in the back. Shopping is a girl's innate talent, regardless of age. When she entered the mall, Sue's mother instantly forgot that she was just outside, worrying about consumption, seeing beautiful clothes, like Yan Bingshue, can't move. These clothes are so pretty, Suma said with bright eyes. Yan Bingshue said with a smile, Mom, if you think it looks good, let's try it. Suma shook her head, still a little scared. Forget it, I think this dress looks too good looking, I don't have that temperament. When I heard this, I liked it. Mom, I think your temperament is very good. You used to be a teacher, and you all said that you have a poetic and literary spirit in your belly. You can see it by looking at your mother. This dress must be very suitable for mother too. Where, mother, you can try it, you may not buy it if you try it, it doesn't matter. Yan Bingshua's mouth seemed to be smeared with honey, which was so sweet to Suma's heart. Suma glanced at her and said with hidden joy, then I'll give it a try? The shopping guide behind him also said, Madam, you can try it on. You can only know if the clothes fit you if you put on your body. Your daughter is right, you have a good temperament, it's because the clothes in our store don't match your temperament. When Suma heard this, she immediately became happy. She pulled Yan Bingxue and said to the shopping guide behind her, Haha, you really can talk, but this is not my daughter, she is my daughter-in-law. The shopping guide was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, it turns out that she is the daughter-in-law. That lady is really lucky. Your daughter-in-law is so beautiful and filial, how happy you are. Suma nodded and looked at Yan Bingxue with a happy face, yes, my daughter-in-law is doing well. Suma happily took the clothes and went in to try them on. Suchen took the opportunity to walk to his wife, Wife, your little mouth is too sweet, and your mother is about to be coaxed by you to be unable to find Bei. When Yan Bingxue faced Su Chen, she felt a little embarrassed. In fact, she seldom said such words. She just said it bravely, in order to make Suma happy. Shopping? Nonsense, I'm telling the truth, she said shyly. Su Chen looked at his wife, her eyes were full of tenderness and love. She was so kind to her mother, and Su Chen was also happy. Husband, do you want to take Dad to go shopping first? Women take a long time to go shopping. Yan Bingxue watched Dad Su sitting there reading magazines, afraid they would be bored. Dad Su also heard this sentence, raised his head and said, it's okay. Bingxue, you can just go shopping. I'll just find a store and buy a suitable set later. I'll be here soon. Su Chen also said, Wife, go shopping with you and Mom, my dad and I are happy you don't need to worry about us. You can also take a look, tonight our family will all put on new clothes to eat, and it will be lively. Yan Bingxue nodded lightly, and walked around the store sweetly in her heart. But she didn't pick anything herself, but she picked 3 more sets for Suma and put them in her hands. Suma came out of the fitting room and carefully probed her head, as if she was a little embarrassed, and walked in a timid manner. As he walked, he said, I haven't worn a skirt for many years, and I'm really not used to it now. Lao Su, isn't it a bit strange for me to wear this? When Dad Su saw her coming out, he had already come over and waited. He glanced at Suma up and down, and praised, good-looking, wife, you are in such a good shape, you look good in anything you wear, this skirt is on you. Reminds me of when I first met you. Su's mother blushed, and said in a low voice, Old Su, what are you saying in front of the children? Dad, Su said generously, what's the matter? Are they allowed to fall in love when they are young, so the old couple can't recall the love when we were young? You don't know, as soon as you entered, your son ran to go with my daughter-in-law. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue laughed at the back. Yan Bingxue said, Husband, the relationship between parents is really good. I don't know if our relationship is still so good when we reach the age of our parents. Su Chen squeezed her soft and boneless hand, tilted her head and said, Don't worry, wife, with my face, I will definitely be able to say what my father said at that time. Yan Bingxue glared at him angrily, and ran to Suma's side with a blushing face. Mom, this dress is really beautiful on you since Dad said it, this dress reminds him of when you were young, such a great compliment, we must buy it. After Yan Bingxue finished speaking, she said to the shopping guide over There, help me wrap this skirt and get a new one. Then, she handed the 3 sets of clothes she had just picked to Suma. Mom. I just walked around the store, and after seeing these 3 sets, I feel pretty good. They should be suitable for you. You should try it too. Let's see how my eyes look. Before Ma Su had time to ask the price of the dress just now, Yan Bingxue directly said that it was a package. How could Suma dare to continue to buy it at this moment, and quickly said, Bingxue, aren't we here today to buy clothes for the evening? We've already bought them, so there's no need to buy them anymore. I've got a lot of clothes myself, and I can't wear them all if I buy them back, so it's a waste. How can it be a waste, Mom? There is always something missing in a woman's wardrobe. Mom is so active in maintaining her figure on weekdays, isn't it? Just to wear beautiful clothes. Since we are here today, let's buy enough. Also, I personally chose these for you, so you can try them out, Yan Bingxue said coquettishly. The shopping guide next to her also persuaded, Madam, just try it, don't let down your daughter-in-law's heart. Mom Su looked at Dad Su and her son, and they both said in unison, go and try. Okay, then I'll try it. Bingxue, Mommy knows what you're thinking, but we can't waste it. Mommy, try it on. We'll buy it if it looks good, and if it doesn't look good, let's put it down, okay? Yan Bingxue nodded, and Suma happily took the clothes and entered the fitting room again, and changed out a new suit. This store was originally aimed at middle-aged women, and Yan Bingxue has a good eye, so no matter which one Su Mama wears, the effect is very satisfactory. Don't talk about Dad Su, even Mom Su herself is 100 satisfied. If you don't need to consider the price, Mom Su wants to win all of them. After she tried all the clothes, Suma also thought about it. Although these clothes are all good-looking, she can't spend so much money on clothes. There are too many clothes, and she can't wear them all, so she plans to wear them among the 3. Choosing one and buying it can be regarded as reassuring. Yan Bingxue, Old Su, which of the 3 outfits do you think looks good? Ma Su asked. Dad Su said, I think all 3 sets are very good. My daughter-in-law has a very good eye. Each set has its own characteristics and is suitable for you. Seeing that he didn't understand what she meant, Suma quickly said, I think the second set is better. The first set and this one are also very good looking, but I can't stand it when I wear it. Otherwise, we will buy the second set. Set it up. Like all men who accompany his wife shopping, Dad Su nodded immediately and said, yes, as long as you like it. After all, these clothes are all you wear. I feel good anyway, and the second set is also very good. Reading to receive cash, follow the VX public account, book Friends Base Camp. You can also receive cash for reading. Suma was happy, and took the second set of clothes, and said to Yan Bingxue and Su Chen, son, Bingxue, I think this dress is very beautiful, let's buy another set of this. Haha, I'm really happy today too. This outfit, when you get married, I'll pick up my relatives to wear big red festive. Both Yan Bingxue and Su Chen know that mother is distressed about money. Yan Bingxue said, Mom, I think these 3 sets are pretty good. Dad and husband both think they look good. I just asked them to get new ones. As soon as he finished speaking, the shopping guide had already walked over with 4 shopping bags, and said very enthusiastically, hello, madam. Madam's clothes have been packed and just taken out from the warehouse. Yan Bingxue nodded, and immediately took out a black card from her wallet and handed it over, swiped the card to pay. All of this happened so fast that Suma didn't even respond. When she did, it Was not easy to grab the card in the hand of the shopping guide. She only heard a ding, the payment was successful, and the shopping guide was enthusiastic and polite. Respectfully handed the card back. Ma'am, your consumption in the store this time is 56,800 yuan, which has reached the VIP membership standard of our store. Here, I will help you to apply for a VIP card. Next time, you can use this card to earn points. 1 yuan is equal to 1 point. 10,000 points can be exchanged for 100 yuan in cash. Do you need it? Consumption of 10,000 yuan can offset 100 yuan, and it takes time for them to apply for membership cards and leave personal information. Yan Bingxue said. Without hesitation, it's too much trouble, no need, thank you. Suma still didn't recover from the amount of the bill. It wasn't until she walked out of the store that she whispered, the 4 sets of clothes I just bought cost more than 50,000 yuan? Dad, Su nodded, well, we didn't buy anything else. Suma frowned, with a bit of panic in her eyes, I didn't even look at the price, blame me, if I knew it was so expensive, I shouldn't have bought so much. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue walked over from left to right, holding Suma's hand. And you cooperated with each other. Su Chen said, Mom, we went shopping today just to be happy, don't worry about money. I told you about your daughter-in-law's strength, this money is for your daughter-in-law. It is estimated that within half a minute of just checking out, she has already earned it back. Su Chen's words are no exaggeration at all. With the ability of the extraordinary group, he can earn 50,000 yuan in half a minute, which is simply sprinkled with water. Mom, $8,000 is hard to buy. How beautiful are those clothes just now on your body? It's not expensive to exchange such a little money for mother's happiness. On one side is the son and the other is the daughter-in-law. Both of them persuaded themselves. Ma Su felt relieved and distressed in her heart. The money has already been paid anyway, so if she continues to say these words, it will only ruin everyone's mood, so Su Man said, okay Bingxue. Thank you for the gift you gave to mother, mother really likes it. But later, Mom really won't come. There are 4 sets of clothes in here. Enough for Mom to wear for a long time. When my mother comes home and wears so many beautiful clothes, the neighbors will definitely envy me. I told them that my daughter-in-law bought this for me. Suma happily carried her new clothes, her face blooming with happiness. Next, a group of people went to the men's clothing store on this floor. This is a company that specializes in handmade custom suits from outside the country. There is only one piece of each suit of each size, and there is absolutely no possibility of bumping into shirts. Dad Su entered the store, looked at a few sets of clothes, stopped in front of a dark gray suit, pointed to the suit on the model and asked Su Chen's opinion, son, what do you think of this suit? Su Chen looked at it, nodded and said, very good, Dad, this set of colors and styles are very generous, you should look handsome in it, will you wear this dress to see your father-in-law and mother-in-law at night? Dad, Su shook his head, the first time we met, wearing a suit seemed too formal. When we sit together for dinner, it will inevitably seem like we are talking about business. When the family eats, it is better to dress casually. This set looks good to me. And the price of clothes here is also high. I think this set should be suitable for your wedding. When Ma Su heard this, she was delighted. Old Su, why do you think the same as me? Haha, I just came here today, so I bought a dress too. This book is organized and produced by the public account. Follow VX, Book Friends Base Camp, read books to receive cash red envelopes. But the children's wedding hasn't been decided yet. If the children have a Chinese-style wedding, it's not appropriate for you to wear a suit. When Dad Su heard this, he smiled and said, "That's right, then let's stop looking at suits, let's look at ordinary everyday shirts, and find a set suitable for tonight's dinner." "Dad, it's all right, let's take a look. My husband and I took a morning off to accompany you and Mom to go shopping. We're not in a hurry," Yan Bingxue said, with a smile. Dad Su shook his head. "Daughter-in-law, your kindness is appreciated by Dad. But we men are different from women. I can buy whatever I need. I don't have the right occasion to buy too many clothes. There must be suitable occasions to wear a suit. Dad, you can try it. I remember when I was a child, you often wore suits at that time, but why didn't you like to wear them later?" Suchin remembered the past thing, asked casually. When Dad Su heard this question, he was suddenly stunned. After a long while, he said with a smile, "I was young at that time, and suits were fashionable. I also wanted to look cool. Now that I'm older, I just want comfortable clothes." When Suma heard this, the smile on her face faded a bit, and suddenly said, "Old Su, I haven't seen you in a suit for a long time. This suit is very good. Since you like it yourself. Well, let's try it, I'll buy it if it looks good." Yan Bingxue was already one step ahead, and asked the clerk to come out with the new suit. "Dad, go try it out." Seeing this, Dad Su smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll try it." When Dad Su was trying on clothes, Yan Bingxue pulled Suchen to look in the store, and when she saw a blue suit, she suddenly stopped. "Husband, this suit is good. You must be very handsome in it. You should try it too." Suchen said, "I don't need it anymore. I bought a suit for work before, and I don't wear much now." Yan Bingxue blushed and stood on tiptoe and whispered, "Buy it, I want to see you wear it." Su Chen's eyes flashed slightly, he glanced at his wife meaningfully, and said, with a smile, "Okay, since my wife likes it, I'll try it out." The father and son entered the fitting room with their front and back feet. When Dad Su came out, Mom Su and Yan Bingxue were looking at clothes, and they turned around when they heard the sound. Dad Su usually wears clothes that are comfortable and tidy most of the time. In summer, he wears ordinary short-sleeved stand-up collars. Suddenly, he changed into a straight suit with his head held high, and it looked like he had suddenly changed his personality. Very energetic. Mother Su came back to her senses and walked towards Dad Su excitedly, her eyes seemed to contain water mist. "Old Su, it's so beautiful, this dress is so handsome on you. I have been for many years, I didn't see you in a suit." Dad Su smiled and turned to look at the mirror. For a moment even he was a little dazed. "This dress is really good looking. The handmade suit has an advantage. The tailoring fits very well, and the details are perfect. When worn on the body, it is like tailor-made. This is completely incomparable to mass production by the assembly line. It's really not bad, but this dress, I know at a glance, except for the wedding of my son and Bingxue, I don't think I can wear it on other occasions." "Don't buy it," Dad Su said. Su's mother made a final decision and said, "Buy it. You are so handsome, you must buy it." Even if she paid for her own house, she would have to buy this outfit for her own Lao Su. At this moment, the door of the fitting room on the other side also opened. Su Chen came out from inside, and the people in the store looked over at the same time. The suit Yan Bingxue chose to wear on Su Chen's body perfectly interprets the golden ratio, the perfect inverted triangle figure. Su Chen, who is about 1.8 meters tall, is even more handsome and fresher than the standard model just now wearing this dress. The female clerks couldn't help but whisper. So handsome, this little brother is even more handsome than our professional models. This dress really suits us people from Longhua. With such a handsome little brother, is he actually married? I just heard. The beautiful little sister over there and my little brother calling mom and dad together. Don't be discouraged, maybe the little sister is the younger brother's younger sister. The family setting that loves each other is also very reasonable. After all, how can there be such a good daughter-in-law? Would you like to go out shopping with your parents-in-law? Although these words were said in a low voice, they still fell into Yan Bingshue's ears. She pouted slightly, walked towards Su Chen with a smile, and helped him tidy up his suit very gently and intimately, raising her voice slightly. Husband, you look so handsome in this outfit. Reading to receive red envelopes, follow the public account, book friends. Base camp, read books to draw up to 888 cash red envelopes. Su Chen also heard the discussions just now, and now seeing Yan Bingshue's declaration of sovereignty, she couldn't help laughing. Wife, since you like it, then I want it. Su Chen raised his head and looked at his father, who was also wearing a suit. He smiled and said, Dad, looking at it this way, you are really charming. You are too formal in a suit, you are just a mistress killer. Dad Su was so complimented by his meal that he couldn't help but rolled his eyes and looked over. Stinky boy, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm already a grandfather, how can there be a teacher killer? Okay, I'm going to change this dress. Don't settle the bill for me. I really don't need this dress. Su Chen said in surprise, why don't you buy it when it looks so good? Dad. Don't learn from your mother, don't save us money, let's buy it. As soon as Yan Bingxue heard her husband's words, she immediately took out her card. These two clothes, settle the bill. Daughter-in-law. Dad Su was about to stop, but was stopped by Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, Dad, why can't you use this dress? Mom's eyes are straight when she sees you. In the future, you can wear it when you have nothing to do at home, so as to ensure that your life and mother's life can be in harmony. Stinky boy, don't run the train with your mouth full. Dad, Su smiled. Suma immediately echoed, yes. My son is right, bye. But Suma probably didn't expect that, since this suit costs 118,000. When the shopping guide came to confirm, the smile on Suma's face stopped abruptly. Papa Su's suit was 110,008, and Su Chen's suit was 150,600. The two suits together are almost 300,000. In their small county, this amount of money is enough to buy a set of old and young. Why are the clothes in this store so expensive? Watching my daughter-in-law swipe the card without blinking, Mother Su was anxious. When Dad Su changed his clothes and came out, she pulled Dad Su aside and said, Old Su, today we come out, why does my son keep asking his daughter-in-law to spend money? It's not cheap for us to buy these clothes, even if our daughter-in-law's family conditions are better than ours. Well, it can't be like this, our son is like this, isn't it, a soft meal? Su Ma said hesitantly, looking at her son with a little sadness in her eyes. Although the conditions of their family are indeed ordinary families, she also does not want her son to develop the habit of eating soft rice. In fact, Dad Su has always wanted to say today that his son, as a man, should Pay for it today. How can he keep his daughter-in-law swiping the card? Wife, let's not talk too much. I don't think our son is a soft eater. Yesterday he just gave us 10 million yuan for us to prepare for the wedding. He should have money in his hand. Then, since he has money, why doesn't he pay for it himself? Let his daughter-in-law keep buying things for us. I'm a little embarrassed. My son seems to be enjoying it, said clearly. Dad, Su glanced at his son and saw that he was holding a shopping bag and holding hands with his daughter-in-law, with a happy expression on his face. And he was a little unpredictable in his heart, but he still believed in his son, and he was definitely not a man who eats soft rice. Wife, stop thinking about it, this is a matter between the son and the daughter-in-law. As old people, it is not good for us to intervene too much. Since the son and the daughter-in-law feel nothing, maybe this is also a way between them. Let's see again, if my son has been spending money on Bingxue. Then it's not too late for us to have a good talk with him. Suma glanced at her son and daughter-in-law and nodded gently. Their clothes are all bought. Suchen wants to take Yan Bingxue to buy clothes, but Yan Bingxue refuses, saying that there are a lot of clothes that she does not wear at home, and they are all handmade, so there is no need to buy clothes in the mall. Suchen thought that the clothes that Yan Bingxue usually wears are indeed high-end styles. It is estimated that she really can't use them in the mall. If they wear it out, it will affect her image as a big president. So Suchen didn't insist any longer, and the family continued to go up. Su Chen seemed to consciously brought them to the store of Longwu Gold. Su's father and Su's mother looked at the store with a puzzled expression on their faces. Son, aren't we here to buy clothes? Why did we come to see the gold? Ma Su asked. The daughter-in-law has already spent a lot of money for them today, and they don't want to continue to spend money in this store, because everything here starts from 10,000 yuan. Suchen smiled mysteriously, and whispered to his mother, Mom, don't worry. My son is here because he has other things to buy. As soon as he said that, Su's father stopped Su's mother. My son is probably going to buy something for his daughter-in-law, wife. Let's just follow silently. When Suchen came to Longwu Gold, he really wanted to pick a gift for Su's mother. When he went to his mother-in-law's house, Suchen bought her a necklace of 10 million yuan. Of course, Suchen would not favor one or the other over his mother. Both are mothers and need a bowl of water. Although the price does not have to be exactly the same, he also has to choose a precious piece of jewelry for his mother. Yan Bingxue thought so too, so she didn't think much about her husband wanting to enter this store. But buying a gift for her mother is just one aspect of Su Chen's thoughts. He came here today, but he actually has something important to pick up. Mother Su believed what her husband said and thought that her son came in to buy a gift for his daughter-in-law, so after entering the store, she just walked around at will. The jewelry in the gold store are all placed in sparkling on the counter. Buling is the most likely to attract women's interest. Su Pa and Suma walked together, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue walked together. Yan Bingxue lowered her voice and asked, Husband, what do you want to buy for Mother? Su Chen looked at her curiously, Wife, how did you know that I was going to buy a present for my mother? I just know, because I'm ice and snow smart, she said with a smile. Su Chen smiled, non-committal. Hashtag send 888 cash hongbeo. Hashtag follow the VX official account, book friends base camp. Watch popular masterpieces, and draw 888 cash red packets. What type do you want to pick? I know that the dragon and phoenix bracelets of Longwu gold are very famous. They are exquisitely carved and have a perfect design. Why don't we show the bracelet to my mother? Yan Bingxue suggested. The main work of Longwu gold is the classic dragon and phoenix pair bracelet. Jewelry always has its value, but on top of the value of the original metal and gems, there is this priceless handicraft. The dragon and phoenix pair of Longwu gold is a handicraft. Famous and highly collectible. Su Chen listened, nodded, and said, "Okay, wife, you are really smart." So the two went directly to the area where the dragon and phoenix paired bracelets. The cabinets here are completely different from the ones outside. It can be seen from the luxury of the lighting in cabinets that this is indeed the best work area in the store. Su's father and Su's mother also followed, thinking it was a bracelet for his daughter-in-law, and Su's mother was very enthusiastic. Su Chen took a fancy to the dragon and phoenix pair in the middle. The carving was exquisite, the table was round, and the weight of gold was also heavy, which looked very noble. Ma Su looked at it and said, "Chen Chen, isn't this bracelet a bit, too atmospheric? The little girl's family, wearing a delicate bracelet looks good. Our Bingshua's wrist is white and thin, you choose it's a more elegant style, I think it's good." Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at each other and smiled, and said directly to the clerk, "Please take this one out and let's take a look." He was referring to the one in the middle that was noble and atmospheric. Seeing that her son and daughter-in-law insisted, Suma said nothing, and said, "Aside, this one is really beautiful. Our daughter-in-law is so beautiful, she looks good in anything." When the bracelet was taken out, Yan Bingxue took it, but instead of putting it on her wrist, she pulled Suma's hand and put it on. Suma was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, "Oh, what are you wearing this for? I'm not used to wearing these." "Mom, you are going to be a mother-in-law soon. When the wedding comes, you can't wear anything on your hands and necks." Su Chen smiled and put the other bracelet on Suma's on the wrist. Su's mother's hands are well maintained, although she has done some housework. In recent years, Su's father is a delicate man. Fine lines. Wearing this pair of dragon and phoenix bracelets, it looks very beautiful. Suma felt that the gold was heavy, and the most important thing was that the price was too expensive. The price is there, she can see clearly, this pair of bracelets costs more than 3 million. Chen, Bingxue, this mother really can't use it. Don't worry, at the wedding, my mother will definitely have jewelry, and your father has bought me a lot over the years. Suma said that she was about to take it down, but this time Su Chen was decisive and took out her mobile phone to pay. "Mom, I have already bought the bracelet, you can wear it, you don't need to take it off." When Suma saw it, she frowned slightly and said, Chen, you child, why didn't you listen to Ma's words?" "Well, I'll try on this bracelet, you guys will take it off and give it to Mother Bingxue at night." Yan Bingxue held Suma's hand and smiled, "Mom, don't worry, when my husband went to my house the day before yesterday, he already bought me a gift. It's very expensive, my mother likes it very much. You can wear this bracelet. Come on, I should have bought it, but my husband took the lead." Mother Su looked at the two children, feeling both tangled and happy. "Dad," Su patted her on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Wife, wear it." The two children share the same heart. Suma nodded, "Okay, then I'll wear it. Thank you to my son and daughter-in-law today, my mother is following you. It's really a rich wife's addiction. We're done buying things, let's go back quickly," Suma said anxiously. She is afraid that if she goes shopping more, she doesn't know how much it will cost. Yan Bingxue also planned to leave, but Su Chen said, "Don't worry, I still have something to take." Yan Bingxue looked at him suspiciously. Did her husband order something here? Su Chen said to the clerk, "Hello, my surname is Su. You sent a message yesterday to ask me to come and pick it up today. Can I take it now?" It turned out to be Mr. Su. "That's okay, the thing has arrived, I'll go get it for you." The clerk went into the back warehouse. Yan Bingxue asked curiously, "Husband, have you ordered anything else?" Su Chen nodded. Su's mother and Su's father were also puzzled. Su's mother whispered, "Old Su. What did my son buy? Shouldn't he have ordered something else for me?" Dad, Su glanced at his son, smiled and whispered, "Don't worry, I see my son's expression. I guess it is a surprise for my daughter-in-law." When Suma heard this, she immediately felt relieved. "It is best to buy it for my daughter-in-law." The clerk held a tray with 2 delicate velvet boxes in it, and placed them on the counter, right in front of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Su Chen glanced at his wife and said softly, "Wife, we have been shopping for so long today, you bought a bunch of things for me and my parents, now, it's time for me to show it. I have prepared a copy for you. Surprise, you open it and take a look." Yan Bingxue pointed to herself, "Is it for me?" Su Chen nodded. Yan Bingxue's ears turned slightly red, looking at the delicate little box. She seemed to have guessed what it was, but she felt that this idea was too bold. Such a small box usually contains rings, but her husband has already proposed to her, and it is a DR diamond ring of several million. This must be purchased with an ID card. A man can only buy one in his life. This ring is precious enough for Yan Bingxue. "What is in the small box in front of you?" Yan Bingxue slowly stretched out her slender and fair fingers, took the small velvet box in front of her, and opened it gently. The moment the box was opened, Su Dad and Su Ma excitedly held each other's hands. Yan Bingxue was completely stunned. There was indeed a ring in the box, but this ring was different from the diamond ring on her middle finger. It was a wedding ring, simple and elegant, but full of design. In the center of the platinum ring, a 1-carat ring was inlaid. The diamond is delicately engraved, with small patterns around it. If you look closely, you can vaguely recognize that it should be a water ripple. Su Chen also opened another box at this time, which also contained a wedding ring without diamonds, but the engraved pattern was similar to the one in Yan Bingxue's hand, and at first glance it was from the same designer, which is carved with a mountain. A lifetime oath. Good meaning. Su Chen picked up the ring in Yan Bingxue's box, raised her left hand, and asked gently, "Wife, do you like this surprise? Can I put it on for you myself?" Yan Bingxue's eyes were almost red. She quickly raised her head. At such a happy moment, she couldn't cry. "Okay." She nodded firmly and happily. Seeing the wedding ring on her ring finger, Yan Bingxue's eyes gradually faded. Her heart was impacted by a huge sense of happiness. At this moment, she seemed to be wearing a holy wedding dress and stood with Su Chen in the wedding hall. She looked down at her wedding ring, then picked up another one and put it lightly on Su Chen's ring finger. The two clasped their fingers together. Su's father and Su's mother started, and the shop clerks also followed. The whole gold shop burst into thunderous applause, and the female shop clerks showed envious and longing smiles, and were completely moved by this happy moment. Yan Bingxue raised her head and looked at Su Chen with red eyes, with a happy smile at the corner of her mouth, and said, Su Chen, now both of my fingers have rings from you, you must marry me. In the moment just now, a lot of pictures flashed in her mind, those fragmentary moments about herself and Su Chen together their first time, her reckless marriage proposal after the reunion was rejected, Su Chen prepared for her, the romantic drone proposal, a bowl of noodles in the middle of the night, the countless nights when she tried to knock him down and failed, the public confession at the banquet, the beautiful night after the two met again. All the pictures are intertwined, returning to this scene of reality, the ring on the ring finger, as if everything is firmly in her palm. She really married Su Chen. This kind of thought is like a seedling that takes root in a frenzy. It grows wildly in her heart and becomes a big tree with intertwined roots. Every branch and every leaf seems to exude happiness. Great! Su Chen lifted her left hand, put it on the lips and kissed gently, and promised softly, okay, I will definitely give you a grand wedding. Receive red envelopes, the cash or coin red envelopes have been distributed to your account. WeChat follow the public account, book friends base camp, to receive it. 4 people, holding hands in pairs, walked out of the Dragon Kingdom Gold. And behind them were a group of shop assistants whose eyes were reddened by the beautiful love. Wu, after staying in the store for so long, I have never witnessed such a fairy-like love, I adore it. No matter how good the looks are, the relationship is still so sweet, I believe in love again. Oath each other, what kind of fairy love is this? This pair is too cute. Sober up, sisters, love belongs to rich, handsome guys and beauties. The pair of rings just now is a master's model worth more than 20 million. Even if we have a partner, we can't afford it, and we are left with envious single tears. Su's father and Su's mother followed behind his son and daughter-in-law, and their faces were full of smiles. Dad, Su said, look, I'll just say it, our son is definitely not a man who eats soft rice. The most expensive thing today, my son has already paid for it. Suma nodded and said with red eyes, our son also understands the mind of a woman. Don't talk about my daughter-in-law, I can't be moved thinking about it. Before, he didn't feel bad about brushing his daughter-in-law's card. Now it seems that it is just a little fun between the son and his daughter-in-law. Old Su, you think our son is so good woolen cloth? When you were young, shouldn't you be? Dad, Su rolled her eyes at her, and said angrily, don't think about it, I was tricked by you when I was 20 years old, and you know everything after that. I am a good and serious man, and I think our son is too. Yeah, the backs of my son and daughter-in-law are so happy. Lao Su, we must work hard tonight to satisfy our in-laws. Then, we can concentrate on preparing for the wedding of our son and daughter-in-law. At this time, Yan's family, Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun were making various choices in the cloakroom. Tang Shiyun took out a bunch of clothes and put them all on the shelf in front of her. She held them one by one and put them on her body, and looked left and right in the mirror. Yan Jinwei also kept looking at his clothes, thinking about what to wear tonight to see his in-laws. He hasn't thought about it yet. Tang Shiyun has already put on a set of cheongsam that he is very satisfied with. This cheongsam is the most solemn of all Tang Shiyun's custom cheongsams. The whole body is embroidered by hand. Come. Moreover, the color of the cheongsam is also very outstanding. It is red, but not a bright red. The red has a dark gold foundation and looks extremely noble. When Tang Shiyun made this dress, she originally wanted to wait until her daughter's wedding to wear it, but Yan Bingxue had never been in a relationship before. She once thought that this dress had almost no chance of seeing the light, but now, the opportunity came. Yeah. This is the first time I meet my in-laws tonight, but my daughter and son-in-law have already received the certificate, so rounding up is almost the same as getting married. After seeing her son-in-law, Tang Shiyun felt that her son-in-law was excellent beyond her expectations, so this dress, which she had prepared for a long time, must have to be re-prepared at that time, so that it would be suitable for the wedding of her daughter and son-in-law. So today, she chose this one specially. After wearing it, she put on the emerald given to her by her son-in-law, then put on gemstone earrings, a pair of jade bracelets, and exquisite 5-centimeter high-heeled shoes. After that, she walked up to Yan Jinwei in a charming and colorful way. "Lao Yan, let's see how I am dressed. It should be grand enough to see my in-laws dressed like this, right?" Yan Jinwei, who was racking his brains, thinking about how to dress appropriately, frowned when he saw Tang Shiyun's voice. "Old Tang, why are you wearing this cheongsam?" Tang Shiyun smiled and said, "This is my shirt at the bottom of the box. How beautiful it is." "Not good," Yan Jinwei directly vetoed. Tang Shiyun was stunned for a moment, and said displeasedly, "Why is it bad? Isn't this one good-looking?" "This is my baby." Yan Jinwei said seriously, "Why did you forget what we said yesterday? You wore this dress in the past, it was so solemn, people who didn't know thought you were going to a wedding. And this dress is very expensive at first glance, coupled with your extremely luxurious jewelry, you are not trying to scare your in-laws. Jump." Tang Shiyun looked at everything she had carefully dressed up, and pouted. "What's wrong? Doesn't this grand ceremony mean that we value our first meeting with our in-laws? It can't be so important. Haven't we all discussed it? The economic situation of the son-in-law's family is quite different from ours. We try to dress as generously and decently as possible, and don't be too extravagant, otherwise the family will sit and eat together. Isn't it going to put pressure on people at that time?" Tang Shiyun clapped her hands and said, "Oh, I've been dressing up, and I forgot about this, so I'll change it again." "Well, the clothes have changed, and your earrings and other things are also a little more plain. The emerald necklace that your son-in-law gave you is very expensive, but this and the bracelet were bought by the son-in-law, so it's fine for you to wear them. Problems, others, we have to pay attention." Tang Shiyun nodded. "Old Yan, I can't see it, you're quite sober when your head is critical. Then what are you going to wear? What clothes do you want to wear? Or let's all wear simple clothes?" Yan Jinwei glanced at her angrily and said, "Old Tang, why do you always like to go to extremes? We have to take into account the emotions of our in-laws. And of course show our attention, otherwise you think I am here after watching for a long time. How about choosing clothes? I'm not thinking, how can I dress decently and let my in-laws feel our attitude?" Tang Shiyun looked at the old man and couldn't help laughing. It was the first time she saw the old man care so much about how he dressed on an occasion. When he attended important gatherings before, the old man always asked his secretary to prepare his clothes for him. Even the most important meeting, he had not been so careful. It seems that the old man really values the meal tonight. The couple continued to choose clothes and discussed with each other from time to time, but this trouble took half the morning. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue took Su's father and Su's mother for lunch at the mall and then sent them home before going to work in the company. When they arrived at the extraordinary group, the two went to their respective offices. Assistant Zhang knocked on the door and was a little nervous when he walked in. She witnessed the CEO's embarrassing scene last night, and she didn't know what the outcome would be today. Shouldn't the president fire her or transfer her downstairs to do cleaning? Otherwise, as soon as she entered, she would kneel down directly to the president and swear that she would never tell what happened last night? No, 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 if the president wants to calm down and not mention that matter, she will take the initiative to bring it up, but it will arouse the president's disgust. Zhang Tezu was not as nervous as she was today on the first day of work. She walked into the office slowly, and when she arrived at Yan Bingxue, she raised her head cautiously, and saw that Yan Bingxue had a smile on the corner of her mouth. Hey! The president seems to be in a good mood. So doesn't she have to worry about what happened last night? Zhang Tesuk was overjoyed, his eyes followed Yan Bingxue's eyes and looked down, and suddenly found that there was a wedding ring on the CEO's ring finger. The reason is here. Haha. Mr. Su is very capable. I didn't come all morning, so I went to buy a wedding ring for the president. Haha, Mr. Su is really a good person. The CEO is so happy today, and he will definitely not care about what happened last night with her. Zhang Tesuk was relieved and began to report his work. Yan Bingxue kept smiling and looked down at the ring. Zhang Tesuk thought she didn't listen to what he said at all, but she was distracted and accidentally read the wrong data. At this time, Yan Bingxue, who was looking down at the ring, suddenly said, "Look carefully at the data on the watch. Are you sure it's 127 million? Zhang Tesuk was stunned for a moment, read it again, and quickly said, I'm sorry, President, I read it wrong, the table is 102.7 million. Damn, how could she make such a low-level mistake? The president is not going to get angry." Just when Special Assistant Zhang was uneasy, Yan Bingxue suddenly said, "It's all right, see clearly and continue." So the president is not angry? Hashtag send 888 cash hongbeo. Hashtag follow the VX official account, book friends base camp. Watch popular masterpieces and draw 888 cash red packets. Sure enough, the power of love is great. Long live Mr. Su. It seems that she must treat Mr. Su better in the future as long as Mr. Su is around. The president will be a cute little white rabbit, hee hee. On Su Chen's side, as soon as he arrived at the company, he found that everyone was gathered in the hall. Seeing him, the old researcher greeted him happily. "Xiao Su, you're here. We were just thinking about it, you asked for leave today, and we don't know if you will come in the afternoon. If you don't come, it will be a pity. Today is our monthly research exchange day, and we have saved a lot of questions to ask you." Su Chen looked at the big guy and said with a smile, "Come on, of course we have to come on such an important day. Xiao Su, today is your first time to participate in our exchange day event. Our meetings here are more casual, and there is a special conference room there, but it is deserted and the chairs are uncomfortable. The big sofa is so comfortable. How about we communicate in your office today? Everyone is engaged in research and is very serious on weekdays, but when it comes to communication, they are not as serious as the research department next door, so there are no special requirements for the venue. The important thing is that as long as Su Chen is there, they are happy. Today is another day to learn a lot." When Su Chen heard it, he said generously, "Yes, then go to my office." 7 or 8 people followed Su Chen to the office. The large black leather sofa was full. Su Chen was surrounded by a group of people and became the focus of the big guy. Because all of their questions today were prepared for Su Chen, just like when he went to the Dragon Academy for the first time that day. The eager eyes of colleagues were simply overwhelming. A colleague with less seniority went to get water for everyone and handed it to Su Chen. He screamed in surprise. What? Xiao Su, are you married? His eyes fell on Su Chen's ring finger, and he asked vaguely. Everyone looked over curiously, and the flames of gossip instantly ignited in their eyes. Su Chen didn't even think about hiding it, so he nodded generously and said, "Well, I'm already married." "Oh my God, all good men get married early. I don't know which lady had such a good fortune and vision, and she took us Xiaosu early. If a man like our Xiaosu is a little bit later, it is estimated that it will be robbed by countless people. Xiaosu, do you know that there are girls in the building next door who come to me to ask about you all day long?" "I'm not too sure, so I didn't give them an accurate answer." "You're wearing your wedding ring now, look." As soon as the news came out, many girls' dreams were shattered. "Don't say that, Xiaosu got married, it's a big happy event, we should bless. Xiaosu, congratulations." "Congratulations, Xiaosu, I didn't see you wearing a wedding ring before." "Did you just put it on today?" Su Chen was surprised to find that his colleagues who didn't meet much usually paid so much attention to him. Su Chen smiled and said, "Well, I ordered it before, but I only got it this morning." Chapter 139. Colleagues looked at each other and smiled, and said, "It looks like you just got married, Xiaosu. I really didn't expect you to get married at such a young age. You just graduated. There are not many boys like you who get married early. We, Xiaosu, are so good, they can be regarded as starting a career first and then starting a family, right? Many people are getting married and having children later, because the pressure in the economic environment is too great. With Xiaosu's strength, it's no problem to get married anytime. Xiaosu, the wedding ring you just got, hasn't the wedding been done yet?" When my colleagues heard it, they all came over with their heads together. "Xiaosu, if you haven't had a wedding yet, then we're going to lick our faces and ask you for an invitation. Although we haven't worked together for a long time, we old men admire you from the bottom of our hearts. Human, if you get married, we will definitely bring a big red envelope to congratulate, haha." "Xiaosu, did you have your wedding? Our research department hasn't been lively for a long time. I thought that the next lively event would have to wait until your mecha came out, but now it seems that we should have a chance to be lively in advance." Seeing everyone being so enthusiastic, Su Chen replied with a smile, "You are very kind. I am a junior, and everyone is a senior, so why don't you ask for this kind of thing? It's time to prepare wedding invitations for everyone." When the big guy heard it, the atmosphere immediately became lively. "Great, then it seems that we will be able to attend Xiaosu's wedding soon. Ha ha ha. I can't wait. I want to see which lady can bring us Xiaosu into the marriage hall so early. Xiaosu's wife must be a beautiful woman, we are blessed. Xiaosu, tell us in advance, do we know your wife?" The colleague next to him bumped into the colleague who was just talking, and said, "What do you think? Xiaosu has just graduated. How long has it been since he came to our company? He is getting married now. That bride must have known Xiaosu before. Is it a classmate? Anyway, we must have never met." "That's right, but it doesn't matter, leave a little surprise, let's wait Until the wedding to see the bride, haha. Su Chen listened to their words, secretly happy in his heart. The big guy is now discussing his bride enthusiastically. I don't know what kind of expression everyone will have when they see that the bride is Yan Bingxue at the wedding. Haha, it's interesting to think about it. It is estimated that these colleagues who are engaged in research in front of them would never have imagined that the person who brought him into the marriage hall early was their CEO, Ms. Yan Bingxue. After some lively gossip, everyone finally got to the point. At the beginning of the exchange meeting, everyone still went through the process honestly. After all, these processes are all videotaped, and the president and chairman will check it out. The extraordinary group invited them to do research, and it was their job to do what they did here every day, but the final results had to stand the test. This link is somewhat boring for Su Chen, because the things his colleagues are studying now are a bit backward compared to the theories in his mind. Su Chen can listen while making a small walk, and look down at a WeChat message that Yan Bingxue has just sent. What are you doing? I just finished my work, I'm fine now. Little Nizi, just separated for a while, did you miss yourself? Su Chen replied, today is the research and exchange day, the exchange has just started, a bunch of colleagues are in my office, and everyone is reporting their work before the video. I should show you this at that time. Right? Yan Bingxue, well, these exchange reports will be sent to the president's office, but are they a bit boring for you? She knew that Su Chen knew a lot. Su Chen, fortunately, you can make a desertion, and it will be my turn. Later. Will it be his turn later? The husband is telling himself, can we chat for a while now? It seems that just chatting like this is not enough. Yan Bingxue turned her head slightly, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to her mind, and a wonderful thing occurred to her. She picked up the phone and called in Zhang Tasuk, who had just gone out. As soon as Zhang Tasuk entered the room, he saw the president staring at his ring in a daze. She smiled and said, President, I have never seen you wear this pair of rings. Did Mr. Su just give it to you? Yan Bingxue nodded, yes. Sure enough, the president was waiting for him to ask about this. She just didn't think about it, but she realized it after she went out. It's beautiful, President, Mr. Su has such a good eye. Yan Bingxue became happier, raised her head and smiled brightly. This smile made Zhang Tasuk shake his head. Does the president not know that he is a goddess? Even a girl can't stand her with such a smile. Xiao Zhang, I have one thing, you go to help me now. Yan Bingxue said. Half an hour later, everyone's work report was almost over. The big guy was about to start asking Su Chen questions. At this time, a knock on the door interrupted the rhythm of the room. A girl at the front desk was standing at the door with a bunch of stuff. Hello, this is the afternoon tea ordered by Mr. Su. It has just been delivered to the next door. Zhang Tasuk brought it over and asked me to help deliver it. Su Chen glanced suspiciously, thinking of Zhang Tasuk, and suddenly understood in his heart. No wonder Yan Bingxue didn't reply to the news for several minutes. Suddenly it turned out to be to order afternoon tea for him. Because Su Chen said that today was the exchange day, Yan Bingxue bought afternoon tea for all colleagues in the name of Su Chen. When the big guy saw a bunch of things, both coffee and snacks, he immediately became elated. This was not the first time they had Su Chen's afternoon tea. Xiao Su, you're too polite, you made us old guys feel embarrassed. You ordered afternoon tea for us last time, and we didn't even invite you. Today, you're spending money again. Yeah, Xiao Su, we are having an exchange meeting today. The big guys have a Lot of questions to ask you, so I came to your office to bother you and asked you to order afternoon tea for us. What a shame. Thank you, Xiao Su, you are a young man, you are really good, haha, our old man rarely thinks of afternoon tea, and now it's a blessing to follow you, eh? Young man. The big guy shared coffee and snacks, and kept praising Su Chen said. With a smile, it's nothing, it's just small things, everyone can eat and drink casually, let's have an exchange meeting, and we can't just communicate. How boring. Haha, Xiao Su, you're such a good talker. The president recruited you, which really brought a lot of vigor to our research department. Su Chen listened to everyone's words, and secretly sent a message to Yan Bingxue under the table. Wife, thank you for inviting everyone to afternoon tea, they all praise me. Yan Bingxue, I got it? I ordered coffee for you, don't drink too much, you won't be able to sleep at night, this family's desserts are good, you can try it. Su Chen, okay, thank you wife, I love you. After he sent this message, he also opened the takeaway. He doesn't eat these sweets often on weekdays, but he heard from a roommate who wanted to chase after the goddess. The dessert in the university town is very good. Since his wife prepared it for him afternoon tea, then of course he will let his wife eat sweet little cakes. Su Chen ordered the takeout, and then began to answer the questions of colleagues. Zhang Tasuk had just returned from the takeout, and was about to explain his work, but the phone on the table rang again. This time, someone from the front desk came to her and said that there was a takeaway downstairs, which was delivered to the president's office. Let her go down and have a look. Special Assistant Zhang was slightly puzzled, didn't the president order afternoon tea for Mr. Su? Did the president order one himself? After going downstairs, Zhang Tezu found out that this was not the store she just ordered. She searched and found that it was a store in the university town. University town. Could it be that Mr. Su ordered it? She went upstairs with her things, Yan Bingxue smiled and opened the cake happily, and then took a picture with her mobile phone and gave it to Su Chen. Husband, did you order a cake for me? It looks good, thank you husband. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tezu slandered in his heart, people in love are really scary. Obviously they work in a company, and they have to order afternoon tea for the other party. What kind of dog abuse plot is this? Hey, she is single, why is she stuffed with dog food all day long? Yan Bingxue ate half a small cake, feeling extremely sweet in her heart, and called Zhang Tasuk in again. Xiao Zhang, the research department next door is holding an exchange meeting. I think we should prepare some fruit for them? Go and order a takeaway, or order it in the name of Su Chen. Assistant Zhang complied, and 10 minutes later, she took the takeaway and went to the front desk next door. This time, the front desk felt that there was a problem. Assistant Zhang, is there any takeaway? Did it deliver to the next door? Again? Zhang Tasuk nodded with an embarrassed smile, well, I happened to see it, so I brought it here, please send it to me. The front desk took over a lot of fruit cut in confusion, thinking in his heart, when is the president's secretary office so busy? How does it feel that Zhang Tasuk has become a delivery man? The colleagues who had just finished afternoon tea suddenly received a bunch of fruit again, and they were full of praise for Su Chen, while Su Chen continued to chat with Yan Bingxue secretly. Wife, you ordered fruit for us again, and my colleagues can't eat any more. Thank you, wife. Seeing this sentence, Yan Bingxue went to work happily. Zhang Tasuk ran up and down a few times, and was abused by Su Chen and Yan Bingshua's dog food. He suddenly felt powerless and wanted to sit in a chair to rest for a while, but his butt was not hot, so he told her to go downstairs. Get takeout. This time, it was a lovely bunch of sunflowers, bright yellow, and special assistant. Zhang's face was also scorched yellow. Ah. What the hell did she do? This is simply inhumane. While silently eating dog food by herself, while responding to the doubtful eyes of the receptionists downstairs, she took the flowers upstairs and put them in the president's office. Yan Bingxue was in a good mood, and immediately asked Zhang Tezhang to prepare a vase, put the sunflowers in it, and put them on his desk. Huang Cancan's sunflowers are like smiling faces full of vitality, which makes people feel better at work in an instant. Her husband gave her such a lovely sunflower, how could she just do nothing? But the afternoon tea was delivered, and the fruit was delivered, so what should I deliver next? Yan Bingxue went to the desk and searched on the computer. Her boyfriend is at work. What kind of takeout should be suitable for him? Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Tisuk thought that the president was finally going to concentrate on his work, and was about to leave, but suddenly heard Yan Bingxue say in surprise, "Yes. Xiao Zhang, you are helping me by." For the whole afternoon, Zhang Tezu didn't do any work. As soon as he sat down, the stool was still hot, so he had to go downstairs to get something, which was sent to the research department next door, and then to the president above room. She really wanted to shout for a long time, "Mr. Su, the boss. The two of you are actually separated by a corridor. If you really miss each other so much, can't you just go and see each other? Why are you embarrassing her, a single dog, woohoo?" Yan Bingxue and Su Chen were completely unaware of Special Assistant Zhang's exhaustion and helplessness. While working, they gave each other gifts, and chatted sweetly on their mobile phones. This afternoon is really beautiful. The two families agreed to meet at 6 o'clock in the private room of the Hongqiao Hotel in the western suburbs. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue got off work at 5:30 and went home to pick up mom and dad, Su. It should be about the same time. But mom and dad felt that the time was too tight. It was the first time I had dinner with my in-laws, and it was originally proposed by them. It was impolite to click on it, so I told Su Chen and set off by myself at 4:30. Dad, Su was wearing the new suit he bought today. Although he thought it was a bit too grand, Mom Su and Chen Yan Bingxue insisted, saying that his clothes were good-looking and suitable. Mom Su was wearing a suit skirt that was newly bought today. It was elegant, blue, generous and decent. Mom and Dad Su arrived at the Hongqiao Hotel in the western suburbs at around 5:20 in the afternoon. Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shuyun live here. It stands to reason that they can leave a little later, and they are very close, but their thinking is similar to that of Su's father and Su's mother. It was the first time they met, and their in-laws could not wait, so it was also 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Out the door. Yan Zhenwei was also dressed in a suit, which looked very grand, but the suit could not tell the price, but it was in line with his idea. Su Ma changed into a velvet cheongsam, elegant and generous, with small pearl earrings on her ears, all over her body. The most eye-catching is the necklace Su Chen gave her. The two couples entered the hotel almost from front to back. The box was still being cleaned. Mom and Dad Su, who arrived first, were waiting on the sofa outside the box. Here, as soon as Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shuyun entered the hotel's door, they met acquaintances in the lobby. The other party is from the Wen family in the imperial capital, and they are all business partners. Moreover, the major families in the imperial capital are very famous in Zhonghai. Even if the Yan family meets them, they can't help but greet them respectfully. Brother Wen, sister-in-law, when did you come to Zhonghai? Yan Zhenwei walked forward politely with his wife. Zhenwei? Brother and sister? What a coincidence, you guys are coming over for dinner? I'm here to do business in Zhonghai, and the people here will invite you to dinner. Wen Peng said with a smile. Brother Wen, you're not being kind. You and your sister-in-law have already arrived in Zhonghai. Why didn't you send me a message? I'd like to show the friendship of the landlord. Haha, brother, you're too polite, we only arrived today, and we have to go back early tomorrow. The schedule is tight this time, so we won't disturb the big guy. Tang Shiyun chatted with Mrs. Wen next to her, her face full of smiles. They were business partners, and the scene was lively. Brother Zhenwei, are you bringing your wife here for dinner? We are from Zhonghai's Chui family. We should be familiar with you. Would you like to have dinner together? Yan Zhenwei waved his hand and said with a smile, Brother Wen, I'm not being polite to you. If it was normal, I would definitely have to go to dinner tonight, but tonight is different. I'm here tonight to see my house. My in-laws, it's the first time I eat, I can't push it. That's it, no wonder the Zhenwei brothers and their younger siblings dressed up so grandly today. It turned out to be a happy event. Your ice and snow family is very good. When will the wedding be held? We will definitely come over for a wedding wine. Wen Peng said with a smile. Then I would like to thank Brother Wen in advance, but Bingshua's wedding date has not yet been set. After the decision is made, I will definitely send a wedding invitation to my brother in person. When the time comes, my brother will come with his sister-in-law, and we will do our best as a landlord. No problem, I will definitely bring your sister-in-law here. I have to give your family a big red envelope for Bingxue. Speaking of which, the cooperation with Bingxue last time was also very pleasant. Brother Zhenwei is really a tiger father without a dog. Young people are so capable, in the future our business circle will still be dominated by young people. The four of them walked up while chatting. The elevator reached the same floor. They were pleasantly surprised to find that they were eating on the same floor today. Sue's father and Sue's mother were sitting on the sofa in the hall, and when they heard the elevator ring, they instinctively looked over there. As soon as Wen Peng got out of the elevator, he glanced around and looked at Dad Sue. At this moment, Wen Peng's voice stopped abruptly. Is he right? How can I see it here? No, not the person he thought, but he looks very similar. Although this face has not been seen for many years, it can be vaguely seen how he looked when he was young. Wen Peng was stunned, frowning slightly, his memories from many years ago were picked up. Yan Zhenwei didn't know what was going on. He was chatting happily with Wen Peng when he suddenly noticed the change in the other's face, so he followed Wen Peng's gaze. I saw a couple of the same age as them, sitting on the sofa over there. The man was wearing a suit, and when he saw that the toilet was extraordinary, it was just in his impression that he didn't seem to have seen each other. Wen Peng said quickly, Brother Zhenwei, I'm sorry, I met an old acquaintance. I'll go up and say hello first. His words were a little excited, but Mrs. Wen next to him was also puzzled. Yan Zhenwei felt that this was a bit strange. Wen Peng knows who the other party is, and this person is quite unexpected too. Wen Peng, but Mrs. Wen doesn't seem to know. Out of curiosity and the vision of a businessman, Yan Zhenwei then took Tang Shuyun and followed in Mrs. Wen's footsteps. Hao Qian. Is it really you? After Wen Peng walked in. The surprise on his face was even greater, but there was more certainty in his words. Dad Su and Mom Su stood up. Dad Su glanced at the person who came, and he recognized each other, but he didn't expect to meet here today. After a brief surprise, he finally stayed and faced, Brother Wen, haven't seen you for a long time. Wen Peng grabbed Su's father's hand excitedly. Hao Qian, I didn't expect it to be you. I thought I was dazzled just now. Where have you been all these years? When did you come to Zhonghai? Do you know that you Brother Wen? Dad Su interrupted him, looking at the few people behind him, and said, Brother Wen has something to do today, right? If you have something to do, you can go to help you first. We are here waiting for someone. Wen Peng glanced at Su's father, and then looked at Su's mother next to Su's father, as if he suddenly remembered something. He lowered his head and smiled. Said, I'm here to eat. I'm having a meal with my partner. You guys are waiting here. You must be here to eat. When will it end? Why don't we leave a contact information, and we'll be together later. Get together? Dad Su smiled and shook his head. Brother Wen, we really have something important to do today. I'm afraid we won't have this chance. Let's meet again next time. Wen Peng seemed to want to talk, but he could see that in front of Dad Su, his posture was still very low. Okay then. This makes Yan Zhenwei even more incomprehensible. The Wen family is one of the largest families in the imperial capital. Is it possible that someone who can make Wen Peng respect and be so careful is more powerful than the Wen family? Yan Zhenwei was thinking about something. Here I told Dad Su that we wanted to get together at night, and then Wen Peng, who was rejected by Dad Su, did not leave immediately, but continued to stay. And said to Dad Su with a smile, Hao Qian, I haven't seen you for so many years. It's still as handsome and compelling as before. When I just took a look at it, I was amazed. Look at me, after so many years, I've become unbelievably fat. Dad Su didn't seem to like this kind of greeting very much. There was a bit of politeness and alienation in the smile on his face. He changed the subject and asked, Brother Wen, is this your partner? The two of you should be here for dinner. Well, if all of you are here, you can go to dinner first. We are still waiting for people here. Just sit here for a while. The meaning of these words is obviously that he doesn't want to talk anymore. But Wen Peng seems to be unable to hear it, and enthusiastically pulls Yan Zhenwei and introduces, Hao Qian, you misunderstood, this is also my old man in Zhonghai. My friend, I didn't come to eat with him today, I just happened to meet him downstairs. Brother Zhenwei, this is Wen Peng originally wanted to introduce Dad Su to Yan Zhenwei, but the words came to his mouth, but he changed his words temporarily. Brother Zhenwei, this is an old friend of mine, many I haven't seen him for years, and I suddenly met him in Zhonghai today, so I'm a little excited. Yan Zhenwei smiled politely and nodded at Dad Su over there. Dad Su also nodded lightly, and the two of them glanced at each other and didn't have much intersection. Wen Peng wanted to drag Dad Su to continue talking, but his cell phone suddenly rang. Apparently the person who was having dinner this evening called. to ask for his location. He looked at Dad Su and knew that Dad Su definitely didn't want people from the past to see him, so he replied to the other end of the phone, "Okay, we've arrived. I'll go to the box right away, you don't have to come over to pick it up." The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Hanging up the phone, Wen Peng and Dad Su said, "Hao Qian, the dinner here is about to start. It seems that I can't catch up with the old days tonight. If there is a chance in the future, I would like to ask you to show me your face. We will be together then. Have a meal." Dad Su nodded politely, and Wen Peng bowed and saluted before hurriedly leaving with his wife. In an instant, only Su's father and Su's mother and Yan Jinwei and his wife were left in the hall. They were not familiar with each other and could only sit on the sofa face to face. Yan Jinwei had some doubts in his heart. Wenping's attitude just now made him think of the big family in Kyoto. The man in front of him had an extraordinary temperament and said that he came from that big family. Yan Jinwei believed it a little bit. If it is really a member of that family, and you know him, then it must be a very important relationship between her daughter and the extraordinary group. But the key is to look at the attitude of this gentleman talking to Wen Peng just now. He doesn't seem to want to do this kind of communication, so Yan Jinwei is not sure for a while whether he should go up and talk at this time. The four of them sat face to face, and there were only a few of them in the huge hall, so embarrassed not to speak, the atmosphere was a bit strange. Tang Shuyun is a cheerful woman, she doesn't think too much like her husband. She looks at Suma, who was in front of her with a bold smile. After a while, she couldn't help but ask, "Ma'am, this dress you are wearing is the latest one from Chanel, right? I read it in a magazine before, and it's the first time I've seen someone wear it. It's so beautiful. Madam, your temperament is so good to match this skirt, it's so extravagant." Suma was a little embarrassed to be praised, looked at Tang Shuyun politely, and said with a smile, "Madam, you look good in this cheongsam. I rarely see people wearing cheongsam so beautifully. Madam just follows the old Shanghai, like the stars who came out of the TV series. Haha, I like to wear cheongsam. This cheongsam was specially made by an old master, and the design is not bad, right? But I also like the Chanel brand. And I occasionally buy some fashions in it. Madam's necklace is really beautiful. The emerald looks so good with the cheongsam you are wearing. This is given to me by my son-in-law, madam. The pair of dragon and phoenix bracelets on your hand are designed by Longwu Gold. It looks like the work of a famous designer. The carvings are really exquisite. I got this from my son and daughter-in-law. Haha, it seems that madam is as lucky as I am." As soon as the women talked about each other's clothes, they quickly became acquainted. After a while, Tang Shuyun sat down beside Suma familiarly. It was originally a sofa for two people, and it was very spacious for two people to sit on, but adding one more person would make it a bit crowded. Dad Su was squeezed to the side, so he could only sit on the opposite side, and looked at each other with Yan Jinwei. Seeing this, Yan Jinwei said with a smile, "Mr. Laugh, this lady in my family is a familiar character." Dad Su smiled and said, "It's all right, madam is so good. It happens that my wife is a little shy. It's easy to chat with such a generous lady." When Dad Su faced Yan Jinwei, he was in a much better condition than he was with Wen Peng. Although he knew that the other party was also in the business circle, he didn't know each other well. Mr. Ting's accent doesn't seem to be from Shanghai, but it doesn't quite resemble the accent of the imperial capital. The gentleman just now is from the imperial capital. These two are? Yan Zhenwei asked, curiously. Dad, Su smiled and said, my family used to be in the imperial capital, but I moved to a small county near Zhonghai. I've been away for too many years, and my accent has changed. So that's the case. My wife and I are both authentic Zhonghai people. Can you hear what I say? Well, everything the two talked about. And dress up, it looks like a local. Because of the cleanliness of the two ladies, Yan Zhenwei and Dad, Su also chatted, knowing that the other party was here for dinner and was still waiting for the other party, so they thought of chatting together, getting to know new friends, and passing the waiting time by the way. After Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went to pick up Tuanchuan Lei, they came to the Hongqiao Hotel in the western suburbs together. When they went upstairs, Tuanchuan and Lei were extremely happy. Tuanchuan raised his head and said, Baba Mama, our grandparents and grandparents going to have dinner together today? Can we see both grandparents and grandparents later? Su Chen touched her daughter's little head. Yes, our family will have dinner together later. Oi, that's great. When the elevator reached the third floor upstairs, Su Chen's family came out and saw at a glance the parents sitting on the sofa over there. Dad, Mom. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue shouted in unison. Grandpa and Grandma, here we come. The four over there stood up together, but after seeing each other's movements, they all looked at each other in shock. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were also very curious why the parents on both sides were sitting together, and the two mothers were sitting together, and the two fathers were sitting on the same sofa. When did the four of them meet? Su Chen walked over to Su's father and Su's mother, while Yan Bingxue stood between Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shiyun. Xiao Tuanchuan and Xiao Lei didn't know what was going on at all. They raised their heads and looked curiously at their grandparents, as well as dazed parents. Su Chen smiled and asked, Parents, uncles and aunts, have you already found each other? Papa Su and Mama Su just recovered from the shock. Papa Su glanced at his son, then looked at Yan Zhenwei next to him, then smiled and said, So brother Yan, you are in law, but we have too much it's fate. Yan Zhenwei also smiled, looked at Dad Su and said, Yeah, it's not that the family doesn't enter the house, it's the fate that God gave us, haha. Tang Shiyun over there took Su's mother's hand in surprise. Oh, so you are my own mother. I'll just say, why do I feel so kind when I see you? Actually, if you take a closer look, don't our son-in-law look a lot like my father-in-law Lao Yan? We didn't realize it just now. Su Chen was standing next to Dad Su at this time. Both of them were wearing suits, and they looked exactly alike. Yan Zhenwei said with a smile, the main reason is that what happened just now was too sudden, and there was another old brother Wen in the middle. I went out of curiosity, but I didn't look carefully, and I didn't recognize my in-laws. Law. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Dad, Su waved his hand and said, We are the same. Bingxue looks so similar to my own mother, and Chen, and I didn't recognize it just now. It's too coincidental, we didn't dare to think about it at all. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue immediately understood when they heard it. It turned out that the parents on both sides did not know each other's identities, but they just happened to meet upstairs, so they sat down and chatted together. And it seemed that they had a good chat. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue glanced at each other with smiles in their eyes. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at a few adults, and the little melon seeds couldn't turn around for a while. Tuanchuan anxiously took her grandmother's hand and asked, Grandma, what are you talking about? Tuanchuan can't understand why is my grandfather called my grandfather's family? Isn't it different? Lele was also very confused, scratching his head while reminding his sister. Grandpa and Mama have the same surname as Yin, Grandpa and Baba have the same surname as us, and the surname is Su. It's different, don't both grandpas' name and grandpa's name are in-laws? Being reminded by his brother, Tuanchuan said in confusion, Yan's family, Su's family, grandpa and grandpa's names are so strange. Giggle, still our name sounds nice, doesn't it? Lele nodded frantically, and said happily, well, our name is Baba Mama, it's super nice. The childish words of the two little guys made the 6 adults laugh from ear to ear. Dad, Su picked up the eldest grandson Lele and asked, curiously, what's the name of our family, Lele? Grandpa still don't know what Lele's name is? He knew that it was too difficult for Su Chen and Yan Bingxue to take the children to apply for the household registration and change their names, but what was the name changed by the two children, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue didn't say it when they came back, because they used to be called Tuanchuan Lele. About the name, I forgot to ask. Lele said happily, my name is Su Jiala. Not to be outdone, Tuanchuan said loudly in her grandmother's arms, my name is Su Mushua. Grandpa and Grandma, isn't our name super nice? Mom and Dad, Su was amused by the children, and said happily, it sounds good. Our Jiala and Mushua's names are so good. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun didn't know about Tuanchuan Lele's name change, and they glanced at their daughter, but they didn't mean to blame her. Daughter and Su Chen have now received their certificates. Their family is reunited. Of course, the children still have to change their surname to Su. And Tuanchuan Lele was originally the nickname of the two little guys. Now that they are going to school, it is time to change it. A big name, and now the timing is just right. Yan Bingxue gave her parents a worried look. She was very happy to see them. She breathed a sigh of relief, and said in a low voice, Dad, Mom, I brought up the children's name change, my husband said. We got married, and the hukou was going to be put together, so I just said that the children had to change their names, so we did it together. The decision was in a hurry at the time. I forgot to tell you when I went home that day. Yan Jinwei didn't speak. Tang Shiyun looked at her daughter, smiled, and said, Bingxue, what do you explain to me and your dad about this matter? You should be the parents of the children's names, and you and Xiaosu will figure it out yourself. That's good, I think these two names are pretty good. Seeing that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were not unhappy about this, Su Chen said with a smile, Dad, Mom, uncles, and aunties, we're all here, so don't chat outside, go to the box to order the dishes, and sit down. Let's talk. Dad, Su clapped his hands and glanced at Yan Jinwei apologetically, I'm sorry, my in-laws, I forgot to chat here, let you stand here for so long. Let's walk around, let's go to the box and sit down and chat slowly. The group entered the box in a lively manner. The waiter came over with the menu and put a copy in front of everyone, even the two babies. Su Chen asked her to take 2 dining tables and chairs. Put Tuan Tuan and Lele on the dining table and chairs. Although Tuanchuan and Lele are much more independent and mature than their peers, they usually sit on chairs to eat independently like adults when they are at home, but come out in the restaurant for dinner. A large round table is used. The big guys are not sitting next to each other. The two children are not by his side. Su Chen still has to be careful. Seeing this scene, Tang Shuyun lowered her voice and said to Yan Bingxue next. To her, Bingxue, look, Xiao Su is more attentive than you, and is really paying attention to Tuanchuan and Lei. Yan Bingxue looked at her husband with a smile on the corner of her mouth. My father and my mother, Bingxue, let's see what you like to eat and order. Whatever you want. Dad, Su raised his head and said actively. Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shuyun often come here to eat, and they are familiar with the specialty dishes here. They ordered 3 signature dishes and closed the menu. My father-in-law and my mother, we ordered 3 dishes here. Let's see what you like to eat. Seeing them, Dad Su ordered 3 dishes, and said quickly, my father-in-law. You can order a few more. Chin and I eat everything, and we are not very familiar with the local dishes in Zhonghai. Looks like something suitable. We'll try it later. Yan Zhenwei said politely, it's okay, my father-in-law, let's be casual. What do you like to eat? The chefs here are pretty good. When Dad Su saw it, he winked at Su Chen over there. Su Chen immediately understood and handed the menu to Yan Bingxue, wife, this is our first time here, and we don't know what's good and what's not. Then you can order the rest of the dishes. Yan Bingxue didn't refuse. Today's focus was on the meeting between the two families. This was a good start. There was no need to waste too much time on ordering, so she quickly ordered the food, and then asked the waiter to go out. First, there were 2 families left in the box. Yan Zhenwei and Dad Su looked at each other for a while, but couldn't help but laugh. Because what they just chatted outside was about their own juniors. Yan Zhenwei said that he has a very capable son-in-law who is a perfect match for his daughter. Dad Su said that his son was very good, very lucky, and found a daughter in law for their family that they were very satisfied with, who was beautiful and capable. It turns out now that what they just showed off was each other's children. How could people not laugh in such a situation? Because without knowing it, the 2 fathers said what they said from their hearts, and when they got into the box, everyone was embarrassed to hold it. Because everything that should have been said has been said. Originally, when the 2 families met today, Dad Su thought that after all, it was his son who married the daughter of the Yan family, and Yan Bingxue was also very satisfied with their husband and wife, so their husband and wife were ready to express their Su family well to their in-laws. Manner. Unexpectedly, when he was outside, Yan Zhenwei had already said that he was satisfied with his son-in-law's 1,000 and 10,000 approvals. Yan Zhenwei simply smiled and said, my father-in-law, if you are polite, we will not talk about it. Anyway, you have just heard about my attitude outside. Haha, about my 2 children, I and Bingxue mother both agree very much.